In an alternate world, the aspiring investor Nan Feng is reborn under the name of the god of light, Frederion. He leads the refugees from the devastated village of Kupa, which was ravaged by a tide of beasts, back to their homeland. With the knowledge and memories of a modern individual, Frederion aims to fulfill his long-held aspirations within a feudal society endowed with magical powers, establishing the ideal kingdom of his dreams under the guise of an angelic investor. Chapter 1. As the sun approaches the pinnacle of the watchtower atop Lord Kupa's stone castle, children and youths gather in the grain-drying field before the tavern. Among them figures of nobility. To the center of their attention is a weathered tree stump, typically the platform for the magistrate's proclamations, now occupied by a young boy clad in noble attire. The boy treats the stump as his stage, gesticulating animatedly, as if performing a play or delivering an impassioned speech. His name is Frederion, derived from the deity of abundance and light among the Ace of gods. While the villagers may not fully grasp the existence of such a deity among those they worship, they all know Frederion, even Lord Sir Reborn has praised him. This child is a natural bard. Although the villagers may not comprehend the true nature of a bard, it does not deter them from immersing themselves in the tales spun by Frederion. After a fierce battle, Zoe and her companions found themselves cornered in a deadened alley, desperately scrambling atop the rooftops. This tale is drawn from the game Left 4 Dead, which had captivated him during his university years. He recalls only the broad strokes of the narrative, yet his previous extensive readings and viewings for novel writing allow him to fabricate a story from memory. The esoteric myths and overfamiliar legends render his tales extraordinarily precious in this culturally and economically underdeveloped land, particularly within this border village where such narratives are a rare commodity. There was once a passing merchant who offered 2 small silver coins for Frederion to recount a story. Suddenly, just as the story reaches its climax, the village's tallest structure, the watchtower of the Lord's castle, erupts with a deep, resonant horn, echoing throughout the village. Interrupted by the sound, Frederion and his audience freeze in confusion. War has come. All eyes turn towards the trembling figure of Old Man Lang, his toothless grin betraying decades of wisdom. Having retired from the militia 40 years prior, he is acutely aware of what the Lord's horn signifies. Villagers hasten to the castle for refuge. Cries Sergeant Loxy from a distance. Warriors of the guard retrieve shields and spears from the armory, assemble at the east gate. A massive shadow descends like a dark net, enveloping Frederion and dozens of villagers before him. After a brief moment of shock, those caught within the black web struggle violently, akin to fish thrashing in despair, attempting to break free from the ominous grasp. 8 glinting black blades flash among the crowd. Old Man Lang, who often reminisces about past glories, the boastful blacksmith Balin, the knowing tavern maid Bra, and the young leatherworker Mira, who has only recently learned to craft boots. Familiar faces fall one after another before Frederion. Villagers severed at the neck, blood gushing from the headless corpses, the cacophony of anguished wails crashing into Frederior's ears as he stands amidst a gruesome, blood-soaked rain. Warm droplets of blood splatter against Frederior's forehead instinctively. He reaches up to feel the remnants of warmth on his palm, leaving him in a state of shock. A howler. Through the deafening roar of the beast, Frederion, straining to look up at the creature before him, finally captures a glimpse of the monstrous figure. This beast, rampaging through the village, stands at a towering 3 meters, its sleek, elongated body glistening like metal, adorned with a pristine white mane around its neck. A fearsome face concealed beneath dark bone armor, and 4 razor-sharp black horns protruding from its head, accompanied by 6 fiery tails that a demon fox. Upon witnessing the beast's true form, Frederion instinctively conjures this term in his mind, for no better name could encapsulate the horror before him. Villagers fortunate enough to evade the fox's talons scream as they dart into the alleyways, converging towards the highest point in the village, the Lord's castle, seeking refuge. Within the most fortified structure they can find, in mere moments since the demon fox's appearance, Frederion feels his heart pounding relentlessly, as if threatening to crush his lungs under the weight of terror, leaving him breathless and devoid of thought, save for the frantic beating that reminds him he is still alive. Frederion recalls a tale he heard at Berry Tavern, where caravan guard recounted his harrowing encounter with beast's companions dying of fright. He had dismissed it as exaggeration, until now, Witnessing the brutal slaughter of his fellow villagers, experiencing the suffocating grip of fear firsthand, he finally believes. Humans can indeed be scared to death. Fortunately, the demon fox seems preoccupied with those fleeing, ignoring his small stature. Frere hides behind a tree stump, cautiously peeking out to observe the fox's movements, when suddenly a little girl with striking golden braids rushes into his line of sight. The pale-faced girl stands frozen, seemingly paralyzed by the horrific scene before her, unable to activate her instinct to flee. She is the daughter of a familiar face, often coming to listen to his stories by the old tree stump. Given their similar ages, Frere occasionally engages her in conversation. Her mother, Ellen, would share fruits with Frere upon returning from the forest, and when his mother was pregnant with his sister, Alan frequently assisted in household chores. The golden-haired girl stands a year older than Frere, towering above him, her frame more robust. Frere, in a panic, wonders how this girl, who has grown strong in body, can lack the courage to escape. The demon fox lurks behind her, and he feels weak, paralyzed by fear, while his mind screams in outrage. Are you really going to stand by and do nothing? In his moment of self-reproach, another familiar villager is decapitated by the fox's sharp teeth. Frere recoils, as another voice in his head insists. Rescue? What can you use to save her? Your own life is at stake. I can barely save myself, surely Alan will forgive me. Frere mutters to himself. Unable to bear witnessing the fox claim the girl's head, he closes his eyes, but visions of Alan kneeling before her daughter's lifeless body flood his mind. Then his father's teachings surface. Frere, you carry the blood of a warrior, you must stand for the weak. Loxy, the village's malicious sergeant, raised by Knight Commander Kane, instilled the knightly virtues in Frere from a young age. Constrained by his humble origins, Loxy was unable to fulfill his aspiration of becoming a knight of the Kupa Fief. However, he did not allow the noble education he received, or being adopted by a noble family, to overshadow the common blood that coursed through his veins. After becoming the militia captain, Loxy took great care of the common folk in Kupa. Loxy was well known in Kupa Village as a kind-hearted individual. He would often tend to the fields of the village's elderly and lonely residents. If any villager suffered at the hands of the nobles, they would promptly seek Loxy for assistance, and his penchant for standing up against injustice would see him tirelessly advocate for their cause. As a result, Loxy was deeply cherished by the villagers, who affectionately nicknamed him the Uncrowned Knight. In this feudal society, where father passes down his position to son, Fry was likely destined to inherit Lox's occupation and the unique honor of being the Uncrowned Knight of Kupa. Unable to suppress his compassion, Fry discreetly opened his eyes to witness a ferocious fox demon tearing into fresh flesh, unaware of the small girl's presence behind it. At that moment, a dangerously reckless thought surged within Frey's mind. He scrutinized his feeble fists and shook his head vigorously to dispel the delusion, sternly reprimanding himself for his impulsiveness. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Don't forget you are still just a child, someone who needs protection. Do not act recklessly, Fry. Yet, as the eldest son of the militia captain and heir to the title of Uncrowned Knight, how could he stand idly by as such a small girl faced certain death? The adult spirit hidden within his youthful form would not allow him to remain indifferent. This wretched sense of responsibility compelled Fry to take action. Controlling his volume, he attempted to call out to the girl, Celis, come here. His call immediately drew the attention of the fox demon, which turned its head and locked eyes with Fry, who was concealed behind a tree stump. In that fleeting moment of connection, Fry felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he had been anxious about Celis' inability to escape, but now, faced with this beast, he realized with dismay that his legs had turned to jelly beneath him. In that instant, facing the fox demon, he instinctively recognized himself as prey. He understood that there was no chance of escaping its gaze, and he began to regret his earlier bravado. The fox demon's sharp claws and fangs dripped with glistening blood as villagers lay on the ground, struggling for breath and engulfed in agony. The familiar village he once knew had transformed into a nightmarish hell before his eyes, with the true perpetrator of his horror staring directly at him. In this moment, Fry came to the grim realization that his newly restarted life was about to end. I'm sorry, Shaylee, I will cause you sorrow. As death loomed near, Fry understood that he could not avoid causing his mother, Shaylee, distress, but he still had a fleeting moment to decide how he would meet his end. He wanted to sacrifice himself in the most valiant manner, to make his father, Loxi, proud of him as an uncrowned knight. But then, something unexpected happened. The fox demon turned its head, indifferent to his presence. A miracle arrived silently. Perhaps, as the high priest of the small temple often said, Fry was a child favored by the gods, or perhaps it was fear that influenced the creature's instincts. Instead of the cowering boy hiding behind the tree stump, the fox demon seemed more intrigued by the golden-haired girl standing still before it, directing its attention towards Silas. With the pressure of the fox demon's gaze lifted, Fry breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, that damned sense of responsibility surged from within, tormenting him. As the heir of the uncrowned knight, he felt profound guilt for his narrow escape and for failing to rescue the little girl. The instinctive fear of death is inherent in humanity, and the weakness in his limbs proved that he lacked the courage to overcome his instincts, let alone the resolve to sacrifice himself for a small girl. In that moment, Fry clearly recognized that he was no hero from a mythic tale. He was merely a powerless child. Confronted by this ferocious beast, he could only condemn his own ineptitude in silence, feeling utterly incapable of saving the girl before him. The fox demon lunged at Silas, and Fry envisioned the horrifying scene of her being torn apart. His heart ached with an indescribable pain. Had his previous life not been abruptly cut short by unforeseen circumstances, his own child would now be of an age similar to Silas. If he had a daughter, would she be as enchanting as Silas? In that moment, the old soul concealed within Frey's youthful body felt as though he was witnessing his own child being devoured by the creature's gaping maw. Silas! A soul-wrenching cry erupted from Fry, prompting him to instinctively step forward. Yet, that step changed nothing. Just as Fry thought he would be haunted for the rest of his life by the image of the little girl being ruthlessly slain by the fox demon, a golden flash shot towards the demons. I had a speed too swift for the naked, I'd attract others. It appeared as a dazzling streak of golden light. But to Fry, it was unmistakably a golden arrow. Fry recognized this technique. It belonged to Lox's cousin, a peculiar knight who had forsaken his knightly honor to become a hunter. Dallas' unique skill. The moment the golden arrow pierced the fox demon's eye, it detonated like a cannonball, exploding its head into a flurry of petals, while blood cascaded down instantly, transforming Silas into a girl drenched in crimson. The fox demon's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Saved. A wave of relief surged through Fry, knowing that he would not have to spend the remainder of his life regretting his inability to save the little girl. However, in the distance, a dark tide of monstrous beasts poured forth from the horizon, striking fear into Fry, who rushed to Sali's side and took her hand. Fry intended to pull Silas away toward the stone fortress, but she stood frozen, her eyes devoid of life. Silas, run! Fry shouted in desperation. Silas remained expressionless, as if turned to stone, and if it weren't for her eyelashes fluttering instinctively, Fry might have suspected the fox demon had petrified her like Medusa. Silas towered over Fry by a full head, her build more robust than his. Realizing that he could not simply drag her away, he steeled himself and struck her delicate face with a sharp slap. Finally, Sali's emerald eyes focused on Fry, filling with tears in an instant. Mother Silas stammered with a trembling voice, pointing ahead with her pale little finger. Following Sali's gesture, Fry beheld the bloodied corpses of villagers, many decapitated and unrecognizable. A wave of nausea surged violently from his stomach to his throat. At that moment, Fry understood that among them were Sali's parents. He wiped Sali's tears with his sleeve and softened his tone. Silas, let's go to the stone fortress, shall we? Silas remained unresponsive, causing Fry considerable distress. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he said, "Your father and mother, the Asar gods, all wish for you to come with me to the stone fortress. Silas, let us go." Weeping notwithstanding, Saris was still led by Fry towards the stone fortress. Saris' compliance was rooted in a local legend from Kupa Village, the origin of which was none other than the very subject of the tale himself. Villagers whispered that the stories Fry recounted were gleaned from the dreams of deities in the divine realm. Both Saris and her parents firmly believed this. When Ceres heard Fry speak such words, she assumed it was the spirits of her deceased parents communicating their will through the divine to Fry. Fry had limited knowledge of Ceres, yet he was aware that her family were devout followers of the Aesir. As they traversed the path to the Lord's stronghold, Fry beheld knights clad in silver helmets, commanding fully armed war horses, galloping in formation towards him along the slope of the fortress hill. Frey's father, Losai, had trained alongside these 19 knights since childhood. Despite Losai's humble origins, the bonds forged through years of training had led the knights to regard him as a brother. Consequently, they had also embraced Fry as one of their own, showering him with affection. Typically, when the knights encountered Fry, they would greet him warmly. However, in this instance, they galloped past him with an uncharacteristic urgency, signifying the dire nature of the situation. As Fry watched the formidable cavalry disappear into the distance, one of the leading knights suddenly wheeled his horse back towards Fry, halting before him. The silver-armored knight leaned down, extending his hands in a gesture of invitation to lift Fry onto his steed. "Fry, I shall escort you to the fortress." Despite the helmet concealing his face, the voice was reassuringly familiar, and Fry immediately recognized the knight. "Uncle Mike!" Fry exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. Mike Kuno was the designated successor to the knight commander. With the commander aging, Mike had assumed full responsibility for the day-to-day affairs and training of the knights, making him effectively the leader of the order. Since his youth, Mike had viewed Losai as a rival, holding a considerable bias against Losai due to his commoner background. Yet, this did not diminish his affection for Fry. If anyone in the Knights fraternity was closest to Fry, it was undoubtedly Mike. Losai had generously supported many elderly and widowed villagers with his earnings, which often left his wife, Sherry, exasperated as she managed their finances, forcing her to tighten their budget. Fry rarely enjoyed luxuries, save for the occasional food Mike brought to their home, which often led him to feel as if Mike were his true father. Fry placed Sarah's hand in Mike's palm. Although Mike typically held disdain for the villagers, he hesitated momentarily before, under Frey's urging gaze, he grasped Ceres by the collar and hoisted her onto the horse. He then lifted Fry under his arms, seating him in front of Ceres as they galloped towards the fortress. "Fry, are you hurt?" "Uncle Mike, I'm fine. Don't be alarmed by the blood on Ceres, it belongs to the fox demon." "The fox demon?" "Yes, the creature with 6 fiery tails that can fly. That would be the Kynan." "Kynan? A fierce and cunning beast, exceedingly difficult to combat. It typically requires the combined efforts of 7 or 8 knights to subdue. If one were to face it alone, survival is far from guaranteed. To have escaped unscathed from a Kynan, you must indeed be favored by the gods," Mike remarked, subtly astonished. Fry smiled, recalling Dallas' extraordinary skill. "That's because Uncle Dolly is incredibly powerful. I didn't even see him, and with a whoosh, he used a golden arrow to blow the fox demon's head bits." "An arrow? You could see Dallas' arrow?" Mike's voice rose in disbelief. "Yes, why?" Fry turned his head slightly, stealing a glance at Mike, but the helmet obscured any view of Mike's expression. "Humph." Mike emitted this sound when he was displeased, and Fry realized that his Uncle Dolly, like Losai, was not favored by Mike. Uncle Mike is even more formidable. He is the successor to Grandfather Kane. No one in the entire Kupa Village Knight Order is stronger than Uncle Mike. Fry was well aware of the compliments Mike appreciated, as he could not allow Mike's kindness to go unreciprocated. "Lord Sean is stronger," Mike asserted. "Brother Sean is the heir to Uncle Bernie. Strictly speaking, he cannot be considered a member of the Knight Order, so Uncle Mike remains the strongest among the knights." "Are you suggesting there are those outside the Knight Order stronger than I?" The people of Kupa Village knew that Mike frequently challenged Losai to duels, always returning defeated. In this regard, Frey's allegiance to his father was entirely reasonable. "Ha ha!" Fry could only laugh to mask his embarrassment. Mike flicked Fry on the back of the head, causing him to yelp in surprise from the sting of the armored gauntlet. Fry glanced back at Ceres, who appeared lost in the distance, her eyes vacant, clearly unable to escape the sorrow of her recent loss. Kupa Village lay nestled within a hilly terrain, bordered by forests to the east and the Odembla River to the west. The village was constructed according to the landscape, with the Lord's Stone Fortress occupying the highest point in the region. Mike galloped towards the fortress. Following Ceres' gaze, Fry looked eastward towards the forest and sky, where dark clouds of beasts surged forth like a relentless tide. He also observed the militia and knights organized by loci, valiantly defending a gate that had been breached, its surrounding wooden walls crumbling under the onslaught of beasts. This was a war between humanity and the monstrous tide, with the human side, weakened and outmatched, facing inevitable defeat. Yet there were still those who fought bravely, even willing to sacrifice their lives to buy time for the villagers to seek refuge within the fortress. This was their solemn duty, a tradition of this land. The lives of warriors are meant to safeguard their homes as they near the fortress. Fry suddenly noticed a brilliant cobalt beam of light shooting skyward from the small shrine, casting a cerulean barrier over the entire village. "Uncle Mike, what is that?" Mike halted the warhorse before the fortress inner gate and turned to glance towards the shrine. The shrine's barrier can only repel the beast from above, but it won't hold for long. A furrow formed on Mike's brow as he helped Saris down and then gently lowered Fry from the horse. Quickly inside, just as Mike prepared to mount and head to the battlefield, Fry grasped his arm, halting him. Mike looked down into Frey's eyes and recognized the concern within them. "Uncle Mike, my mother and sister should still be at home. Could you please?" Mike ruffled Frey's hair affectionately. "They're already at the fortress, escorted by me. Sherry and Lord Aberney have both entrusted me with bringing you back safely." Fry released Mike's arm. "Uncle Mike, please return safely." Mike nodded and swiftly mounted his horse. With a resounding whinny, the warhorse transformed into a silver comet, charging down the slope towards the surging tide of beasts from the east. Chapter 2. The forest to the east of Kupa Village teemed with a dark tide of monstrous beasts. It would not be long before this surge engulfed the entire settlement. Armed with shields and spears, the militia had gathered in formation just outside the eastern gate of Kupa Village. Their gaze was fixed upon a youth clad in black leather armor. This was their commander, Sergeant Loxy. Loxy was the sole professional soldier of Kupa Village, a choice made after he had come to terms with the reality that he could never become a knight. Unlike the militia clad in simple linen garments, Loxy donned a finely crafted suit of black leather armor, fashioned from the skin of shadow serpents. In the fading light of the sunset, the scales of his armor glimmered with a luxurious sheen. As Loxy surveyed the uneven ranks before him, the squad leaders reported their numbers. First squad, 10 men. Second squad, 4 men. Third squad, 6 men. The Kupa militia was composed of 27 squads, totaling 270 men. Yet the report revealed only 107 had arrived, a mere half of the expected force. Where were the others? Loxy bellowed at the 25 squad leaders who had stepped forward, demanding answers. One squad leader replied, "Some have fallen on the way." And others. Loxy's brow furrowed slightly as he interjected, "Went to the stone fortress." Anger surged within him, but as he prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, he noticed a youthful boy among the ranks trembling uncontrollably. His ire dissipated significantly. The boy, named Bearston, was merely 15 years old. Despite having joined the militia for a year, many seasoned veterans regarded him as just a child. Loxy approached Bearston and asked in a booming voice, "Bearston, are you afraid?" "Sergeant, I'm not afraid." He stammered, his hands and legs quaking. "Why are your hands and feet shaking?" "I've never seen those monsters." Despite his voice quivering, Bearston persevered, "I'm not afraid. If I were, I would hide in the stone fortress." "Well done, Bearston," Loxy exclaimed, clapping the boy on the shoulder. "From this moment on, you are a true man." Loxy gazed upon the assembled militia, his voice resonant with authority. "Behind you stand your parents, brothers, sisters, friends, wives, lovers, and children. You also carry the legacy of your ancestors and the generations to come. Before you took up your shields and spears, you were farmers, fishermen, hunters, tanners, carpenters, blacksmiths, potters, herders, lumberjacks, bricklayers, builders, charcoal burners, and porters. Now, as you stand here with your shields and spears, you are the warriors of the Kupa territory. Your duty is to defend your homeland. You may be wounded, bleed, or even sacrifice your lives. But the valor you exhibit today in safeguarding your home will be etched in the memories of those you protect, your parents, mentors, siblings, spouses, friends, and children. Even the knights and lords will take pride in you. Warriors of Kupa, do you wish to inscribe your honor upon the tombstones?" "Yes, yes, yes," echoed the 107 militia members, raising their spears and responding fervently to Loxy's rallying cry. The warriors, now organized into squads of 10, reformed their ranks. Squads 1 through 9 formed a 3-tiered circular shield wall, while the leaders of squads 10 to 27 joined the remaining 2 squads, forming a circular formation around Loxi. The 107 militia members moved with precision, and in mere moments, they had established a formidable shield wall, standing resolutely against the approaching tide of beasts. Now but 100 paces away, as the monstrous horde advanced, the ground trembled, and darkness enveloped the sky, causing the militia to feel their breaths quickening and becoming labored. In an instant, the thunderous sound of hooves mingled with the howls of various beasts erupted around them. The wooden walls, standing for centuries, crumbled under the onslaught of the monstrous tide, yet the militia's shield wall remained steadfast, like a rock amidst the storm. Loxi, wielding a short sword that glimmered with a spectral light, surged into the fray, agilely evading the beast's chaotic charges. In the midst of the black tide, he carved a vivid scarlet path through the carnage. Time seemed to wash away amidst the relentless downpour of blood. And as the pain from the violent swings of his right arm began to set in, Loxi paused to assess the situation behind him. He quickly realized that the ordinary iron spears wielded by the militia were incapable of piercing the beast's tough hides. Target their eyes and mouths, Loxi shouted. And with this command, the tide of battle shifted. As time progressed, the militia grew increasingly adept at striking the vulnerable areas of the beasts. One by one, the monstrous foes fell, their corpses forming small hills around the shield wall. Yet, the losses on the human side were far graver. 2 elite squads, composed of the most skilled leaders, had already seen 11 of their number fall to the beasts. These leaders were chosen by Loxi himself during training, and he had overestimated their combat capabilities while underestimating the ferocity of the monsters. Deeply pained by the sacrifices of his cherished comrades, Loxi was compelled to command. Squads 10 and 11 immediately joined the shield wall. No sooner had he spoken than a black mountain surged through the horde, creating a wide path. Before Loxi could discern its true nature, the shield wall was shattered in an instant. Those militia members facing the onslaught were instantly slain, while the remaining survivors were thrown into disarray, soon becoming prey to the surrounding beasts in a gruesome spectacle. With a roar of fury, Loxi charged at a colossal beast resembling a rhinoceros. The creature, accepting Loxi's challenge, emitted a thunderous bellow and charged in his direction. Just as the beast's massive hooves threatened to crush him, Loxi leaped into the air, his body and the black sword he clutched merging into one. And he aimed a fierce thrust at the creature's right eye. The sword penetrated deep into the beast's eye, yet for such a massive creature, it was still too shallow. It thrashed its head violently, attempting to dislodge Loxi from its face. Loxi withdrew his sword and pushed off the edge of the beast's eye socket, performing a graceful backflip in midair before landing smoothly before the enraged creature. Now, facing this diminutive human, the once menacing beast had lost its earlier ferocity, letting out a low, guttural growl, wary of the danger posed by Loxi, lest its left eye suffer the same fate. As the beast focused its attention solely on Loxi, a golden streak of light flashed from the side, and in an instant, blood gushed from the beast's left eye, causing it to crash to the ground. Loxi turned to see the source of the golden light. A wild man with a bushy beard and disheveled black hair stood atop the watchtower, wielding a battered black wooden bow. This was his cousin, Dolly, who squandered his potential as a knight's heir to live as a wild man, stubbornly claiming to be a hunter. Yet, his prowess in bringing down the colossal beast with a single arrow validated his self-proclaimed title, regardless of the circumstances. The cousin who had been absent for half a year suddenly reappeared, aiding Rashi in vanquishing the most formidable foe. Just as Rashi was warming up, this colossal beast was swiftly brought down by his unexpectedly returned cousin, leaving Rashi with a twinge of dissatisfaction, a hint of discontent flickering in his gaze as he fixed his eyes on Dolly. This fellow had grown stronger. Unwilling to be outdone, Rashi moved with increasing agility, his sword dancing in and out as one beast after another fell before him. The 2 cousins, who had grown up together, exchanged a meaningful glance, and Dolly understood Rashi's intention, a signal to engage in a friendly competition. Dolly began to draw crude, homemade wooden arrows from the quiver at his waist, coming to the aid of the militiamen besieged by beasts. Though rudimentary, these arrows seemed to possess a mind of their own. Once released, they transformed into golden streaks, striking true into the eyes of the monsters, bringing them down with precision. Astonishingly, these arrows appeared to be alive, capable of bending midair. With Rashi and Dolly's combined support, the surviving militiamen finally reformed their ranks. The silver-armored knights made a grand entrance, each knight possessing combat prowess that rivaled that of Rashi. In contrast to Rashi's mere short sword, the knights wielded blades that erupted with dazzling colors, causing the beasts to fall in droves. The splendid abilities displayed by these knights were something Rashi, born of common blood, could never hope to attain in his lifetime. Such power resided within the veins of the nobility, a symbol of their status, magic. It was precisely because he lacked this essence that Rashi could never become a true knight. Despite having received the same education and training as these knights since childhood, even outperforming them at times. "Withdraw to the stone fortress. We shall handle this," commanded Mike from atop his silver warhorse, adopting a condescending posture as he directed Rashi. Rashi did not respond. Instead, he silently approached the remaining militiamen. The sight was grim. Few were fully equipped, and most bore grievous wounds, their bodies mangled and bloodied. Though Rashi felt a deep reluctance, he recognized that these men could no longer fight. The able-bodied brothers helped support those who could not stand, maintaining formation. "Follow me to the small shrine for healing." In the face of this demoralized remnant, the demand for maintaining formation was the last semblance of dignity for Rashi as their commander and for them as soldiers, in the presence of the knights. After escorting the militiamen through the eastern gate, Rashi noticed Burston leaning against the gate, his neck ravaged and nearly consumed, yet still clutching his spear and shield, refusing to relinquish them even in death. Rashi was struck by a sudden realization. It was indeed Burston's duty to guard the eastern gate today. This 15-year-old boy would forever rest at the threshold of this village. Bending down, Rashi cradled the boy's lifeless body, tears welling in his eyes, yet he forced a smile, murmuring to the young soul, "Burston, you are a hero of the Kupa territory. Your bravery today is worthy of being summoned by Lord Odin. The gates of Valhalla shall open for you." As he spoke, his voice resonated loudly, reaching the ears of all surviving militiamen, even those knights lingering in the distance. "Humph," Mike scoffed, unimpressed. Anyone who had received knightly education knew that Valhalla was reserved solely for the souls of knights. The spirits of commoners could never tread upon its hallowed grounds. Only the foolish would place their faith in Rashi's deceitful words. Chapter 3. Within the depths of the Lord's stone castle, an expansive sepulchre was constructed, serving as the final resting place for generations of the Kupa lords. The denizens of the mid-continent hold the belief that interring their ancestors beneath their abodes grants them the protection of their ancestral spirits, a tradition that has persisted since the age of the wizard tribes. Leading the way was the headmaid, Tina Blarolo, who held a luminous stone aloft, guiding Fry as he clasped Celis's hand while navigating the dimly lit staircase. The light streaming from the narrow corridor's exit was exceptionally bright, and upon reaching the vast domed sanctuary, Fry was momentarily blinded by its brilliance. As he looked up, a colossal circular luminous stone embedded in the center of the dome illuminated the entire sanctuary, resembling a man-made sun. The sanctuary was designed for grand ceremonial activities, capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals, thus serving as a refuge for the territory's inhabitants during times of war. Nobles adorned in vibrant finery stood resolutely at the center of the sanctuary, while commoners crowded on the bluestone floor, their numbers overwhelming. Upon entering the sanctuary, both nobles and commoners alike turned their gazes toward Fry. A profound silence enveloped the space. Hundreds of individuals remained utterly still, the eerie quietude instilling a sense of dread in Fry as he sensed an unsettling atmosphere spreading throughout the sanctuary. At the sight of her son, Sherry, clad in humble attire, rose from the throng of commoners, cradling Frey's sister, Leah, and approached him. Sherry's complexion paled at the sight of Celis, bloodied and shaken. As she expressed her concern with a worried gaze, she knelt to meticulously inspect Frey's injuries, her expression still tinged with worry as she inquired, "Fry, are you hurt?" "No," Fry replied, flashing a disarming smile that belied the fright he had experienced. "You can still smile." Sherry sighed in relief. "Ah, you haven't witnessed it firsthand." The beast was so towering. Fry gestured animatedly, raising his voice. "When it was drooling over me, I nearly lost control." This remark elicited laughter from those around, dispelling the sanctuary's earlier ominous atmosphere. Fry glanced sideways at Celis, who remained lost in her thoughts. Noticing his gaze, Sherry looked at him quizzically, understanding her unspoken question. Fry leaned closer, whispering she witnessed her parents perish. She hasn't come to terms with it yet. Fry, a kind-hearted boy known for his cheerful demeanor, now concealed a deep worry within his brown eyes, which Sherry could discern. She gently caressed Frey's cheek, saying, "The gods will protect us." Though a staunch atheist, Fry recognized that faith was the only anchor in such dire circumstances, And he echoed, "May the gods also protect the knights and militia fighting outside." "Fry, can't you converse with the gods in your dreams?" Sherry inquired, her eyes sparkling with hope. "You could petition them for assistance." Fry noticed many gazes, fervent and expectant, directed at him, the so-called favorite of the gods, and he forced a smile. "I've witnessed too much bloodshed today. I might not find sleep." At this, the fervent gazes dimmed, but Fry, quick-witted, raised his voice, adding, "But I will implore the gods to reveal a path to survival." A glimmer of hope rekindled in the eyes of the villagers surrounding him. "Child, what is your name?" Sherry asked, kneeling before Celis, wiping away the dried blood on her face with her sleeve. Celis, her gaze vacant, offered no response. "She is Celis, the daughter of Alan," Fry introduced. Alan. Upon hearing the name of a former maid who had once served her, Sherry was taken aback. Fry leaned closer, whispering, "Sherry, can we take her in?" Sherry nodded earnestly. "We must care for her in Alan's stead." Her gaze shifted to the head maid. "Tina," as she instructed, "Tina, take her to be cleaned." "I apologize, Miss Sherry, but I am a servant of the Kupa family," Tina replied, her tone reflecting her noble lineage, despite her family's decline. She relished showcasing her noble status, particularly in the presence of commoners, implying her reluctance to serve the peasant girl. "I am also the daughter of a commoner," Sherry retorted, taking Celis's hand and proceeding toward the sanctuary's entrance. Fry approached Tina, tugging at her skirt with a smile. "Aunt Tina, please kneel. I have a secret to share." Tina complied, and Fry leaned in, whispering, "Aunt Tina, in the eyes of the gods, there is no distinction between nobles and commoners. Your arrogance today may invoke divine retribution. A lesson imparted to me by the gods." Tina's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurried to catch up with Sherry and Celis, with Fry following closely. He had long realized that reasoning with individuals like Tina, entrenched in their noble beliefs, was futile. However, invoking the gods' teachings often compelled them to comply. "Miss Sherry, please forgive my earlier rudeness," Tina interjected, performing a noble bow. "Allow me to attend to this girl's cleansing." Before Sherry could grasp the situation, Tina seized Celis's hand and led her toward the bathing area. Sherry, glancing back at the self-satisfied Fry following her, quickly understood and asked, "What did you say to Tina?" "It's a secret," Fry replied, a smile playing on his lips. Fry had many secrets, and as his mother, Sherry knew that if he did not voluntarily divulge them, further inquiries would only lead to evasion. "Please hold Leah for a moment." Sherry passed her sister to Fry, her concern for Celis's treatment prompting her to follow closely. As Fry entertained Leah in his arms, he noticed her cold, unblinking gaze fixed on him. It struck him as peculiar that Leah had never cried since her birth, leading him to wonder if she was somehow impaired. Over time, Fry discovered that Leah simply preferred to observe the world around her silently, her crimson eyes hinting at a soul far older than her years. "Leah, tell me quietly, are you a time traveler?" Fry asked, having lost count of how many times he had posed the question. "If you are, look to the right. If not, look to the left." Leah closed her eyes, feigning ignorance, unresponsive to Fry's attempts at communication. Sighing, Fry reassured her, "Regardless of whether you are a time traveler, you will always be my sister in this life. And I will protect you." Leah opened her eyes wide, gazing at Fry with glistening tears. Fry smiled, playfully brushing his thumb against her delicate nose. "Girls who cry often don't grow up to be beautiful. Smile for me. I've yet to see you smile." Leah closed her eyes once more, pretending not to hear. "Hey Leah, don't ignore your brother. Give me a smile." Having such an aloof younger sister, Fry felt a headache looming in his future. Following Leah into the bathing room, Fry unexpectedly stumbled upon Tina assisting Celis in shedding her garments. However, upon being noticed by Sherry, who rushed out, Fry found himself wandering aimlessly within the stone fortress. He followed the booming voice of Lord Bernie Cooper as it echoed from the council chamber located on the third floor of the fortress. "Why are the food supplies so scant?" Bernie demanded, directing his ire at the warehouse overseer, Milan Wood, who had just informed him that the stock could barely sustain the population for 10 days. Beside them, the regent, Bellies Brella, interjected, "My Lord Bernie, the harvest festival is scheduled in 5 days. Traditionally, the harvest is gathered post-festival, yet the crops have been ravaged by the beasts outside. The livestock in the breeding grounds have also suffered, and as summer wanes, the remaining provisions in the warehouse are quite limited." It seemed they could only lead the populace in a desperate bid to seek refuge in Barren City under the protection of the Count. The aged knight, Sir Kane Base, clad in heavy black armor, abruptly stood and cast a resolute glance at Bernie. "My Lord Bernie, A decision must be made. Bernie slammed his hand on the table, outright rejecting Kane's suggestion. It is impossible to escape the tide of beasts with so many people. It would lead to their demise. With over 200 households in Kupa Village and at least 500 to 600 villagers taking shelter in the underground chapel, Fry believed Bernie's judgment was sound. Attempting to break through with merely a dozen knights was utterly futile. My lord Bernie, why not allocate the majority of the food to the common folk? We could take enough rations for the knights and nobles to break through to Baron City, Milan proposed. This unprecedented surge of beasts has no historical precedent within the Empire's annals. Even if the forces of Baron City were to emerge in their entirety, they might struggle against this wave of monsters. It is possible that Baron City is already besieged. If they are unable to ensure their own safety, how could they send troops to our aid? Kane harshly dismissed Milan's naive suggestion. My lord Bernie, both Kane and Milan present valid points. I find myself inclined towards Milan's suggestion. We must prioritize the nobles' relocation to Baron City. Should the Count refuse to deploy forces for our rescue, we can seek assistance from the Duke. Young Master Sean bears the blood of the Arnold family. The Duke would not abandon his kin in peril. Bellies also shared his views. Bernie, well aware of Milan and Bellies' cowardice, recognized that their primary concern lay in their own safety rather than that of the common folk. He pounded the table once more. Abandoning the populace is not the conduct of a lord. I shall never forsake a single one of my subjects. With a Bernie's outburst, silence enveloped the council chamber. Amidst the quiet, Fry, cradling Leah in his arms, slowly spoke. Uncle Bernie, every household has some provisions. If we were to collect the supplies from each family and reduce our rations, it might extend our sustenance for a while. Perhaps we could send someone to seek assistance from the Count. He may be willing to help us. Bernie's face lit up with delight upon Frey's suggestion, and he rushed to embrace him, placing him atop the council table, his earlier anger replaced by a warm smile. Fry, were you frightened? Fry returned the smile. If Uncle Mike had arrived a moment later, I might have been scared out of my wits. Laughter erupted in the chamber, dispelling the earlier tension. I hope I am not interrupting your serious discussion, Fry remarked. Not at all. Your idea is splendid and has greatly assisted me, Bernie replied, patting Frey's shoulder. Then you must reward me. When I grow up, you must appoint me as the regent of Cooper territory, Fry teased, inciting another round of laughter. Bernie laughed heartily, ruffling Frey's hair. Little one, when you grow up, if you wish, you could even become the Lord of Cooper. No, please don't. If you pass down the title to me, Brother Sean would surely chase me around with his sword. The room burst into laughter once more. Bernie then shifted the topic. Fry, where is your mother? She is in the bathing area. She should be done by now. Hunksy, Bernie called to the regent's assistant. Please fetch Miss Sherry. Before Hunksy could leave the chamber, the head maid, Tina, rushed in, panic-stricken. My lord Bernie, Miss Sherry and Lady Purse have had a dispute. And Lady Purse struck Miss Sherry. Upon hearing this, Bernie's expression hardened, and he left the council room with urgency, accompanied by Tina to the scene of the incident. Fry called out to Hunksy, requesting his assistants to be lifted off the table, eager to witness the unfolding drama. As they made their way, Fry thought to himself, oh no, it wasn't that he was worried about Sherry, but rather concerned about Lady Purse Clark, Bernie's second wife. Fry remembered that the last time Lady Purse had laid hands on Sherry, Bernie had thrown her into the dungeon for 3 days without food, showing no leniency towards his much younger wife. If it hadn't been for Frey's clandestine visits to the dungeon, bringing Purse food and telling her stories to comfort her, she might have sought vengeance upon their family once released. Fry silently prayed, Bernie, please do not present me with a death sentence. You have no idea how difficult it is to placate your wife. Following Bernie's lead, they arrived at the site of the altercation, the reception room on the first floor. A prominent handprint marred Sherry's left cheek, the culprit being the now restrained Purse, who continued to struggle against the maids. Serlise, cowering behind Sherry, appeared frightened. Dressed in old clothes once worn by Purse's son, Feynman, now torn in several places. Fry surmised the situation. Serlise had no clean clothes. So Sherry had asked Tina to find some of Feynman's old garments for Serlise to wear. Upon discovering this, Purse had been incensed that a common girl was wearing the carefully selected attire meant for her precious son. When Sherry intervened to prevent Purse from stripping the clothes from Serlise, a dispute ensued, resulting in Purse slapping Sherry in a fit of rage. The maids, witnessing the scene, quickly intervened to separate Purse, who felt her dignity as a lady had been compromised, leading her to escalate her tantrum. After hearing Tina recount the events, Frey's assumptions were confirmed. A Bernie approached Purse, who had been causing a ruckus, and immediately, she ceased her commotion. The maids released her. And after a few seconds of a Bernie's silent glare, a resounding slap echoed as he struck Purse across her delicate face, sending her sprawling to the ground. The slap was indeed too harsh. Even Fry couldn't bear to watch. With tears glimmering in her eyes, Persei covered her cheek marked with a red handprint. Struggling to stand tall and engage in a silent standoff with Abney, clearly unwilling to concede, silently protesting. As Abney raised his hand once more, Fry rushed to his side and tugged at his garment. Abney glanced down at Fry, who, with his small white teeth bared in a plea, implored, "Uncle Abney, please calm down. May I have a word with the lady?" After a moment's hesitation, Abney nodded. Fry handed the baby Leah to his mother and approached Persei, suggesting, "Madam, shall we converse in your chamber?" Unmoved, Persei remained steadfast until Fry, employing all his charms, finally coaxed her into the bedroom. Once the door was shut, Fry immediately performed an elaborate nobleman's bow, apologizing, "I sincerely regret that my mother, Shaylee, has caused you trouble, dear Sister Persei. I will certainly reprimand her upon our return." Fry shook Persei's arm playfully, adding, "Do not be angry, dear Sister Persei." Faced with Frey's playful antics, Persei initially attempted to suppress her laughter. Yet, she underestimated the power of Frey's charm. This was a side of him she had never witnessed before, contrasting starkly with her memories of him. Eventually, she couldn't resist, bursting into laughter, her anger dissipating significantly. Clearing his throat, Fry resumed his playful demeanor, teasing, "Is it truly that amusing, dear Sister Persei?" Her laughter rang like silver bells. "You look utterly ridiculous, nothing like yourself at all." Once the laughter faded, Persei adopted a serious expression. "I know you and Abney favor Shaylee. Not at all. I am a reasonable person. Shaylee's actions were indeed wrong. She took Feynman's clothing without your consent and gave it to another. I would be upset too." Persei nodded vigorously. "It's all that Shaylee's fault. Rest assured, I will surely reprimand her when we return, ensuring she feels utterly ashamed, too embarrassed to show her face for 3 days. Can you truly make her cry?" Persei's eyes sparkled with interest. Fry patted his chest confidently. "Of course. Remember how you cried when I told you stories before? You plan to tell her a story?" Persei's expression shifted, and she turned her back to Fry, deliberately huffing loudly. Fry approached her, observing her puffed cheeks. When their eyes met, Persei quickly turned away again, huffing once more. Fry, amused, said, "Dear Sister Persei, you misunderstand. I'm not suggesting I tell Shaylee a story. Rather, I intend to convey that I possess the capability to make her cry. I don't believe you. If you doubt me, I shall demonstrate it right before your eyes." "Really?" Curiosity piqued, Persei turned back. Fry grinned, then added, "However, I have a condition. If I succeed in making Shaylee cry, you must apologize to Uncle Abney." "Humph." Persei turned away again, annoyed. "Uncle Abney is quite upset. If you do not soften your stance, he may lose face in front of everyone. If he were to explode in anger and imprison you in the dungeon, I would not bring you food. Nor would anyone be there to tell you stories to lull you to sleep." Persei's expression wavered, and Fry pressed on, "Consider the rats in the dungeon. With monsters roaming outside, they cannot venture out for food. Starving, they would scurry towards you, nibbling at your delicate face. Are you not afraid?" Persei's face paled at the thought. Gripping Frey's wrist and casting him a pitiful glance, "Will you truly not come to keep me company?" Fry maintained a serious demeanor, continuing to frighten her. "Even if I did, it would be futile. Look at my delicate skin. Those famished rats would surely devour me down to the bones before they even reached you. Then, what should I do? What else but to apologize to Uncle Abney? It's not as if you must genuinely admit fault. Merely uttering the words will suffice. A few words could spare you from imprisonment, allowing you to enjoy a sumptuous dinner and a cozy bed, attended by maids. If you cannot even manage that, then you truly are a fool, and fools deserve to be locked in dungeons and nibbled by rats." Fry employed a bit of reverse psychology. Persei, now flustered, shouted, "I am not a fool." Fry scrutinized her indecisive face, probing, "So, do you truly wish to apologize to Uncle Abney?" Persei's gaze wavered, and she earnestly asked, "If I end up in the dungeon, will you still come to keep me company?" Fry, sensing victory, smiled, "Of course. How could I bear to see the enchanting Persei, akin to a youthful goddess, languishing alone in a dungeon? Are you not afraid of the rats?" "Not in the least. If they wish to nibble on your beautiful face, they must first gnaw on my bones. Then you will tell me stories at night?" "Absolutely. I shall regale you with tales until dawn." And you must make Shaylee cry. Percy, I reminded him. Fry chuckled. Agreed. We shall go forth. I will handle making Shaylee cry, while you will apologize to Uncle Abney. In front of all. Fry took Percy I's hand and approached Abney. Fry walked directly to Shaylee, saying, Shaylee, lean in. I have something to whisper. Confused, Shaylee complied, and Fry leaned closer, urgently whispering. Please, Shaylee shed a tear. Shaylee paused, bewildered, and Fry reiterated, just cry. Why? Shaylee inquired, puzzled. I will explain later, just do it. After a moment of silence, she replied, I cannot cry. Think of something that saddens you. As Shaylee's thoughts deepened, she recalled her father, her childhood, and how, while other girls played with their fathers, she sat alone on a haystack, watching them smile. With that memory, tears welled in her eyes. Perfect. Fry turned to Percy I, signaling with a glance. He then returned to Shaylee, wiping her tears with his sleeve and smiling. You've done well, Shaylee. Percy I, initially shocked, took a moment to process Shaylee's tear-streaked face. Fry had fulfilled his promise, and as a member of the Clark family, bound by noble upbringing, Percy I, despite her reluctance, knew she must uphold her word. I was wrong. Yaboni was enveloped in a prolonged silence, evidently taken aback by the unexpected contrition displayed by the usually obstinate Percival. He scrutinized Fry with keen interest. With a stern expression, Yaboni commanded, You must apologize to Miss Sherry. Percival's gaze fell upon Sherry, and with gritted teeth, he managed to utter, I am sorry. Sherry, momentarily flustered, was only brought to speak when Fry gently nudged her arm, prompting her to understand his intent. She then said, I apologize for borrowing Fineman's clothing without the lady's consent. You will not dine tonight. Yaboni glared at Percival and then surveyed the other maids. None of you are to deliver food to the lady this evening. Percival, indignant, shot a defiant look at Yaboni, but Fry, concerned about further complications, quickly took Percival aside, cheerfully assuring, Do not worry, Sister Percival. Wait for me in your room tonight. I shall bring you delicious treats. How did you make Sherry cry? What did you say to her? Percival cast a fiery glance at him. Sister Percival, do you truly wish to know? Fry smiled, narrowing his eyes. Percival nodded vigorously. Then show me your tears, and I shall tell you. Percival playfully pinched Fray's cheek. You little rascal. Once the crowd dispersed, Yaboni led Sherry to the parlor and got straight to the point. Miss Sherry, I wish to employ your father's name to write a letter of appeal to the Lord of Benu City. Given your father's past ties with the Benoit family, Lord Bedwy will surely send aid. What must I do? Sherry inquired. You need only grant me permission to use your father's name. Sherry nodded and suggested. I could write another letter to Brother Way under my own name, explaining the current plight of Kupa Village. Given our childhood friendship, he will not stand by idly. Ultimately, Yaboni entrusted 3 letters to Hongxi, instructing him that the first 2, signed by Sherry and her father, must be delivered to the Lord of Benu City, while the third should go to Misold Kylan, the president of the Benu City Merchant Guild. Hongxi, unexpectedly tasked with such a significant mission, trembled as he accepted the letters. A mere scribe in the shadows, he bowed deeply to Yaboni, pledging his resolve. Lord Yaboni, I swear on the honor of the Joni family that I will deliver the letters to Benu City, even at the cost of my life. Yaboni and several prominent figures from Kupa Village personally accompanied Hongxi to the lookout tower atop Stone Fortress to see him off, while Fry followed closely behind Sherry, accompanied by Celis, eager to witness the spectacle. The messenger's steed was a griffin, a creature with the body of a lion and the wings of a raven, its dark plumage gleaming in the sunlight. People in this world often referred to griffins as paid, a name signifying pride and true to its nature. Paid is a spirit beast notoriously difficult to tame, thus aristocrats often chose it as a mount to showcase their status. This was the sole griffin in all of Kupa Village and Yaboni's most cherished steed, named Yasvi Kupa, a name that clearly indicated the affection with which Yaboni raised Yasvi, as if he were his own son. Yasvi's flight was swift, capable of reaching Benu City in just 2 days. Before departure, Yaboni gave Hongxi's shoulders a reassuring pat. With the crowd watching, Hongxi mounted Yasvi, and the griffin soared into the sky at an astonishing speed, resembling a black glider as it sped northward. After flying approximately 4,000 to 5,000 meters and approaching a stretch of crimson twilight, a colossal shadow suddenly emerged behind the glowing horizon. A golden eye peeked through the gaps in the clouds, and before anyone could discern the monstrous figure lurking in the mist, the vast expanse of crimson twilight and Hongxi on Yasvi were both engulfed by a gaping maw akin to an abyss. As the twilight faded, a six-winged black dragon. Its form stretching for miles, loomed over the scarlet sky. Wow, wow. Leah, nestled in Sherry's arms, became excited, extending her tiny hands toward the dragon. Fry carefully took Leah from Sherry, adjusting her position so she could behold the magnificent creature, and at last, Leah ceased her fussing. Leah, do you recognize that black dragon? Fry whispered softly in her ear. Wow, was all Leah could manage in her infantile voice. Chapter 4 Lord Flani, please accompany us to the stone fortress. Inside the grand hall of the small temple, Mike, having removed his helmet, was earnestly persuading the obstinate high priest Flani. Flani knelt beside an injured militiaman, applying a dark green ointment to his severed limb, causing the young man to grit his teeth in pain. Flani's right hand hovered over the stump, emanating a holy radiance. The gentle white light descended upon the wound, swiftly staunching the flow of blood. The militiaman's tense features relaxed as Flani delegated the task of bandaging to his apprentice, Shaosha, and moved to inspect another casualty. Lord Flani, this place is perilous. We must leave at once, Mike reiterated, his tone firmer. Outside the small temple, a barrier held, preventing the magical beasts from breaching for the moment. However, as more and more beasts converged, a dark tide encircled the temple. Once night fell, the difficulty of breaking free would multiply. If they did not leave before nightfall, the entire village would be overwhelmed, and the temple itself would be besieged. Leaving no chance of escape, Mike resolved to adopt a more assertive stance. Should the high priest remain uncooperative, he would resort to more forceful measures, even binding Flani if necessary, to ensure his safe passage to the stone fortress and fulfill the Lord's orders. Lord Flani. Mike began to threaten, but Flani, sensing his intent through the look in his eyes, interrupted with a piercing gaze. Protecting the townsfolk is your duty as knights, while healing the wounded is a sacred mission bestowed upon us by the gods. Please do not hinder our work. Let us tend to the injured first before discussing anything else. If we do not treat these wounded, they risk losing their lives to blood loss or the worsening of their injuries. As the foremost authority here, I, High Priest Flani, cannot stand idly by while they are carried out as cold corpses. Seeing Flani's resolute determination, the young Lord Sean, with his thick black hair and handsome visage, approached Mike and placed a hand on his shoulder. Mike, we shall split into 2 squads and draw the beast tide away from the village, buying Lord Flani more time to treat the injured. Previously, the knights had expended much of their magical power to shield the villagers as they retreated to the stone fortress. If they ventured into the throng of beasts again before their magic was restored, they risked the lives of their fellow knights. As the heir to the knight commander, Mike would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Lord Sean, not all knights possess boundless magical energy like you do, Mike gently reminded, declining Sean's proposal. Understood. Sean flashed a bright smile, donned his helmet once more, and strode towards the temple's entrance alone. What a headstrong young lord, Mike lamented inwardly, re-equipping his knightly helmet to follow Sean. Brothers, rest is over. Let us accompany the young lord to stretch his legs. At Mike's command, the knights rose in unison, donning their helmets and trailing behind Sean. Regardless of Sean's obstinacy, he was the son of Lord Abney, the young master of Kupa Village, and as his vassals, the knights could not allow their lord to face danger alone. From the moment they swore their allegiance as knights, they had accepted the resolve to sacrifice for their master. Sean turned back to the knights following him, astonished. Everyone, our lives combined do not equal the worth of our young lord. If he is unafraid, how can we be cowards? The youngest knight, Oji, exclaimed with a laugh, just as the knightly squad was about to step out of the temple. Loxy and Dolly approached them. What do you need us to do? Loxy inquired. This is a matter for our knightly order. It does not concern outsiders. Stay back. Mike curtly dismissed Loxy and Dolly's request to join. Undeterred, Loxy fixed his gaze on Sean. Loxy, Dolly, you will remain in the small temple to protect everyone, Sean commanded. After the knightly squad exited the temple, the roars of the beasts faded into the distance. As the sun began to sink below the treetops, the knights returned victorious. Upon entering the small temple, several knights collapsed against the walls, exhausted. After removing their helmets, their faces were pale, lips tinged with purple, and they were drenched in sweat, appearing utterly spent. Only Sean and Mike appeared slightly better. Beads of sweat clung to Sean's hair, while Mike leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. This is a sign of magical exhaustion. Flani quickly instructed his attendants to bring forth holy water. After each knight drank the sacred liquid, their weary appearances began to improve. Flani waved his sleeve, and a holy light fell upon them like snowflakes, restoring some color to their pallid faces. Sean scanned the hall, noting the bandaged militia men before fixing his gaze on Flonny. "Lord Flonny, have all the injured been treated?" Flonny nodded in affirmation. "Time is of the essence, Lord Flonny. We shall escort you to the stone fortress immediately." Mike promptly stood, but stumbled back 2 steps, managing to brace himself against the wall to avoid falling. "What about these wounded? Lord Abney instructed us to ensure your safe passage to the stone fortress. As for these common soldiers, they are not our priority," Mike bluntly stated. Upon hearing this, Loxy sprang to his feet, confronting Mike with palpable anger. They were injured fighting for Kupa Village. Their comrades even sacrificed their lives. Mike pushed Loxy back with a palm against his chest, asserting, "The true fighters for Kupa Village are us, not your common soldiers." "Mike." Loxy seethed, raising his fist to strike Mike's face. Sean swiftly intervened, restraining Loxy's fist. "Loxy, calm down. Mike does not mean to abandon your men." "Then what do you mean?" Loxy's gaze was sharp, piercing through Mike. "Humph," Mike scoffed. Sean interjected, "We shall first escort Lord Flonny to the stone fortress. After our brothers have rested, we will return to assist the others in retreating." "I wish to stay here to care for the injured," Flonny interjected suddenly. "There are magical formations surrounding the temple. The beasts cannot breach easily. You need only send someone periodically to deliver food." Given the Lord's directive to ensure the safe escort of High Priest Flonny to the stone fortress, Mike was taken aback by Flonny's lack of cooperation, which was quite vexing. Sean then had a moment of inspiration. "Lord Flonny, there are also many injured within the stone fortress. They require your assistance. Let us all relocate to the stone fortress," Flonny declared, immediately shifting his stance. "Prepare stretchers. Not a single one of the injured shall be left behind. We must transport them all to the stone fortress." "Lord Flonny, forgive my candor," Mike began, but Sean quickly patted his shoulder, signaling him to refrain. Flonny scrutinized Mike before resuming his inspection of the injured. "Where shall we find stretchers?" Mike vented his frustration with a fist against the wall. "I have a solution," Loxy suddenly announced. Before long, Loxy led the militia to fashion a makeshift stretcher using 2 long spears and some clothing, binding 2 shields together to create another rudimentary stretcher. Just as darkness began to descend, they finally prepared all the stretchers. Loxy and Sean agreed on a formation for their movement. Over 30 militia members, equipped with shields and spears, formed a protective shield wall around the perimeter, while Sean, along with 19 knights, divided into 4 teams, with the 2 largest teams tasked with leading the charge and guarding the rear, while the remaining 2 teams safeguarded the flanks. With everything in place, the High Priest Flonny, leading the temple staff, marched at the front of the procession, carrying the incapacitated wounded on stretchers in the center. This assemblage of knights, militia, clergy, and injured individuals departed from the small temple, heading toward the stone fortress in Kupa Village, steadfastly fending off the attacks of beasts along the way. On the 3rd floor of the fortress, Fry gazed from the window, observing the approaching group from a distance. Beasts poured from various streets, converging into 3 streams, attacking from the front, right flank, and rear. Fry attempted to discern the beasts' patterns of movement, and suddenly noticed 3 conspicuous figures. Miss Delina, a priestess clad in deep blue robes, the mercenary Uncle Henry, distinguished by his radiant golden hair, and the knight, young Ogi Ray, riding a fiery red steed. "Red, yellow, blue," Fry murmured, his pupils constricting, primary colors. He recalled a renowned wildlife documentary that mentioned how most animals are colorblind, perceiving only shades of black, white, and gray, with only a few being sensitive to specific colors. Red signifies blood, aiding animals in tracking prey. Yellow represents flames, guiding them away from forest fires. Blue indicates toxicity, helping them avoid poisonous fruits. Beasts share these animalistic traits. Fry realized, his gaze fixated on Henry's striking golden hair. Memories of earlier encounters with the fox demon flashed through his mind. Indeed, it was Saratha's golden locks that had saved his life. Perhaps he could exploit the beast's inherent tendencies against them, Fry pondered thoughtfully. As Fry made this significant discovery, the group from the small temple found themselves in peril. The leading knights became separated by the torrent of beasts, momentarily ensnared, while the monstrous tide surged through the shield wall formed by the frontline militia, scattering their formation and surging toward the blue-robed priestess Delina. In a state of panic, Delina broke away from the group, tumbling into an alley only to be surrounded by beasts emerging from all directions, leaving her with no escape. Climbing onto the roof of a stone house, she hurled azure fireballs to fend off the beasts attempting to reach her. Witnessing his subordinate in dire straits, Flonny pushed through the crowd, eager to rescue Delina, but was halted by Mike, who jumped down from his horse. "My lord Flonny, it's too dangerous over there. Get out of my way," Flonny cried, kicking Mike to the ground and seizing the knight's sword from his grasp. Before Mike could react, he watched Flonny's retreating figure, wielding the knight's sword, carving a bloody path through the horde of beasts. Unfortunately, Flonny arrived just moments too late. The beast that had climbed onto the roof had already bitten through Delina's neck, leaving him with only her mangled corpse. Flonny removed his purple robe and draped it over Delina's lifeless body. Sean, Mike, and two other knights rushed to Flonny's side to assist. Flonny cast a cold glare at Mike, seemingly blaming him for Delina's misfortune. With a resounding clang, Flonny raised the knight's sword and struck it against the stone well, sparks flying as the blade shattered into two pieces, one half plunging into the well. Flonny threw the broken sword at Mike's feet. "You are unworthy to wield this sword." Mike paused for a moment, then bent down to pick up the broken knight's sword, silently sheathing it. As Sean and the others escorted Flonny back to the group, OGI, stationed at the rear, faced a fierce onslaught of beasts. His startled horse reared violently, throwing OGI to the ground. "Oya! Oya!" OGI called desperately. No matter how he whistled or shouted, the frightened Oya galloped away, heedless of his calls, racing toward the outskirts of the village. Thanks to this runaway steed, most of the beasts were drawn away, allowing the group to retreat into the fortress safely. Once inside, OGI found a secluded corner and removed his helmet, wiping away his tears. Oya was known as the most temperamental warhorse in the village, once belonging to Knight Captain King. This fierce old mare had been the pride of every knight during their youth, each striving to tame her, only to be unceremoniously thrown off. Even Sean, the best rider among them, had suffered her wrath. As the youngest knight, OGI had been the last to be knighted, and there existed an unspoken tradition among the knights to ride Oya on the day of their knighthood to demonstrate their bravery. On the day OGI received his sword, he was hoisted onto Elia's back. Despite being the youngest, he had often been tasked with caring for the stables, and perhaps due to his frequent visits to feed her, Oya had surprisingly shown him gentleness when he mounted her. From that moment, OGI earned a unique title, the knight chosen by Oya. Over the years, they had developed a profound bond. Memories of feeding Oya, brushing her back, and galloping along the banks of the Odimblera River flashed through OGI's mind. Noticing OGI hiding and crying, Mike approached from behind and patted his shoulder firmly. "OGI, you're no longer a child. Stop hiding and crying." OGI turned away from Mike. "Do you think Oya will survive?" Given the countless beasts outside, it seemed unlikely for Oya to have made it. Understanding the depth of OGI's bond with her, Mike remained silent for a moment before offering, "Perhaps. The red-maned Ulstert is a rare breed." Ulstert, meaning the swift one, is a mythical beast resembling a horse but larger and more robust, typically serving as mounts for knights. OGI sniffled and turned to face Mike, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "Oya will survive. She is the best Ulstert." Fry eagerly made his way to the outer fortress, intending to greet his father Loxy with a smile, but as he noticed Loxy's grave expression, his smile faltered. Loxy held a boy in his arms, whom Fry recognized as Bearston, the youngest recruit among the militia. Bearston bore a conspicuous bite mark on his neck and appeared incredibly pale, clearly frozen in the moment of his youth forever. "Fry, where are the villagers?" Upon their reunion after the calamity, Fry did not expect Loxy's first words to be such. Fry hesitated. "They are in the temple." Loxy strode purposefully towards the entrance of the mausoleum, leading his subordinates. Fry stealthily followed behind the militia, counting their numbers. At present, there were only 31 able-bodied militiamen, each bearing varying degrees of injury. The remaining 26 were gravely wounded, some being supported by others, while others were being carried, having lost the ability to move independently. The most tragic among them, Uncle Negan, had lost both legs and his right arm. Fry could scarcely fathom how Uncle Negan would confront his incomplete existence henceforth. Upon reaching the chapel, Fry observed the warehouse officer, Milan, distributing dinner to the villagers alongside the maids. The meal consisted of baked, cubicle dough, dark bread. A maid wielding a knife sliced 2 pieces of the dark bread for a villager collecting food. The inhabitants of this world had yet to fully grasp the use of yeast. Aside from brewing, Fry had scarcely witnessed its application elsewhere, as if the concept of yeast was altogether foreign to them. Without yeast in their bread making, the texture was predictably dry and hard, exceedingly difficult to swallow. Nevertheless, It was a cost-effective means of satiating hunger, albeit lacking in other virtues. Are you cowardly traitors seeking to hide here for the rest of your lives? Loxi's thunderous inquiry interrupted the maid's distribution of bread, drawing the collective gaze of the villagers towards him. His question reverberated throughout the chapel for an extended period, eventually compelling the deserters, who had concealed themselves among the villagers, to timidly step forward at his command. Do you see the warriors behind me? Loxi's piercing gaze swept over the shrinking deserters and their absent brethren, who had resolved to etch their honor into gravestones, fighting against the beasts until their very last breath. Loxi's voice grew increasingly resolute, striking at the hearts of the deserters and resonating within their souls. Do I need to remind you of your identities? Must I emphasize the responsibilities you bear? The deserters averted their eyes, unable to meet Loxi's penetrating stare, fearful of his reproach. Loxi turned to the youth in his arms, Burston, who had been a member of the guard for a year. Initially, he would weep at the howls echoing from the forest during night duty. Yet he still offered his life, fighting until the end. Look at those of you who once mocked Burston as a coward, now hiding here under the protection of a mere recruit. Do you not feel ashamed? Silence enveloped the vast chapel, and the deserters lowered their heads further. Loxi gently placed Burston's lifeless body upon the altar and approached one of the deserters, drawing the black dagger from his waist. Under the terrified gaze of the deserter, he gripped his face with one hand and, with the other, made a deep cut across his right cheek. All eyes in the chapel were fixed on Loxi's actions. And an even more astonishing sight unfolded as he personally inflicted a cut upon each deserter's right cheek. When he concluded, he spoke once more, according to imperial law. Deserters are to be executed. Yet, the Lord has granted you an opportunity for atonement. The disgrace of fleeing today will be forever marked upon your faces. The villagers present will see the scars and remember that you were once deserters. You shall bear the shame for the remainder of your lives. But should you muster the courage to fight again, you may still earn the scars of honor. As Loxi's words resonated, Fry found himself profoundly moved by this father figure. Younger than himself in spirit, were he to occupy Loxi's position, he might not have devised a more effective means of punishing the deserters, perhaps resorting instead to the brutality of execution. In contrast, Loxi's approach appeared astute, rather than diminishing his forces. He sought to awaken their sense of duty through the shame of their marks, potentially alleviating some of their fear of the beasts. Despite Loxi's clever handling of the situation, it remained a case of mending the barn after the sheep had fled. Fry counted the deserters present, 163, surpassing the number of militiamen who had fought. This exposed issues in Loxi's training regimen, which had focused solely on physical conditioning and combat skills while neglecting psychological fortitude and ideological education. This oversight had directly led to their collapse in will when confronted by an insurmountable enemy. However, one could not be overly critical of Loxi. After all, he was merely a 23-year-old youth who had assumed the position of militia captain at the tender age of 20. Although Loxi had received knightly training, he remained an inexperienced young officer, his understanding and thought processes constrained by the limitations of his era, relying on conventional methods of military training. Moreover, the militiamen under his command were not professional soldiers. Without their weapons, they were but ordinary villagers. Milan, as a penalty, please refrain from distributing food to these deserters today. Their rations should instead be awarded to those valiant warriors, Loxi proposed, directing his gaze at Officer Milan. Understood, Milan nodded in acknowledgement, as the atmosphere lightened somewhat. The head maid, Tina, who had quietly appeared in the chapel, finally spoke. Lord Loxi, Lord Abney invites you and your family to a dinner. Very well. Loxi replied with a nod. Lord Milan, Lord Abney has also extended an invitation to you, Tina added. Milan displayed a look of surprise. He understood that the Lord intended to host a dinner, initially believing it to be a reward for the valiant knights. However, the invitation also implied that the Lord would announce something of great significance, potentially concerning the survival of Kupa Village, hoping to garner Milan's support. Subsequently, Tina relayed Lord Abney's invitation to the various officials. Just as she was about to depart, a portly nobleman, Kaweno Mengo, seized her arm, halting her. Tina, was I not invited by Lord Abney? Kaweno had been Abney's tutor in reading and writing during his youth. In this world, the status of a teacher equated to that of a godfather, obligating students to support their teachers in adulthood. Thus, even when Abney discovered that Kaweno, serving as the village tax officer, had embezzled funds, he refrained from punishment, instead allowing him to resign from his position to preserve the teacher's dignity. Thereafter, Abney continued to provide Kawino with a substantial annual pension. In his retirement, Kawino took great pleasure in boasting about his status as Abney's teacher to other noblemen. Tina, recognizing his status, gracefully performed a noble's greeting, her demeanor amiable. "I am terribly sorry, Lord Kawino, but your name does not appear on Lord Abney's guest list." "What? What?" Kawino's neck flushed crimson. I am Abney's teacher. How? Is it possible that I was not invited?" Seizing the opportunity while Kawino was still astonished, Tina withdrew her arm from his grasp. "I will consult with Lord Abney once more. If he extends an invitation to you, I will inform you." Very well, very well." Kawino wiped the sweat from his brow, having just boasted to the nobles that he was certainly invited to the Lord's dinner. After Tina's figure disappeared through the chapel's grand doors, the invited nobles began to leave in succession. Kawino received 2 pieces of dark bread and a thumb-sized piece of salted meat from the maid distributing rations, signifying his complete exclusion from the dinner invitation. The noblemen who had previously heard Jaiwanor's boastful claims turned their curious gazes upon him, eager to witness the expression with which he would consume this unpalatable peasant fare. Jaiwanor's face flushed crimson. He was loath to be the first noble to sample such common food, yet the gnawing emptiness in his stomach urged him to bring the morsels to his lips. To his surprise, an illegitimate daughter had also been invited. A young noblewoman noticed the Rossi family stepping out of the temple to attend the banquet. Traditionally, important feasts attended by knights prohibited the presence of women, not even allowing the hostess' wife to participate, unless she was either a knight or the master of the banquet. With a perplexed exclamation from a lady of the court, the collective attention of the nobles shifted to the retreating figure of Sherry. In the noble circles of Kupa Village, a rumor circulated that Sherry was the offspring of the lord and a leather artisan, leading them to refer to her disparagingly as the Bast daughter. Before Jaiwanor served as the tax collector in Kupa Village, he had been in the service of the imperial family and had acted as an envoy to the northern kingdoms. Thus, he was one of the few nobles privy to some details regarding Sherry's lineage. He seized the opportunity to flaunt this knowledge as a badge of honor. Miss Sherry, though a bastard, possessed a lineage more noble than that of young Master Sean. It was widely acknowledged that Lord Yaboni's first wife, Sean's mother, was the daughter of the Duke of the South, a bloodline more esteemed than that of the Duke's family, leaving only the royal bloodline as superior. This revelation sent shockwaves through the gathering, igniting fervent discussions among the nobles about Sherry's origins. One erudite young noble, well-versed in the history of the Galter Empire, sought confirmation from Jaiwanor. Could it be that Miss Sherry was the orphan child of the late Emperor Herman? Current Emperor Leo, Herman's brother, was not the legitimate heir to the throne, having ascended through treachery and fratricide. Consequently, after Leo's coronation, he endeavored to erase all traces of Herman's legacy. Even the extensive imperial histories barely mentioned Herman, and in remote border towns like Kupa, many nobles were entirely unaware of such an emperor's existence. Jaiwanor, feigning profundity, shook his head. At this moment, the nobles were captivated by the enigma surrounding Sherry's heritage, their attention diverted from Jaiwanor's earlier failed boast. And no one seemed to care about his expression as he bit into the peasant food. With a smug satisfaction, Jaiwanor began to chew on the dark bread and salted meat. He suddenly realized that the peasant fare was not as distasteful as he had imagined, perhaps buoyed by the delight of possessing a secret. Yet, this secret was one he would never divulge. He had witnessed the ruthless methods employed by that lord. Should the lord learn that this information had escaped his lips, Jaiwanor knew he would meet a grim fate. His survival thus far was attributed to his cleverness and his understanding of what should remain unspoken. Even without explicit instructions from the lord, Jaiwanor would carry this secret to his grave. Chapter 5. The stone fortress has stood proudly atop the highest hill in Kupa Village for 2 centuries. On the second floor of the fortress lies a grand hall specifically designed for hosting feasts between monarchs and their vassals. At the heart of the hall stands a magnificent stone table, measuring an impressive 12 meters in length. The tabletop is a single slab of naturally formed rock, its surface smooth and adorned with shimmering golden veins that radiate from the center towards the 4 corners. Beneath this colossal slab, 12 intricately carved legs support its weight, the designs evoking a sense of familiarity in Fry, who pondered for a while before recalling similar carvings on the pillars of a small shrine. These depicted the tale of the knightly god Heimdall. Priest Alina had once recounted this story to Fry. The Rainbow Bridge serves as the passage to the divine realm of Asgard, and Heimdall, the guardian of this bridge, valiantly repelled the frost titans who sought to invade the heavens during a time long before humanity's existence. The reliefs on the 12 table legs narrate Heimdall's courageous stand against the frost titans. As the protector deity and the principal god venerated by knights, Heimdall holds a uniquely significant position within the Gault Empire. The first emperor, Laemon, hailed from the order of the Holy Temple Knights, and, 5 centuries ago, led the knightly class in overthrowing the temple's dominion, thus founding the Gault Empire. The seating arrangements for the feasts are inscribed in the Noble Etiquette Codex of the Gault Empire, with positions dictated by the attendee's rank. At the far end of the right side of the long table is the esteemed seat of the host. Crafted from the finest white heartwood from the southern regions of the empire, embellished with a gilded relief of Odin, the god of order, and upholstered with pristine white fur, making it a throne fit only for the sovereign, Sir Abney. To the right of the host's seat is the knight's seat, adorned with reliefs of swords and shields, its embellishments wrapped in silver foil. To the left of the host's seat lies the sage's seat, featuring reliefs of books and quills, wrapped in a blue metallic foil. This particular metal, known as Vanir steel or blue steel, is produced in the Vanir Desert of the eastern continent and is slightly more abundant than gold or silver. Its unique property of storing magical energy renders it the primary material for forging magical artifacts. Knight Commander Cain occupies the chief position at the knight's seat. Traditionally, this position would belong to the noblest young lord, Sean, of the knightly order. However, following the etiquette of noble mentorship, Sean, as a student, must yield the more prestigious seat to his teacher Cain to demonstrate respect. In the hierarchy of noble society on mid-continent, the monarch holds the highest status, followed by the teacher who imparts knowledge or skills, and then the parents who have nurtured them. In the knight's seating arrangement, Commander Cain sits at the head, followed by young Lord Sean, Cain's heir, Mike, and the youngest knight, the recently knighted Augie, at the tail. The title of knight is not merely a position but a noble identity, a supreme honor among the aristocracy. Even Belis, the governor of Kupa, bows to the youngest knight Augie with respect. Rossi holds the position of the militia captain, a role commanding armed forces, just below that of the territorial governor. Therefore, Rossi's seat is positioned directly behind Governor Belis. Following Rossi are the seats of the tax officer, white and green, who oversees fiscal matters, and the storehouse officer, Milan, responsible for territorial supplies. These four constitute the most crucial officials of Kupa, with lesser-ranked officials seated thereafter, their assistants following in accordance with their superiors' ranks. Feyman, the second son of Abney, occupies a seat behind these assistants, alongside Rossi's son, Fry. According to tradition, assistants and children like Feyman and Fry are typically not permitted to attend the monarch's dinner. However, due to the sudden onslaught of magical beasts, the adults present face the potential of sacrifice, allowing their successors, assistants, and heirs such as Fry and Feyman to make an exception this evening. In the noble traditions of mid-continent, illegitimate children lack legitimate noble status and even the rights of prospective heirs. Often excluded from noble society, bastards like Dali, born of noble and commoner unions, must attain knighthood to gain a lawful noble identity, or else they are barred from entering the noble realm, let alone attending a monarch's feast. Thus, the presence of the illegitimate daughter, Sherry, at the monarch's banquet unsettled many noble officials who held traditional values, particularly after Sherry's refusal to accept the chief sage's seat offered by Governor Belis. The young assistants cast her looks of surprise, envy, or anger. Sherry has never involved herself in village matters nor held any position therein. As such, she declined the chief sage's seat and chose to sit adjacent to Fry, occupying the last position at the sage's table. In a gesture of respect towards Sherry, Belis refrained from taking the chief seat, opting instead for the second position. Belis's action appeared entirely reasonable to the older officials who suspected Sherry's origins, as her status could even warrant her sitting at the host's place, receiving honors from Abney. However, to the younger assistants, this seemed merely a favoritism towards an illegitimate daughter, with Belis's obsequiousness disregarding noble traditions. Whispers circulated among the young aides, speculating about Sherry's status as a bastard. These murmurs reached Frey's ears, yet he regarded his sister, Leah, as the most esteemed presence at the banquet. Seated in the most revered position of all, what could surpass the honor of resting beside Abney? With 20 knights seated and 21 sages in position, the assembly of 42 commenced amidst the distant howls of magical beasts, heralding the beginning of the Kupa Village monarch's feast. As the food was laid upon the table, Abney turned his attention to Rossi, suddenly speaking. "Rossi, I have heard that the militia has suffered considerable losses." At this, the murmurs regarding Sherry ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned to Rossi, who rose from his seat and approached Abney, bowing earnestly in deference. The militia comprised a total of 271 members, with 108 deployed, resulting in 50 casualties and 26 severely injured, a grievous toll for the militia, and Rossi accepted full accountability for the oversight. In Kupa, officials typically report good news to Abney, well aware of his temperament. Thus, Rossi's forthrightness set him apart among his peers. He never sought to display his accomplishments before Abney, a trait stemming from his knightly education. Prior to Rossi's formal appointment, the previous governor, Brig, and the patriarchs of other families had repeatedly advised Abney against allowing a commoner like Rossi to serve as militia captain. The patriarch of the Stir family, Brig, is an esteemed elder of 89 years, who served as the mentor to Lord Abney, the current ruler. Long before Abney's birth, Brig was already the governor of the Kupa territory, wielding his authority for an impressive 31 years. Out of respect and trust for his mentor, the former lord entrusted Brig with the power to appoint officials across the Kupa domain, allowing him to consolidate power during his tenure. In a bid to ingratiate themselves with Brig, numerous noble families gravitated towards him, even encouraging their talented youths to regard him as their teacher. Brig, in turn, elevated his pupils, fostering a faction of elites that nearly monopolized the positions of authority within Kupa. It was not until 27 years ago, when the returning Abney resolved to embrace the lordship, accompanied by his travel companion, Bellies, whom he appointed as the new governor, that Brig's era came to a close. Although Brig stepped down, a significant number of posts within Kupa remained occupied by his former students, preserving his influential stature and venerable reputation. Following the death of the previous militia captain, Brig had recommended his youngest son, Valen, for the position. However, Abney chose to appoint the knight Loci, who was constrained by his lineage from receiving knighthood, leading to Brig harboring resentment towards Loci. This animosity was largely fueled by Loci's adoptive father, Cain, who, if Brig was the teacher of all officials, was the mentor of all knights. Throughout Brig's 31 years in power, Cain often opposed him, remaining unyielding despite Brig's authority as governor. Brig's disdain for Loci resulted in the majority of officials aligned with his interests distancing themselves from Loci, isolating him and rendering him one of Abney's few loyal subjects. Loci frequently advocated for the commoners, incurring the ire of many nobles who kept a watchful eye on him, eager for any misstep. With the recent onslaught of beasts, the militia suffered heavy losses, providing an opportunity for the nobles who disdained Loci to voice their grievances. Encouraged by Brig's insinuations, they confronted Lord Abney, denouncing Loci's incompetence. Despite Loci's straightforward nature, he was not foolish. Otherwise, he would not have held the position of militia captain for 3 years. Prior to the banquet, Cain had caught wind of the brewing discontent and advised Loci to preemptively apologize. In truth, Abney had no intention of holding Loci accountable. He merely sought to gauge the extent of the militia's losses as lamented by the nobles. However, Loci's self-reproach shifted the atmosphere to one of tension. Abney's silence, which was misinterpreted by those present as disapproval of Loci, drew a mix of sympathetic, mocking, and gleeful gazes towards him. Bellies, perhaps sensing Abney's true thoughts, broke the silence, stating, "Even in the annals of the Empire, there are few records of beast tides. It is understood that the militia alone cannot confront such monsters. Nevertheless, the courage exhibited by the militia in this unexpected calamity is a testament to Captain Loci's training. While the losses were significant, their sacrifices provided sufficient time for the villagers to seek refuge in the stone fortress. Captain Loci and the militia have fulfilled their duties. In my humble opinion, the immediate priority should be to console the families of the fallen militia and to provide timely compensation and commendation to those severely injured." Abney nodded, turning to Loci to pose a critical question. "I have heard that many fled the battlefield. Loci, how do you intend to deal with these deserters?" "In response, my lord, I have marked a scar of shame upon the faces of the deserters. They are, in truth, honest warriors who succumbed to fear in the face of the unknown beasts. Please grant them a chance for redemption. I vow to lead them to become your most valiant soldiers." Abney expressed satisfaction, saying, "Loci, I trust you to handle the forthcoming matters. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to consult Lord Cain. He possesses considerable experience in such matters." "Thank you for your guidance," Loci replied, placing his right palm over his heart and bowing deeply to Abney. After Losai returned to his seat, Abney's gaze shifted to the tax officer, Wyden, discussing the disbursement of compensation. The families of the fallen militia members would receive 3 small gold coins each, while those injured would be granted 2 small gold coins. The active militia would receive 1 small silver coin each. If the militia requires additional financial support, you are to assist Losai wholeheartedly. Fry, who often regaled tales in the village tavern, had a keen awareness of the local economy. As it was the only tavern in the area, thriving with cash flow, he observed daily earnings closely, allowing him a clear understanding of the purchasing power of currency. As the militia captain, Losai earned a modest monthly salary of 5 small silver coins. In Kupa Village, the market price for a pound of wheat was 4 small copper coins. Fry, belonging to a typical minor noble family, consumed 40 pounds of wheat monthly, thus spending 160 small copper coins on wheat alone. Given that prices for fruits and meats range from 3 to 5 times that of wheat, Fry's monthly food expenditure remained under 1,000 small copper coins. This expenditure reflects that of a 3-member noble household, which is substantial, especially since most villagers were tenant farmers who cultivated their own food. An ordinary 3-member peasant family would not spend more than 300 small copper coins on food over a quarter. 1 small gold coin could be exchanged for 64 small silver coins, and 1 small silver coin for 512 small copper coins. A single small silver coin equated to half a year's food expenditure for a 3-member peasant family, while 2 small gold coins could cover 20 years' worth of food for the same family. Losai's meager monthly earnings of 5 small silver coins contrasted sharply with those of knights like Mike, who earned merely 2 large silver coins. 3 small gold coins represented Losai's earnings for 3 years, equivalent to a knight's annual income. Families receiving such compensation would ascend from the peasant class to the artisan class. Fry realized why enlisting in the military was the best avenue for the lower classes in a feudal society. The compensation for a fallen militia member was substantial, making it a lucrative option for those without upward mobility. "My Lord Abney, is the compensation not too generous?" Wyden timidly suggested. "I propose adjusting it to 3 large silver coins for the deceased and 2 large silver coins for the injured." Abney frowned slightly, inquiring, "How many silver coins remain in the treasury?" "There are still over 12,700 small silver coins, equivalent to 198 small gold coins. The treasury cannot afford such disbursements as you suggest." Yaboni, almost without a second thought, took the pension from the Kupa family's treasury. The militia had sacrificed for the village. Their families must not be left in despair. As long as the silver coins in the tax treasury remained untouched, the lord could squander as he pleased, and Vidin would express no dissent. Extending his right palm to his left chest, he bowed in a gesture of servitude. "As you command, Lord Yaboni." Under the guidance of the head maid Tina, the maids entered in succession, bearing silver trays, and laid the food upon the stone table. The primary grain crops of the mid-continent are wheat, rye, barley, and oats. Thus, bread made from these grains serves as the staple food for the people. Unlike the coarse black bread distributed to the villagers in the tomb earlier by head maid Tina, the bread placed on the dining table was crafted from finely sifted wheat flour, resulting in a golden hue. Due to the lack of understanding and use of yeast in the mid-continent, as well as the absence of a kneading tradition, the baked bread often had a crisp texture, resembling that of biscuits, which reminded Fry of whole wheat crackers. The culinary methods on the mid-continent are rather simplistic, limited to roasting, boiling, stewing, and baking. Although the bread may not be particularly impressive, the roasted meats in this world are unparalleled. After slaughtering livestock, people typically preserve fresh meat through drying, curing, or smoking. Yet this results in jerky that is tough and unpalatable. To achieve a more exquisite flavor, a method akin to aging was invented. Fresh meat taken directly from the slaughterhouse is wrapped in wheat bran and left to rest in a cellar for a month. This process enhances the meat's flavor and tenderness, making it easier to chew. However, this method is not suitable for long-term storage, as the meat undergoes natural fermentation. If left for too long, it inevitably spoils. Therefore, only bustling taverns and the lord's castle, which frequently hosts nobility, would stockpile such aged meat in their cellars. The tantalizing aroma of a roasted leg of beef at the center of the stone table made Fry salivate. He fixated on head maid Tina as she wielded a silver knife to serve the meat. Yet, according to the hierarchy, it seemed he would not be served until others had received their portions. As expected, when it was time for Roxy, The coveted roasted leg of beef had already been divided. Fry was left with merely 2 cuts of loin, 2 slices of bread, and a bowl of vegetable stew. Nearby, young Master Feynman, having received a piece of tenderloin, wore an expression of delight, his eyebrows dancing as he chewed, deliberately making noise to boast to Fry. Although the food in the banquet hall was far superior to the coarse black bread and salted jerky consumed by the nobles and villagers in the tomb, the devastation wrought by the sudden monster tide and the ensuing food shortage meant this feast lacked the lavishness typically associated with such gatherings, merely maintaining the Lord's dignity. Observing the meager portions on their plates, the attendees collectively recognized that the days ahead would be increasingly arduous, their faces devoid of smiles, eyes glinting with apprehension for the future. Thus, the Kupa Domain's banquet drew to a close amidst sparse food and an uncomfortable atmosphere. Perhaps it was the negative emotions stemming from the insufficient meal that ignited a new round of disputes between the 2 highest-ranking lords, Yaboni and Knight Commander Kane. Regarding the defense of the castle, the 2 lords argued vehemently, their faces flushed, while the others refrained from intervening, fearing their ire. Seizing the opportunity while the attention of the assembly was captured by the quarrel, Fry stealthily ducked beneath the table, peeking out to gather the leftover food. Just as he reached for the last remaining morsel of meat, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Fry. He turned his stiff neck to face the shadowy, grinning figure of Tina, his trembling hand gripping the edge of the silver tray laden with half a plate of roasted loin. Fry, what are you doing? The lady has not yet dined, he stammered, attempting to use Pearl as an excuse. Tina's gaze fell on the tray filled with bread and vegetables in Frey's arms, and she replied coolly, the lady's appetite is not that great. He knew he could not reveal the true reason, as Tina would never agree. Instead, he faltered, I am still hungry. The maids have not yet eaten. Tina's gray eyes widened, warning Fry that she was displeased. Suddenly, he recalled that according to custom, servants could only consume the leftovers of their masters. If he took away all the remaining food, the maids would go hungry. Fry glanced at the food in his tray, giving Tina a pleading look. Aunt Tina, can we negotiate? May I take half of this food? What do you need so much food for? Tina regarded him with suspicion. Aunt Tina, that is not for you to concern yourself with. If you agree, I shall teach you how to make a soft and delicious bread. Noticing Tina's eyelashes flutter, he saw her hesitation. The last time Fry had taught Tina to make a savory sauce for roasted meat, it had garnered praise and rewards from Yaboni, clearly making the proposal enticing. Seeing her consider, Fry smiled slyly and pressed on. Aunt Tina, the bread I will teach you to make is a delicacy fit only for the gods. After a moment of contemplation, Tina's eyes lit up, and she swiftly snatched the half plate of roasted loin from Frey's hands. Deal. You can have half the bread and vegetables. Fry widened his eyes in surprise, but then quickly seized the opportunity to negotiate further. You give me half the meat, and I will teach you how to make a bread that even the great chef and Helener praises. Tina returned the half plate of roasted meat to Fry, crouching down with a smile as she observed him closely. Just how many culinary secrets are nestled in that little head of yours? Fry grinned proudly. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted as the silver tray on the table was jolted, drawing Frey's attention back to the increasingly heated argument between Yaboni and Kane. The source of the noise was the elderly Knight Commander Kane, who had just slammed his fist onto the table, now red in the face as he scolded Yaboni. The Kupa family has never seen a lord as cowardly as you, and the Kupa domain has never witnessed a Knight Commander as reckless as you. Yaboni retorted defiantly. The unexpected exchange of insults between the 2 highest-ranking lords left the officials and knights present stunned, fearing that if left unchecked, the 2 would resort to drawing their swords. In their fury, even young Master Sean and the Chancellor Bellies were struck dumb by the tension, not daring to intervene, while others remained silent, lacking the courage to speak. As the situation escalated towards a potential duel, both Sean and Bellies found their gazes directed at Fry simultaneously. The 2 lords, who usually doted on this little fellow, now looked to him as the only one who could mediate. With the realization dawning upon the knights and officials, they too focused their attention on Fry, hoping he might quell the brewing storm. In the midst of the lords' escalating conflict, the crowd placed their hopes upon Fry, and under the urging of their collective gaze, he approached the 2 lords, who were brimming with indignation. Fre raised his sister Leah from the thigh of Abney, complaining in a tone of innocent candor, Uncle Abney. Grandpa Kane, why do you all wear such frightful expressions? You've scared Leah. Leah, inappropriately, let out a babyish giggle. Oh dear, now is not the time for laughter. Fre whispered to Leah, who only laughed even louder in response. As Leah's laughter echoed, Abney and Cain turned their attention to Fre, who found himself in a predicament. Forced to muster a stiff smile. Perhaps influenced by Fre's infectious grin, old Cain chuckled before bursting into hearty laughter, and Abney also relaxed his stern demeanor, revealing a smile. That's more like it. A smile does wonders. There's no need to look as if you're about to duel. Swords are indiscriminate. Should one of you get grievously injured, it would not only disrupt the harmony but also leave dear Sean and Uncle Mike to deal with the mess you've left behind. With Fre's jest, everyone erupted into laughter, dissipating the earlier tension. Once the laughter subsided, Fre cleared his throat and adopted a serious tone, continuing, Uncle Abney, Grandpa Cain. Both of your proposals come with distinct considerations. It is perfectly normal for opinions to diverge, given that each individual's perspective and motivations are unique. Since we disagree, let us identify the flaws in each other's proposals and engage in dialogue to devise a solution that satisfies both parties. Fre's reasoning resonated. Governor Bayless was the first to affirm Fre's suggestion, and the others nodded in agreement. Uncle Abney, please share your thoughts on Grandpa Cain's plan for a breakout. What issues do you perceive in his proposal? Fre adeptly steered the discussion. With our current strength, we cannot lead all our subjects to safety, Abney stated solemnly. Warden Myron then shared his perspective. We could allow the knights to lead the nobles in a breakout towards Barren City to request assistance from the Count, and subsequently return with his forces to rescue the others. Indeed, the officials chimed in support of Myron's proposal. Cain scoffed. And what reason does the Count have to deploy his forces for us? Even if it were to be as you wish. Have you considered the cost Abney would need to incur to persuade the Count? Those who had just supported Myron's proposal fell silent, doused by Cain's retort. Perceiving the shift in atmosphere, Fre quickly redirected, Grandpa Cain, now it's your turn to discuss the issues with Uncle Abney's insistence on holding the stone fortress. The village is facing a severe food shortage. We cannot last until winter, came the reply. Let me summarize the stances of Uncle Abney and Grandpa Cain. Uncle Abney, as the Lord, believes it is imperative not to abandon any subject. Thus he considers holding the fortress a safer alternative than attempting a breakout. Meanwhile, Grandpa Cain, as the Knight Commander, holds that despite potential heavy losses, we cannot remain passive. We must strive to lead our subjects through the onslaught of monsters. Fre glanced between Abney and Cain. Is my summary accurate? Have I misunderstood either of your positions? Abney shook his head, while Cain spoke. What Fre has articulated is precisely my view. Thus, we face a dilemma. Either we choose to hold the fortress and devise a method to alleviate the food shortage to survive the winter, or we attempt to lead the villagers in a breakout while minimizing, or ideally eliminating, casualties. With that, a heavy silence enveloped the room. This was an intractable problem. Had a feasible solution been readily apparent, Abney and Cain would not have been at odds. After pondering for a moment, Fre shifted the conversation, proposing, let us first gauge everyone's opinions. Please raise your fist if you support the breakout, and your palm if you favor holding the fortress. After a moment of hesitation, the assembly, upon observing Abney and Cain's respective gestures, began to align themselves. Among the knights, apart from two who raised their palms in support of holding the fortress, the majority rallied behind Commander Cain with clenched fists in favor of the breakout. On the other side, with the exception of the straightforward Roxy, the rest largely supported Abney by raising their palms. Fre recalled that Governor Bayless and Warden Myron had previously expressed support for the breakout. Yet now they chose to align with the fortress-holding stance, indicating a disheartening vote where true sentiments were buried beneath the positions of the Lord and Knight Commander. The only noteworthy reference came from Roxy, Sherry, and young Feynman. Roxy and Sherry favored the breakout, while Feynman opted for holding the fortress. Noticing Feynman raise his hand, Abney shot him a disapproving glance and admonished, Feynman, do not cause trouble. At his father's reprimand, Feynman quickly withdrew his hand. The absence of Feynman's vote left the breakout and fortress-holding factions in a precarious tie, thrusting Fre into the spotlight as the initiator of the vote. Both Abney and Cain simultaneously inquired, Fre, which side do you support? TSK, Feynman huffed, his anger palpable as he glared at Fre, puzzled as to why. As a child 6 years older than Fre, he was treated with such disparity, as if his opinion were mere mischief. Ignoring Feynman's ire, Fre faced the curious gazes of the assembly and smiled, offering courteous words. In truth, this vote does not carry significant weight. The ultimate decision rests with Lord Abney. As the esteemed Lord of Kupa, he bears the responsibility of ensuring the safety of his subjects' lives and property. Ultimately, it is Lord Abney who will make the decision and bear the consequences. Our opinions can merely serve as reference for him. The assembly nodded in agreement with FRE's sentiments. After a brief moment of appreciation, Abney's gaze shifted to FRE with increasing curiosity. FRE, which side do you support? FRE smiled knowingly, deliberately building suspense before stating. Before I share my perspective, I'd like to mention an observation I made while watching the knights and militia return to the fortress with the temple personnel at dusk. I noticed a particular behavior of the monsters. If we can leverage this trait effectively, we may devise a mutually beneficial solution. With FRE's revelation, the assembly's attention sharpened. Having endured FRE's penchant for suspenseful storytelling, Roxy urged, FRE, do not keep us in suspense. FRE chuckled. I discovered that monsters are attracted to specific colors, red, blue, and yellow. If we strategically exploit this characteristic, we may formulate a plan to divert the monster tide. However, this concept is still in the realm of speculation. Its practical feasibility requires testing and validation. Are you truly confident in this? Abney gasped, rising from his seat, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixated on FRE, eagerly demanding, FRE, tell us your plan. Freya cast a glance at the faces of those present, and in their eyes, apart from astonishment, there lingered a palpable sense of skepticism regarding their own discovery. After all, in their perception, he was merely a 4.5-year-old child, and the conjectures of a child held little credence. The beliefs of others mattered not so much. As long as Lord Abney was willing to place his faith in him, Freya would have the opportunity to translate his ideas into action. His gaze met Abney's, and suddenly, mimicking the earlier actions of Loci, he performed a courtly bow before Abney, proclaiming with earnestness, I swear by my name that all I utter is truth. I beseech you, Lord Abney, to permit the knights to assist me in conducting an experiment to test the feasibility of my plan. Abney's countenance softened with appreciation, and he nodded, granting his approval. Very well, Freya, do share your ingenious idea. Sir Kane, the captain of the knights, could no longer contain his impatience and urged Freya to reveal his entire plan. Before I proceed, allow me to analyze the current situation for you, my lords, and express my preference between holding steadfast at the stone castle or breaking through. With that, Freya rose on tiptoe and ascended onto the stone table, transforming it into his stage as a prominent orator. I surmise that the recent surge of magical beasts is due to significant alterations in their natural habitat, compelling vast numbers of them to migrate. With the onslaught of these beasts, the Kupa territory, adjacent to the life-giving Odembura River, will likely become a haven for these creatures for an extended period. This implies that the surrounding areas of Kupa are no longer suitable for human habitation. The audience nodded in agreement, and Feynman, in particular, was left dumbfounded. He marveled at how Freya, still too young to have formally begun his noble education, possessed knowledge that even he lacked. Feynman began to believe that perhaps the whispers in the village about Freya being favored by the gods held some truth. It was no wonder that both his father and Sir Kane regarded Freya with such high esteem. In light of this, I propose that we abandon the Kupa territory in search of a new settlement. Thus, I advocate for a breakout. Even though relinquishing a place where generations have thrived is profoundly sorrowful. Yet, given the current circumstances, a breakout is the only path that can secure a long-term survival strategy for our people. The astonishment faded from Abney's face as he reclined in his seat, his expression falling into contemplation. After a moment of deep thought, he sighed, Freya, elaborate on your plan. In simple terms, a large contingent of our people will advance towards what you refer to as Banu City. We shall select individuals from among the knights to form a cadre of elite warriors who will divert all encountered magical beasts away from the main force's path. This migration plan entails numerous details that require careful consideration, and there is much preparation to be undertaken. I will draft a comprehensive proposal for your review shortly. Freya, are you not only capable of simple writing? Asked Sherry, who was responsible for teaching Freya reading and writing, her expression one of confusion. This question inadvertently touches upon Freya's shortcomings. His consciousness had only awakened in this world for half a year, despite his fervent efforts to absorb every morsel of information and knowledge available, and his diligent studies in reading and writing. His current proficiency would not exceed that of a child who has recently undergone a year of noble education. Freya scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. I can seek assistance from my lords. Chapter 6. As the banquet drew to a close and guests began to disperse, the head maid Tina presented 2 portions of food to Fry. One was elegantly plated but modest in size, while the other was a substantial serving housed in a wooden bowl intended for the lady. Tina gestured towards the delicately arranged dish, offering a gentle reminder. Fry cast a glance at the meat in the bowl, estimating it contained the entirety of the remaining fare. "Aunt Tina, why have you given me all the meat? Shouldn't you leave some for the maids?" The talents and wisdom Fry had displayed earlier reminded Tina of a bygone acquaintance. "An acquaintance?" Fry inquired, his curiosity piqued. "What sort of acquaintance?" Tina's eyes deepened with reflection as she recalled a figure of remarkable wisdom and talent. A truly sagacious individual who had executed many actions that initially perplexed her, ultimately leaving her in awe. Although Tina could not fathom why Fry desired such an abundance of food, she sensed he possessed unique insights that eluded her understanding. From Tina's recounting, this individual appeared to have remarkable foresight. Perhaps she saw a reflection of this esteemed figure in Fry. However, his motives for acquiring the food were rather straightforward. He was merely concerned for the children in the tomb who were still enduring hunger, rather than possessing the grand vision Tina imagined. "Aunt Tina, it seems this esteemed individual you speak of is a lord," Fry remarked. Tina nodded, affirming, "He is the greatest lord in this realm." The Bilolo family was originally a distinguished lineage from the imperial capital, having produced numerous illustrious ministers and knights throughout imperial history. However, 2 centuries ago, a curse befell the Bilolo family, resulting in the absence of male heirs. For a considerable period thereafter, the Bilolo clan served as loyal palace guards to the Galt royal family, establishing themselves as steadfast vassals within the imperial capital. At the age of 6, Tina entered the palace with her mother, eventually growing up as the personal maid to Prince Herman. Later, she inherited her mother's position, becoming the head maid of the palace guards. Following the demise of the old emperor, Prince Herman ascended the throne, striving for reform and appointing forward-thinking talents. Under Herman's reign, the empire flourished, and he was once hailed as a progressive and wise emperor. As Herman's trusted confidant, Tina could have enjoyed a life of luxury. But everything changed when Herman's brother, Leo, assassinated him within the palace. The once promising future collapsed, plunging the empire into chaos as various lords formed factions and waged war. After seizing the throne, Leo executed many ministers who had been favored by Herman. Fearing for the safety of the Bilolo family, Tina led her kin away from the capital, ultimately finding refuge in the Kupa territory under the patronage of Sir Abney. The Bilolo family survived due to their affiliation with powerful families and their connections with emerging wise individuals. After witnessing Fry's performance at the Kupa Lord's banquet, Tina realized that this child might one day become a figure as great as the enlightened Emperor Herman. If that were the case, Fry would indeed be a worthy ally. However, Fry was still young, and much remained to be observed. The maids worked so hard, they must eat meat, Fry declared, taking a silver platter from the dining table and transferring half of the meat from the wooden bowl onto it. Before Tina could react, Fry placed the platter containing the delicately arranged dish back into the wooden bowl and, staggering slightly, left the banquet hall with it. In Tina's vision, Fry's silhouette overlapped with her memories of young Herman, evoking a bittersweet sense of nostalgia. After delivering the food to Perseus' room, Fry carried the wooden bowl brimming with food to the entrance of the tomb, peeking inside to beckon a boy with a buzz cut, Rada, the blacksmith's son. Upon receiving the signal, Rada hurried over, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the food-filled bowl at Fry's feet. "Fry, where did you procure such an abundance of food?" he exclaimed. "Gather the children. We must share this bounty." Following Frey's directive, Rada quickly rounded up the local children. Fry frowned slightly. "Rada, why didn't you bring Ally and the others? Those noble children are accustomed to fine dining. Missing one meal won't harm them." As Rada reached for the wooden bowl, Fry swiftly swatted his hand away, admonishing him with a hint of anger. "Aren't you the one who despises how Ally and his ilk dismiss you and the other common children? Rada, why have you adopted their attitude now?" Rada was taken aback by Frey's ire, momentarily stunned into silence as he stared blankly at him. "Go, summon Ally and his friends. This food is a gift from the Lord for the children. Both commoners and nobles alike are entitled to partake." Moments later, Rada returned, begrudgingly leading the noble children before Fry. "Listen, do not disclose this matter to the adults. If I find out that anyone has let it slip, you shall have no share in the next distribution of food." Fry cautioned earnestly. The children, their mouths watering, nodded in agreement. "Rada, You will distribute the food. Line up and come one by one. No shoving. Once the arrangements were made, Fry turned and departed, returning to the stone fortress below. As he passed by the kitchen door, Fry stumbled upon a heated dispute between Tina and Aji. Tina had seized Aji's arm with one hand, while her other hand strived to wrest a bag of salt hidden behind him, though Aji's left hand thwarted her attempts. "This is the last of the salt, Lord Aji. Please hand it over." Aji retorted vehemently. "The war horses in the stables need salt. If they collapse from exhaustion, we knights will be left to fend for ourselves. What kind of knights are we without our steeds? There is hardly any salt left for the people. We cannot prioritize horses right now." Tina countered passionately. Aji raised his voice even louder. "One more horse on the battlefield is worth 10, no, 20 able-bodied soldiers. Without them, our knights cannot perform to their full potential. In such a case, Tina, who will protect the territory?" Realizing she could not win the debate, Tina ceased arguing and made a final attempt to snatch the salt bag from behind Aji, inadvertently pushing him back and colliding with Fry. Upon seeing Fry, Aji's expression brightened, and he quickly shoved the salt bag into Fray's hands. "Fry, help me hide this bag of salt." Fry, momentarily bewildered, fled with the bag, eager to escape Tina's wrath. "Fry!" Tina's furious voice echoed behind him, sending a shiver down his spine. A glance over his shoulder revealed that Aji had managed to intercept the furious Tina, although the poor fellow bore the brunt of her ire, resulting in a tear in his shirt. After some contemplation, Fry decided that concealing the salt bag in the stables would be less likely to attract Tina's attention. As he approached the stables, he serendipitously encountered the dazzlingly golden-haired mercenary uncle, Henry, emerging from the stables, leading a war horse. From the silver helmet atop the war horse, Fry immediately recognized that Henry was leading a knight's steed. To his astonishment, this fellow was attempting to steal the horse. Fry was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. Fortunately, the night was deep and he was concealed in the shadow of the corner, preventing Henry from noticing his presence. However, Fry could not fathom why. With beasts lurking everywhere outside the stone fortress, Henry would attempt such a futile act. Even if he succeeded in stealing the knight's horse, he could not possibly escape the tide of monsters alone. What on earth was Henry planning? In an instant, a chilling hypothesis crossed Fry's mind. Could it be that Henry was driven mad by hunger and intended to secretly slaughter the warhorse? Driven by this suspicion, Fry stealthily followed Henry, determined to discover where he was taking the horse. He needed to alert the knights before Henry could act. They would surely put an end to Henry's scheme. Thus, Fry trailed Henry to the entrance of the crypt. Before the entrance stood a suspicious figure cloaked in black, to whom Henry bowed with utmost respect. As Fry focused, he suddenly realized with shock that the figure was none other than a Bernie. At the end of the staircase, a stone wall bore a statue of Odin, with a mechanism hidden in the right eye. Turning it left and pressing down would reveal a secret passage leading south. The secret of the underground passage reached Fry, who was hiding behind a pile of firewood. "My lord has sent me south to seek aid from the Titan camp?" A Bernie shook his head and conveyed a message to Faley. "The prince's long-sought black dragon has appeared this evening in the Kupa territory." "Understood, my lord. Is there anything else I should relay to Captain Faley?" "Soon, I will lead all the townsfolk out of Kupa Village to Banu City. The communication point in Kupa Village will be abandoned until we find a new settlement for the people. The Quest Merchant Association in Banu City will temporarily serve as the new communication point, granting its leader, Myzeld Kylan, access to the highest level of intelligence. Myzeld will act in my stead. If there is urgent information, he may contact the prince through Faley." "As you command, my lord." Henry knelt on one knee, paying his respects to a Bernie. Meanwhile, a Bernie's gaze shifted beyond Henry to the firewood shelter where Fry was hiding. Henry sensed something amiss from a Bernie's expression and turned to look at the shelter. In an instant, Henry whirled around, drawing a dagger from his waist, its blade reflecting the light of the blue moon. A murderous intent surrounded him as he advanced towards Fry. Henry's eyes clearly indicated a desire to silence him. Realizing the peril, Fray's heart raced, and he regretted following Henry, having overheard secrets that were not meant for him. As Henry's shadow loomed closer, Fry clenched a handful of salt from his pouch, prepared to throw it into Henry's face and flee. However, when Henry finally stood before him, Fry found his limbs paralyzed, unable to execute his plan. The salt remained in his grip, and his legs refused to move. Thus, Fry could only meet Henry's fierce gaze with a pale, terrified face. "Fry?" The moment Henry recognized him, his expression softened considerably, and he sheathed the dagger at his back. A Bernie, following Henry, stepped forward. "Fry, what are you doing?" Bernie inquired, confusion evident on his face. Fry forced a smile, an idea striking him. He opened the salt pouch. "Uncle Bernie, Uncle Henry, I was just about to help Brother Aji feed the warhorses some salt." Bernie squinted and smiled. Ordinarily, Fry would find such a smile warm and endearing, but after eavesdropping on their conversation, it now felt eerily unsettling. "Fry, do you know how to feed a horse salt?" Fry shook his head in response. "Crush the salt and sprinkle it into their feed. Don't use too much. A small handful will suffice." Fry strained to maintain his smile. "All right, Uncle Bernie, I understand. Go on," Bernie said, patting Fry on the head. With Bernie's encouragement, Fry immediately turned and dashed towards the stables, exhaling a sigh of relief. Henry and Bernie watched Fry as retreating figure. Suddenly, Henry spoke. "My lord, it seems that young Master Fry overheard our conversation. As the princess heir, this child will learn the truth sooner or later. My lord, is there any message you wish me to convey to Captain Faley? Miss Shaley has given birth to Lia, which the prince has yet to learn. Lady Lia fully inherits the prince's noble blood, possessing not only bright red eyes and snow-white hair, but also a powerful magical essence." Bernie sighed suddenly, instructing Henry to inform the prince that he vows to care for Miss Shaley's family and will protect her bloodline at all costs. "Is that all, my lord?" Bernie nodded. "That is all. I vow to deliver your words," Henry pledged, kneeling once more in homage. Bernie produced a crystal vial filled with a crimson liquid and handed it to Henry. "This vial of Titan's blood is sufficient for your journey to the Titan camp. The potion, known as Titan's blood, induces excruciating headaches if not consumed, and after 7 days, an ordinary person may choose to end their suffering." Trembling, Henry grasped the vial with both hands, casting a worried glance at Bernie. "My lord, you have given me the remainder of the Titan's blood. What will you do?" "I have half a vial left. Do not concern yourself with me. 1 vial of Titan's blood is only effective for 15 days. And the journey to Banu City will take at least 10 days. But, before Henry could finish, Bernie patted his shoulder and urged, "Henry, set forth. Bring the message back alive." A chill ran through Henry. He realized Bernie was, in fact, preparing for what lay ahead. Fighting back tears, he solemnly offered his respects to his longtime lord. "My lord, take care." Bernie turned and melted into the night, his black cloak blending with the shadows. Watching Bernie disappear into the darkness, Henry recalled the oath he had taken years ago upon joining this secret organization, to sacrifice his life, merge with the night, seek no glory, and become the guardian of the kingdom's shadow. In a guest room at the end of the corridor on the first floor of the Lord's Stone Fortress, Shaley was horrified. The cause of her fear was the sight of little Lia lying in bed, her body inexplicably radiating astounding magical energy, so intense that the moisture in the air around her evaporated into visible steam. Shaley attempted to lift Lia from the bed, but the moment her fingertips made contact with Lia's skin, a searing pain shot through her, causing her to instinctively withdraw her hand, which now bore a swollen, burned fingertip. Despite her body being so hot, Lia lay quietly, not crying or fussing, leaving Shaley, as her mother, utterly bewildered and frightened. "Shaley, you look unwell. What is the matter?" Roxy, who had arranged for the militia's night patrol, immediately noticed Shaley's pale face as she entered the room and expressed concern. "Lia's magical power has gone rampant. At the tender age of 6, Sherry experienced a surge of magic that reduced the homes in her vicinity to ruins, a memory that remained vividly etched in her mind. In stark contrast, Roxy, hailing from a humble background, was utterly oblivious to the presence of magic." "A surge of magic?" he mused, extending his hand to assess Leia's condition, only to find his palm scorched and reddened. With a sharp intake of breath, he exclaimed, "Ouch, that's hot." The young couple exchanged glances, momentarily frozen in disbelief, their inexperience in handling such crises leaving them dazed with concern for their daughter. Suddenly, Sherry recalled something important. She swiftly retrieved a purple gemstone necklace, no larger than a sparrow's egg, from her collar. This necklace, which she adorned Leia with, had been given to her by Yaboni after her own magical outburst at 6. According to Yaboni, it was custom crafted by a renowned magical artisan, imbued with runes that could suppress her magic and induce tranquility and restful slumber. Once Leia wore the necklace, the overwhelming magic that had emanated from her dissipated, allowing Sherry to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Sherry, your appearance." Roxy gazed at her, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What is wrong, Roxy?" Sherry instinctively touched her face. Just moments before, when Sherry had removed the necklace, Roxy had witnessed her once gray hair transform before his very eyes into a brilliant white, while her enchanting brown eyes morphed into a terrifying crimson. Sherry, your hair. Your eyes. Under Roxy's astonished gaze, Sherry picked up a copper mirror from the dressing table, revealing a visage so unfamiliar that even she felt a twinge of strangeness. Yet, this was her true form, unrestrained by the suppression of her magic. With her crimson gaze fixed intently on Roxy, she asked, Roxy, is this form displeasing to you? Roxy's eyes drifted to Leia on the bed, their matching white hair and red eyes strikingly similar to Sherry's current appearance. Despite Sherry's altered visage, she remained Sherry, his beloved wife. He stepped forward, embracing her. No. I'm merely surprised. I didn't know you harbored such a secret. But what? Sherry inquired, lifting her gaze to meet his. Roxy gently kissed her forehead. You are even more beautiful now. I am delighted to discover this splendid side of you. As they shared a moment of profound affection, the sound of something shattering interrupted them. Sherry immediately sensed the overwhelming magic surging once more from Leia. Their eyes darted around the room, finally settling on the necklace, where a crack had appeared in the purple gemstone. This signified that the necklace, which had served to suppress her magic, was now entirely ineffective. How could this be? Sherry stared in disbelief at the necklace that had accompanied her for 17 years. What do we do now? Roxy asked, shaking Sherry's shoulder. In the face of this predicament, Sherry felt equally bewildered. Just then, a sound at the door drew their attention, and Fry entered the room. Upon seeing his father in an embrace with a strange woman with white hair and red eyes, he stood frozen in shock. After a few seconds of scrutinizing the unfamiliar woman's features, he exclaimed incredulously, Sherry, what happened to you? Sherry, momentarily taken aback by Frey's outburst, regained her composure to explain, this is my true appearance. Frey's gaze shifted to Leia, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, further deepening his confusion. Why had Sherry concealed her true form? Fry scrutinized the affectionate couple, and after a moment, it dawned on him that his prolonged gaze was inappropriate. He quickly forced a smile. It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. My apologies for the intrusion. Please, continue. With that, he turned to leave the room. Both Roxy and Sherry took a step back, feeling the awkwardness. Sherry adjusted her clothing, but Roxy rushed to the door, grabbing the handle to prevent Fry from closing it. Fry, go fetch Lord Franny, Roxy commanded. Fetch Lord Franny? Fry replied, puzzled. Leia is unwell. Roxy, not fully grasping Sherry's mention of a magical outburst, recognized that Leia's body was unbearably hot, which he equated with illness. It was common knowledge among the villagers of Kupa that when someone was ill, one must seek the local priest. Upon hearing that his sister was sick, Fry wasted no time in running off to find Lord Franny. After he left, Sherry remarked, Roxy, I fear Lord Franny may not be able to resolve this matter. You should summon Lord Uboni. Understood, Roxy nodded, hurrying after Fry. In the most opulent guest room at the far end of the stone castle's crimson-carpeted corridor, High Priest Franny knelt in the center, his hands clasped around a jade statue of the goddess of healing. LL was the deity Franny devotedly worshipped, and he performed daily prayers. However, he found himself unable to concentrate amidst the overwhelming surge of magic emanating from the depths of the castle, akin to being caught in an avalanche. His body enduring relentless impacts. Not only was Franny affected, but anyone within the castle capable of sensing magic felt the same unease. The more attuned one was to magic, the more acute their fear and discomfort became. Beside Franny, his student, Shasha, her face pale, could no longer maintain her posture and collapsed onto the carpet, weakly voicing, Teacher, I feel terrible. Release your magic. It will alleviate your discomfort, Franny advised. Following his instruction, a greenish light enveloped her, easing the sensation of being crushed by boulders. Shasha regained some strength and rose to her feet. Teacher, I feel better now. She observed the severity etched on Franny's face, asking, What is happening? Franny shook his head. Perhaps it is a test of our devotion from El. Let us continue our prayers. Shasha dared not press further, closing her eyes to recite her prayers. Before long, the oppressive sensation dissipated entirely, prompting her to smile brightly. Teacher, I have passed El's test. As Shasha reveled in her triumph over the goddess's trial, the sensation of a massive stone rolling over her returned with a vengeance. This time, the impact was far more severe, akin to a mountain crashing down upon her. In an instant, Shasha collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly unable to withstand the internal damage inflicted by the force. Witnessing this, Falani raised his hand, emitting a radiant white light that fell upon Xiaosha like delicate snowflakes, swiftly healing her wounds. Realizing something was amiss, Falani promptly warned, "Hurry. Withdraw your magical energy. Do not attempt to resist, as doing so will only provoke an even fiercer onslaught of divine power." Xiaosha complied, bracing herself against the ground to rise weakly. Noticing her pale complexion, Falani closed his eyes and resumed his prayers, advising her to rest if she felt unwell. "No, master. I must pass Lord L's trial," Xiaosha declared resolutely, closing her eyes to pray once more. "High Priest, Lord Falani." A knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" Falani inquired from behind the door. "It is I, Fry." "What is it?" "Lord Falani, my sister is ill. Please come with me." Falani rose and opened the door, revealing a puzzled expression. "Fry, when did you acquire a sister?" "It has been half a year," Fry replied, tugging at Falani's sleeve. "But let's not discuss that now. Lord Falani, my sister's condition is urgent. Please follow me." Fry hurriedly led Falani toward Sherry's room. As they turned a corner in the corridor, they nearly collided with Yubini. Falani's gaze shifted to the figure of Loxi beside Yubini, who in turn glanced at Fry. After sharing a knowing look with Yubini, Falani understood the situation. They were all summoned by the father-son duo due to Frey's sister's predicament. Yubini respectfully nodded to Falani and gestured for him to proceed. Moments later, the four arrived at Sherry's door. When Fry pushed it open, Falani was taken aback by Sherry's appearance. It took him several glances to recognize her as the white-haired, red-eyed woman before him. Following Frey's gaze, Falani's attention fell upon the infant on the bed, who bore striking resemblance to Sherry. A sudden realization struck him. He understood why the Loxi family had concealed the birth of their daughter. In their village, every newborn was taken to the small shrine for a blessing, seeking the god's protection. Even Fry had been no exception at his birth. Yet the Loxi family had chosen to hide Leah's birth from him, a high priest from afar. Upon seeing the white hair and crimson eyes of the infant, Falani comprehended the significance. In his youth, he had pledged loyalty to the imperial family, serving as the captain of the royal guard. During border skirmishes with the northern kingdom, Falani had led troops into battle. After the war, he was invited to the kingdom's court, where he met the king and several royal family members, all sharing the same distinctive features of snow-white hair and vivid red eyes, traits unique to the northern royal lineage, a testament to their noble bloodline. "Sherry, how have you reverted to this form?" Yubini inquired with concern. Sherry pointed to the necklace around Leah's neck. Leah's magical energy surged uncontrollably. "I intended to suppress it with the necklace my father gave me, but the gem shattered." Listening to their exchange, Falani cast a skeptical glance at Yubini. Realizing that this minor border lord was quite aware of Sherry's origins and had deliberately concealed her identity, Yubini fell into deep thought, evidently at a loss for a solution. Fry, perplexed by the notion of magical energy surging, noticed Yubini's expression and understood they were both at an impasse. He turned to Falani with hopeful eyes and asked, "Lord Falani, do you have a solution?" At that moment, Yubini, Sherry, and Loxi's gazes converged upon Falani. Leaning against the edge of the bed, Falani released his magical energy to examine Leah. "This may not be a mere surge of magic," he stated. "What exactly is happening?" Fry asked curiously. "In my youth, I had the privilege of visiting a powerful and noble family in the north, engaging in martial arts with their younger members. They did not possess such overwhelming magical energy. This power likely does not belong to the child," Falani deduced. Yubini nodded. "When Sherry was young, she experienced a surge of magic, but it did not manifest as strongly as Leah's. Ancient tomes in the temple recorded that during the age of the sorcerer, tribes a millennium ago, tribal sorcerers would perform living sacrifices to powerful magical spirits to forge contracts, turning those spirits into guardians of the tribe. These tribes have since evolved into the ancient families that now populate the continent. Whether magical spirits or family guardians, they have vanished from the mid-continent for over 1,000 years, only referenced in ancient historical texts." Yubini stared intently at Leah, his expression one of disbelief. "Are you suggesting that the guardian spirit of Leah's bloodline has awakened?" Falani nodded. "It seems so." "Lord Falani, what about my daughter's fever?" Loxi inquired. "The child's body cannot withstand the powerful magic of the guardian spirit, causing her to overheat and exhibit symptoms of a magical surge. My knowledge is limited, and I have not encountered any records concerning hosts of guardian spirits in the ancient texts I have studied. I cannot predict what may happen when a guardian spirit awakens." But if the child continues to overheat, her life will surely be in jeopardy. Hearing this, everyone was greatly alarmed. Fry rushed to Falani's side, clutching at his sleeve. Lord Falani, you must save my sister Leah. There are two potential solutions. First, we can seal the magical spirit within the child. But this requires an exceptionally powerful magical artifact as a containment vessel. Second, we can use some potions to reduce the child's body temperature. All eyes turned to Yabini, the lord of the Kupa domain, known for his extensive collection of treasures. They had no choice but to rely on his generosity. What level of magical artifact is needed as a sealing vessel? Yabini inquired. Falani shook his head. I'm uncertain. It would be best if it were crafted by a master of magical artifacts. A master is a rare and specialized priest who seldom engages in temple affairs, yet is revered by the temple. They dedicate their lives to the pursuit of various knowledge and magic. Artifacts forged by a master are exceedingly rare and valuable, nearly unattainable even for border lords like Yabini. Lord Falani, you are overestimating this border lord. Yabini chuckled ruefully. I will have someone fetch all the magical artifacts from the Kupa family treasury for you to examine. If none are suitable, we will resort to the second method. The Kupa family will fully cooperate with any requests. Our priority is to ensure the child's safety. I will do my best. Falani nodded. Suddenly, a mournful howl, reminiscent of a hurricane's fury, erupted, its deafening resonance scraping against the stone fortress's outer walls, leading those within to believe the very structure trembled. It seemed that Leah was stirred by the sound. Her youthful form levitated off the bed and, under the incredulous gaze of Fry, Rosie, Sherry, Abney, and Falani, floated towards the door. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Fry was the first to react, sprinting after Leah, with the four adults closely following in his wake, eager to uncover the mystery. With their collective presence, Leah's body glided through the carpeted corridor and into the courtyard separated from the fortress by its inner wall. Bathed in the soft, blue moonlight cascading from above, Leah ascended until she hovered 100 meters high, while simultaneously, the blue moon illuminated a shadow that stretched for hundreds of meters, obscuring the stars above. The terrifying howl intertwined with the swiftly moving shadow that spiraled above the fortress. Gazing through the thin moonlight, Fry discerned a colossal silhouette. As he tilted his head upward, his gaze circled around until he finally recognized the creature, the black dragon that had appeared at dusk, devouring the beloved mounts of the messengers Hungsi and Abney from a distance. The black dragon suspended its massive form in the air, its golden eyes glaring down with an imposing presence at Fry and the others, while Leah's delicate frame hovered before the dragon's forehead. The dragon emitted a low, heavy growl, as if responding to something. The spectacle before Fry ignited a peculiar notion. It seemed as though Leah was conversing with the black dragon. But the content of their exchange remained a mystery, obscured by distance. After an indeterminate period, Fry observed the dragon nodding at Leah, before unleashing a thunderous howl that echoed through the night, swiftly transforming into a dark wind and vanishing into the depths of the darkness. Leah descended gently, following the soft blue moonlight, landing in Fry's embrace. The immense magical energy enveloping Leah dissipated, along with her once feverish warmth. Leah, you summoned this black dragon, did you not? Fry whispered into her ear. Leah offered no response, closing her vivid red eyes, curling slightly, and drifting into a serene slumber in Fry's arms. Upon regaining his composure, Fry noticed that Rosie, Sherry, Abney, and Falani remained in a state of shock, as if they had just awoken from a dream, rendered momentarily speechless by the night's events. Falani, my sister's fever has abated. Falani, wearing an expression of disbelief, approached and placed the back of her hand against Leah's forehead. Indeed, as Fry had stated, everything was inexplicable, especially the sudden appearance of the black dragon, leaving them all in a state of confusion. Perhaps only the guardian spirit within Leah understood the true nature of the events that had transpired. What an extraordinary child, Falani remarked, gazing up at the twinkling stars, reflecting on the multitude of unsolved mysteries in the world, akin to the countless stars above. Rosie and the others nodded in agreement, while Fry gently placed Leah back into Sherry's arms. One thing was clear, the suddenly emerged black dragon bore no malice towards them. It might even be a friend of the guardian spirit residing within Leah, Fry speculated. Lost in thought, Abney nodded. It is late, Sherry. You and your family should retire to your quarters. As Abney urged them along, Sherry's family returned to the fortress. Abney then discreetly detained Flonny. His expression tense and filled with a flicker of menace in his eyes, he spoke in a threatening tone. Lord Gland, you must have surmised Miss Sherry's lineage. I implore you to keep this secret. Gland von Coney was the name Flonny had used before entering the temple. To mention it suggested that this seemingly obscure border lord had thoroughly investigated his identity and background. Flonny noticed Abney's right hand, concealed behind his back, silently gathering magical energy, indicating that the border lord was prepared to eliminate any threats to Sherry's secret. I am no longer the commander of the Imperial Knights. I am now merely a devout servant of the gods. We who serve the deities, from the moment we step into the temple, cease to concern ourselves with worldly matters. Flonny raised 3 fingers to his left breast, a gesture signifying a noble's oath. I swear by my name, Flonny, as the high priest of the small shrine of Kupa, that I shall never divulge the identity of Princess Sherry. Upon hearing Flonny's solemn vow, Abney's demeanor softened, the menace in his eyes fading, and the magical energy he had amassed dissipated silently. Abney bowed his head in apology. My apologies, Lord Flonny. Not at all. I once served as a vassal myself and understand your desire to protect your lord. However, I did not expect that a minor lord from the distant southern border would be loyal to a royal family on the other side of the continent. Flonny replied with a smile. Indeed, the world is filled with many things that defy common reason. Chapter 7. The Lord Abney provided guest rooms for each night, as the atmosphere in the mausoleum was excessively cold and dreary. Consequently, the knights brought their families to stay in the guest rooms. Knight Esferstir found himself regretting this decision, as his entire family crowded into the guest room, convening a meeting on the carpet, which left him unable to find respite. The Stir family was populous, currently led by Brig, a former consul. The family spanned 4 generations, with the youngest member being Brig's great-grandson, Ollie, who had recently celebrated his 9th birthday. Ollie showed little interest in the adult discussions, instead striving to seize the pillow beneath his Uncle Esfer's head. Brig brought the habit of political deliberations from his years in power into the home, often convening meetings to discuss how to contend with certain noblemen or their families. The names of Knight Commander Kane, Consul Ballas, and Tax Officer Wyndon frequently surfaced in these discussions. In the cramped space, the family passionately debated how to persuade the Lord to dismiss Rosie from his position. Esfer never engaged in such discussions, finding them utterly unappealing. His mentor, Knight Commander Kane, had instilled in him the principle that as a knight, one must always act with integrity, even against one's most detested adversary, advocating for a fair duel rather than resorting to dishonorable schemes. The thought of plotting behind closed doors filled Esfer with revulsion. He had often lamented why he had been born into the Stir family, which he despised, and why his grandfather was the power-hungry Brig. Esfer had confided this distress to his mentor Kane, who imparted a vital lesson. One's origins are not within one's control, but the kind of person one chooses to become is. For decades, Esfer held steadfast to this principle and ultimately became the first knight in the history of the Stir family. At the banquet, Rosie's son proposed to Lord Abney the idea of breaking through the beast tide to reach the city of Banu. Should the Lord consent to the breakout, the task of transporting supplies would fall to the militia. If any issues arose during transport, even Knight Commander Kane could not protect Rosie. Valen suggested this. Valen was Brig's youngest son. After the former militia commander passed away, Brig had recommended Valen for the position. But Abney had dismissed the proposal in favor of Knight Commander Kane's suggestion, appointing Rosie, who had been educated in knightly principles since childhood, as the militia commander. Valen had been assigned to the armory as its treasurer, effectively managing the armory under the direct supervision of the militia commander. Over the years, Valen bore the resentment of being subordinate to Rosie, who hailed from a commoner background. Surely, a child of common blood can offer no worthwhile advice, Brig remarked disdainfully. Father, Knight Commander Kane also believes that a breakout is the best option, and the knights support his view. It is likely that Lord Abney will choose to break through. Valen explained. If this is indeed Kane's suggestion, Abney may be inclined to heed it. Brig pondered, tapping the armrest of his chair. Valen, you could tamper with the armory supplies while they are being loaded by the militia, substituting the contents of the boxes with stones. Then, you could bribe a few militia members and merchants to frame Rosie for selling armory supplies for personal gain. Once we solidify Rosie's culpability, I will rally my students in positions of authority to propose to Abney that you take over Rosie's position, thereby placing the power of the militia commander in our family's hands. Valen's green eyes sparkled with excitement, and a radiant smile spread across his face. Father, your foresight is remarkable, and I shall follow your plan to the letter. Freya entered Persai's room only to be pulled onto the bed by her. Persai assumed a demure posture, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Freya, what story will you tell me tonight? Freya chuckled, ruffling Persai's hair with her small hand. Be good. Sister Persai, I will tell you a story later. I have important matters to attend to now. Persai's expression soured, her lips pouting. Then why are you here? I have come to ask Sister Persai for a favor. If we execute this task well, it will undoubtedly earn you the admiration of Uncle Abney, Freya coaxed. Persai's eyes brightened. What scheme do you have in mind now? Freya adopted a solemn demeanor, stating earnestly, I need to draft a proposal. This plan concerns the lives of all the residents of the Kupa territory, and I require your assistance in writing it. Since this proposal is so vital, why choose me to assist? Persai inquired, disbelief evident in her eyes. Freya smiled broadly, revealing her small, white teeth. Because Sister Persai is my only friend here and the person I trust most. For such an important proposal, I could think of no one more suitable than you. Persai's excitement surged at Freya's words. Let us begin right away. What do you need me to do? Freya took Persai's hand, leading her to the writing desk. Sister Persai, please sit down. I will speak while you record and organize the information. Persai nodded, gently lifting Freya and placing her on her lap. As they worked, Freya explained that the beast tide currently besieging Kupa territory was likely due to a significant environmental shift in the beast's habitat, prompting a mass migration. The proximity of the Kupa territory to the Odembrala River would potentially transform the area into a new beast settlement, rendering it increasingly perilous for human habitation. Therefore, they needed to decide to lead all residents out of Kupa territory temporarily towards Banu City, seeking a new place where they could thrive and settle anew. The proposal would detail the outline and specifics of the migration plan. As Freya elaborated, Persai diligently scribbled with a quill dipped in blue ink onto a parchment. The elegance of Persai's handwriting exuded a unique grace, pleasing to the eye, while also allowing Freya to discern some vocabulary not yet taught by Shaylee. As night deepened, the howling of beasts outside the stone fortress ceased, enveloping the stronghold in tranquility. Most of the inhabitants within had succumbed to slumber. Persai yawned, reading aloud the completed proposal to Freya. Once Freya confirmed its accuracy, Persai expressed relief, collapsing onto the soft bed to sleep, emitting soft snores. Freya, however, was wide awake, haunted by bloody images of villagers slain by the demon fox Jinning. She climbed to the windowsill, gazing at the blue moon partially obscured by clouds, her brown eyes growing increasingly profound. She had once envisioned a rebirth as Freya, living a blissful life in this world until the beast tide struck. But he was mistaken. The emergence of the beast tide made him fully realize that this world was far more perilous than he had ever imagined. His frail existence, in the face of the overwhelming beast tide and the imminent threat of life and death, rendered his future as distant and insignificant as the stars in the sky. He found himself powerless to steer his own fate, let alone pursue happiness. He couldn't help but reminisce about his origins, his beloved wife, and the blissful life he once led. Suddenly, a vivid memory surged from the depths of his mind, the last scene he witnessed when his life hung by a thread. It was a day shrouded in torrential rain, where his vehicle lay overturned amidst the deluge. The cockpit was severely deformed, rendering his body immobile. Shards of the windshield pierced through the flesh of both him and his wife as he watched her, heavily pregnant, slip into unconsciousness. No matter how fervently he called her name, she remained unresponsive. The rain washed away the blood that flowed from within the vehicle, mingling with their own in a vast crimson pool. Chinger, have you also come to this world? Chinger, where are you? Chinger, are you well? Chinger, I miss you dearly. Freyr's murmurs were punctuated by tears that flowed from his burning eyes. In a half-dreaming state, Persai awoke to find Freyr leaning against the windowsill, weeping. She softly called his name, Freyr. He sniffled, rubbed his eyes, and forced a smile. Sister Persai, you're awake. The wind is so strong. It made my eyes blurry. Persai regarded him with suspicion, rising to the windowsill and gazing into the starry expanse outside. It was a clear night. Where could the wind be coming from? She chose not to confront Freyr's fib, instead embracing him as he leaned against the windowsill. She settled him upon her lap, wrapping her arms around his chilly frame. Together, they gazed at the resplendent azure moon that had re-emerged in the sky, sharing a comfortable silence. After a while, Persai broke the stillness. Freyr, what are you thinking about? He abandoned the childlike tone he often used, and spoke with a voice unique to Nan Feng. "Persei, I." "Miss Home." A flicker of surprise crossed Persei's beautiful eyes. "Are you returning to the divine realm?" Frere had once told her he hailed from another world, which she had misinterpreted as a divine origin. "I might not be able to go back. I lost my dearest there, and even if I returned, it would change nothing. Sometimes, I simply can't help but long for my former life." "Don't you like it here?" "No, the people here are quite kind, and the villagers are innocent. I truly enjoy being here. However, I find myself yearning for the world and life I once knew. I despise it here. I loathe everything about it." "Why is that?" "Ever since father married me off to Yaboni, I've never left this stone fortress. I detest the lord, the maids, the knights, the officials, the nobles, the commoners, everything. I have contemplated escaping countless times, fleeing to a place so far that neither the Kupas nor the Clarks could find me." Persei's thoughts drifted as she continued. "I wish to travel freely across the continent, to witness the sun rise over the western sea, to behold the magnificent palaces and sanctuaries of the imperial capital, to gaze upon the towering snow-capped mountains in the north, and finally, to traverse the endless eastern desert, stopping amidst the boundless sea of flowers, building a small stone cottage, living a tranquil life, and growing old in peace. That sounds delightful. I too wish to explore the world beyond." "Frere, have you ever contemplated your future? What kind of life do you envision?" "I have always aspired to be an investor. That has been my dream." "An investor? What is that?" Persei's curiosity piqued further. Frere chuckled softly. "An investor is simply a profession that helps others realize their dreams." "Is there such a profession in the divine realm? How remarkable." Persei marveled, before her tone shifted to excitement. "Can you help me fulfill my dream? Let us travel together." "Of course," Frere replied, lifting his gaze to meet hers with a smile. "But not just yet. You must wait until we find a new place to settle, and until I grow a bit more. Then we have a pact." Persei extended her pinky finger toward him. "Indeed." Frere entwined his pinky with hers. "When you have grown up, we shall travel together and see the world beyond." A pair of dimples appeared on Persei's face. "But how long must I wait?" "Let me think. Until I come of age, perhaps." "How old are you now?" "I have half a year until my 5th birthday." Persei counted on her fingers. "That means we must wait 9.5 years. By the time you come of age, I will have celebrated my 39th birthday." "Ah." Frere's voice betrayed his surprise as he scrutinized her, unable to detect any signs of age on her delicate, youthful face. "So you are nearing 30? I always thought you were merely in your early 20s. "Well, considering that my son, Feynman, is already 10 years old, my age does seem reasonable, even though the threshold of adulthood here is 14. And it is not uncommon for noble women to marry upon reaching maturity." Persei's eyes sparkled with mirth as she smiled. "Do I truly appear that youthful?" "Absolutely." Frere nodded vigorously. The two fell into a comfortable silence, gazing up at the blue moon as the room returned to the embrace of the tranquil night. Countless clouds drifted past the moon, and time flowed gently through the serene darkness. After an indeterminate period, Persei caressed Frere's head and began to hum a lullaby. In this moment, all is still. The wind has ceased. The beasts and birds are deeply asleep. Stars twinkle low in the night sky, while rivers rest quietly, leaving no trace. I gaze afar, pondering, burning, weeping. I am a born warrior, yet powerless to raise my sword. I am filled with rage and heartache. Only thoughts of her bring me solace. Only a delicate hand can reach into my scarred heart to heal me. Each day, I awaken, drawing sustenance from a pure spring. Just as life's bitterness carries a sweet aftertaste, I traverse thorns and blood, swimming towards the other shore. At the crossroads of life and death, I linger 1,000 times, until I finally hear the whispers of the divine. The journey to the shores of happiness remains long. Feeling the warmth radiating from Persei, Frere succumbed entirely to this comforting flow, his consciousness following her melody as he sank into the depths of dreams. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated the bed, Frere woke, spending a considerable time extricating himself from Persei's embrace before carefully rising from the bed. In the depths of slumber, Persei mumbled incoherently about food-related dreams. Frye quietly retrieved the meticulously crafted evacuation plan from the desk, silently exiting Persei's chamber. In the corridors of the stone fortress, Frye encountered the headmaid, Tina, who was carrying breakfast. He greeted her. "Good morning, Aunt Tina." "Good morning, Master Frye," Tina replied with a slight nod. "Has Uncle Aberni awakened?" "The Lord is in his study. Please follow me." Under Tina's guidance, Frye arrived at the Lord's study located deep within the third-floor corridor of the fortress. Tina gently knocked on the study door and called out, "My lord, breakfast is prepared for you." "Come in," came a Bernie's response. Upon entering the study, Tina noticed Fry trailing behind her, and a Bernie instinctively tucked away a crystal vial containing some sort of blood into his drawer. "Fry, what brings you here so early?" a Bernie inquired. Fry approached a Bernie and presented the parchment scroll in his hand. "Uncle Bernie, I have completed the evacuation plan. Please have a look." A Bernie unrolled the scroll, scrutinizing its contents. After a moment, he gazed at Fry with astonishment. "Did you accomplish this all by yourself?" Fry smiled faintly. "I had the lady's assistance." A Bernie's expression softened with pride as he lifted Fry onto his lap, offering him a piece of oat bread smeared with jam. "Here, have some breakfast." "Thank you, Uncle Bernie. I am quite hungry." Fry took a bite of the bread, savoring it. "I have reviewed your plan, and there are several aspects I wish to discuss." Sensing the conversation had commenced, Tina discreetly exited the study, closing the door behind her. "Please, Uncle Bernie, go ahead. Regarding the part of the experiment that diverts the beasts, do you have suitable candidates?" "I believe Brother Sean is the most fitting choice, but considering the overall risks of the experiment, Uncle Mike would be the best candidate." A Bernie nodded. "I share your sentiment. Let us assign Mike to the task." "Fry, how confident are you in this experiment?" "If I say I am fully confident, it may sound overly presumptuous," Fry replied, a smirk gracing his lips. "Perhaps I am 90% certain." "It appears you possess considerable assurance," a Bernie remarked with approval, before his expression shifted to one of gravity. "This plan is exceedingly meticulous, nearly flawless." "Fry, tell me honestly, is this your idea or Percy's?" Fry suddenly realized that a boy not yet 5 years old conceiving such a plan would seem improbable to most. A Bernie's skepticism regarding Percy's authorship of the plan was thus logical. Fry, not minding to attribute the credit to Percy, was aware that a Bernie's biases against her would prevent him from executing the plan faithfully if he believed it originated from her. To ensure the smooth progression of the plan, Fry swiftly replied, "In truth, this plan has heeded the counsel of the gods, thus it may be regarded as an oracle." A Bernie regarded Fry with a dubious gaze, scrutinizing him for a moment before asking, "Fry, can you truly hear the voices of the gods?" Fry smiled subtly and countered, "Uncle Bernie, what do you think? In my presence, you need not feign divine inspiration." A Bernie's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "You possess noble blood and have inherited the wisdom of that esteemed individual. Though you are still quite young, I recognize you as a remarkably gifted child. No, a rare genius, and thus I trust your judgment." Noble blood. Fry had always harbored suspicions that his mother, Sherry, was a love child of a grand noble, fostered under a Bernie's care. He had attempted to probe the elderly nobles of the Kupa territory regarding Sherry's lineage, but they all remained tight-lipped, as if her origins were a taboo subject. Even the usually outspoken old Lord Kiwin displayed an anxious demeanor whenever the topic arose, revealing nothing. Fry cast a curious glance at a Bernie. "Uncle Bernie, do you have anything to share about my mother Sherry's background?" A Bernie slowly raised his head, revealing a slightly surprised expression. "Fry, this secret is too burdensome. The time is not yet ripe. When you are of age to bear this knowledge, someone will inform you." "Must I wait until I come of age?" Fry raised an eyebrow. "Uncle Bernie, even if you do not tell me, I can surmise a few things." "Oh," a Bernie's interest piqued. "My maternal grandfather hails from a royal family on the other side of the continent, does he not?" Fry probed further. "Did you overhear my conversation with Flonnie last night?" "You were not exactly whispering. It was hard to pretend I did not hear." A Bernie's gaze deepened with reminiscence. "Fry, one day, you shall bear the mission of reviving our family. Those who once destroyed your family's kingdom will meet their end at your hands." Fry fell silent for a moment, then suddenly fixed his gaze upon a Bernie, asking softly, "Uncle Bernie, is a life shackled by hatred not a weary existence?" A Bernie paused, then chuckled ruefully, ruffling Frey's hair with his hand. "Indeed, we spend our lives striving to ensure our children do not tread the same path we have. Uncle Bernie, I am curious about your loyalty to my family. What compels you?" A Bernie gently patted Frey's head, smiling as he redirected the conversation. "Fry, let us leave that topic for now and return to discussing the evacuation plan." Chapter 8. Upon receiving the endorsement of the evacuation plan proposed by Fry, Yaboni convened a special meeting to announce the details of the plan to all knights and officials, assigning them their respective tasks. The critical responsibility of diverting the tide of beasts was entrusted to Mike. Aji approached Mike, leading an aging gray-maned horse, and gently patted its neck, offering words of encouragement. Amanda, You carry the lives of the entire Kupa territory on your back. You must run with all your strength and never let the beasts catch up. The farther you go, the better. Amanda, the oldest warhorse in the village, had once been the steed of the former lord and, after retiring, was kept in the stable as a breeding stallion. More than half of the current warhorses in Kupa bore Amanda's lineage. It seemed Amanda understood Aji's words, letting out a deep, resonant neigh. With tears in his eyes, Aji reluctantly handed the reins to Mike. To alleviate Amanda's burden and enable her to run at full capacity, Aji had not equipped her with a heavy harness, and Mike, as the rider, wore only lightweight leather armor instead of the cumbersome knight's gear. All the knights and soldiers of Kupa gathered in the courtyard of the stone fortress to bid farewell to Mike. Leading the group, Yaboni placed a reassuring hand on Mike's shoulder, his gaze filled with high hopes for the endeavor. With Aji's assistance, Fry secured a giant kite to Amanda's rear, crafted from the vivid red curtains of the fortress's reception room, to optimally stimulate the beast's sense of smell and attract them effectively. The knights ventured outside the fortress to capture a beast, draining its blood and splattering it onto the oversized kite. Fry presented a horn to Mike, exclaiming, "Uncle Mike, we await your triumphant return." Taking the horn, Mike affectionately ruffled Frey's hair before deftly mounting the horse. With a swift flick of the reins, the gray-maned Amanda sprang forward, striding toward the fortress gate. The specially designed kite trailing behind her soared into the air, dancing in the breeze. In an instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mike rode Amanda out of the fortress gates, galloping down the slope towards the village below, teeming with countless beasts. With a resounding blast of the horn raised high, Mike's spirited call echoed throughout Kupa Village. In unison, the beasts turned their necks, fixating on the blood-red kite aloft, drawn by the scent wafting in the wind. The beasts' howls merged into a cacophony as the ground trembled, and an overwhelming tide of beasts surged forth from the village. The ferocious tide of beasts rushed towards Mike, who, having successfully diverted their attention, deftly maneuvered Amanda in a sharp turn, directing her towards the west, toward the Odimber River. Success. The beasts were lured away. At that moment, the onlookers atop the fortress walls erupted in cheers. Sean, Losai, quickly organized the personnel for the next phase of the operation. Time is of the essence. We must complete everything before nightfall, Yaboni commanded. Understood, Sean and Losai replied in unison, bowing to Yaboni. After a moment, Losai rallied the militia to commence the transportation of supplies within the town. Their primary task was to move grain from the granaries, potions from the small temple, weapons from the armory, and to gather any remaining food supplies from households as per Frey's suggestion. Meanwhile, Sean led the knights to protect the militia, patrolling the village and clearing away any stray beasts. Before the knights departed, Fry intercepted the young knight Aji. "Aji, I have a favor to ask. Could you run to my house and retrieve a large purple ceramic jar from the cellar?" Fry gestured with his hands to indicate its size. "Is it hiding your secret stash?" Aji inquired playfully. Many nobles, upon hearing about today's operation, had taken advantage of their connections to request knights or militia to retrieve their silver coins or valuable items from home. "Those things are irreplaceable," Fry replied, shaking his head, adding, "I've sealed the jar with white cloth, so please don't peek inside. If any contaminants get in, it will spoil." "What are contaminants?" Aji asked, curiosity lighting his eyes. "It's complicated to explain in a few words, but just do as I say, and I promise to treat you to some soft, delicious bread later. Considering you hid the salt for me last night, I'll take on this task." Aji chuckled, then asked, "By the way, where did you hide that bag of salt?" "In the feed storage next to the stable, hidden in the first haystack on the left as you enter," Fry replied, winking. "Last night, Aunt Tina was furious. She didn't give you any trouble, did she? She chased me with a broom all night. Luckily, I managed to shake her off, otherwise she would have broken my legs," Aji replied, grinning. Fry laughed, impressed by Aji's agility in escaping Aunt Tina's wrath. After exchanging a few more words with Aji, he was called back to join his team. Once the knights and militia departed from the fortress gates, Fry returned inside to continue fulfilling Yaboni's orders. Time passed swiftly, and before long, dusk quietly descended. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the entire Kupa territory, painting the dilapidated village in shades of crimson. The militia's work in transporting supplies was nearing completion, with the final task being to move the weaponry from the armory. On the way to the armory, Losai's trusted sergeant, Lorik, pulled him aside into a secluded corner, covering his mouth and whispering a few urgent words. After hearing Lorik's report, Losai's expression turned serious. Do not raise any alarms. Follow my lead. Understood, Sergeant. As half of the sun dipped below the hills, the militia loaded the armory's supplies onto the carts. The armory's treasurer, Valen, watched his impressive haul with a smile. However, his grin faded quickly when Losai gave the command, and the surrounding militia swiftly restrained him. On his knees, Valen looked up at Losai, panic etched on his face. Losai, what are you doing? That is a question I should be asking you. Losai tossed a box down in front of Valen, kicking it over. Stones tumbled out, and Losai glared at Valen. Valen, what do you have to say for yourself? Realization dawned on Valen. Someone had tipped off Losai. The first face that flashed through his mind was that of his nephew, Esfer. He should have anticipated that the stubborn knight would inform Losai, given that they had trained together under Knight Commander Kane since childhood. Valen, you have swapped the supplies. And the evidence is irrefutable. What do you have to say? Valen glared at Losai, gritting his teeth. I am a noble, Losai. You have no authority to judge me. I demand to see Lord Yuboni. You will see him. Take him to the dungeon, Losai ordered, and the militia began escorting Valen towards the fortress. After just a few steps, Valen's magical energy surged, and with hands glowing in azure light, he struck the chests of the two militia escorting him, sending them crashing to the ground. Wallen revealed a fierce gaze as he approached the fallen militia members, his right hand glowing with a greenish hue, seemingly intent on delivering a lethal blow. However, just as he stood before the two militiamen, before he could strike, a dagger shimmering with a dark, cold light was pressed against his throat. Following the blade, one could see the glimmer of murderous intent in the black eyes of Loxy. Do you still wish to resist, Wallen? Loxy warned, his expression unyielding. Wallen understood well that, despite Loxy's humble origins, as the adopted son of the Knight Commander, he had received rigorous knightly training, rendering him a match for any knight in the Kupa territory. Acknowledging this, Wallen promptly withdrew the green glow from his palm and raised both hands slowly in a gesture of surrender. If you attempt any further antics that may harm my subordinates, be wary of losing your head, Loxy stated, his face devoid of emotion, sending a chill down Wallen's spine. With a fearful nod, Wallen complied. After exchanging glances, the two militia members who had risen continued to escort Wallen toward the stone fortress. After walking a short distance, Wallen suddenly raised his voice. Loxy, you've set me up. I demand to see Lord Yuboni. The accompanying Rorik, finding Wallen excessively noisy, stepped forward and delivered a punch to his temple, causing Wallen to lose consciousness instantly and become compliant. In Lord Yuboni's study, Loxy recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing Loxy's report, Yuboni turned to Fry with a smile and inquired with interest, Fry, how would you handle this situation? Wallen's father, Brig, had served as the previous governor for decades, garnering both merit and hardship. Given Yuboni's character, if old Brig were to plead with you, it would be difficult not to show him some consideration. Fry smiled slightly, therefore. If I were Lord Yuboni, I would simply refuse to meet with old Brig and deny him an audience. A commendable suggestion, Yuboni replied with approval. And then, what would you do? What punishment would you impose on Wallen? I believe this matter is not for Lord Yuboni to consider. Oh, why is that? Fry elaborated. In terms of position, Wallen is my father's subordinate, and it was my father who apprehended him red-handed. Logically, this matter can be handled entirely by my father, as he holds the authority as militia captain. But Wallen is a noble, and the Stur family has significant influence in the Kupa territory. So what? Fry countered with a smile. The imperial law explicitly states that commoners cannot hold official positions. Since my father, as militia captain, possesses legitimacy, the authority he wields as captain is equally legitimate. According to the law, if his subordinate neglects his duties, he has the right to deal with it. Yuboni chuckled. It seems you wish to shift the dilemma onto your father. As a lord, one cannot handle every matter personally. Some burdens must be shared by subordinates. Otherwise, what is the purpose of having so many under your command? Yuboni laughed heartily. Well said. Let us proceed as you suggest. Yuboni's gaze turned to Loxy. Loxy, Wallen is entrusted to you for full management. Understood, Loxy replied, bowing before exiting Yuboni's study. Fry, do you suggest handing Wallen's fate over to your father in hopes of leveraging this opportunity for the Stur family to owe him a favor? Yuboni asked curiously. From my understanding of the Stur family, they would not accept such a favor. Then what is your purpose in making such a suggestion? Yuboni's curiosity deepened. Though the Stur family may not acknowledge my father's favor, He can use this opportunity to reprimand Wallen and other insubordinate subordinates who rely on their noble status. This would facilitate his future endeavors. Yaboni realized, I see. What would you do if you were in Lord Yaboni's position? Fry inquired. I would dismiss Wallen from his position and, in passing, do Brig a favor by having the Stir family pay a fine for his release. Yaboni smiled. Then shifted the topic. Regarding the new armory treasurer, do you have a candidate in mind? I would recommend my father's subordinate, Uncle Rorik. And the reason? Uncle Rorik is honest and straightforward, and most importantly, he is utterly loyal to my father. But Rorik is a commoner. What of it? My father, Loxy, is also of common origin. Your father is the adopted son of Cain, and he has my support behind him. However, Rorik lacks any backing. Do you believe he can hold this position securely? Without a patron, one can become their own support, Fry shrugged. Moreover, my father commands the militia of Kupa territory. In terms of personal strength, among the knights in Kupa, only Brother Sean could match my father, and that is under the condition that my father was intentionally holding back. Ultimately, power struggles boil down to who possesses the stronger fist. Why can't my father be Rorik's support? Yaboni adopted a lecturing tone. Allowing commoners to wield some power will ensure their unwavering loyalty to you. However, if too many commoners hold power, the foundation of authority may waver. Lord Yaboni, that argument is fundamentally flawed. The king's power derives from the people and is meant for their benefit. Without commoners, from where does the king's rule originate? Yaboni smiled. There once was an emperor in the empire whose governance philosophy mirrored your current viewpoint. But do you know how his story ended? What happened? Frey's expression turned curious. He was betrayed by his ministers, beheaded by his own brother, and cast down from the throne. His followers faced persecution, their families obliterated. Throughout history, emperors who failed in their reforms inevitably met such fates. However, one cannot dismiss the feasibility of a path due to a single failed attempt. The wheels of history perpetually turn forward. Those obstinate individuals resistant to progress will eventually be submerged in the vast ocean of the populace, crushed by the relentless march of time. Yaboni waved his hand with a smile. All right, young one, I cannot argue with you further. Let us cease this discussion. Meanwhile, Tina, the head maid tidying up the study, trembled violently upon overhearing Yaboni and Frey's conversation. The unfortunate Emperor Yaboni spoke of was none other than her former master. His Majesty Herman, and that esteemed monarch once expressed sentiments akin to Frey's. Before dinner, Tina seized a moment to call out to Fry, kneeling before him on one knee. She produced a meticulously crafted silver dagger from her bosom, presenting it before Fry with both hands. Fry examined the silver dagger, noticing the hilt adorned with a crescent moon motif, likely the emblem of a certain family. Looking into Tina's gray eyes, he expressed confusion. Aunt Tina, what is this? Master Fry, this dagger is a gift for you. A gift for me? Fry replied, bewildered. Indeed, Tina nodded, insisting on placing the dagger into Frey's hands. The silver dagger, its material unknown, was unexpectedly heavy, so much so that Fry could not lift it with one hand, and found it somewhat strenuous even with both hands. Aunt Tina, why have you suddenly gifted me this dagger? He inquired. Because I cherish you, and thus I present to you my most beloved dagger, Tina replied. Fry flashed a playful grin, teasing. Does this mean it's a token of our bond? Tina smiled in return, perhaps. But this dagger is not a gift without conditions. When you grow up, you must fulfill a wish of mine. What kind of wish? Fry asked, adopting a joking tone. You're not planning to have me marry you when I grow up, are you? In a swift motion, Tina leaned in, and, before Fry could react, kissed his forehead, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. That can wait. I'll tell you when the time comes. Fry was momentarily stunned, his cheeks flushing with warmth. When he regained his composure, shyness compelled him to retreat. Aunt Tina, if there's nothing else, I think I'll go have dinner now. Very well, young Master Fry. Tina responded, rising gracefully in a noble courtesy. As Fry turned to leave, he glanced back at Tina, waving the silver dagger. Thank you for the token of our bond. Aunt Tina, I truly appreciate it. After Fry departed, Abney emerged from around the corner of the corridor. It seems you have found a new master. The head of the Blarolo family. Abney's gaze fixed upon Tina's face. Why him? The Blarolo family, cursed for 2 centuries, had not produced a male heir. And to perpetuate their lineage, they had historically allied themselves with powerful families. The tradition of recognizing a master involved the family head presenting the ancestral treasure, the crescent silver dagger, with both hands to the chosen recipient. Once the dagger was accepted, the recognition ceremony was complete. Just moments ago, Tina, as the current head of the Blarolo family, had bestowed this honor upon Fry, binding all Blarolo family members to pledge their lives in loyalty to him. Tina's gray eyes deepened with reminiscence. The young boy bore a striking resemblance to the young emperor. Perhaps he could achieve the great deeds left unfinished by the emperor and fulfill his unfulfilled wishes. When Fry entered the dining hall with the silver dagger, the maids regarded him with expressions of disbelief. Upon meeting his gaze, even the most aloof among them offered him the highest courtesy reserved for nobility. Not even Purse, the mistress of the house, had ever received such treatment from the maids. Seeing this, Purse hurried over to Fry, her expression one of incredulity. "Fry, what have you done? Why are they treating you with such respect?" "I'm not sure," Fry replied, forcing a smile as his attention drifted to the dagger in his hand. "Perhaps it's because of this dagger." Purse recognized the family crest on the dagger and gasped. "You didn't steal it from Tina, did you?" Her eyes widened in alarm as she concealed the dagger with her skirt, whispering urgently, "Tina will kill you. Quickly, return the dagger to her room before she notices." Observing Purse's panicked demeanor, Fry couldn't help but chuckle. "Aunt Tina gave it to me. How can that be?" Purse's eyes bulged. And after scrutinizing Fry for a moment, she asked, "Tina really gave you this dagger?" "Indeed," Fry nodded. "Sister Purse, do you know the origins of this dagger?" "Not much," she admitted, shaking her head. "But I do know that its previous owner was Emperor Hermann." After a moment of contemplation, Purse arrived at a startling conclusion. "Fry, you are destined to become emperor." "Really?" Fry blinked, his expression a mixture of confusion and surprise. Purse clarified, "What I mean is, every owner of this dagger for the past century has been an emperor, so, following this pattern, Fry, you too shall ascend to the throne." "This dagger has such a curse?" Fry gazed at the silver dagger with astonishment. "Fry, what exactly have you done to earn Tina's willing gift of this dagger?" Purse queried, her curiosity piqued. Fry shook his head, bewildered. "I did nothing at all." "Did Tina say anything to you?" "She mentioned that when I grow up, I must help her fulfill a wish." "I understand," Purse exclaimed, her expression one of realization. "That wish must be for you to ascend the throne." Fry was momentarily at a loss for words. Purse took the dagger and tucked it securely into Fry's belt, her demeanor turning serious as she advised, "Fry, keep this dagger hidden. If it falls into the wrong hands, it could spell trouble." "Understood," Fry nodded solemnly. "Sister Purse, how much do you know about Aunt Tina?" he suddenly inquired. The Blarolo family. Under Purse's guidance, Fry learned some history about the Blarolo family. When he asked why Tina was living incognito as a maid in Abney's stone fortress, Purse had no answers, only recalling that Tina and her fellow maids had arrived in the Kupa territory one rainy night 5 years prior. Additionally, she informed Fry that the current emperor, Leo, was offering a generous reward for any information about the Blarolo family and its members, which is why she urged Fry to keep the silver dagger a secret and not reveal it in front of outsiders. After absorbing this information, Fry could not help but reflect on the multitude of secrets concealed within this seemingly inconspicuous village in the southern reaches of the empire, heightening his curiosity about the Lord Abney and his yet-to-be-met grandfather, and their true identities. Knight Esfer, having fought valiantly throughout the day, led his warhorse into the stable only to be confronted by the entire Strath family at the stable entrance. "Esfer, you traitor! A traitor of the Strath family!" The wife of Valen, Betra, shouted, her emotions spiraling out of control as she pointed an accusatory finger at Esfer. The other members of the Strath family glared at Esfer with disdain, leaving him utterly bewildered. The patriarch, Brig, approached Esfer with a cane in hand. "Grandson, why did you betray us and inform Loxy? Why would you harm your own uncle?" "I did not," Esfer exclaimed, confusion etched across his face. "Still denying it? If you had not betrayed us to Loxy, how could my husband have been imprisoned?" Betra continued her tirade, pointing furiously at Esfer. Esfer suddenly understood. Their scheme against Loxy must have backfired, exposing Valen as the mastermind and resulting in his imprisonment. Those who plot harm against others often bring harm upon themselves. Valen got what he deserved, Esfer scoffed. "If you miss him so much, why not join him in the dungeon?" "As for you," Boric trembled violently, gripping his cane. "You ungrateful wretch, aiding outsiders to harm our family, the Sturts. Are you wishing for our imprisonment? You scoundrel, Esfer!" Betra shouted furiously. "Enough, I have had it." Esfer shot a glare at Betra, and an icy aura of magic surged around him, the palpable intent to kill forcing the entire Sturt family to retreat a step. Betra, enveloped by this murderous magic, found it hard to breathe and wisely fell silent. Esfer strode directly to his grandfather Boric, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon the elderly man, who for the first time realized just how much his grandson had grown. I wish to sever ties with the family. From this day forth, I have no affiliations with the Sturts. After delivering this expressionless declaration, Esfer pushed through the astonished family members blocking his path and departed with resolve. Around the corner of the courtyard, Esfer encountered Loxy, leaning against the wall. Did you hear everything? With a smile, Loxy patted Esfer on the shoulder. Come, I can tell you're feeling quite down. Let me treat you to a drink. Esfer nodded, and the two ascended to the rooftop of the stone fortress. Lying back to gaze at the sun sinking towards the horizon. Care for a sip? Loxy took a small taste from the leather wine pouch and offered it to Esfer. Esfer accepted the pouch and gulped down its contents. Those fools, thinking they can buy off your militia with silver coins, are utterly foolish. They believe everyone is as greedy as they are. Little yes, you are clever, which is why you are the only knight of the Sturt family. My father could have been a knight too, had he not met an untimely death on the battlefield before receiving his knighthood. Now you stand as a knight capable of facing challenges alone, fulfilling your father's unaccomplished wishes. He, in another realm, must surely be proud of you. I have decided. I shall establish a new branch. Esfer suddenly raised the wine pouch high, declaring that henceforth, Knight Esfer Allen shall create a knightly family renowned across the continent. My children, and their children, shall be nurtured into the finest knights of the Kupa territory, surpassing Mike, and you, by far. Why use your father's name as the family surname? Loxy turned his head, curiosity evident in his eyes. I want my descendants to forever remember my father, though he was never knighted, in my heart. He possesses all the qualities of a knight. Esfer smiled at Loxy. Just like you, Loxy, the unheralded knight of Kupa, in the eyes of many. You are already a knight. Loxy beamed, playfully punching Esfer's shoulder. You're deliberately teasing me, aren't you? Honorable knight, I swear, that was not my intention. Esfer laughed heartily. After sharing laughter under the crimson twilight for some time, Esfer suddenly inquired, how does Lord Yaboni intend to deal with that fool Valen? He has entrusted me with complete authority over the matter. And how do you intend to handle that fool? What do you suggest I do? Loxy chuckled. Execute him. He is merely a nuisance. If Valen knew how heartlessly his nephew acted, he would surely be furious. His wife was already furious with me moments ago. Loxy glanced sideways at Esfer. Do they think you're informing me, requiring me to explain to the Sturts? There's no need. Explaining to fools is pointless. In truth, I won't do much to Valen. I'll let him suffer a bit in the dungeon for a lesson before releasing him. You needn't share this with me. I am no longer a Sturt. I have no interest in what those fools do. Very well, let us continue drinking then. I've already finished. Do you have any left? Esfer turned the pouch upside down, shaking it. Not a drop remains. You certainly don't hold back. Meanwhile, the entire Sturt family was crammed into the guest room designated for Knight Esfer, discussing how to rescue Valen, but after much deliberation, they had no feasible plan. Boric tapped his cane on the floor several times, signaling them to silence. Father, do you have a solution? With Betra's question, all eyes turned to Boric, the head of the family. I went to seek Lord Yaboni, but he deliberately avoided me. The maid conveyed that Lord Yaboni has fully entrusted Valen's fate to Loxy. The family members exchanged surprised glances before their focus shifted to Betra, who looked around in confusion and suddenly realized. Raising her voice, I cannot humiliate myself to beg that commoner to spare Valen. Do not expect me to do such a thing. I would rather die. Boric glared at Betra. Valen is your husband. If you don't go, should I? Valen is also your son. Betra was resolute, disregarding Boric's dignity. Anyone else could go, but don't expect me to. Boric struck the floor with his cane 3 times in frustration. Everyone leave. The family members displayed confusion but dared not defy Boric's command. Mandy, you stay. Boric called to Valen's eldest son. Grandfather, what is your command? Mandy, please fetch Milan for me. Understood, grandfather. A few minutes later, Milan, the steward, knocked on the door. Teacher, it is I, Milan, come in. Milan entered the guest room, observing Boric frowning deeply while seated. After bowing in homage, he directed a puzzled look at Boric. What troubles you, teacher? I heard that Valen has been imprisoned by Loxy. I have indeed heard this. Lord Yaboni has handed Valen's fate over to Loxy. Teacher, do you wish for me to plead with Loxy on your behalf? Milan quickly grasped Boric's intent. Boric silently nodded. Very well, teacher. I shall go speak with Loxy shortly. Before that, I have something to discuss with you. Milan, what would you like to say? Teacher, How long has it been since you stepped down from your position as governor? 20 years. Boric looked puzzled. Milan. Why do you ask this? Teacher, how long has it been since you cared for the common folk? Do you know who their favorite official is now? Boric suddenly realized. Milan, are you implying that I allowed Valen to bribe the militia, committing a foolish act? I would never imply such a thing. But it certainly is not a wise decision. Lord Uboni entrusting such an important position as militia captain to a commoner. Do you have no opinions on this? Boric fixed Milan with a penetrating gaze. In the eyes of Lord Uboni, Lozabivalin is deemed more suitable than I or any official from the Kupa region to occupy the position of militia sergeant. Since this is the will of Lord Uboni, I naturally do not dare to voice any objections. Briggs sighed deeply, realizing once again that the era of his sole dominion over the Kupa region had irrevocably passed. His former prestige long vanished. Master, heed the counsel of your student. Please take comfort in your twilight years and refrain from concerning yourself with the affairs of Kupa any longer, if you would. Briggs remained silent, but Milan discerned the stubbornness in his eyes. Milan, whether Valen can emerge unscathed from the dungeon rests upon you, Briggs said, extending his wrinkled hands to grasp Milan's right hand. Master, what should I do? Milan nodded solemnly. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. I will plead on your behalf with Losai. After exiting the room, Milan swiftly sought out Losai. Good evening, Lord Losai, Milan greeted with a smile. I presume you can guess the purpose of my visit. Is it that old Briggs sent you to plead on my behalf? Milan nodded. Lord Losai, I am confident you will ultimately release Valen, thus I need not do anything. However, there is another matter for which I seek your audience. What is it? Losai inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. Have you seen your son Frey's evacuation plan? Losai's expression immediately shifted to one of vigilance. Milan, what is your opinion regarding my son? Undoubtedly. Your child Frey is a prodigy, yet it is also time he required the guidance of a mentor. Would you not agree? In the traditions of the mid-continent, the status of a teacher surpasses that of parents. Hence, choosing a mentor is a significant matter that warrants careful consideration. Do you wish to become Frey's instructor? Losai cast a dubious glance. Milan chuckled softly, shaking his head. A child as gifted as Frey deserves far better than an ordinary individual, such as myself, as a mentor. However, I can recommend a suitable teacher for him. Losai's eyes brightened. Do share. Lord Merlin Nanda, once the chief advisor to His Majesty Hermann, has served as the Chancellor of the Empire. Have you heard of him? What is your relationship with Lord Merlin? Losai's expression shifted to one of surprise. Merlin is a renowned sage, famed throughout the Gault Empire. Despite his humble beginnings, he ascended through remarkable wisdom and governance skills. From a mere count's steward to a local lord, and ultimately to Chancellor before the late Emperor Hermann. His name has spread across the continent. Milan smiled slightly. I have merely exchanged letters with Lord Merlin. He has long shown interest in Frey. If you are inclined, I could introduce Frey to Lord Merlin. Milan, I appreciate your kindness, but presently, I must focus on the upcoming evacuation. We can discuss this matter once we safely reach Banu City. Understood, Milan nodded. Lastly, I have a small suggestion that I hope you will consider earnestly. What insight do you offer, Milan? It is widely known that Lord Uboni favors Frey. Thus, regardless of any indiscretions he may commit, Lord Uboni will undoubtedly protect him. Consequently, none in Kupa would dare risk offending Lord Uboni by openly reprimanding Frey for his misdeeds. However, once we arrive in Banu City, the nobles there may not be as inclined to show deference to Lord Uboni. I see. Thank you for your advice. I shall keep a closer watch over Frey's conduct henceforth. I am glad you understand, Lord Losai. Frey is a bright and beloved child, and we all wish to see him grow up safe and sound. In the kitchen of the stone fortress, under Frey's direction, Tina and a host of maidens were experimenting with several unfamiliar dishes, while the knight, young Aji, had been conscripted by Tina to assist in the kitchen. With flour covering his arms, Aji exerted all his strength, kneading the dough in front of him. Frey, will this really yield soft and delicious bread? Aji asked, turning to Frey with a puzzled expression. Put in a bit more effort, Brother Aji. The longer you knead the dough, the softer the bread will be when baked. What is in this jar, Frey? I noticed you added something from it to the dough this afternoon, Tina inquired with curiosity. Inside is yeast, a microorganism invisible to the naked eye. This purple jar had been brought from Frey's cellar by Aji, containing yeast that he had nurtured for half a year. Through this period of iterative growth, he had cultivated exceptionally high-quality yeast. Is it a bug? Tina exclaimed, surprised. You added that to the dough? Can the bread still be eaten? Frey chuckled in disbelief. Yeast is a type of fungus, akin to the mushrooms that grow on decayed wood in the forest. We often use mushrooms in soups, do we not? I see now. Is this a seasoning derived from such mushrooms? Not exactly seasoning. It is used to leaven the dough. Observe the many small holes in the dough. They are the result of the yeast fermenting and releasing gas, which makes the dough airy. Once placed in the oven, the heat will further expand these air pockets, resulting in soft and delectable bread. Ah, so this is knowledge bestowed by the gods. Fry smiled, in a manner of speaking. So the jar is a container for nurturing these mushrooms, requiring daily watering? Tina asked, her curiosity piqued. It does require watering, but not excessively, just a tablespoon will suffice. The most crucial part is to feed the yeast flour so they can produce more offspring. Will they really produce offspring? Tina asked, astonished, inspecting the purple ceramic jar. Oh, do not lift the white cloth covering the jar, Fry warned, preventing Tina from uncovering it. The yeast is like a pregnant woman. They are delicate and require special care. It is essential to maintain cleanliness, and aside from their daily feeding, the jar should not be opened casually. Understood. I shall treat it with the utmost care. As one would a pregnant woman. Aunt Tina, I entrust this jar to your care. Please look after the yeast diligently for me. How much flour should I feed them daily? 2 to 3 tablespoons should be ideal. Very well, young Master Fry. I shall ensure the well-being of these mushroom mothers. Chapter 9. A sudden, resounding thud echoed at the kitchen door of Stone Fortress, prompting Fry and his companions to glance over. They found Mike sprawled on the ground. Drenched and smeared with blood, a wooden barrel toppled at his feet. Uncle Mike. Fry, along with Aji, Tina, and a throng of maids, rushed to surround him. As Fry approached, he discerned that the blood coating Mike was not his own. It must have been from a fierce battle with a beast on his way back. However, Mike's left arm bore an injury, crudely bandaged with a strip of cloth. Tina silently signaled to a maid named Rhea to summon Lord Flani. Rhea promptly left the kitchen, heading straight to the guest room of the High Priest Flani. Water, Mike murmured, his pale lips barely moving. A maid quickly grabbed a water jug and brought it to Mike's lips, but Fry intervened, halting her. They could not offer him water directly. Uncle Mike was showing signs of dehydration and needed salt in the water. The maids immediately began rummaging through the kitchen for salt. Tina's gaze fell on Aji as she spoke. Stop looking. There hasn't been salt in the kitchen for ages. Realizing Tina's intent, Aji eagerly volunteered, I'll fetch it. He dashed off, returning shortly with a bag of salt. Fry took a handful and added it to the water jug, stirring gently to dissolve the salt. He then held the bowl of saline solution to Mike's lips, personally administering the liquid. Take your time, Uncle Mike, Fry urged. Weak and fatigued, Mike managed to sip the saline solution until it was gone. Afterward, Tina instructed the maids to fetch a clean towel and a bucket of warm water to cleanse Mike's body. Once cleaned, Mike leaned against the wall, half conscious, when a sudden shiver ran through him. Tina ordered a maid to bring a blanket to wrap him snugly. Despite being bundled up, Mike's trembling did not subside, prompting Tina to bring over a small heater, igniting a fire to warm him. Upon entering the kitchen, Flani observed Mike shaking uncontrollably and immediately raised his hand. A holy light emanated from his palm, enveloping Mike. After a few moments, Mike ceased shivering, his complexion regaining some color, and he opened his eyes, his awareness brightening considerably. Mike, do you feel better? Flani inquired as he crouched down to unwrap the blanket from around him, loosening the cloth tied around his left arm to inspect the wound. Much improved, Lord Flani, Mike responded. Flani exchanged a glance with his disciple, Xiao Sha, who then opened a jar containing holy water and dipped a white cloth into it, using it to clean Mike's injury. Fry, intrigued, directed his gaze toward the jar, pointing and asking, Lord Flani, is that alcohol inside? Alcohol? What is that? Flani queried in perplexity. It's a high-concentration liquor used for cleaning wounds, Fry explained. Does alcohol serve such a purpose? Flani's interest piqued. What concentration is required? Typically, it's 75% pure alcohol mixed with 25% water. Pure alcohol? Yes, it is ethanol. Is there a method to extract this pure alcohol from regular liquor? Fry nodded. Certainly. Ethanol has a lower boiling point than water. By controlling the distillation temperature, one can extract ethanol. What is boiling point? It is the minimum temperature required to boil a liquid. Fry, could you share the detailed method and steps with me? Of course, Fry smiled, but for now, please focus on treating Uncle Mike's wounds. I will explain the alcohol extraction method later. Very well. Flani nodded, returning his attention to Mike's injury as he asked, Mike, do you know what beast inflicted this wound? A giant cyan serpent, with a horn like an ice spike. That is the frost yemo. Its venom is minimal, merely causing a chill. The cold toxin will dissipate from the body in 1 to 2 days. Rest well and keep warm. Understood. Mike nodded. Flanny then personally opened the medicine jar, extracting a deep green ointment which he applied to Mike's arm, securing it with a bandage. After tending to Mike, Flanny departed with his disciple, reminding Fry once more to visit him the following day to learn about the alcohol extraction technique. Uncle Mike, did the plan succeed? Fry inquired. As everyone's gaze turned to Mike, the lone hero who had diverted the beast tide. Mike shook his head, disappointment flickering in the eyes of those gathered. It's all right, Uncle Mike. You did wonderfully. We will find another way, Fry encouraged, offering a reassuring smile to the disheartened Mike. Is there something to eat? I've been hungry all day. Mike looked at Tina. Bread. Tina suddenly recalled something and dashed to the oven, donning heavy gloves to open it and retrieve a tray filled with fruit pies and cream-filled bread. Instantly, a delightful aroma wafted through the kitchen, capturing everyone's attention. Tina approached Fry. Young Master Fry, is this what the 2 dishes you taught me look like in the end? Yes, indeed. Fry nodded vigorously. Aunt Tina, your culinary skills are remarkable. You succeeded on your first attempt. Mike gazed curiously at the unfamiliar food on the tray, swallowing hard. What is this? It looks incredibly delicious. Fry placed 2 fruit pies and a cream-filled bread on a silver plate and presented it to Mike. This is fruit pie and cream-filled bread. Mike could not resist reaching out, only to recoil with a hiss as the heat stung his fingers. Fry chuckled. Take your time, Uncle Mike. No one is competing with you. Mike held the silver plate, blowing on the food for a while before taking a bite of the fruit pie. A look of sheer delight spread across his face, and he exclaimed, This is exquisite. I promise, it is the most delicious food in the world. Everyone's mouths watered at the sight, and Aji shot Tina a hopeful glance. Tina, may I also have a taste? No, you little salt thief. Don't be so stingy. Tina, I returned the salt. In fact, I brought back more than I took. Aji protested, reaching for the tray. Tina swiftly took the tray away. This is the first batch. It's for young Master Fry and Lord Abney to taste first. You can only sample the last batch. Please, I can't wait that long. I'm about to dry up from all this drooling. Tina served a portion of fruit pie and cream-filled bread to Fry. Young Master Fry, try it and tell me if it's correct. Fry took a small bite, revealing a grin. It's just as I remember it. Hey, Fry, have you tasted this before? Aji asked, astonished. Yes, in a dream. Damn, you little rascal. How many delicacies have you tasted? Aji ruffled Fry's hair in a playful frenzy. I want to see what's inside that head of yours. Fre was at a loss for words. Oh, Brother Augie, please refrain from speaking such terrifying words. Faced with Augie's piercing gaze fixated on the silver platter in his hands, Fre ultimately succumbed to his stare and handed the platter over. Brother Augie, you should sample it while it's still warm. Without hesitation, Augie seized the platter and, in the blink of an eye, devoured every last morsel of the fruit pie and cream bread, even going so far as to lick the plate clean. Meanwhile, Mike, holding the now empty platter, shyly glanced at Tina and timidly inquired, Could I have some more? I am still hungry. Tina looked to Fre, signaling him to make the decision. Upon understanding her cue, Fre immediately smiled and proclaimed, Uncle Mike is the greatest hero of the day. We must reward him well. Take as much as you desire. For a while, Augie wore a pitiful expression as he watched Mike clear the baking tray of fruit pies and cheese cream buns. After satisfying his hunger, Mike displayed a contented expression but soon felt embarrassed under the gaze of the maids and excused himself, stating, I must report to Lord Aberney. Uncle Mike, I shall join you. I, too, wish to speak with Uncle Aberney. After Mike and Fre exited the kitchen, Augie eagerly urged Tina, Hurry, let us prepare a second batch. In the study of Lord Aberney, prominent figures of the Kupa territory had gathered, including Knight Commander Kane Bass, Governor Bayless Brella, Militia Captain Rossi, Warehouse Manager Myron Wood, Tax Officer Vinton Green, Lord Aberney's eldest son Sean Cooper, Chief Knight Mike Kuno, and a self-proclaimed hunter named Dolly. However, all eyes were on a small boy, not yet 5 years old, the son of Militia Captain Rossi, who was affectionately dubbed the Darling of the Gods, Fre. Uncle Mike, where did you conclude your mission? Could you indicate it on the map? In response to Fre's inquiry, Mike rose and pointed to a location on the map. It's approximately here, about 200 miles from Stone Fortress. Though this distance fell short of the planned 100 miles, Mike had already drawn the tide of magical beasts far away. Fre, is this not sufficient? Knight Commander Kane cast a puzzled glance at Fre. FRE shook his head. Not enough. 300 miles is merely a conservative estimate. The aerial beasts possess an expansive field of vision. Should they detect our relocation, it could easily incite a new beast tied to assault our moving forces. Without the defenses of Stone Fortress, we may very well be annihilated on the road. I have a suggestion. The usually reticent Dolly suddenly spoke. All eyes shifted to him as he stood in the corner. Dolly, what do you propose? Bernie inquired. Dolly approached the map, gesturing as he explained. I am well acquainted with the forest. I can guide everyone through it towards Banu City. The dense trees will help conceal our movements from the aerial beasts, while also hindering the beast tide to some extent. However, traveling through the forest means we will not utilize the carts, rendering many supplies impossible to transport. Warehouse manager Myron interjected. We shall only bring the essentials. Take all the gold and silver coins, and procure necessary supplies anew upon our arrival in Banu City, Tax Officer Vinton suggested. The issue of transporting supplies can be resolved easily. In the coming days, I will instruct the village carpenters to create transport tools suitable for the forest, FRE stated. Directing his gaze at Rossi. This will require the militia and villagers' assistance. Father, you must take the lead in organizing this. Very well, I shall take charge, Rossi nodded. Subsequently, the group discussed various details of the evacuation plan, and upon reaching a consensus, Bernie concluded, you all may return to your duties. We shall commence the evacuation at dawn 3 days hence. Lord Bernie, I recommend we set out in the dead of night. Dolly interjected suddenly. Dolly, please elaborate on your reasoning. Most magical beasts are active during the day and rest at night. If we move at dawn, we can minimize our chances of encountering beast attacks. At the break of dawn 3 days hence, when the crimson moon rises, we shall officially commence our journey. Understood. The group uniformly bowed in reverence to Bernie, with FRE mimicking their gestures. In the pitch-black dungeon, former armory custodian Valenstride huddled in a corner, clutching his knees. The unsettling sound of skittering mice heightening his anxiety. Since awakening in the dungeon, the darkness had robbed Valen of any sense of time. He was oblivious to how long he had been imprisoned, only acutely aware of his overwhelming thirst and hunger. Initially, he had shouted to attract attention. Yet no one came to his aid, nor did anyone deliver food and water. It seemed he had been completely forgotten by the outside world. The pangs of hunger and thirst left Valen dizzy, his body temperature steadily declining as involuntary shivers overtook him. He began to succumb to despair, believing he would perish in this wretched place. The thought of dying here became a form of relief compared to enduring the hunger and fear. Just as Valen entertained such thoughts, his ears suddenly picked up the sound of footsteps, growing increasingly distinct as they approached him. He lifted his head toward the source of the sound, and as the footsteps drew near, the darkness of the space brightened. Valen's pupils constricted painfully at the sudden light, rendering him unable to open his eyes. After a moment, Valen's eyes finally adjusted to the brightness, and he discerned the visitor, Rossi, holding a glowing stone, stood before him on the opposite side of the iron bars. After sizing up the disheveled Valen, Rossi inquired, Valen, have you been comfortable these past few days? Thanks to you, Rossi. I have never been so comfortable. Valen spat bitterly, glaring at Rossi through gritted teeth. Valen, Lord Bernie has entrusted me with your fate. Valen fell silent for a moment. Whether to kill or to maim, just grant me a swift resolution. Do you wish to die? Rossi chuckled. Honestly, I would rather not remain in this dreadful place for another moment. Rossi produced a key from his possession and, before Valen's eyes, unlocked the cell door, gesturing for Valen to step out. Yet Valen was stunned, remaining seated, unmoving. What do you mean? Are you going to execute me? Rossi's smile widened. If that is truly your desire. At a loss, Valen stared blankly at Rossi. What? Have you grown fond of this place? Do you wish to stay a while longer? After scrutinizing Rossi with a look of suspicion for a considerable time, Valen finally rose and exited the cramped cell. You are simply letting me go? Valen expressed disbelief. Stealing from the armory is a grave offense. I certainly cannot let you off scot-free. Rossi's smile vanished. Valen, you are dismissed from your position. As punishment, your new occupation shall be that of a latrine digger. Stealing from the armory is indeed a capital offense, and while one might escape execution, they would typically be stripped of their noble title and reduced to slavery. Yet Rossi had merely assigned him the menial task of a latrine digger, a seemingly lowly position, yet infinitely preferable to execution or enslavement. Why? Valen expressed confusion. Although your character may be somewhat petty, you have managed the arsenal's treasury for many years without committing any grave errors. maintaining order throughout your tenure. I do not covet your approval. Valen interjected. In summary, given that you still possess some utility, I shall spare your life for the time being. I hope you will strive diligently in your new position. Based on your future performance, I may consider promoting you to another role. Humph. Valen scoffed disdainfully and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Valen suddenly halted, turned back with a serious expression, and stated, I do not like to owe favors. I shall repay my debts. The following morning, a patrolling militia member spotted a suspicious individual. The militia trailed this figure for some time before discovering him shoveling excrement into a cesspit. He was revealed to be a latrine worker. Despite his deliberate attempts to disguise himself as a civilian, the militia recognized him as the former arsenal treasurer, Valen. Before long, Valen became the subject of ridicule among the populace, and the news spread like wildfire. Once his new occupation as a latrine worker became public knowledge, Valen ceased to hide it, brazenly transporting buckets of waste for the community each day at dawn. Consequently, the Stir family earned a disgraceful moniker, the Stir family of latrine workers, which rendered its members incapable of holding their heads high among other nobles. The ever-proud Lord Blige, incensed, expelled Valen from the Stir family, publicly declaring before a gathering of nobles that Valen would henceforth have no ties to the Stir family. In his moment of isolation, Knight Aesfer approached Valen and extended a heartfelt invitation. Valen, although you are currently merely a latrine worker, with diligence, you shall eventually liberate yourself from this labor. I have faith in your potential. Come, join my newly established Allen family. What benefits are there in joining your family? Can I stay in your guest room? Certainly, provided you cleanse yourself of that odor. Valen chuckled as he shook hands with his nephew Aesfer. Thus, Aesfer's newly founded Allen family gained a new member, Valen Allen. A day later, the Allen family welcomed another new member, Valen's eldest son, Mandy. Upon returning to his guest room after bathing, Valen was astonished to find his son Mandy sleeping in the bed. Mandy, what brings you here? Mandy beamed with a radiant smile. Father, Brother Aesfer has agreed to my joining the Allen family. Henceforth, I too shall be a member of the Allen family. Does your mother know of this? Valen exhibited a look of disbelief. I have long grown weary of her, as well as grandfather's penchant for meddling in politics. They hold no official positions yet insist on interfering. Remaining with the Stir family is utterly uninteresting. Following Brother Aesfer holds far more promise. Valen approached Mandy and patted him on the shoulder, remarking, You possess sound judgment. You are indeed my offspring. Chapter 10. In the stillness of the night, the beasts dwelling in the Kupa territory lay in deep slumber. The luminous blue full moon descended from the darkened sky, replaced by a strange crimson crescent. Under the blood-red moonlight, teams streamed forth from the Lord's stone fortress, knights flanking the militia as they safeguarded the procession. Men carried burdens on their shoulders, while women and older children collectively pushed wheelbarrows. The entire populace of Kupa, bathed in moonlight, moved toward the eastern forest. To minimize noise during the evacuation and avert the attention of the beasts, as well as to disperse the risks, under Frey's suggestion, the large group of nearly 700 was divided into smaller teams of 30, each led by a knight or squire and accompanied by 5 militia for protection. Lord Abney personally led the vanguard team into the depths of the forest, with Frey among them, receiving the highest honor of sharing a steed with Abney. The adept Dolly, familiar with the woods, forged ahead, his figure darting gracefully among the towering trees, reminiscent of a monkey. Golden arrows frequently flew from his unassuming, weathered bow, silently slaying any beasts within a 10-mile radius as they slumbered. Due to Dolly's exceptional skills, the path remained clear, and there was no encounter with live beasts. By dawn, the vanguard team reached the predetermined location. Under the command of Captain Kane, the group began to establish a temporary camp on a slope, with subsequent teams arriving to assist in its construction. By sunrise, the camp began to take shape, centered around the largest tent occupied by Abney. The radius of the camp extended nearly 30 meters, with the knights' tents at the innermost circle, followed by those of the nobles and villagers, and the militia's tents forming the outermost layer. Dolly discovered a thicket of thorns nearby and, accompanied by some militia and villagers, cut numerous thorns to lay around the camp as obstacles, sharpening branches to bury hidden spikes to deter nearby beasts. Within the Lord's tent, the knights who had arrived began to report on the status of their respective teams. A total of 22 teams had been dispatched, of which 21 had arrived safely, while the final team had yet to report, 2 hours having passed since the last team's arrival. Who was in charge of the last team? Abney inquired. It was S for MC, came the response. Who comprised that team? Abney's brow furrowed. Mainly the temple attendants. Valen and his son were among them, reported the officer responsible for organizing the teams. Just then, a bloodied figure burst into the tent, caked in mud, drawing the attention of the knights and officials. The man bore a disfigured visage, his right cheek mangled by the beasts. It took a moment for the assembly to recognize him, until he cried out, "My lord Abney, please save my nephew Esfer." His voice, hoarse and frantic, echoed through the tent. The assembly quickly realized this was Valen, the recently dismissed armory steward. "Calm down, Valen." Tina offered him a water skin, which he gulped from, his agitation somewhat quelled. "My lord, we were beset by a horde of beasts on our journey. Esfer sacrificed himself to buy us time to escape, luring the beasts away. His fate is uncertain. I implore you to send aid immediately." "I shall go," volunteered Losai. "No one knows the nearby forest better than I do. I will accompany you," Dolly added. Abney nodded, turning to MC. "You will act together." MC acknowledged the command with a bow. Before leaving the tent, Abney solemnly placed a hand on MC's shoulder, urging, "Bring back Esfer alive." After a brief bandaging and treatment from High Priest Flani in his tent, Valen joined Losai and the others, mounting their steeds to rescue Esfer. Under the blazing sun, Losai's group slowed their pace near a depression, surveying the surroundings littered with the corpses of beasts resembling hyenas, their bodies marred by gray spots and spiked backs. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon human remains, though unrecognizable due to the ravaging of the beasts. The tattered remnants of clothing hinted at the presence of numerous temple attendants among the fallen. Before an ancient banyan tree, its roots sprawling over a considerable distance, Valen halted his horse, exclaiming, "This is where we first encountered the beasts." Surveying the ground strewn with unfamiliar beast corpses, Losai turned to Dolly and asked, "What do you know of these beasts?" "I have encountered them thousands of miles away in the mountains to the east. They are social creatures, traveling in packs of hundreds, possessing keen noses and a penchant for tormenting their prey until exhaustion leads to death. They are a particularly troublesome breed of small beast known as Sebrew," Dolly explained. MC looked perplexed. The bestiary states that Sebrew typically inhabit arid mountainous regions. How could they appear in the forest? "The beasts attacking the village originated from the Death Fog region, hundreds of miles away. Their migration here must be due to a catastrophic event in that area," Dolly speculated. "Let us set aside these concerns for now. Our priority is to ascertain Esfer's whereabouts," MC declared, fixing his gaze on Valen. "Do you recall which direction Esfer took when you parted ways?" Valen surveyed the surroundings and suddenly recalled, pointing in a direction, "That way." "Yes, Esfer went that direction. To the southwest lay the village. Esfer must have retreated there," Dolly reasoned. Exchanging glances, MC and Losai urged their horses toward Kupa Village, quickening their pace. As they approached, they discovered a trail of blood. Following the blood trail, they eventually found the corpse of a warhorse in a remote barley field outside the village. Its armor shredded and teeth marks evident, the poor creature lying in a pool of dried blood, reduced to mere bones. "Valen, take the horses and hide them in the forest over there. Wait for us, and when you hear this signal, come to our aid," MC instructed, placing his fingers to his lips to whistle a signal. Valen nodded, taking the reins of the horses and leading them into the eastern woods. MC, Losai, and Dolly then cautiously approached the village, crawling down a slope to observe the beasts wandering about. "It seems Esfer must have taken refuge in the village," concluded Losai. "Where could he be hiding?" MC inquired. "If you were Esfer, where would you seek refuge? What would seem safest? The stone fortress or the small temple?" "Esfer is injured. He wouldn't venture far from safety." MC and Losai exchanged knowing glances. "Let us check the small temple. I will create a diversion to draw the beasts away. You will be responsible for finding Esfer," Dolly proposed eagerly. Roxy gently patted Daryl's shoulder and advised him to be cautious. Daryl nodded and rose to head towards the stone fortress. Under the watchful gaze of Mike and Roxy, Daryl stealthily approached the fortress, and soon after, a resounding horn echoed from within. The wandering Sibruts in the village were instantly drawn to the sound, converging towards the stone fortress like a dark wave of monsters. Seeing that Daryl had successfully diverted the beasts, Roxy and Mike advanced to the side of the small shrine. Together, they pushed open the heavy stone door and immediately noticed Asfer leaning against the corner. Asfer was drenched in the foul blood of the monsters, his right leg injured and wrapped in strips of cloth that had failed to staunch the bleeding, as blood continued to seep through. Roxy knelt before Asfer, gently calling out, "Asfer, Wake up. After a prolonged attempt with no response, Roxy placed his finger beneath Asfer's nostrils to check for breath, finally exhaling in relief. Though Asfer's breathing was faint, he was indeed alive. Carefully, Roxy unwrapped the cloth from Asfer's leg, applying a hemostatic powder that his son, Fry, had specially prepared. He tore his own shirt into strips to re-bandage Asfer's wound. During the process, Roxy noticed Asfer's limbs were unnaturally cold. Asfer had lost too much blood. If they delayed, he would not survive. They needed to return to camp for treatment swiftly, as they had to depart again by nightfall. After exchanging a glance, Roxy hoisted Asfer onto his back. He and Mike then cautiously exited the shrine. However, they had not traveled far when several solitary Sybarites leaped out from an alley, their crimson eyes glinting as they bared their sharp fangs and claws, lunging towards them. In the instant the Sybarites charged, silver and black blades of light flashed before them, accompanied by a brief sound of air being sliced, followed by a downpour of warm, red rain as 4 of the beasts fell, severed in an instant. The sin of blood immediately attracted nearby monsters resting in the shadows, and in mere moments, more than a dozen Sybarites surged forward with fierce howls towards Roxy and Mike. These feeble creatures posed no threat to the two, but as the carnage continued, the stench of blood intensified. The Sybarites, with their keen sense of smell, quickly turned back from the fortress, rushing like a dark tide toward the village below. Realizing the tide of monsters was now directed towards Roxy and Mike, Daryl atop the fortress walls drew his bow, charging it with power. After a few breaths, 3 dazzling golden arrows arced through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Daryl's 3 magical arrows detonated amidst the throng of beasts, sending waves of gore spraying into the air as a torrential rain of blood fell upon the horde. While half of the monsters perished instantly, it did not halt their advance. Rather, it incited the remaining beasts to flee with even greater fervor towards the village. Meanwhile, Roxy and Mike, entangled with the Sybarites at the village entrance, noticed the numbers of monsters increasing. "You go ahead. I'll hold them off," Mike insisted. Roxy nodded, swiftly dispatching another Sybarite that lunged at him. Mike remained behind, channeling all his magical energy into his knight's sword, which erupted in a blinding white light, accompanied by a storm-like whirring. As he swung his sword into the air, several white blades of energy disrupted the advancing Sybarite horde. Not far away, Roxy was captivated by the brilliance of Mike's sword, glancing back with envy. Yet, that fleeting glance revealed something amiss. Mike was trembling, his hands quaking around the sword. Roxy had fought alongside Mike countless times, and he had never seen him grip a sword in such a state. Sensing something was wrong, Roxy decisively rushed back to Mike's side. "Why did you come back?" Mike asked, puzzled. Roxy focused on Mike's trembling hands. "Mike, what is wrong with you?" "On the way back after diverting the horde, I encountered a frost demon and got bitten on my left arm. The cold poison hasn't completely dissipated, and it flares up when I use magic. You're in no condition. I'll hold them off. You take Asfer and go." "I'm fine. I can endure." "Mike, stop being stubborn. I'll handle this," Roxy retorted, placing Asfer onto Mike's back and binding them together with a belt. Seeing Roxy's resolute demeanor, Mike relented, though his expression remained grave. "I won't allow you to perish easily before you defeat me. Rest assured, I have no intention of falling today," Roxy replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I still aim to win our 1784th match, and I intend to keep winning. Next time, victory will be mine." With that declaration, Mike turned to leave. This time, it was Roxy who remained behind to fend off the monsters. Unlike Mike and Daryl, who could wield magic, he had to rely on the most fundamental combat techniques: slash, stab, lift, chop, sweep. With a simple yet graceful swordsmanship, Roxy wielded his black short sword, creating shadows of black blades that flickered as countless monsters fell beneath his strikes. It seemed as if an inexhaustible strength coursed through him, even after a prolonged bout. He showed no signs of fatigue. Realizing the human posed too great a danger, the monsters eventually ceased their relentless assault, opting instead to encircle him without attacking, which allowed Roxy to conserve some energy. In the direction from which Mike had departed, a prearranged signal whistle sounded. Upon receiving the signal, Roxy leaped onto the roof of a nearby house, his form transforming into a shadow as he dashed and jumped across the rooftops. Within moments, he had completely vanished from the Sybarite's sight. Awoo! The Sybarites that had lost track of Roxy halted, howling in frustration at the sky. As the last rays of the setting sun bathed the camp in golden light, Asfer awoke, staring at the gray tint above him with a look of confusion. You're awake. Shasha entered, her youthful smile brightening the room. Asfer vaguely recalled hiding in the small shrine before losing consciousness. Where is this? Lord Roxy and Lord Mike brought you back to camp. This is the tent of the small shrine. You should rest a bit longer. We'll be departing again tonight. After a moment of silence, Asfer grasped that he had been saved. What about the others in my squad? Did they make it? You were the lucky one. In your little team, only you, Veron, Mandy, and 2 other militia members returned to camp alive. Where is Lord Yaboni? I must seek his pardon. You have done your utmost. My lord shall not hold you accountable. We must depart at night, and you have lost a considerable amount of blood. Your body is now in a weakened state, and you must seize the opportunity to rest. Esfer remained silent for a moment before expressing his regret. I am sorry, Shaosha, for failing to protect your companions. Shaosha turned away, wiping her tears. First, tend to your wounds. We can discuss apologies later. At that moment, Flani entered the tent, cradling a golden garment in his hands. Shaosha, put on this sacred robe. Shaosha gazed at the luxurious golden robe presented by Flani, her eyes widening in astonishment. Under her astonished gaze, Flani personally draped the golden sacred robe over her shoulders. As she looked down at the robe adorned with azure patterns, she was momentarily at a loss. The sacred robe Flani had bestowed upon her, known as the robe of the sacred master, was a garment reserved for those who attained the highest honor in the temple, the title of sacred master. Although the temple served as a religious institution, it also bore the mission of scholarly research. The sacred masters and saints of the temple were scholars dedicated to exploring the mysteries of the endless world. Consequently, those who held the title of sacred master were expected to be the foremost experts in their respective fields. Even if they did not hold any official position within the temple or engage in any work, they would still be supported by it. In fact, most sacred masters tended to eschew temple affairs, immersing themselves in their own studies, but Flani was an exception. The ranks of sacred masters ranged from low to high, indicated by the variations of sacred patterns on the robe: gray, azure, blue, purple, red, and silver. It was evident from the azure robe that Flani had personally draped over Shaosha that he was an azure sacred master. Shaosha, merely Flani's student, had been raised by a small temple since childhood and had yet to officially become a priestess. Thus, she was not even a saint and, by all accounts, was unqualified to wear the sacred robe. Teacher, why? Shaosha asked, bewildered. The robe possesses a barrier that can withstand attacks from magical beasts. Shaosha, you are not adept at combat and lack means of self-defense. Therefore, I lend you this robe for your protection. Shaosha stared blankly at her teacher Flani, her expression calm. Yet her heart was overwhelmed with emotion. Flani glanced at Esfer, who lay sleeping on Shaosha's bed. Shaosha had a penchant for cleanliness and despised others touching her personal belongings. Even Flani, her teacher, was not exempt from this rule. Suddenly, Flani realized something. Shaosha had reached the age of budding emotions. He spoke. Shaosha, though you are my student, you have not sworn to serve the gods. You still have the freedom to choose your own path. Teacher, do you not want me anymore? Shaosha suddenly began to sob. Flani approached her, embracing her gently and patting her back, smiling as he said, Silly child, one day you will grow up, meet someone special, and wish to marry and have children. Do you intend to remain confined within the temple for all your life? Shaosha's name was given by her teacher. Her life was granted by him, and her magic was taught by him. From the moment she became aware, Shaosha had resolved to serve her teacher for a lifetime in gratitude for his nurturing. Tears streamed down her face. She cried, Teacher, I implore you. I only wish to remain by your side. Please do not cast me away. Shaosha, becoming a priestess is not your only option in life. This path will not truly bring you happiness. Though we share no blood, I have always regarded you as my own child. It is time for you to grow. You can no longer depend on me. Venture beyond the temple and seek your own happiness. This is my final wish as a father. Shaosha stared blankly at Flani, her expression one of confusion. She did not comprehend the intent behind Flani's words, yet an instinctive alarm rang within her. Her teacher was bidding her farewell. Feeling helpless, Shaosha was at a loss for how to retain Flani and could only silently shed tears. May the god El bless my child, Shaosha. These were Flani's last words to her, and his final blessing. Chapter 11. As the Crimson Crescent ascended, the inhabitants of the Kupa camp had gathered their belongings and prepared to embark on their journey, with Lord Abney leading the way at the forefront of the procession. Just as they were about to exit the camp, the anxious Shaosha rushed in front of Abney's steed, obstructing its path. My lord, my teacher is missing. Xiaosha's voice trembled with the hint of tears. Fry, seated before Abney, immediately sought to comfort her. Sister Xiaosha, do not fret. Please share the details with us. I searched the entire camp and could not find my teacher, she replied, her distress palpable. Abney scrutinized the holy robe worn by Xiaosha, revealing a hint of surprise. When was the last time you saw Lord Flani? In the evening. Xiaosha suddenly recalled. My teacher personally helped me don this sacred robe and spoke some very strange words, as if bidding me farewell. Sister Xiaosha, where do you think Lord Flani might have gone? Fry inquired. Crystal tears streaked down Xiaosha's cheeks. I do not know. You are his student and the person who knows him best here. You must have an inkling of where he might be headed. Please, Sister Xiaosha. Think carefully, Fry gently urged. After a moment of intense contemplation, Xiaosha exclaimed, I remember now. My teacher once told me he dreamt of Delina, who reproached him for not safeguarding her. He felt immense guilt over that. I'm sorry, Xiaosha, I did not quite grasp that, Abney interjected. The other children adopted by my teacher, my companions who grew up alongside me, perished last night in a beast attack while accompanying Lord Esfer. He must feel profound remorse. He is likely retracing his steps to search for their bodies. He must wish to give them a proper burial. Dolly, Losai, Mike, Abney called out, summoning 3 individuals. They stepped forward on horseback, approaching Abney. The main force will continue to the designated location to establish camp. You 3 must swiftly seek out Lord Flani's whereabouts and bring him back to the new camp upon finding him. Understood, they replied in unison, bowing respectfully. Uncle Abney. Let me accompany you, Fry suggested. Abney ruffled Fry's hair, chuckling. What mischief are you up to, little one? Uncle Abney, I believe Lord Flani is rather stubborn. Relying solely on my father, Uncle Dolly, and Uncle Mike may not suffice to persuade him to return. However, I am confident I can change his mind. If you are resolved, then go, Abney conceded. He personally lifted Fry down from his horse, and Fry trotted to Losai's mount, where Losai lifted him effortlessly and seated him before her. Lord Losai, I wish to accompany you. This journey is perilous. We cannot spare any energy to care for you. Mike firmly declined. Sister Xiaosha, please travel with the main force. I assure you, we will bring Lord Flani back safely. Please remain calm, Fry reassured her with a small, encouraging smile. Reluctantly, Xiaosha acquiesced, bowing deeply to the 3. I entrust my teacher to you. Please ensure his safe return. Xiaosha expressed her gratitude profusely. Losai nodded, flicking the reins, as the 3 steeds broke away from the main force, galloping towards the direction of Kupa Village. Under the scarlet moonlight, Flani trudged alone, pulling a cart back to the small shrine in Kupa Village. The cart bore the remains of the shrine's attendants, their bodies disfigured and emanating a putrid stench. Yet Flani was resolute in bringing them back to the shrine. Countless beasts encountered along the way fell victim to the knight's sword secured at Flani's waist. The silver-blue scabbard bore the emblem of the Galter Empire's knightly order, a sword he once wielded with pride. Buried beneath the largest cedar in the shrine's courtyard for 14 years. It was the same year he first arrived in Kupa Village to serve as the high priest. 15 years prior, he had been the commander of the Galter Empire's knightly order, proudly brandishing that very sword until the war ignited by border conflicts with the Black Kingdom 29 years ago claimed the lives of his subordinates within a mere 6 months, culminating in a catastrophic battle that decimated his entire force. In that battle, he single-handedly shielded His Majesty the Emperor, preventing the supreme ruler of the Galter Empire from becoming a captive of the kingdom, thus preserving the imperial family's dignity and setting the stage for the empire's eventual resurgence. After that battle, he became a celebrated hero, destined for a life of luxury. Yet he voluntarily renounced all courtly duties and devoted himself to the temple as a humble attendant, striving for redemption through service to the gods. He bore guilt. Behind the grandeur of his accolades lay the countless bones of his fallen comrades. Though he earned the highest honor as a knight, he lost all the brothers in arms with whom he once swore an oath. He betrayed their vow, unable to forgive himself for abandoning his comrades to their demise, leaving their remains forever on the battlefield. This burden haunted him throughout his life, manifesting as a relentless nightmare. In the courtyard of the small shrine in Kupa, he dug graves with a spade, fully aware that his actions could not expiate his past sins, yet they offered him a modicum of solace. Lord Flani, please return with us, came Mike's voice from behind. Flani turned to see Mike and Losai's group had arrived in the shrine's courtyard. Sister Xiaosha is quite worried about you, Fry added. You should return. I have unfinished business, Flani replied, turning back to his task. Losai exchanged a glance with Dolly, who understood the unspoken cue and departed. Moments later, Dolly returned with several shovels, tossing them to Mike and Losai. They began assisting Flonnie in digging the graves, while Mike sighed and joined in. Time passed, and eventually, they buried all the remains from the cart. Flonnie meticulously inscribed the names of the deceased on wooden planks, erecting makeshift tombstones at each grave. Standing before the multitude of graves, he joined his palms in prayer, invoking the benevolent gods, O most compassionate deities. I beseech you to show mercy upon my children, guide their souls, shield them from temptation, and prevent their descent into the abyss. I implore the gods to grant favor, sending angels to lead them across the rainbow bridge, to behold your divine countenance and witness the beauty of all that is good and joyful. As Flonnie concluded the arrangements for the shrine's attendance, dawn began to break. Mike approached with the steeds, asking, Lord Flonnie, are we ready to depart? Flonnie nodded, mounting one of the horses, while Losai and Dolly shared a mount, and Fry, aided by Mike, climbed onto the last. Just as they exited the village, a horde of beasts appeared in the hazy sky, their four razor-like black horns glistening against their pitch-black skin, radiating a metallic sheen. Their flight pattern resembled that of an octopus gliding through the sea, propelled by 6 long tails that flickered like flames. Fry instantly recognized these magical beasts, having recently stood before one of these colossal creatures, nearly meeting his demise within its gaping maw. The creature, which Fry referred to as the demon fox, was the Jianning, and hundreds of them emerged from the dawn, diving towards them from the distant horizon. Retreat to the small temple. The barrier there can protect us, commanded Flonnie, as the 3 steeds simultaneously turned towards the direction of Kupa Village. The leading Jianning charged directly at Flonnie and his party, its 4 sharp black horns resembling black spears descending from the heavens. Dolly swiftly turned and drew his longbow. In an instant, a dazzling golden arrow, forged from magical energy, soared forth, aiming directly for the beast's eye. With a thunderous roar, flesh and blood rained down from the sky. Dolly's counterattack ignited the fury of the Jianning horde, and 5 particularly robust Jianning broke from the formation, descending upon the group with the force of divine retribution, scattering the clouds in their wake. As the 5 Jianning closed in, Dolly released 5 magical arrows from his bow, each one a streak of golden light that pierced through the air, striking true into the eye sockets of the 5 Jianning. Boom, 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 boom. The heads of the 5 Jianning exploded like petals, their massive bodies crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the air. Loxie and Mike exchanged incredulous glances at Dolly. Jianning were mid-tier magical beasts, and given their incredible speed, even 10 knights working together might struggle to bring one down. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Dolly had single-handedly felled 6 Jianning. What trials have you endured in the forest all these years? Loxie inquired with curiosity. Nothing much, just the daily routine of a hunter, Dolly replied nonchalantly, though Loxie understood that he had undergone unimaginable trials. Flonnie, once the esteemed leader of the Imperial Knight Order, could not help but exhibit a hint of surprise at the display before him. Based on Dolly's recent feat, it was clear that he was a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield, instilling terror in his foes. Uncle Dolly, that move was so cool. Can you teach me? Fry exclaimed with excitement. I can, but you may not be able to learn it, Dolly replied, as long as you're willing to teach. I'll practice diligently. Fry insisted. Forget it, Fry, you won't be able to learn it. Unfortunately, you've inherited my commoner blood, and you possess no magical power, Loxie interjected, suggesting he should focus on swordsmanship instead. Loxie, you lack the talent to be a teacher, Mike teased, ruffling Frey's hair. If you wish to learn swordsmanship, just come to me. Fry dismissed Mike's offer, asserting, you should find a lady first before trying to teach a child. Amid their banter, 3 more Jianning broke from the formation and dove towards them, rapidly closing the distance. Dolly once again drew his longbow, intending to release 3 magical arrows simultaneously. However, at the moment of release, 2 of the arrows disintegrated, and only 1 shot forth. With a resounding crash, 1 Jianning fell, while the remaining 2 approached menacingly, their sharp horns nearly grazing the party. In this moment of crisis, Flonnie sprang into action. Mike and Dolly barely registered how swiftly Flonnie unsheathed his knight's sword. A flash of silver cut through the air, and both Jianning fell, their necks severed, crashing to the ground. Dolly, did you see that? Mike asked. Dolly shook his head. It was too fast. They realized that with Flonnie's prowess, their presence was entirely unnecessary. Flanny turned to Loxy. Did you see it? It was a bit fast, Loxy admitted. From Loxy's eager eyes, Flanny sensed a fervent desire for battle and smiled slightly. Loxy, do you have the confidence to execute that sword strike? Yes. Loxy replied with unwavering certainty. As Mike looked at Loxy, his gaze was akin to that of a man witnessing a phenomenon. Flanny reflected. It has been many years since I wielded a sword. My skills have dulled. If the younger me had executed that strike, you would not have responded with such confidence. Lord Flanny, I saw it clearly too. Fry declared eagerly. That move was incredible. Can you teach me? Fry, did you really see it? Flanny asked, surprised. I'm not lying. I truly saw it. Fry insisted with a forlorn look at Loxy. After drawing his sword, Flanny's blade began to glow at the tip, quickly illuminating the entire sword. He then unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of silver sword energy, which accurately severed the necks of two Jinning before dissipating. As he returned the blade to its sheath, he adjusted his grip, moving his index finger about 2 finger widths, a habitual gesture. Upon hearing Frey's description, Loxy's expression shifted to one of disbelief, for what Fry had described aligned perfectly with his own observations, and Fry had noted details that Loxy had missed. Mike and Dolly's expressions were even more animated than Loxy's as Fry's father. Mike mused inwardly. What a marvel it was that Loxy had spawned a little prodigy. Flanny gazed at Fry with astonishment. Raising his right hand and gathering a bit of magical energy on one finger, he curiously asked, Fry, what do you see on my palm? There's a tiny white light near the tip of your middle finger, Fry replied, puzzled. What is that white light? It is magical energy, Flanny chuckled. The other three exchanged astonished glances, and Mike turned to Dolly, asking, Dolly, can you see it? Dolly shook his head. Fry, can you truly see magical energy? Loxy, the most astonished of all, had always believed Fry had inherited his common blood, never displaying any signs of possessing magical power. Flanny explained, Frey's perception of magical energy is sharper than most, enabling him to see the flow of magic invisible to ordinary eyes. Such a gift is exceedingly rare. The ability to perceive magic signifies the potential to wield it. But why does Fry not possess magical power? Loxy questioned, perplexed. The emergence of magical energy requires a catalyst. Fry is still young, Flanny clarified. Dolly, is that correct? Loxy turned to Dolly. I sensed magic when I was 6, Dolly replied, glancing at Mike. And you? I was 9. At this time, Fry was still half a year shy of 5. Does this mean I am qualified to learn the ultimate techniques from Uncle Dolly and Lord Flanny? Frey's eyes sparkled with fervor. Indeed, Flanny confirmed. Flanny smiled and nodded. Hooray! As Fry burst into laughter, a sudden howl resonated from the distant sky. Amidst the cacophony, everyone felt as though their eardrums were about to rupture. Frey's smile instantly froze, replaced by a look of agony as he clasped his hands tightly over his ears. The steeds beneath them, too, were startled by the sound, halting abruptly and rearing up, their front hooves thrashing restlessly while emitting pained whinnies. The thunderous howl shattered the clouds within 100 miles, casting a colossal shadow that obscured the sky. Hurtling towards Fry and his companions at a breathtaking speed, the group swiftly turned their mounts to gaze at the horizon. A gargantuan creature, nearly 100 meters long, emerged in their view, a colossal Ning, swooping down with 11 fiery tails streaming behind it. Its skin, as black as iron, bulged with muscles reminiscent of massive boulders, and its face was veiled by a pure white skeletal structure, revealing only 2 eerily red eyes. Atop its head protruded 8 colossal swords resembling mountain peaks. Upon closer inspection, they were the creature's horns. Wherever this behemoth passed, the surrounding Ning instinctively made way, underscoring its paramount status within their ranks. It was the king of Ning. Gazing down from its lofty height, the Ning king surveyed the diminutive human ants below, exuding an aura of innate authority. Despite its gigantic form, the creature's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it had soared above the group. Its enormous black claws, akin to 4 massive steel blades, swept down with the force of a raging tempest towards the unsuspecting individuals below, making it clear that escape was no longer an option. With a resounding crash, the colossal claws struck the earth, unleashing a cloud of dust. As the Ning king lifted its claw, surveying the dissipating dust, 3 steeds lay reduced to mere pulp beneath its grasp. The Ning king turned its neck, the bright white fur on its back gleaming under the sun, its crimson eyes scanning the terrain until they landed upon the few human ants not far away. Loci locked eyes with the Ning king, his dark pupils igniting with fervor for battle. Just as his hand reached for the hilt of his sword, Flanny patted his arm. We cannot confront this monster head-on. We must retreat to the small temple. Relinquishing his grip on the sword, Losai exchanged glances with the others, and they all galloped towards the small temple with utmost urgency. The four raced with astonishing speed, leaving behind ephemeral shadows on the ground. Fry, perched upon Mike's shoulder, struggled to keep his eyes open against the ferocious winds that whipped through his hair. Woo-hoo! Fry exclaimed, exhilarated, having never experienced such a thrill, even at 200 miles per hour. Upon noticing the fleeing humans, the Qi Ning King lunged forward, prompting a thunderous rumble as the earth trembled. In an instant, it appeared 100 meters away, its immense black claws pursuing Mike's retreating figure. Losai, catch your precious son, Mike shouted, flinging Fry towards Losai's direction. Before Fry could react, Losai leaped and caught him securely in his arms. Meanwhile, Mike deftly maneuvered, evading the shadow of the Qi Ning King's massive claws. But he was still caught in the shockwave, tumbling several meters before regaining his footing and sprinting ahead. Split up. We meet at the small temple, Franny commanded. Following the directive, the four scattered in different directions, while the Qi Ning King's gaze swept over them, ultimately fixating on Mike, who was relentlessly pursued by its colossal claws. Moments later, Losai, Dolly, Franny, and Fry regrouped within the small temple, while outside, the thunderous sounds echoed as Mike fought to shake off the Qi Ning King's pursuit. Franny approached the altar, raising his hands high, sending forth a brilliant white beam from his palms towards the suspended blue crystal orb above the altar. The previously dim orb was instantly activated by the white light, radiating a dazzling sapphire glow. As the brilliance intensified, countless ancient inscriptions emerged, shimmering with golden luminescence, swirling around Franny as if they had come to life. Strangely, Fry felt a sense of familiarity with these ancient characters and instinctively began to recite, "In the eternal confinement of chaos, in the void where balance shatters. The great deity wandering amidst the endless sea of stars, O Lord of the ocean, who is summoned, please heed my plea, bind my enemy's form with your power. Block my enemy's steps with your wisdom. Grant the protection of a myriad water spirits to this place, and forge an indestructible barrier of the sea." As Fry uttered the ancient incantation in the archaic tongue, astonished glances were cast his way, particularly from Franny, who comprehended the true meaning of these inscriptions, words of the gods. At the moment the orb's light reached its zenith, a massive sapphire beam shot into the sky, swiftly enveloping the small temple in a protective barrier. Just as the barrier was about to close, Mike's figure transformed into a streak of white light, racing towards the temple's entrance, finally entering just before it sealed completely. Fry, can you comprehend these Asar runes? Franny, having cast the barrier, approached Fry with a look of astonishment, eagerly inquiring. Fry hesitated for a moment before reciting the runes in the imperial tongue. Upon hearing this, Franny's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he asked, "Fry, did you just recite those runes in another language?" Fry displayed a puzzled expression and nodded. At that moment, Franny's heart was profoundly shaken. He could only understand the meaning of the ancient inscriptions, but could not vocalize their pronunciation. Yet, just as he cast the barrier, Fry had spoken those runes in an ancient tongue he could not comprehend. The pronunciation of these ancient symbols had been lost for over 1,000 years, and Franny was certain that no one in the world could articulate the sounds of these words, not even the highest-ranking silver pattern master who had devoted a lifetime to studying Asar in the Holy Temple. Generations of scholars had demonstrated that the pronunciation of these runes could not be uttered by mortal lips. Only the gods above could articulate them correctly. Thus, Fry was not a mere favorite of the gods. He was, in fact, a deity himself. In that instant, Franny reached a startling conclusion, causing his gaze towards Fry to shift from astonishment to panic. Before Fry could comprehend the situation, Franny knelt before him, adopting the posture of a devout worshipper. "Lord Franny." Fry cast a bewildered glance. "Fry, perhaps your name is not a coincidence." The name Fry was originally bestowed by Franny. In that moment, he suddenly recalled the day he named Fry during the baptism, a sacred voice resonating in his mind. Fry, that divine voice revealed the name to him, prompting him to raise the swaddled Fry and proclaim to his parents that this child would be named Fry, the beloved of the gods. It was only at this moment that Franny reflected on it all and realized with a jolt that the name Fry was not granted by that sacred voice. Rather, he himself was the embodiment of that name. Fry, the god of light among the Asir, was the creator of countless beings in this world. Fry appeared even more bewildered. "Lord Franny, could you speak up?" Upon Fry's request, Franny quickly stood, and under the puzzled gazes of Losai and the others, he discreetly led Fry to a corner where their voices could not be heard. Crouching down, he softly inquired in Fry's ear, "What is your mission upon descending to this world?" Fry was momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, combining Franny's previous words and actions, he suddenly realized that Franny must have mistaken him for a deity or an angelic being. "Lord Franny, please just call me by my name." "Very well," Franny nodded. "Is your mission something you cannot disclose to me?" "You need not use honorifics." "Understood," Franny nodded again. "What can I do for you?" "Just treat me as you did before." Franny nodded, then his expression turned grave, advising, "Fry, from this moment forth, your understanding of the Aser language must not be revealed before anyone, not even your closest kin." Fry pointed at the runes on the altar, his gaze filled with confusion. "Which ones are in the Aser language?" Franny shook his head. "Those are merely Aser characters. The ancient language you just spoke is the true Aser language, one that only the gods can utter. This is common knowledge in the world." "Understood." Fry nodded solemnly. "Lord Franny, could you enlighten me on the purpose of the Aser language?" "No one knows the true purpose of the Aser language. It is said to be a sacred tongue that can communicate with gods, angels, elves, and legendary beings. Knowing the Aser language allows one to interpret all Aser characters in the world, and all magic in this realm derives from these ancient Aser characters." Fry's gaze turned to the altar. "Then, can I summon the same barrier using the Aser language?" "I cannot say for certain," Franny replied, shaking his head. The runes on the altar were inscribed with magical power by ancient sages. As long as sufficient magic is infused into the core of the altar, that blue crystal orb, anyone can activate the rune's power to create a barrier. Does knowing the Aser language mean I can also create these runes? The process of creating runes is more complex than you might imagine, Franny chuckled. However, once you truly awaken your magical power, you may be able to attempt it. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Franny. After their conversation concluded, Franny brought Fry back to the group. Everyone looked at them with curiosity. Franny approached Losai, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Losai, you are the fortunate one chosen by the gods. You must take good care of Fry." Losai scratched his head, confused by Franny's sudden admonition, yet he nodded seriously in response. "Of course, Lord Franny." A loud commotion erupted outside the small shrine, as King Jining relentlessly pounded the barrier surrounding it with his massive claws, creating ripples of blue light. After some time, King Jining realized that using just his claws would not suffice to breach the troublesome barrier. He soared into the air and suddenly opened his gaping maw. A colossal pillar of raging flames surged from his unfathomable throat, and at the moment the crimson flames collided with the barrier, the azure shield melted like thin ice. In an instant, a large hole was burned through the barrier. King Jining clawed at the opening, and with a piercing howl that throbbed in their eardrums, he completely shredded the barrier into fragments with his massive black claws. What was once considered an indestructible barrier suddenly transformed before their eyes into countless azure ice shards cascading from the sky. Amidst the violent tremors that shook the very foundations of the temple, colossal, obsidian claws, akin to forged steel, tore asunder the roof of the sacred sanctuary. A singular crimson eye descended, hovering above the assembly, its gaze piercing and intense. None had anticipated that the protective ward surrounding the temple would prove so fragile, so utterly defenseless against the might of the Jining King. Bereft of its protective embrace, they now found themselves ensnared within the heart of the Jining horde, their lives hanging precariously in the balance, with the lingering chill of the frost poison still coursing through his veins, and Dali's expenditure of magical energies in slaying the demon fox en route to the temple, coupled with Flanny's depletion from conjuring the ward. Only Loxley remained at the zenith of his power. "I shall draw the Jining King away," Loxley declared, unsheathing his sable short sword. His gaze swept across Mike and Dali. "Safeguard Fry for me." Yet, as Loxley rose to his feet, Flanny interjected, his palm gently restraining Loxley's shoulder. "It shall be my task to divert the Jining King. Seek a path to escape." With these words, Flanny's silver azure knight's blade emerged from its scabbard, and he surged forth from the temple, a solitary figure confronting the Jining King, whose form towered scores of meters in height. Swiftly, he was enveloped by the relentless Jining swarm. "Damnation!" Mike exclaimed, his fist colliding with the wall in frustration. "The Jining possess an expansive aerial vantage point. Devoid of steeds, we cannot hope to elude them under their watchful eyes. We must not lead these Jining back to the encampment," Loxley asserted, his resolve hardening. Our retreat to the encampment is no longer an option. We must seek an alternative route of escape. Into the forest, then, Dali proposed. Once within its depths, I possess ample means to shake them off our trail. The forest's edge lies at least 10 leagues distant, Mike countered, exasperation evident in his tone. To traverse such a distance, on foot, amidst the geening horde, is a proposition bordering on madness. Locksley's gaze turned towards Flanny, who fought valiantly outside the temple. The argent gleam of his sword intertwined with the ebon, steel-like claws of the geening king. With each thunderous impact, sparks erupted, scattering in all directions. In a mere handful of exchanges, the geening king had deciphered Flanny's offensive patterns, transitioning from defense to a more aggressive posture. Overwhelmed by the sheer disparity in strength, each clash of blade against claw sent Flanny reeling backward, often crashing violently into the surrounding structures. Already at a disadvantage against the geening king, Flanny was further burdened by the need to fend off the surrounding geening, prompting Locksley to recognize that Flanny's endurance was rapidly waning. "We must not betray Flanny's sacrifice," Locksley declared, his voice imbued with determination. "Even with the slimmest of chances, we must break free." Locksley's decision was met with the resolute nods of Dali and Mike, both acutely aware that inaction meant certain demise, while escape, however improbable, offered a glimmer of hope. "Hold, Father," Fry interjected, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Perhaps another option presents itself. Locksley, Mike, and Dali all turned their attention to Fry, their gazes converging upon him. "Fry, what notion do you harbor?" Locksley inquired, his eyes fixed on the boy. "I am aware of a secret passage within the stone fortress, though its precise destination remains unknown to me." In this critical moment, Fry recalled a conversation overheard between Henry, the mercenary, and Abney near the stables, during which he learned of the fortress's clandestine passage leading to the outside world. "Fry, are you certain?" Mike pressed, his tone grave. "I am," Fry affirmed with a nod. "Let us gamble on it, then. We shall attempt to break through to the fortress," Locksley declared, his decision made. Mike and Dali readily concurred, acknowledging that if the fortress indeed harbored a secret passage to the outside world, as Fry suggested, then a direct assault on the fortress presented the most viable course of action. With their course determined, Locksley assumed the vanguard, Dali provided covering fire with his arrows. Mike brought up the rear, and Fry, perched upon Locksley's shoulders, offered encouragement and support. The quartet surged forward with unwavering determination toward the stone fortress. "Flanny, we shall rendezvous at the fortress," Fry bellowed, straining his voice to reach Flanny, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with the geening king. However, his cry inadvertently drew the attention of the geening king, who abandoned its engagement with Flanny and ascended into the heavens, plummeting towards Fry and his companions with the velocity of a falling star. Locksley, Mike, and Dali exchanged grave glances, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. Fry, his face paling, realized the peril he had unwittingly invited upon them. A deafening roar echoed as the geening king's immense form collided with the ground, unleashing a cataclysm of dust and debris. Locksley, Mike, and Dali narrowly evaded the epicenter of the impact, yet were still caught within the blast radius, each being hurled dozens of meters through the air, leaving gaping craters in their wake. In a desperate act of protection, Locksley had enveloped Fry in his arms, shielding him from the brunt of the impact. Despite his efforts, Fry was still rattled by the shockwave, his ears ringing as he struggled to regain his senses. As Fray's vision cleared, he looked up at his father, noticing a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, a clear indication of internal injuries sustained during the impact. "Father, are you unharmed?" Fry inquired, his voice laced with concern. Locksley shook his head, his gaze fixed upon the center of the dissipating dust cloud. As the dust settled, the geening king's colossal, metallic form emerged, an imposing barrier blocking their path to the fortress. The geening king's piercing shriek reverberated through the air, assaulting their eardrums. In that instant, they collectively realized that the geening king would not relent until they were utterly annihilated, rendering any thoughts of escape futile in the face of such overwhelming power. Locksley's eyes burned with an intensifying zeal. If a single word could encapsulate the fire in his gaze, it would be combustion. His pupils seemed to ignite, the inferno within his heart now visible through his eyes. Only one path remained open to them, a desperate gamble for survival against this monstrous adversary. In essence, it had become a battle of annihilation, where only one side would emerge alive. A desperate, all-or-nothing stand had become their sole means of survival. As the gravity of their predicament dawned upon them, they rallied together, embracing a resolute determination to face their imminent demise. Locksley lowered his stance, his knee bending, causing the ground beneath him to erupt in a crater. The sonic boom reverberated in Frey's ears, the resulting shockwave nearly knocking him off his feet. Propelled by this surge of raw power, Locksley's body surged forward with blinding speed, transforming into a streak of ebony lightning as he targeted the Gening King's brow. In the blink of an eye, Locksley, his sable short sword raised high, its blade shimmering with dark energy, struck the Gening King's facial armor, creating a circular shockwave that rippled outward, shattering the clouds within 100 leagues. Under the force of this tremendous strike, the Gening King, akin to a mountain in stature, was forced backward, its limbs carving deep furrows into the road. It struggled to maintain its footing, ultimately regaining its balance after retreating a dozen meters. Locksley's seemingly ordinary strike had unleashed a cataclysmic force, capable of leveling mountains and overturning seas. The Gening King's visage, encased in armor as dark and unyielding as steel, now bore a network of hairline fractures, resembling a cracked tortoiseshell. Yet, this was the extent of the damage inflicted upon the Gening King. Locksley's full-force blow, a strike akin to a thunderclap, a blow seemingly capable of cleaving mountains and parting oceans, had failed to inflict any substantial harm upon the Gening King. After enduring the full force of Ross's sword, King Gening raised his massive black claw, attempting to swat Ross off his face. Yet, at that very moment, a crescent-shaped beam of dazzling white sword energy sliced through the air, striking precisely at the joint of King Gening's right forelimb. Following the trajectory of the white sword energy, Fry caught sight of Mike, who was gripping his knight's sword and gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hands trembling violently. This strike had almost depleted the last remnants of Mike's magical energy, and although he had poured every ounce of his remaining power into the blow, it merely caused King Gening to stumble back a step before regaining his footing. Meanwhile, Dolly, having gathered his strength for an extended period, quietly released the string of his longbow, sending forth a golden arrow of light that rivaled the sun, aimed directly at King Gening's eye socket. The king had been vigilantly watching Dolly, fully anticipating the attack, and as the magical arrow traversed halfway, he opened his gaping maw. A colossal pillar of flames erupted from the depths of King Gening's throat, soaring dozens of meters into the sky, obliterating the golden beam of magic in an instant, scattering it like golden rain in the wind. All three had unleashed their utmost attacks, yet none had inflicted any substantial harm upon King Gening. The trio, initially resolved to fight to the death, found their spirits waning after their failure. The stone fortress loomed nearby, yet they felt an inexplicable distance. Aware that their means of escape was just ahead, but it now appeared as an insurmountable mountain named King Gening. Perhaps this was despair. King Gening gazed down arrogantly at the frail humans beneath him, letting out a howl that felt like mockery, just as he believed victory was assured. A deep azure beam shot skyward. Fry turned to see Flani surrounded by golden runes formed from the Asar script. The runes erupted in a brilliant golden glow, swirling rapidly around Flani's body, his eyes emanating two beams of golden light, an intentional overflow of magical energy, a price to pay for hastening the deployment of the barrier. The blue barrier surrounding Flani expanded swiftly like a whirlpool, and as its center, Flani's body approached the brink of collapse, his skin fracturing and releasing countless golden rays. Within mere breaths, the blue barrier surged like a tidal wave towards Fry and his companions. The instant it made contact with them, all four were propelled toward the distant stone fortress, while King Gening and his kin were engulfed by the azure waves, instantaneously imprisoned within the barrier conjured by Flani. In the blink of an eye, the barrier's power halted before the fortress's gates, pushing Ross, Mike, Dolly, and Fry to its front. The fortress, which had seemed unreachable, now stood behind them, as if it had materialized in an instant. Flani's silver-blue knight's sword was also ejected from its scabbard, adorned with the emblem of the Imperial Knight Order, landing at Fry's feet. Beside the sword lay a hefty tome filled with Flani's lifelong research. Fry, keep this knight's sword safe for me. One day, return it to the Coney family. Also, there is a notebook, my life's research. Please give it to Xiao Xia on her coming-of-age ceremony. It is my final gift to her. As Flani's voice echoed within the barrier, a blinding golden light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion that nearly shattered their eardrums. The brilliance of the explosion was so intense that when their vision cleared, the blue barrier had disintegrated into countless shards, falling like snowflakes and refracting the sun's rays into a spectrum of colors. At the center of the barrier, a magnificent rainbow arose. As the dust settled, the multitude of Jianing had vanished, leaving only a cloud of ash floating in the sky. Yet the formidable black mountain that had instilled despair in their hearts still stood resolutely. At this moment, King Jianing had lost his former grandeur. His once pristine white fur was singed, and his facial armor shattered, his body a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, marred by the scorching flames. Though he had survived the explosion, he was left in a pitiful state, his howls transformed from those of arrogance to mournful cries. His offspring had perished in the blast, leaving him a solitary king. Fry stared in stunned silence at the direction of King Jianing until Ross gently patted his back. "Come on, Fry. We must be strong and honor Flani's sacrifice." Regaining his senses, Fry picked up the knight's sword and the notebook entrusted to him. Cradling them tightly as he led the surviving Ross, Mike, and Dolly toward the entrance of the stone fortress's crypt. Ross dislodged a piece of luminescent stone from the wall near the crypt's entrance, holding it aloft as he walked ahead. Following the faint glow, Fry guided the group to a stone wall at the end of the staircase. "This is it." Fry pointed to the wall engraved with the likeness of Odin. Mike examined the statue, knocking on the wall with his knuckles, and upon hearing the solid sound, he expressed his skepticism. "Fry, is this truly the secret passage you spoke of? The right eye of the statue is the mechanism. Rotate it left and press down." Following Fry's instructions, Ross turned the right eye of the statue, and upon discovering its movable nature, astonishment spread across their faces. Once Ross halted his movements, a sound of gears turning followed, and the heavy stone wall slowly parted, revealing a seemingly bottomless secret passage. "There really is a secret passage," Mike marveled. After exchanging glances, they all stepped into the passage. As they advanced a few steps, the grand door behind them slowly closed, followed by a violent tremor beneath their feet. Boom! A thunderous sound of collapse resonated as King Jianing, now standing amidst the ruins of the fortress, let out a prolonged wail. Ross, leading the way with the luminescent stone, glanced back at Fry with curiosity. "Fry, how did you know there was a secret passage here?" He couldn't admit to overhearing it from Abney. "So he fabricated a tale. Uncle Abney told me, but he made me promise not to reveal it to anyone, so you must keep it a secret." "Understood." Mike nodded earnestly. Uncertain how far they had traversed through the passage, Fry began to feel his legs grow weak. After what felt like an eternity, they finally spotted a light ahead, no larger than a grain of rice. As they continued forward, the light expanded until it transformed into a vast opening. Upon stepping out of the cave, they felt a brief disorientation, halting to regain their vision. It was then that they realized they had arrived in a stone cavern. The cave appeared to stretch approximately 7 to 8 meters in length. Upon exiting, the group surveyed their surroundings. Dense trees and verdant foliage surrounded them, indicating they had indeed found themselves deep within a forest. With the faint light of the blue moon visible above, they discerned that they were situated to the south of Kupa Village. After trekking through the woods for about 10 minutes, Dolly suddenly remarked, "I have been here before." He approached a cypress tree and pointed to a cross carved into its bark, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Look, here is a mark I left previously." "You've been here?" asked Lawashi, casting a curious glance. Dolly nodded, explaining, "This is approximately 100 miles southwest of Kupa Village. I spent some time here in the past." "Do you remember the way back to the camp?" Mike inquired, looking at him intently. Dolly affirmed with a nod and turned to lead them in another direction. "Follow me." As night descended, Fry and his companions gathered beneath a palm tree to rest by a fire. After a considerable absence, Dolly emerged from the thicket, dragging the corpse of a beast resembling a wild boar. Under the gaze of the others, he unsheathed his dagger and expertly eviscerated the creature, skillfully slicing its plumpest portions into steaks. He then sharpened several twigs to skewer the meat and secured them over the flames. The sizzling sound of the steaks filled the air, and after a day of hunger, the group watched with ravenous anticipation as Dolly prepared the roasted meat. Unable to contain himself, Mike was the first to inquire, "Is this actually edible?" In the minds of most people in this world, magical beasts were considered malevolent and filthy creatures, and ordinary folk would typically avoid such beings, making it inconceivable to include them in their diet. Thus, astonishment crossed their faces as they observed Dolly roasting the beast's flesh. Dolly chuckled and replied, "The meat of magical beasts tends to be tough. Yet despite this drawback, the flavor is quite palatable, and it can indeed satisfy one's hunger. Forget it. Mike swallowed hard, drew his knight's sword, and promptly skewered a piece of meat over the fire. Seeing this, Luoshi also unsheathed her short sword, skewering 2 pieces of meat to roast. A moment later, Luoshi offered one of the cooked steaks to Fry, who took a small bite, exerting considerable effort to chew through the tough texture. The meat was indeed, as Dolly had described, difficult to chew, yet lacking the expected off-putting taste, with a flavor reminiscent of beef. After much labor, Fry finally swallowed the morsel and, clutching his sore cheeks, lamented, "If only I had some baking soda." "What is baking soda?" Luoshi asked, her curiosity piqued. "It's a type of edible alkali that tenderizes meat. If the magical beast's flesh had been marinated in baking soda, it wouldn't be so challenging to chew." "Such a treasure exists in the world?" Mike's expression was one of astonishment. If such a treasure were available, wouldn't all magical beast meat become tender and delectable? Fry nodded and elaborated. "I believe the toughness of the meat is due to the sinew running through it. If one could find the right method to soften or remove the sinew, such as cooking under high pressure, or carefully removing it during butchering, or using food alkali, it could significantly improve the texture." "Fry, did the gods impart this knowledge to you?" Mike asked, his eyes wide with surprise. "Indeed," Fry smiled. "For the indigenous people of this world, invoking the gods served as the perfect excuse to explain all their unknown knowledge, and they would readily accept it as truth." "Fry, do you know how to create this substance that tenderizes magical beast meat?" Dolly asked, his gaze inquisitive. "I understand the principle, and small-scale production is manageable. However, for large-scale creation, considerable effort would be required to obtain the necessary equipment and raw materials." Mike, ever the dreamer, suggested, "If we could produce such a treasure, wouldn't it be possible to open a restaurant specializing in magical beast meat and earn untold silver coins?" "Uncle Mike, I didn't realize you had such a business acumen," Luoshi remarked. After a brief respite, Fry and his companions resumed their journey. As they traveled, Fry, perched on Luoshi's shoulder, soon drifted into sleep. When he awoke again, it was already dusk. After a day and night of travel, they finally spotted the distant plume of smoke rising, indicating they were nearing the camp of the main force. However, on their approach, they began to discover the bodies of villagers strewn across the ground. Upon nearing the camp, they realized that Abney was leading knights and militia in a fierce battle against a pack of hyena-like magical beasts. These hyena creatures, marked by gray spots, poured forth relentlessly from the western woods surrounding the camp. They displayed remarkable intelligence, many circling the camp and howling while only small groups charged forward to engage the knights and militia, seemingly attempting to wear down the humans' fighting spirit through a war of attrition. "It seems Lord Abney and his men are besieged by this pack of Cerberus," Mike remarked. "We must find a way to break the siege," Luoshi proposed. "We need to locate the leader of these Cerberus. If we can eliminate their leader, they will likely fall into chaos and flee without their guidance," Dolly stated. "Dolly, can you identify the leader of this pack?" Luoshi inquired. "Their leader is quite cunning and often hides very well. It will require some effort to flush them out." With that, Dolly sprang up onto a sturdy tree, his form darting among the branches before disappearing completely. "Mike, do you still have the strength to fight?" Luoshi asked, looking at him. "Against these beasts, I am more than capable," Mike replied. "Then let us go." Chapter 13, The Blood-Red Dusk as the Sun Set. The forest camp of the Kupa territory was unexpectedly invaded by a group of unwelcome guests. A militiaman, caught off guard while relieving himself in the nearby bushes, suddenly felt a searing pain in his neck. In a state of terror, he grasped the spear lying on the ground and thrust it towards the assailant behind him. Warm blood sprayed onto his dark back as the fangs that had clamped onto his neck finally released their grip. Turning around in a panic, he found himself staring into the lifeless eyes of a beast resembling a hyena, its body marred with gray spots. As the leaves of the nearby bushes rustled, more hyena-like beasts closed in on him, their crimson eyes fixated hungrily upon him. In a split second, several beasts lunged at him, biting into his flesh. Despite the agonizing pain coursing through his body, the besieged militiaman summoned his last ounce of strength and screamed, "Enemy attack! Beasts are coming!" His warning echoed throughout the camp, and in an instant, the area was swarmed by the hyena-like creatures, their low growls reverberating as they frantically assaulted the villagers. Panic-stricken, the villagers scattered in all directions. But those who fled barely escaped the camp before being overtaken and met their gruesome fate beneath the bloodied claws and fangs of the beasts. Knight Commander Kane swiftly organized the knights and militiamen into a circular defensive formation, directing the civilians to take refuge behind them. After a fierce battle, the warriors of Kupa gradually staved off the beasts' relentless assault, which had become less reckless and more strategic, circling the camp instead. Small groups of beasts advanced to test the defenses, attempting to wear down the humans' will to resist through a war of attrition. The warriors within the camp were indeed at a disadvantage, for they had to prioritize the protection of their people and could not disengage from their defensive positions to launch a counterattack. Thus, a clever stalemate ensued between the attacking hyena-like beasts and the humans within the camp. From the onset of dusk to the moment the sun nearly vanished beyond the horizon, the Kupa warriors had battled these cunning beasts for nearly 2 hours. The intensity of the ongoing conflict exacerbated their physical exhaustion. While the professionally trained knights maintained their fighting spirit, the amateur militiamen were fatigued, their hands gripping their spears and shields trembling. The beasts began to slow their offensive, evidently intent on wearing the humans down further, planning to strike decisively once darkness fell and the humans were utterly spent. "Teacher, I shall initiate an attack to draw some of the beasts away," Sean, the eldest son of Albany, volunteered to Knight Commander Kane. "These Sebrew are exceedingly cunning. Should you rashly mount an offensive, it may play directly into their hands," Kane cautioned, placing a reassuring hand on Sean's shoulder. "Patience, Sean. The time for the final confrontation has not yet arrived." Noticing the blood oozing from the bite mark on Kane's neck, Sean expressed concern. "Teacher, what has happened to your neck?" "Age weighs upon me. I was caught off guard amidst the chaos and bitten," Kane replied dismissively. "That wound is still bleeding." "Allow me to take command of the formation while you tend to your injury," Sean insisted. "It's merely a scratch, nothing to worry about." Kane waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the rear of the Sebrew horde. Countless Sebrew let out wails as they collapsed into pools of blood, causing those surrounding the camp to turn their necks to investigate the source of the cries. Through the throng of beasts, Sean caught sight of Mike and Loci emerging from behind the Sebrew, carving a bloody path toward the camp. "Teacher, Mike and Loci have returned," Sean exclaimed with excitement. "Now is our opportunity." Kane's gaze sharpened, raising his knightly sword high. He commanded, "All knights, heed my call. Charge." The war horses echoed their battle cries in unison as 18 knights surged forth, attacking the beasts that surrounded the camp. Within mere moments, countless blades struck down the once encircling beasts, and over half of them lay slain by the knight's charge. Seizing the moment, Loci returned to the camp, gently placing the small figure of Fry at Kane's feet before turning back to engage in battle. Kane scooped up Fry, ruffling his hair with a warm smile. "Little one, I haven't seen you all day. Where have you been?" "We went back to the village to find Lord Franny." Albany approached upon seeing Fry, only to spot the silver-blue knight's sword adorned with the emblem of the Imperial Knight Order in the child's possession. A look of sorrow crossed his face as he deduced the implications and sighed. "Did Lord Franny not return with you?" Fry shook his head, his smile fading, replaced by a heavy expression as sadness and loss flickered in his brown eyes. "Lord Franny, he sacrificed himself." "Sacrificed?" Kane's expression turned incredulous. "Did you encounter a formidable beast?" Fry nodded. "We encountered King Jeaning near the village." "King Jeaning?" Both Kane and Albany gasped, recognizing the legendary beast known to leave no survivors in its wake. "We were fortunate to have escaped the territory in time," Albany lamented, realizing the gravity of their situation. Kane gently ruffled Frey's hair again, reflecting, "You, young one, are truly favored by the gods." Fry shook his head. "It was Lord Franny who sacrificed himself, allowing us to escape." "I see," Kane said gently. "Remember this day, little one. You love to tell stories. One day, spread the heroic tales of Lord Franny across the continent." "I will, Grandfather Kane," Fry nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, a mile behind the Sebrew horde, Dolly located the leader of the Sebrew, a rare, blue-hued juvenile. The young Sebrew perched upon a branch of a great tree, gazing toward the camp. Its keen senses detected Dolly's approach, causing it to leap to the ground. However, in midair, a golden-feathered wooden arrow pierced its neck, and after a few thrashes on the ground, the blue Sebrew let out a final wail before succumbing to the blood-soaked earth. The Sebrew horde, lacking the leader's rallying cry, descended into chaos, fleeing in disarray before the knight's unstoppable advance, their forms swiftly disappearing into the underbrush amidst the rustling leaves. "Loci, Mike, and the knights returned triumphantly. As the militiamen and citizens of the camp raised their arms in celebration of their hard-won victory, Lord Cain, Loci, and Mike approached the knight commander, bowing in unison as a sign of respect. Cain nodded, about to speak when suddenly darkness enveloped him, and his head spun. Just as he began to topple, Loci and Mike swiftly moved to support him. "Teacher, are you all right?" Mike inquired with concern. Cain managed a wry smile, acknowledging the toll of age on his body. "Dear guardian, allow me to assist you into the tent." With Loxi's support, Cain returned to his tent, where Loxi carefully removed his heavy knight's black armor and gently laid him down on the sleeping mat. Upon learning of Cain's collapse, Abney immediately dispatched a maid to summon Xiaosha. As soon as Xiaosha entered Cain's tent and spotted Loxi, she could hardly contain her urgency. "Lord Loxi, has my teacher returned? Why haven't I seen him?" Loxi shook his head dejectedly, and in an instant, tears streamed down Xiaosha's face. "Sister Xiaosha, Grandpa Cain is injured. Please tend to his wounds first. I will explain Lord Franny's situation later." Fry tugged at Xiaosha's little finger. With tears flowing, Xiaosha diligently attended to Cain's injuries. Once she had finished bandaging him, she rushed out of the tent, with Fry trailing closely behind. Eventually, Xiaosha found a secluded corner beneath a large tree, crouched down, hugged her knees, and sobbed uncontrollably. As Xiaosha wept heart-wrenchingly, Fry quietly sat beside her, waiting for her to calm down. Once her emotions settled somewhat, Fry produced a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. "Xiaosha, I'm sorry we could not bring back Lord Franny." "Fry, what exactly happened?" Xiaosha asked, her voice choked with tears. Fry recounted the entire sequence of events, though he deliberately concealed details about the notebook Franny had left her, as he intended to present it to her on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, following Franny's wishes. "Xiaosha, we cannot choose our birth, but we can choose how to end our lives. Your teacher concluded his life in the most noble and heroic manner, sacrificing himself to save us. He is undeniably a hero." Frey's eyes glistened as visions of Franny's sacrifice flashed through his mind. Xiaosha nodded in agreement, wiping her nose as she said, "My teacher is a hero. He saved many, including me. As a student of a hero, Xiaosha, you too must embody his legacy and strive to save more lives. You possess the ability to create your own epic of heroism. Can I truly become someone like my teacher?" Xiaosha turned her face slightly, her azure eyes gazing earnestly at Fry. "Of course, you are the student of the hero Franny. You certainly can. What should I do?" "First, establish your life's goals." "Life goals?" Confusion clouded Xiaosha's eyes. Fry rephrased, "Xiaosha, have you considered what profession you wish to pursue in the future?" "I wish to become a priestess like my teacher." Xiaosha's green eyes fell into a nostalgic reverie, revealing her disappointment. "But my teacher did not want me to follow in his footsteps. Do you have anything you enjoy doing?" Fry gently prompted. "Things I enjoy?" Xiaosha pondered deeply. "Do you take pleasure in healing the wounded?" "Absolutely." Xiaosha responded without hesitation. "Then become a doctor." "Hey, doctor?" Xiaosha looked at him quizzically. "It is a vocation dedicated to healing the sick and saving lives." Fry smiled, also known as the white-clad angel, a messenger of the goddess El, aiding those in suffering. Xiaosha's pupils widened in realization. "Fry, I want to become a doctor." "You certainly can." Fry beamed with a bright smile. "What must I do to become a doctor?" "Lord Franny has taught you much about healing. First, internalize that knowledge, apply it to save every patient you encounter, and continue to delve deeper into this field, acquiring more knowledge to surpass Lord Franny's healing skills as your life goal." "I understand, Fry. I will work hard." Xiaosha wiped her tears, finally smiling. "Fry, tell me more about being a doctor." "All right, let me share the story of Hippocrates, the father of medicine." As night deepened, Xiaosha listened intently. From the tale of Hippocrates, she encountered concepts of modern medicine and grew increasingly fascinated, posing numerous questions to Fry, who could only respond with his limited understanding of medical knowledge. "All right, Xiaosha, let us pause here for today. It's time to return." Xiaosha nodded and took Frey's small hand, leading him back to the camp. After a few steps, she suddenly halted, her green eyes fixed curiously on Fry's. "Fry, what are your life goals?" "Me?" Fry hesitated, then chuckled. "My former dream was to become an investor. I suppose I will continue striving to realize that dream." "Former?" Xiaosha asked, puzzled. "Yes," Fry nodded, offering no further explanation. "Fry, what is an investor?" "An investor is essentially someone who helps others realize their dreams." "What a noble profession. Wouldn't that make you a hero?" Xiaosha mused. "Compared to heroes, it falls short." Fry replied with a wry smile. "Fry, Will you help me achieve my dreams? Xiaoxia gazed at him fervently. Of course, Fry smiled gently. Late at night, the main force of the Kupa territory set out once more. Fry, mounted on Abney's steed, soon succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, a new camp had already been established. Fry, good morning. Fry rubbed his bleary eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was Persei's smile, which jolted him into realization that he had been resting on her lap. Fry sat up, flashing his small white teeth. Good morning, Sister Persei. Persei yawned and lay back down, pulling a fur blanket over herself. Abney wants you to find him in the main tent once you wake up. Fry nodded and stepped out of the tent. Just outside, he heard the distant voice of a child named Latai shouting, "We do all the work. Why do we only get half a bowl of fried flour while the Stir family gets a whole bowl?" Following Latai's voice, Fry arrived at the distribution point where the warehouse overseer, Milan, was handing out rations. Latai held a half bowl of fried flour, his face brimming with indignation as he pointed an accusing finger at Milan and shouted, "What are the nobles doing? Why do they get half a bowl more than us?" The surrounding commoners, waiting in line for their rations, shared glances of quiet resentment towards Milan. The impetuous young Latai voiced the thoughts they dared not express. Upon hearing Latai argue with Milan, Latai's parents rushed over, attempting to force him to kneel and apologize. "Father, Mother, what are you doing?" Latai, though still youthful, possessed considerable strength and forcefully broke free from his parents' grasp. Latai quickly apologized to Lord Milan. His father admonished sternly, "Father, I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" Before he could finish his sentence, Latai received a sharp slap from his father, causing him to fall to the ground. He covered his reddened cheek and gazed up at his furious father in disbelief. "Lord Milan, this child is still young and does not understand. He has offended you, and I apologize on his behalf." Latai's mother bowed repeatedly before Milan. Hearing the commotion, Yaboni approached and glared at Milan. "What has transpired?" Milan promptly bowed in deference to Yaboni. With Yaboni's presence, Latai seized the opportunity to accuse Milan loudly. "My lord, you have arrived just in time. Milan only provides us with half a bowl of fried flour, which is insufficient to satiate our hunger, yet he bestows an entire bowl upon the nobles. This is unjust. We do all the work while they receive more than us." Yaboni turned his gaze toward Milan, inquiring, "Is this true?" Milan quickly bowed and explained, "Lord Yaboni, the remaining food supplies are scarce. I fear they will not sustain us until we reach Barno City. Therefore, I reduced the rations for the common folk, while ensuring the knights, militia, and nobles receive their full share to guarantee they possess sufficient strength to combat the magical beasts. Those nobles are cowards. When magical beasts arrive, they hide behind us. Why should they receive more rations? They enjoy the benefits while we bear the brunt of labor. This is not fair. I refuse to accept this." Latai continued to protest vehemently. A growing crowd of onlookers, though silent, fixated their eyes on Lord Yaboni, eagerly anticipating his judgment on their behalf. Yaboni found himself in a precarious position. As the highest-ranking noble of Kupa, he was obliged to protect the interests of the aristocracy, yet as a lord, he could not disregard the welfare of the common people. After a long moment of contemplation, Fry stepped forward from the crowd, addressing Yaboni. "Lord Yaboni, I have a suggestion that I hope you will consider." "Fry?" Yaboni replied with surprise. "What scheme have you concocted this time?" "I believe rations should be distributed according to labor. Those who work more should receive more. The knights and militia engaged in battle, along with the officials organizing affairs, should receive their full rations. As for others, be they commoners or nobles, distribution should be based on their contributions. The most industrious should be rewarded with additional rations, while those who contribute less will naturally receive diminished portions, provided they do not starve before reaching their destination." Frey's idea is commendable. I support it. Latai exclaimed with enthusiasm. "This is a splendid suggestion. I concur. I too am in favor." The surrounding commoners voiced their approval in unison. Seeing the people's sentiment, Yaboni decisively announced, "Today, all rations will be distributed in full. Starting tomorrow, each individual's rations will be allocated based on their labor. Long live the Lord. Long live Lord Yaboni." The crowd of commoners cheered in jubilation. "Fry, please visit my tent later," Yaboni said, patting Frey's shoulder before turning to leave. With a smug expression, Latai handed Milan the wooden bowl containing half a bowl of fried flour. Milan frowned, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, reluctantly lifted the spoon to fill it. Receiving an entire bowl of fried flour, Latai beamed with satisfaction, not forgetting to make a face at Milan as he departed, leaving Milan visibly irritated. Uncle Milan. Latai is indeed an annoying little rascal, but he has a good heart. Do not hold it against him. Fry approached Milan, offering a comforting smile. Subsequently, Fry assisted Milan in distributing rations to the crowd. Fry, your fried flour is convenient to consume and exceptionally flavorful, winning the favor of our people. I must express my gratitude to you, Milan said, affectionately tousling Fray's hair. There's no need for thanks, Uncle Milan. I am delighted to assist you. Fry, I have another idea I would like to discuss with you. Uncle Milan, feel free to share. I will certainly not refuse if I can be of help. I was contemplating that upon our arrival in Barno City, we need to settle the people, but there are not enough job opportunities available for our citizens. Therefore, I propose establishing a fried flour workshop once we arrive. This would allow us to sell the fried flour as a commodity and provide employment for our people. Uncle Milan, that is an excellent idea. I will develop several different flavors of fried flour to support you. Furthermore, I will consider other food products that can be made with flour to diversify our offerings. Let us agree on this, Fry. I appreciate your support for my idea. Since you are the inventor of fried flour, once the workshop is established and profitable, I will share half of the profits with you. Uncle Milan, the fact that you are willing to share half the profits brings me joy, but I do not have many personal needs for money. I suggest we use my share to establish a fund. After all, once we reach Barno City, it may take a long time to find a suitable place to rebuild our village, and our compatriots will have many needs. Thus, let us invest this money in their well-being. Understood, Fry. Milan regarded Fry with a look of mild surprise, not expecting such thoughtful consideration for the welfare of the citizens from one so young. It was no wonder Lord Yaboni held him in such high regard, and he was beloved by the people. By the way, Fry, what is this fund you mentioned? I am not very familiar with it. A fund, simply put, is a pool of money established for a specific purpose. Fry smiled. The fund I proposed aims to ensure our compatriots can live better lives in Barno City. So we could name it the Kupa Village Happiness Fund. I believe Fry Fund would be a more fitting name, Milan suggested. Absolutely not. Fry shook his head. Acts of kindness aimed at enhancing one's personal reputation are mere pretense. The deities often remind me in dreams that true goodness lies in anonymity. Milan gazed at Fry with admiration. How noble he was, deserving of the divine's favor. After assisting Milan with the distribution of rations, Fry made his way to Yaboni's tent. Upon entering, he bowed and apologized. Forgive me, Uncle Yaboni, for taking the liberty of acting on your behalf earlier. Yaboni smiled gently and waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. Your suggestion was timely and helped me resolve a pressing issue. What did you wish to discuss with me, Uncle? Yaboni's expression grew serious as he stepped toward the tent's entrance. Fry, please accompany me to Cain's tent. Chapter 14. As the sun set, the horizon was drenched in a melancholic hue. The crimson twilight resembled a gaping wound in the celestial canvas, while a solitary black vulture circled above. Its gaze fixated on a carriage traversing the golden wheat fields, laden with the grotesquely battered corpses. Each body was adorned with finely crafted silver helmets, now marred by countless dried streaks of black blood, obscuring their former luster. At the reins of the carriage was a youthful Albany, his face still bearing the remnants of boyish innocence. Beside him stood a companion with white hair and red eyes, appearing several years his junior. Yet, the silver sword at the young man's waist, embossed with a family crest, spoke volumes of his distinguished lineage. Upon entering the village of Kupa, the villagers cast astonished glances at the familiar figures of their fallen knights within the carriage. Amidst their fearful murmurs, the carriage halted beside a small shrine. As Albany and his white-haired companion disembarked, they noticed an elderly man standing a short distance behind them. Despite his gray hair, the old man's upright posture revealed an extraordinary presence. He stood, dumbfounded, staring at the bodies within the carriage, unable to comprehend the tragedy. Lord Cain, we have been defeated. Albany spoke, his tone resembling that of a child confiding in an elder. Lord Cain quickly realized that the carriage not only contained the bodies of the knights, but also that of the Lord of Kupa, Albany's father, and his two elder brothers. The fall of such a noble lord alongside his knights was not merely a devastating defeat. It marked the gravest dishonor in the history of the Kupa family since its inception. Cain's 2 sons and 4 grandsons had also perished in battle, their lifeless forms now resting silently within the carriage. Overwhelmed by the heart-wrenching scene before him, Cain's head buzzed with disbelief. He would rather accept this as a perpetual nightmare than confront the painful truth. Albany, how did you survive? Kane's piercing gaze suddenly fixed on him. With the Lord's demise and the knights obliterated, it seemed impossible for Albany to have escaped unscathed, unless... Kane could not fathom having trained a student capable of cowardice. Nothing repulsed him more than a deserter. His hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword, ready to strike down the shameless coward before him should Albany confess to fleeing the battlefield, even if it meant renouncing his loyalty to the Kupa family and seeking forgiveness from his mother through self-immolation. I owe my survival to Sir Wade. Albany's gaze shifted to his white-haired companion. Upon hearing this, Kane finally released the tension in his grip. Wade, the silver-haired youth, also withdrew the magical energy that had been coalescing in his right palm. Kane placed his right fist against his chest and bowed respectfully to Wade, expressing gratitude for saving his young lord. There is no need for such formality. It was but a trifling matter, Wade replied with a gracious smile. Kane scrutinized the exquisite silver sword at Wade's side, inquiring, "Might I ask which noble family you hail from in the Empire?" "I come from the northern Black Kingdom." "Perhaps you have heard of Duke John Maudry of the southern region?" "My grandfather is Duke Maudry," Wade explained. "Given the distance, what brings you to the Southern Empire?" Kane's demeanor turned cautious. "I enjoy traveling and intended to visit several city-states in West Sapple, with my first stop being the city of Arandi. That is how I fortuitously crossed paths with Lord Albany," Wade elucidated. "Ah, I see." Kane's expression was one of skepticism. "Not long ago, a traveling merchant shared news of war between the Empire and the Kingdom. Your appearance bears the noble countenance of the Black royal family. It is wise to tread carefully within the Empire to avoid being mistaken for a royal and captured for ransom. Maudry is indeed related to the royal family. To be candid, my mother is of royal descent, so I possess royal blood within me. I am akin to a noble," Wade remarked with a slight smile, acknowledging Kane's warning with a respectful fist salute. Days later, under the auspices of the small shrine, the former lord and the fallen knights were laid to rest with dignity. Albany, as the new lord, delivered the eulogy during the funeral. Afterward, he summoned Kane to the stone fortress. In the brief span of days, Kane's hair had turned entirely white, aging him by a decade overnight. "Lord Kane, I have conferred with my mother. The position of Knight Commander is rightfully yours. I implore you to oversee the Kupa Knights," Albany urged. Kane, reeking of alcohol, scoffed. "My son, my grandsons, my students, all have perished in battle. What knights remain in Kupa? The title is but a hollow echo now. Have you forgotten, Lord Kane? You were once a knight, serving in that position for many years. You are now the last knight of Kupa, as long as you remain. I believe it will not be long before you nurture a new generation of knights, young warriors even more exceptional than my fallen brethren," Albany insisted. Kane waved his hand dismissively, self-deprecatingly stating, "I am 62. I am but a step away from the grave. Who knows? I might soon find myself in the Hall of Heroes, reuniting with my children and grandchildren. Lord Kane, the Knight Order cannot exist without you." Albany knelt before him, performing a gesture of respect. "Teacher, I beseech you, help me." Kane shook his head, unmoved. "Not only has age taken its toll on my body, but it has also withered my spirit." Wade, concealed outside the door, entered with a smile. "Albany, in my view, you should allow Lord Kane to enjoy his retirement. He seems no longer fit for duty." Kane gestured dismissively. "Young man, your provocations hold no sway over me. Albany, I must say, Lord Kane has long abandoned the desire for vengeance. This is a task for us younger souls. You must avenge your father and brothers, as well as Lord Kane's sons and grandsons, by personally confronting Duke Arnold," Wade proclaimed. "Albany, do you truly intend to seek revenge?" Kane's eyes widened, sharp and alert, as his previous drunken demeanor vanished. Albany nodded resolutely, his gaze fierce. "No matter how many years it takes, I will personally exact blood vengeance upon the scoundrels of the Arnold family for my father and brothers. I shall accept the position of Knight Commander." Kane knelt in fealty. "My lord, I vow to you that before the gods claim me, I will cultivate an invincible order of knights for you." Drawing his knightly sword, Albany rested it upon Kane's shoulder, commencing the knighthood ceremony. Kane base. "From this day forth, I appoint you as the Knight Commander of Kupa. Will you pledge your loyalty to me?" Kane kissed Albany's outstretched hand, solemnly offering his oath. "I vow to become a knight of Albany Kupa. From this day forth, I shall love what he loves, think what he thinks, bear his burdens, and share in his trials, whether in poverty or wealth, in lowliness or nobility, in times of chaos or neglect. I shall draw my sword for him, unwavering until death." Frere followed Yaboni into Cain's tent. Upon noticing Xiaosha, who had just finished tending to Cain's wounds, she promptly stood to greet Yaboni. "My Lord Yaboni, how is Lord Cain faring?" Yaboni inquired. Xiaosha's expression grew grave. Cain's condition had worsened, and he was beginning to feel feverish. Frere approached Cain's bedside and touched his forehead, which was burning. "What has happened to Grandfather Cain?" he asked. "Last night, the Knight Commander was bitten by a beast," came the reply. Frere's gaze fell upon the bandage wrapped around Cain's neck. "Sister Xiaosha, may I remove the bandage to examine Grandfather Cain's wound?" Xiaosha nodded and carefully unwrapped the bandage in front of Frere, revealing a wound marked with distinct bite impressions, oozing a yellow-green pus, with redness around the edges. Frere furrowed his brow. "It's infected." This world's medical practices were still in their infancy, while the priests in the temple wielded miraculous healing arts. Consequently, few sought to delve into the mysteries of medicine, leading the inhabitants to rely heavily on the temple for healing when injured or ill. "Infected?" Yaboni cast a puzzled look at Frere. "Infection occurs when a wound is not treated promptly, allowing bacteria to contaminate it, causing further deterioration and symptoms such as inflammation and fever," Frere explained. "What are bacteria?" Yaboni asked, intrigued. "If we liken our bodies to a territory, bacteria are akin to invaders, bandits, brigands, or beasts encroaching upon our land. If the situation continues to worsen, what will be the consequence? Our bodies possess self-regulating mechanisms," Frere continued. "Through fever, we can eliminate most invading bacteria." "What is this self-regulating mechanism?" Xiaosha inquired. "Just as our bodies can be likened to a territory, there exist defenders, immune cells, that help eradicate invaders. Are these immune cells like spirits residing within us?" Xiaosha wondered. "One might interpret it that way," Frere replied, pointing to Cain's wound. "The pus you see is the byproduct of immune cells fighting off the invading bacteria. So it's akin to corpses, correct?" Yaboni asked. Frere nodded. "Will Lord Cain's condition improve with the help of these benevolent spirits?" Yaboni further inquired. Frere shook his head. "For a young and vigorous individual, a fever lasting a day or two might lead to self-recovery, but it also hampers our bodily functions, causing fatigue and diminished appetite. Grandfather Cain, however, is far too old. If we allow his fever to persist, it may claim his life before the immune cells can clear the bacteria." Xiaosha suddenly felt self-reproachful. "If only I were more capable. My teacher could have healed such a wound instantly with holy arts." "Sister Xiaosha, didn't Lord Vralny teach you any healing techniques?" Frere asked. Xiaosha shook her head. "I am too slow-witted. I have yet to grasp the essence of it." Suddenly, Frere recalled something. "Does Lord Vralny not enjoy studying herbs? Are there any among his remaining herbs that could treat Grandfather Cain's current symptoms? Most of what he left behind is for staunching blood flow and accelerating wound healing. They do not particularly alleviate fever," Xiaosha replied. Frere fell into contemplation. Though he possessed some medical knowledge and understood that Cain's symptoms were primarily due to a bacterial infection, his expertise was limited. He recognized the cause of the illness but lacked the means to take effective action. In essence, he was merely an ordinary individual with modern medical concepts, not a trained healthcare professional, and thus lacked the ability to save lives. "Frere, do you have any solutions?" Yaboni asked, looking expectantly at him. Frere shook his head. "I apologize, Uncle Yaboni, but I am powerless." At that moment, Cain stirred, opening his eyes and slowly sitting up. "Frere, you have come." Frere hurried to Cain's bedside, grasping his hand in concern. "How do you feel, Grandfather Cain?" "I feel somewhat weak, and my head is a bit dizzy," Cain replied with a resigned smile. "It seems the gods are eager to summon me." "Grandfather Cain, do not speak like that. You must live for many more years." "I have lived long enough. I am 93 this year." Tears glistened in Cain's cloudy eyes as he spoke of the harsh trials the gods had bestowed upon him, forcing him to bid farewell to his descendants. "Grandfather Cain, do not think that way. Those times are behind us," Frere gently reassured, shaking Cain's weathered hand. "My father, Rossi, and Uncle Dolly are your sons, are they not? And Uncle Mike, Brother Sean, and the knights, they are all your students, half like sons, and I am your grandson." Cain reached out his aged hand to caress Frere's cheek, wiping away his tears with a gentle smile. "My dear grandson, you must be as strong as your father. A man should not weep easily." Tears streamed down Frere's face as he struggled to compose himself, suppressing the urge to voice comforting words that would change nothing and likely not even bring Cain any joy. "What can I do for you, grandfather? Is there anything you wish to accomplish?" Cain ruffled Frere's hair affectionately. "Little one, I do not require anything. Just being by your side, seeing your face and your smile is enough for me." Frere fought back tears, forcing a small smile. In Cain's eyes, Frere's face merged with that of Wade from his memories, prompting Cain to reflect, "Little one, you are quite handsome, reminiscent of your grandfather in his youth." "What was my grandfather like when he was young?" Frere asked curiously. "He was a very ambitious, self-assured lad." Cain chuckled heartily. "Compared to him, your temperament resembles that of your grandmother." Frere's grandmother had passed away before his birth, so all he knew of her came from others' accounts. "Your grandmother was once the most beautiful girl in the Kupa territory. Not only was she lovely, but her heart was kind. She was gentle to everyone. Had I been 20 years younger, I surely would have fallen for her. It seems my grandmother was quite the popular beauty. Your uncle Yaboni, in his youth, also pursued your grandmother, but both his mother and I intervened in time. Otherwise, there would be no mother for you today." "Then I must thank Grandfather Cain," Frere replied. Cain then regaled Frere with many tales of family and past memories, filled with trivial yet cherished moments from his life. After concluding his conversation with Fry, Cain fixed his gaze upon Lord Albany. "My Lord Albany, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Promptly, Albany knelt beside Cain's bed, staring intently into his eyes. "My Lord Albany, I am aware that my time is limited. Before I draw my last breath, may I make a rather audacious request? This is my final wish." "Speak." "My teacher," Albany urged. "Derry, Loci is the most exceptional knight I have ever trained. However, Derry lacks ambition, spending his days wandering the forests. I know he despises the idea of becoming a knight, and thus I have not pressed him." Albany nodded in understanding, and Cain continued, "As for Loci, though he may not possess remarkable talent among my pupils, indeed, he is the least gifted, he compensates with diligence. He has endured many hardships in his pursuit of knighthood, exerting himself far more than his peers. I have always taken note of this. My teacher, do you wish for me to formally confer knighthood upon Loci?" Albany inquired. "I understand this may put you in a difficult position and disrupt the customs of nobility. Since Loci became my adopted son, I have subjected him to rigorous training. Even when he excelled among his peers, I have never rewarded him. Therefore, I wish to leave him a parting gift before I depart." Cain's gaze fell upon the black armor hanging in the corner of the tent. "I hope to witness Loci don this knightly armor, officially bestowed as a knight of the Kupa territory by you." "Understood, my teacher. I shall arrange for the ceremony at once." Under the blazing sun, within the woodland encampment, 19 knights of Kupa stood tall in their silver armor, swords raised high, forming a long line as the townsfolk gathered in a circle to observe. Among them was Cain, supported by Derry at the forefront of the crowd. Lord Albany stood at the center of the circle, while the militia captain, Loci, knelt before him, clad in the black knightly armor of his adoptive father, Cain. Albany drew forth a sword emblazoned with the Kupa family crest, resting its blade upon Loci's right shoulder. "Loci Base, from this day forth, I appoint you as a knight of the Kupa territory. Do you pledge your loyalty to me?" Loci kissed Albany's outstretched hand and recited his oath. "I vow to become a knight of Albany Kupa, to love what he loves, to think what he thinks, to bear his burdens, to weather hardships together, whether in poverty or wealth, whether in lowly or noble station, whether in tumultuous times or in neglect. I shall draw my sword in battle for him, unwavering, until death." With the conclusion of the oath, Loci was officially recognized as a knight of the Kupa territory, and the crowd erupted in applause for the long-awaited 20th knight. Witnessing this moment, Cain wore a satisfied smile. However, his expression appeared frozen, lingering long after the applause had subsided. Noticing the unusual stillness, Derry inquired, "Teacher?" After several unanswered calls, Derry reached out to touch Cain's neck, only to be struck with horror as he realized that his teacher's pulse had entirely vanished. "Teacher!" as Derry cried out in despair. Loci and the other knights gathered around Cain's lifeless form, their faces etched with disbelief, momentarily at a loss for what to do. "Brothers, let us once more recite the knight's declaration, to honor the spirit bestowed upon us by our knight commander Cain, and bid him farewell as he enters the Hall of Heroes," proposed Mike, the first to regain his composure. Loci, along with Mike and the other 19 knights of Kupa, knelt in unison, drawing their swords high above their chests, tears glistening in their eyes as they vowed together. "I vow to treat the weak with kindness. I vow to confront evil with courage. I vow to resist all wrongdoing. I vow to fight for those who are defenseless. I vow to assist anyone who seeks my help. I vow to harm no woman or child. I vow to aid my brother knights. I vow to treat my friends with sincerity. I vow to remain unwavering in my devotion to those I love until death. Chapter 15. Fry, when confronted with a formidable opponent, must focus on defense and await the opportune moment. Outside Mike's tent, the clash of two wooden swords resonated with a rhythmic thudding sound. As Fry, wielding the shorter sword with both hands, diligently defended against the onslaught of the longer sword brandished by the young scion of the Abernes, Feynman. Moments earlier, Fry had observed the newly appointed knight commander Mike instructing Feynman in the art of swordsmanship and had eagerly requested to join the practice. Mike welcomed his initiative and promptly arranged for Fry to engage in a practical lesson, pairing him with Feynman, who had already honed his skills for 4 years. Despite Fry's complete lack of experience with the sword, with merely 6 months until his 5th birthday, Fry stood at a height barely reaching Feynman's chest, whose limbs were robust, significantly surpassing Frey's in girth. This disparity in age and physique translated into a considerable difference in strength. Each swing of Feynman's long sword required Fry to exert all his might just to fend it off. With every clash of their blades, Fry felt a searing pain in his hands, as if they were on the verge of being torn apart. Despite the evident power imbalance, Fry discovered that by holding his breath and concentrating intently on Feynman's attacks, time seemed to slow, allowing him to perceive each of Feynman's movements in exquisite detail. Although he could discern Feynman's strikes, his body struggled to respond accordingly, rendering him barely capable of parrying the watered-down attacks that Feynman delivered. Feynman, even when facing a weaker opponent, never underestimate them. Give it your all. That is the respect you owe your adversary. Mike bellowed from the sidelines. Are you starving? What kind of swordplay is this? When did I ever teach you to strike like that? After receiving a stern reprimand from Mike, Feynman finally summoned the vigor to focus, delivering each thrust with newfound precision and speed. Frey's frail arms could hardly withstand the onslaught. Each collision sent his short sword flying from his grasp. In the blink of an eye, Fry had endured no fewer than 30 strikes from Feynman, every blow leaving behind red welts that would soon swell. Fry, when faced with an insurmountable foe, what should you do? Mike continued to guide him. Do not overthink it. Do not hesitate. Maintain your focus on defense. Evade strikes you cannot block with your footwork. Observe every move your opponent makes. Conserve your energy. And avoid all attacks aimed at your vital points. Use your instinct to wield the sword and wait for the perfect moment to counterattack and turn the tide. As Feynman's assault intensified, his movements became more expansive. Fry gradually began to discern the trajectory of Feynman's sword. When Feynman lunged for Frey's left shoulder, he finally spotted a fleeting opportunity for counterattack. Fry sidestepped, evading the thrust, and seized the moment to step forward, driving his short sword toward Feynman's throat as the latter missed. In an instant, victory seemed within Frey's grasp. However, just as he believed he had triumphed, he caught sight of a crimson glow emanating from Feynman's arm. In the blink of an eye, the red light enveloped Feynman's long sword, igniting its rough surface with a brilliant luminescence. Empowered by this surge of energy, Feynman's movements accelerated before Fry could react. The sword imbued with red light struck Frey's short sword from his grasp, reversing their positions and bringing the glowing tip of the sword perilously close to Frey's throat. Simultaneously, a look of alarm crossed Feynman's face, for he had not anticipated Fry seizing the chance to counterattack, nor had he intended to unleash his magical prowess. The blade, charged with magical energy, aimed for Frey's throat, and even though it was merely a blunt wooden sword, the magic would easily pierce Frey's neck. This instinctive retaliation from Feynman lacked the control of his conscious will, revealing an expression of dread as he feared witnessing a tragic outcome. In that critical moment, a flash of white light darted before Feynman's eyes, while Fry distinctly observed Mike drawing his sword. The knight's blade, enveloped in white light, cleaved through Feynman's sword at the pivotal instant, averting Frey's impending peril. Mike sheathed his knight's sword, declaring, "Fry, you have lost." "Wait," Fry stammered, attempting to argue. Feynman used magic. That shouldn't count. This duel had no stipulations against the use of magic. Had Feynman not held back, he could have decisively defeated you with his first strike. Feynman has been training in swordsmanship longer than I have. It is only natural that he would have the upper hand. If you wish to learn swordsmanship from me, do not seek excuses for your defeat. Your enemies in battle will show you no mercy. There are no winners or losers on the battlefield, only life and death. Do you truly believe you can defeat an opponent in a life or death struggle by appealing to reason? Fry could only shrug in resignation. Mike then turned his attention to Feynman. Admonishing, Feynman, underestimating your opponent can cost you your life. Feynman nodded gravely, understanding. That concludes today's sparring session. Feynman, go find Aji to practice. Yes, sir, Feynman replied, heading off to seek Aji. Fry, let me teach you some sword techniques next, Mike continued. For the next several hours, Mike meticulously guided Fry through the fundamentals of swordplay, covering various grips, thrusts, cuts, and defensive maneuvers with great precision. Fry had to admit that Mike possessed a natural talent for teaching swordsmanship. His explanations were not only thorough but also succinct, providing Fry with a systematic understanding of the discipline in a remarkably short time. That will suffice for today's lesson. Fry, do you have any lingering questions? Not at the moment, Fry replied, suddenly recalling something. Mike, I have a question about something else. What is it you wish to ask? Fry inquired with curiosity. I would like to understand why Feynman's movements accelerated so noticeably during our duel's final moments. Because he utilized magic to enhance his sword techniques. Magic? Sword techniques? Fry looked bewildered. Do you see that tree over there? Mike pointed to a tree several meters away. Yes. How many steps do you think I need to take to chop off one of its branches? 1 step? Fry ventured boldly. Watch closely. And with that, Mike slowly unsheathed his knight's sword. As he drew the blade, Fry observed magic beginning to flow from Mike's heart, coursing through his upper body and arm, traversing to the sword's blade. With a burst of dazzling white light emanating from the knight's sword, Mike executed a swift and decisive strike toward the air. A crescent-shaped beam of white light was unleashed from the sword's edge, slicing through the air and striking a tree several meters away with astonishing speed. The moment the white light descended, a perfectly severed branch fell to the ground. The correct answer is that not a single step was necessary. As Mike sheathed his knight's sword, he explained that the sword technique he had just executed was a manifestation of magical prowess. Frey's curiosity intensified. Aside from long-range attacks and acceleration enhancements, what other forms of magical sword techniques existed? There are many, Mike replied with a smile, proceeding to elaborate. In the Galt Empire, there are 3 prominent sword styles. The Thunder God style, which pursues ultimate speed, the Fire God style, focused on sheer destructive power, and the Sword God style, which seeks a balance between offense and defense. I suspect Uncle Mike employs the Sword God style. Mike nodded, recalling that at Frey's age, he had studied at the Knight Academy in the Imperial capital, where the primary sword technique taught was indeed the Sword God style. Do we have users of the other 2 styles in the Kupa territory? Your father wields the Thunder God style, but lacking magical power. He only demonstrates a rudimentary version of it. Dolly, on the other hand, practices the Fire God style. But why have I never seen Uncle Dolly wield a sword? The Fire God style, due to its demand for overwhelming destructive capability, typically requires a substantial amount of magical energy, necessitating a user to possess an extraordinary capacity for magic. Mike paused, noting that only Lord Sean and Dolly in the Kupa territory have sufficient magical capacity to utilize the Fire God style effectively. So Uncle Dolly refrains from using a sword because of the immense energy expenditure? That is merely one reason. Mike's eyes began to reminisce. The power of the Fire God style is so formidable that it is difficult to control. When your father, Rossi, was younger, he nearly lost his life to Dolly's sword during a spar. Since then, Dolly has rarely been seen wielding a sword. Fry suddenly understood. No wonder Uncle Dolly's magical arrows were so devastating. The truth lay in his mastery of the Fire God style. Dolly's initial choice of using a bow was to enhance his control over magic. When he eventually resumes using a sword, he is likely to reach an unimaginable level of swordsmanship. Uncle Mike, which sword style do you think I am more suited for? Mike flicked Frey's forehead playfully, advising him to first master the fundamentals. All right, Uncle Mike. Fry beamed, then added, by the way, I have one last question that weighs on my mind. Is there anyone capable of mastering all 3 sword styles simultaneously? Yes. I have witnessed such a person. That noble possesses expertise in far more than 3 styles. Who do you speak of? You likely have not met him, but that noble shares your bloodline. Is he my relative? Fry was taken aback. Mike nodded, his eyes reflecting admiration. It is your grandfather, Sherry's father. I will seek out my father and Uncle Dolly to teach me swordsmanship. In the afternoon, a steady drizzle fell as the entirety of the Kupa territory's populace relocated to a new evacuation point. A line of nearly 600 individuals wove through the woods, resembling a sinuous black serpent slithering through the rain when viewed from above. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the rear of the procession. jolting everyone into the grim realization that magical beasts were launching another attack. Rossi, you continue to lead the main force to the designated location. The remaining knights shall accompany me. The newly appointed knight commander, Mike, issued the command without hesitation. Under Mike's leadership, the knights formed a column and raced toward the rear of the main force, their horses' hooves beating a frantic rhythm that splashed mud onto the ground. The fleeing civilians discarded their supplies, frantically rushing forward as the knights drew closer to the source of the screams, revealing the ominous figures responsible for the assault. Several crimson silhouettes darted through the trees, and wherever they passed, nearby civilians were torn apart by the lightning-fast black claws. A blood-soaked arm plummeting from the sky to land at Mike's feet. Newell, a beast with 3 serpent heads, approached. The heads on either side bared their gaping maws, revealing sharp black fangs, while the blood of the civilians mingled with saliva dripped from the creature's jaws. The central serpent head, with golden eyes, fixed its gaze on Mike, emitting a chilling roar that raised the hairs on the back of his neck. This fearsome creature stood about 3 meters long, resembling a wolf yet covered in crimson scales, with a pristine white beard adorning its jaw. The sight of this wolf-snake hybrid awakened memories from Mike's youth, during wilderness survival classes at the Imperial Knight Academy. He had seen depictions of such beasts in the Magical Beast Compendium. This creature was known as the Crimson Flame Yemal, a high-tier magical beast capable of spewing searing flames from its serpent heads. Its speed was remarkable, and its tough red scales rendered ordinary blades nearly ineffective. In Mike's recollection, a student once asked an instructor how to deal with such a beast, and the instructor had replied, "If you are eager to meet the gods above, feel free to provoke the Crimson Flame Yemal. However, if you wish to survive, your best option upon encountering it is to flee." The Crimson Flame Yemal has no discernible weaknesses. A single one can annihilate dozens of mid-tier beasts like the Jianing in the blink of an eye, making it a foe that the Knights of Kupa territory could not easily contend with. As Mike scanned the area, he counted 1, 2, 3. To his shock, he discovered a total of 11 Crimson Flame Yemos. One alone would be enough to obliterate the Kupa Knights, and now there were 11, all baring their fangs and eyeing them hungrily. Mike suddenly realized that the assassins had stepped into the gates of hell. Before he could issue a retreat order, Aesfer noticed one of the Crimson Flame Yemos targeting a woman running past her. In an instant, it closed in from behind, its gaping maw poised to strike at the back of her neck. Driven by a desperate urge to save her, Aesfer unsheathed her knight's sword, channeling blue magical energy into the blade. Just as she swung her sword at the Crimson Flame Yema behind the woman, a crimson figure appeared seemingly from nowhere, suddenly blocking Aesfer's path. Before her sword could descend, Aesfer felt a searing pain in her right shoulder, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. When she regained her senses, she realized another Crimson Flame Yema stood before her, its right head clamped down on her severed arm, while the knight's sword glimmered with radiant blue light in its grasp. The other knights by Aesfer's side were gripped by terror, having witnessed the apparition of the Crimson Flame Yema that had so swiftly severed Aesfer's arm along with her armor. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Aesfer no time to react. Chapter 16. The 2 serpent heads of the Crimson Flame Yema opened their gaping maws and lunged towards Aesfer's neck from either side, posing a dire threat. At that critical moment, a dazzling violet sword shadow flashed across the scene. Sean, wielding the knight's sword, descended from the heavens, and the blade enveloped in violet magic severed both of the Crimson Flame Yema's auxiliary heads before Aesfer. Streams of blood erupted from the severed neck of the beast. The principal head of the Crimson Flame Yema opened its cavernous maw, and from the depths of its dark throat, a torrent of flames surged forth. A pillar of crimson fire racing toward Sean. Sean, channeling his magical power, concentrated it fiercely into the knight's sword, causing the violet radiance to intensify. As the sword unleashed a cross-shaped beam of violet light, it rapidly expanded in an instant. A massive cross-shaped violet sword beam was swung from Sean's hand, and in a heartbeat, it consumed the flaming pillar emitted by the Crimson Flame Yema, cleaving through the creature with astonishing speed, reducing it to ashes. The immense purple sword beam continued for several dozen meters before it ceased, leaving a charred path 20 feet wide in its wake. As the trees along its route were reduced to cinders, Aesfer, clutching his severed arm from which blood gushed forth, fell from his steed. But Sean caught him securely in his arms. At the rear of the group, Aji immediately urged his horse forward and leapt in front of Aesfer. "Aesfer, hold on," he urged, and after a quick reminder, a surge of azure flames erupted from his right palm. He used his left hand to gently pry away Aesfer's grasp from his severed arm and pressed his right palm, ablaze with azure fire, against Aesfer's wound. With a sizzling sound, Aesfer's severed arm was cauterized at a visible pace by the flames emanating from Aji's palm. Aesfer, his face pale, gritted his teeth in agony. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, and within moments, he succumbed to unconsciousness due to the pain. Though Aesfer had lost an arm, Aji's timely intervention had staunched the bleeding, saving Aesfer's life. "Aji, take Aesfer and go," Mike commanded. Aji nodded, assisted by Sean, secured Aesfer onto his back, binding them together with his belt, and then mounted his steed, galloping away from the battlefield. With one crimson flame Yema vanquished, the remaining 10 beasts approached with heightened vigilance. Sean leapt onto Aesfer's mount. "Young master, we cannot confront them head-on. Our brothers are no match for these high-level magical beasts. We must lure them away from the main force and find an opportunity to regroup." Sean concurred with Mike's suggestion. "All knights, follow me," Mike instructed, spurring his horse forward. Sean and the remaining 16 knights promptly followed Mike's lead. However, the 10 crimson flame Yemos were swifter, their red phantoms racing towards them, blocking the knights' path in the blink of an eye. Mike surveyed the surroundings. The 10 crimson flame Yemos had encircled them, baring their fangs and closing in with menacing growls. Form a circular formation. Prepare for battle. Under Mike's command, the 18 knights split into 2 groups, with Mike leading one in a clockwise direction and Sean leading the other counterclockwise. As the encircling crimson flame Yemos drew close, Mike raised his knight's sword and shouted, "Charge!" The 2 groups of knights, under the guidance of Mike and Sean, surged forward in opposite directions. The crimson flame Yemos, unwilling to relent, divided into 2 packs and lunged at them. The knights, in unison, channeled magic into their knights' swords, striking at the beasts' abdomens with blades aglow in various magical hues as the Yemos attacked. The moment the radiant knights' swords clashed with the red scales of the crimson flame Yemos, a deafening clang of metal rang out, and countless sparks flew. Although the knights' magically imbued swords did not pierce the red scales, the enhanced force sent the charging Yemos flying several meters away. The fallen crimson flame Yemos quickly rose, dragging their red phantoms behind them, and once more charged at the knights. Having witnessed Aesfer's gruesome fate, the knights remained vigilant, anticipating each attack from the Yemos. As a result, they consistently struck first, raising their magically charged swords to repel the beasts. The cycle of the Yemos attacking and being repelled by the knights continued, and unbeknownst to them, the knights had led these crimson flame Yemos away from the main force. However, this was merely a misguided notion. In reality, the knights were merely facing the vanguard of the crimson flame Yema tribe. The true bulk of the tribe, comprising over 100 crimson flame Yemos, had already caught up with the main force of the Kupa territory and commenced a bloody massacre. Terrifying screams echoed through the woods, and within mere moments, scores of civilians fell, torn to shreds and devoured by the ferocious Yemos, witnessing the fall of his people to become prey for the beasts. Lord Aberni let out a mournful roar and charged into the fray, sword in hand, steed galloping fiercely. Clad in silver-blue armor, his horse thundered forward, and wherever he went, azure sword beams flickered, cleaving through any Yemos that dared to approach or impede him, sending them to their demise beneath Aberni's azure knight's sword. Aberni, in his onslaught against the crimson flame Yemos, united with Aji, who was ensnared in the fray, alleviating the crisis for the breathless Aji. Noticing an increasing number of Yemos converging upon them, Aji cautioned, "Lord Aberni, we should retreat." Aberni glanced at Aesfer, unconscious on Aji's back, and replied, "Aji, you go ahead. I will buy some time for everyone." Understanding he was no match for the Yemos, Aji, knowing that even a single beast posed a challenge, nodded reluctantly, "My lord. Take care." With that, Aji urged his steed towards the main force. Meanwhile, at the rear of the main force, Losai organized the militia to cover the retreat. But apart from the squad leader Rorik, all his subordinates had perished. Wielding a black dagger, Losai became a streak of darkness, swiftly dispatching a crimson flame Yema that threatened Rorik, urging, "Rorik, you are no match for these beasts. You've done your best, you must go." Rorik surveyed the fallen militia around them, gripping his shield and spear tighter, his eyes resolute, declaring, "I will stand with the squad leader to the end. If we leave, we leave together." At that moment, Losai spotted Aji approaching, carrying Aesfer on horseback. Aji. Upon hearing Losai's call, Aji halted before him. Losai, why haven't you retreated? Losai glanced at Aesfer on Aji's back, noticing the absence of his right arm, and immediately shot Aji a curious look. What happened to Aesfer? He lost an arm. But his life is temporarily spared. He just fainted, Aji explained. What about the other knights? It is estimated that Mike and his companions have also been ensnared by the beast men, who are formidable adversaries. Loxi, we should retreat post-haste. Aji, you go ahead. I must remain to cover our rear. Loxi shifted her gaze to Rorik, saying, Aji, please help me take Rorik with you. Aji nodded and forcibly lifted Rorik off the ground. Loxi, we shall proceed first. The main force will regroup later. Very well, Loxi replied. Aji immediately spurred his horse, galloping away in the blink of an eye, while Rorik, held aloft by Aji, struggled violently, exclaiming, Lord Aji, please set me down. I wish to fight alongside Lord Loxi to the bitter end. You overestimate your own importance. A weakling like you would only hinder Loxi. Behave yourself. Aji bellowed. At Aji's rebuke, Rorik promptly recognized his place and calmed down. Meanwhile, caught in the encirclement of the Crimson Flame Dream clan, Yaboni suddenly spotted Shaylee, who was running towards him with Lia in her arms, followed closely by Valen, who bore a shield. Two Crimson Flame Dreams relentlessly pursued Valen and Shaylee. Valen raised his shield repeatedly to fend off one of the charging beasts, but was brutally struck, shield and all, and sent flying several meters. He landed at Shaylee's feet, while the two beasts circled menacingly around them, bearing their sharp fangs, blood and saliva dripping from their blackened jaws. Valen raised his right hand, unleashing fireballs that struck the beasts. Though they felt no pain from the attacks, the fireballs enraged them further. The beasts let out piercing roars and lunged at Valen, who urgently urged, Shaylee, take the child and flee. Just as he spoke, Valen was again hurled away, crashing against a sturdy tree and coughing up blood. Shaylee had barely taken a few steps when Yaboni, riding a warhorse, reached down and lifted her onto his mount, positioning her in front of him. He then turned the reins and galloped towards the direction Valen had been thrown. Before Valen could fully rise, two crimson figures flashed past him. The two Crimson Flame Dreams lunged at him, their 6 serpentine heads aiming to bite him in various places. Instinctively, Valen closed his eyes and held his breath, awaiting his demise. In a moment of crisis, a warhorse clad in silver-blue armor charged in from the side, crashing into the two beasts with a deafening neigh. Hearing the commotion, Valen opened his eyes to see a green arc of sword light flash before him. The two Crimson Flame Dreams, suspended in midair, had their 6 heads severed almost simultaneously, and blood erupted from their necks, raining down in a foul-smelling deluge as their bodies fell to the ground. Lord Yaboni, Valen exclaimed, relieved and smiling. Shaylee, Valen, why didn't you retreat with the main force? Yaboni inquired, his brow furrowed. We were initially with the main force, but we were pursued by these beasts. In the chaos, we became separated and inadvertently returned here while fleeing, Valen explained. Valen, head that way and rejoin the main force. Yaboni instructed, pointing in a direction. Understood, Lord Yaboni. Please be safe, Valen responded before picking up his shield and running off. After watching Valen's retreating figure, Yaboni turned to Shaylee with concern. Are you hurt? Shaylee shook her head, her eyes betraying a hint of worry for Fry. The little one is under the protection of the gods. There is no need to fret. As they spoke, Sean and Mike, leading a contingent of knights, galloped in from the side. Upon spotting Yaboni, they approached him. My lord, how did you end up here? Mike asked, astonished. Yaboni's gaze fell upon the many Crimson Flame Dreams, eyeing them hungrily. Following Yaboni's gaze, Mike's expression froze, and upon realizing the situation, he immediately apologized. I have failed in my duty, and I apologize for the trouble it has caused you. It is of no consequence, Yaboni replied, scanning the knights to confirm their numbers. Finally, he sighed in relief upon realizing there were no casualties. You are safe, and that is what matters. Mike's eyes swept over the countless corpses of the Crimson Flame Dreams before returning to Yaboni. My lord, are you still able to fight? Yaboni wiped the blood from his sword. I have only just warmed up. That is good, my lord. Let us charge westward together. West? Yaboni queried, puzzled. To the west lies the Adumbra River. These beasts are inherently averse to water. Once we cross the river, we shall be safe for the time being, Mike explained. Let us depart. Yaboni raised his knightly sword high and waved his arm. The warhorses neighed. and the knights followed Yaboni as they led the charge against the hundreds of crimson flame dreams towards the west. Meanwhile, Loxi found herself ensnared in the midst of over 30 crimson flame dreams. Her black knight's armor, inherited from Cain, was now stained with blood. Yet the black short sword in her hand remained sharp. After dispatching 16 of the beasts, Loxi showed no signs of fatigue. Had Mike witnessed this scene, he would surely have deemed Loxi a monster. Loxi moved like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly severing the head of yet another crimson flame dream, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she surveyed the beasts before her. The beasts, possessing an extraordinary instinct for danger, began to retreat upon sensing the peril posed by the armored knight. Loxi stood her ground, observing their withdrawal. Just as they retreated a few steps, a massive golden beam of light, 50 feet in diameter, shot forth from the side. Everything in its path was reduced to ash, and in the blink of an eye, the 32 crimson flame dreams before her were obliterated by the blinding golden light. Gazing at the scorched chasm that spanned 50 feet wide before her, feeling the searing heat emanating from its depths, Loxi cast an envious glance towards Dali, who was crouched in a tree branch nearby, still poised with his bowstring released. Meeting Loxi's gaze, Dali lowered his seemingly unremarkable, weathered longbow behind him, nimbly maneuvering among the trees before leaping down to stand before Loxi. "Loxi, you have grown stronger," Dali unexpectedly praised, breaking his usual silence. The scene of the golden beam annihilating the beasts flashed before Loxi's eyes, and she regarded Dali with curiosity. "What have you experienced these past years in the forest?" "I trained under a mentor," Dali replied. "Is that mentor formidable?" Loxi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Dali nodded solemnly. "Very strong." "Stronger than you?" "Stronger than me," Dali answered without hesitation. Loxi's eyes widened in surprise. "How does he compare to Lord Vlarney in the realm of swordsmanship?" "Lord Vlarney surpasses all, yet when it comes to raw strength and destructive power, that individual stands at least on par with the legendary beasts." "Who is this enigmatic figure?" "He claims to be a hunter." "A hunter?" Loxi exhibited a look of bewilderment. "One who specializes in the pursuit of legendary monsters." Chapter 17. In the largest tent at the heart of the Kupa territory's encampment, noble officials led by Purcell convened to deliberate strategies in the wake of an assault by high-level magical beasts. The gaze of Governor Bellies fixed intently on Rorik, the militia sergeant assigned to tally the remaining personnel. With urgency, he inquired, "Rorik, how many of us are left?" Rorik, the sole survivor of the militia since the attack 2 days prior, temporarily assumed the role of militia captain until the return of Loxi. "My lord, fewer than 300 remain," Rorik replied. Bellies furrowed his brow, pressing for specificity. "How many exactly?" 274, Rorik stated, as the number echoed within the tent. A heavy silence descended. Each individual was acutely aware that they had counted 697 before departing the stone fortress. 7 days had elapsed since their exit, and in that brief span, the militia had been decimated, and the populace suffered casualties exceeding half. It was undeniably a critical juncture for the survival of the Kupa territory. Breaking the silence, Bellies asked, "How much food do we have left?" "Most supplies and provisions were lost during our flight. Currently, the remaining food, rationed at half a meal per person per day, will last no more than 2 days," replied Milan, the quartermaster. "How many days until we reach Barrow City?" Purcell, the highest-ranking noble present, inquired. Bellies knitted his brows. "We estimate another 7 or 8 days. The urgent matter is food." Purcell surveyed the gathered noble officials. "What solutions do you propose?" Eyes met, yet all shook their heads in resignation. As silence enveloped the room once more, Fry, nestled quietly in Purcell's embrace, suddenly spoke up. "There is no need for undue worry regarding food. The forest abounds with edible resources. Fry, do you have a solution?" Purcell's voice drew everyone's attention to Fry. With a gentle smile, Fry continued, "While my method may not satiate everyone's hunger, it will ensure we do not starve before reaching Barrow City." "You claim the forest lacks nothing to eat," Milan responded, astonished. "Are you suggesting we consume leaves?" "Clothes, but not leaves," Fry grinned wider. "It is tree bark." "Tree bark?" Milan regarded Fry with intrigued skepticism. The others shared expressions of disbelief, for it was their first encounter with the notion that bark could be edible. "Fry, are you jesting?" Bellies interjected, donning a serious demeanor. Seeing is believing, Fry replied with a smile, rising from Purcell's lap. "Esteemed lords, please follow me." Leading the way, Fry guided them outside the tent, traversing the surrounding forest until he halted before a white birch tree, roughly the girth of 3 or 4 adult chests. Fry examined the birch, then raised his palm to tap the tree trunk, turning to Sir Aji. Aji brother, would you kindly assist me by removing a complete ring of bark? Baffled, Aji approached, drawing his knightly sword to carve 2 circles around the designated area, then slicing vertically between them. After severing the bark, he sheathed his sword and, with effort, pried a sizable sheet of green-tinged birch bark free. Aji presented the bark to Fry. What next, Fry? Aji brother, please tear off a small piece from the top for me. Aji nodded and complied, handing Fry a palm-sized fragment of bark. Fry flipped the piece, exposing the green side to the group, showcasing it as he asked, "Do you see the green side of the bark?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Fry began to peel back the layers of the bark, revealing its structure, the outer layer and the cambium, with the outer layer comprising the cork and phloem. The exterior white layer was the cork, the golden yellow layer was the phloem, and the thin green layer represented the cambium. Fry plucked a small piece from the cambium and offered it to Milan. Uncle Milan, please taste it and tell us how it is. Milan hesitated briefly before chewing the green bark. After a few moments, his eyes widened in surprise. It's sweet. Indeed. Fry affirmed. Only the cambium is edible, primarily composed of starch and sugars. The sugar content is highest in the cambium of the white birch, constituting about 3 layers, thus imparting a mildly sweet flavor. What is starch? Milan asked, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. The flour we commonly consume is a form of starch. When digested, starch converts into sugars, providing energy for our bodies. Most grains consist mainly of starch, and plants also contain it, though the starch content in trees is negligible compared to the grains we typically use. As Fry explained, Aji stripped away a large section of cambium, tearing it into small pieces to distribute among the group. The individuals examined the bark in their hands, hesitating before finally tasting it. They were collectively astonished by the delightful flavor. How astonishingly sweet. The taste of this bark is remarkable. Gracious deities, we thank you for this bounty. After savoring the sweet bark, the group expressed their gratitude. Milan fixed his gaze on Fry, curiosity piqued. Apart from eating it raw, are there other ways to prepare this bark? We can slice the cambium into thin strips and boil it in water. The fibrous texture will soften, enhancing its palatability. Fry replied with a smile. Of course, we can also dry it over a fire and grind it into flour, yielding bark flour. What happens to the trees after the bark is removed? Purcell suddenly interjected, intrigued. Fry smiled and countered, Lady, if all the skin were to be stripped from your body, what would you expect to happen? My entire body would feel raw, Purcell realized, her azure eyes narrowing. Wouldn't the trees die if their bark is removed? Precisely, Fry confirmed. The bark contains the vessels through which trees transport moisture and nutrients. If stripped, the trees will wither within days. Then are we not condemning many trees to death? Purcell lamented. How cruel. Such is the law of nature. Magical beasts attack us to survive, and we, in turn, must deprive those weaker lives for our own sustenance. Milan, you are to immediately arrange for the populace to consume bark to stave off hunger starting today, Bellies commanded. Understood, Lord Bellies, Myron nodded in response. On their way back to the camp, Fry and his companions happened upon the long-missing Loxy and Dolly, who had been absent for 2 days. Fry immediately jogged to Loxy's side. Father, Uncle Dolly, welcome back, heroes. With a radiant smile, Fry embraced Loxy and Dolly in turn. Loxy crouched down and ruffled Frey's hair, asking, how are Sherry and Leah? Frey's expression suddenly turned grave. I heard from Uncle Valen that mother and sister are with Uncle Yaboni, but they haven't returned to the camp yet, and I'm a bit worried. Lord Yaboni hasn't returned? Loxy's brow furrowed. What about the knights? Only Brother Aji and Brother Aesfer have returned from the night squad. Loxy, should we go look for Lord Yaboni? Dolly suddenly inquired. Didn't you say you saw hundreds of flame dreamers? Loxy asked. Dolly nodded. In the past few days, we encountered no more than 50 flame dreamers, and there were no signs of them pursuing us, so I think the Lord must have joined up with the knights. Those flame dreamers we didn't encounter must have been led away by the Lord and the night squad. Dolly agreed with Loxy's conjecture and added, more and more magical beasts are converging towards our main force. We must hasten our journey to Banu City. You two haven't returned to the camp for the past 2 days. Were you scouting the situation with the magical beasts? Fry asked. Not only that, but Dolly and I have also worked hard these past 2 days to divert the magical beasts gathering behind us to other directions. Father, Uncle Dolly, thank you for your hard work, Fry beamed. As the hero who held back the main force, Loxy's prestige soared upon his return, earning him the reverence of many. Until Lord Yaboni and the knights returned, Loxi became the backbone of the camp, with Pierce entrusting him with the authority of the Lord to lead the main force onward. While Loxi's status in the Kupa territory rose, some nobles harbored discontent towards him due to his humble origins, with the head of the Stritt family, Blig, leading the charge. Blig summoned all the nobles who opposed Loxi's rise to his tent and even invited his student Myron to attend. "We are nobles. Why must we labor like those commoners?" A rotund noble expressed his dissatisfaction. "I find Loxi's audacity excessive. He dares to command us like militia. This commoner knight, Loxi, has no right to order us nobles around. Even if his adoptive father, Cain, were alive, he wouldn't dare treat us this way. I propose we jointly protest to the lady and dismiss Loxi from his position. I suggest we appoint Lord Blig as the acting lord." "I concur." "So do I." The nobles clamored, while Myron, silent in the corner, wore an exceptionally grave expression. Before attending this meeting, Blig had merely mentioned an important matter to discuss. He never imagined that his true intention was to depose Loxi. Had Myron known Blig's intentions in advance, he would never have attended. Meanwhile, Blig noticed Myron's change in expression and directed a gaze towards him, asking Myron, "As the warehouse officer, what is your opinion on Loxi?" "I believe Lord Loxi has handled everything exceptionally well." "Myron, are you Loxi's lapdog?" A noble shouted angrily. Myron frowned slightly, stood up, and bowed to the crowd, saying, "I apologize, everyone, but I have other matters to attend to. Please excuse me from today's meeting." With that, Myron turned and walked towards the tent's exit. "Stop, Myron!" Blig shouted, thumping his cane against the ground. Myron halted, turned around, and respectfully bowed to the glaring Blig. "Teacher, do you have any other matters?" "Myron, do you mean to say you support Loxi's position?" Without hesitation, Myron nodded. "Myron, give me your reasons." Myron spoke decisively. "Teacher, with all due respect, no one here is more suited than Loxi to lead us to Banu City." "Myron, do you not support my position?" "I apologize, teacher, but you are too old. Such matters should not concern you." Upon hearing Myron's response, Blig's face darkened. "Teacher, if there are no further matters, may I take my leave?" After Myron departed, the rest of the attendees displayed expressions of disbelief, while Blig's face was particularly revealing. He did not expect his most valued student to publicly humiliate him. Meanwhile, Blig's son, Valen, stealthily entered Loxi's tent. Loxi looked at Valen with surprise. "Valen, do you seek me for something?" Valen nodded, crouched beside Loxi, and whispered close to his ear. "Loxi, my father intends to deal with you. He has summoned those nobles who oppose you to his tent to discuss how to depose you." Loxi chuckled. "But you also disapprove of me. Why don't you join them?" "I disapprove of you, but I'm not foolish. Those buffoons flee at the sight of magical beasts. I don't want to be blindly commanded to my death by them. I want to survive and reach Banu City." "Valen, thank you for your trust in me." Loxi then resumed sharpening the blade of his black short sword on a whetstone. Valen, seeing him unfazed, nudged Loxi. "Loxi, why are you not worried? They want to depose you. If they have the capability, let them try. I assure you, I saw Myron enter my father's tent. This is no joke. I know that if Myron wishes to depose you, he has his ways." Just then, a voice came from the entrance of Loxi's tent. "Lord Valen, are you speaking well of me?" Valen turned abruptly, staring in shock at the smiling Myron at the tent's entrance. "Myron, come in and sit." Loxi gestured for him to enter. Once seated, Myron got straight to the point. "I came tonight for no other reason than to prevent any misunderstandings. I was unaware of my teacher's intentions beforehand. Otherwise, I would not have participated in their council." "No matter," Loxi replied with a smile. "Myron, you are a wise man. You surely understand the current situation and who is more suitable to lead us between myself and the old Lord Blig. Of course, even Valen knows who should lead at this time. I certainly wouldn't mistake this matter." Myron smiled at Valen. "Myron, if you hold such thoughts, I can ask Lady Pierce to appoint you as the speaker. This way, it would be acceptable to the old Lord Blig as well. Thank you for your kind offer." "Lord Loxi, but I must respectfully decline." Loxi's eyes brightened. "And why is that?" "I'm not skilled at doing things that offend others." Chapter 18, Madam. This is a joint letter from the representatives of the Kupa family. Please take a look. The former governor, Lord Brig of the Stir family, arrived at the tent of Persai, accompanied by the nobles, with great fervor to call for the dismissal of Rosie. Upon receiving the letter, Persai merely glanced at it, showing no interest in its contents, and casually tossed it aside, dismissing Brig with, "If there is nothing else, you may leave." Brig stood there with a grim expression, unable to comprehend why Persai could so easily disregard their collective protest against Rossi's leadership. "Brig, you may leave," Persai urged again. Brig, suppressing his emotions, replied, "Madam, I have something to discuss with you." "Speak," she said. After assessing Fry, who sat beside Persai, Brig insisted, "I would like to speak with you privately." "Fry is no outsider. Speak freely," Persai replied, her impatience becoming evident. Realizing he was indeed the outsider, Brig hesitated before finally articulating, "Madam, many of the nobles, and I believe Rosie, is unfit to lead us, and we suggest you retract your appointment of him." "That is not an option," Persai replied without a moment's hesitation. "Madam." Before Brig could continue, Persai raised her hand to interrupt him. "If you wish to persuade me to retract Rossi's appointment, I suggest you save your breath." Brig, taken aback by her astonishment, found himself urged once more by Persai, "Don't linger here and disturb me. Leave at once, so as not to affect my mood." "Madam, I was the tutor of the former lord and have served as governor of Kupa for over 30 years. I implore you to consider my advice seriously. I care not for your titles. The lord of Kupa is Yaboni, and I am his wife. In his absence, all his powers are vested in me. I alone dictate the affairs here, and it is my prerogative to appoint whomever I choose as the interlocutor. Your opinion is irrelevant." Persai glared at Brig. "Do you understand?" Brig, seething with anger at her haughty demeanor, felt the veins on his forehead throb. He forcefully planted his cane on the ground and swiftly exited Persai's tent. Inside the tent, Fry gazed at Persai with a smile. "Sister Persai, considering Brig's age, your words were quite ungracious. Are you not afraid of provoking him to the point of apoplexy? I have shown him considerable courtesy by not having him thrown out. Are you not concerned that Brig might incite unrest among the nobles? Let them stir. Rosie will handle them." Frey's smile broadened. "You place such trust in my father? I have no desire to engage with such trivial matters." Persai pouted playfully, then turned to Fry with excitement. "Quickly, continue the story. Where did I leave off?" The Supreme Treasure opened the Moonlight treasure box. Meanwhile, outside the camp, the blacksmith's young son, Latai, returned from a nearby thicket, only to discover that the pile of apricots he had hidden in a one-wheeled cart, wrapped in a tattered coat, had been reduced to mere pits. Enraged, Latai scanned the surroundings for the thief and spotted Ollie stir in the distance, gnawing on half an apricot. Furious, Latai seized a nearby stick and stormed toward Ollie, shouting, "You wretched thief, returning to steal my apricots." Ollie, bewildered, stared at the stick in Latai's hand and cautiously stepped back. "Latai, what do you intend to do? I warn you, I am a noble. Should you dare harm me, you will pay dearly. Do not think your noble status grants you the right to pilfer my apricots." Latai shouted, raising the stick and bringing it down upon Ali's head with a resounding thud, causing him to collapse, bloodied and unconscious. This scene was witnessed by Ali's mother, who, upon realizing her precious son had been struck down by a commoner's child, unleashed all her magical power into her palms and charged at Latai in a fit of rage. Her hands, enveloped in green energy, struck Latai's back, propelling him several meters away until he crashed into a civilian tent, rendered unconscious. Bystanders, unaware of the circumstances, only saw Ali's mother, Kahir, attacking Latai, and began to shout, "Kahir of the Stir family has gone mad. She has killed the blacksmith's boy." As the outcry spread, more civilians emerged, encircling Kahir. Meanwhile, Latai's parents, upon discovering their son lying motionless, rushed back to their tent to arm themselves. Latai's father, Islan, seized a hefty iron hammer, while his mother grabbed a pair of fire tongs. With their weapons in hand, Latai's parents pushed through the crowd, determined to confront Kahir. In an instant, they were embroiled in a struggle with her. Nobles, drawn by the commotion, including members of the Stir family, quickly arrived. Beltra, wife of Valen, saw her kin being assaulted and cried out, "Someone is trying to kill Kahir. Stir family, come quickly." The Stir family, upon hearing the call, rushed in without hesitation to beat down Latai's parents. In no time, the bruised and battered couple found themselves subdued on the ground. "You scoundrels of the Stir family, killing my son was not enough. Now you seek to murder us both." Islan roared, his voice filled with fury. Islan, a man known for his kindness and generosity, had always extended credit to those in need, earning him respect among the villagers. Seeing him mistreated by the Stir family ignited the anger of those he had aided, prompting them to grab stones and hurl them at the nobles. As stones began flying, chaos erupted, and the Stir family retaliated with their own magic, inciting further outrage among the civilians, who joined in the fray against the nobles. Amidst the turmoil, Beltra, struck by stones, cried out in despair, "Help! The commoners have rebelled. Save me!" More nobles arrived, intending to quell the stone-throwing civilians, only to find themselves caught in the crossfire as the commoners retaliated against them as well. Thus, a fierce battle erupted between the nobles and the commoners, with some nobles crossing the line, resulting in fatalities. The conflict escalated, leaving many injured on both sides, plunging the camp into chaos. A blinding flash of golden light shot into the sky, creating a deafening sound before bursting like fireworks, scattering golden sparks that rained down. This explosion drew the attention of all involved in the fray, momentarily freezing their actions. Meanwhile, clad in black knight armor, Roxy arrived upon hearing the commotion, drawing forth the gleaming black knight's sword, and bellowed, "Stop this at once." Roxy slowly made her way through the crowd, and the onlookers instinctively parted to create a path. With a stern expression, Roxy cast a piercing gaze over the faces of the crowd, causing those who met her eyes, whether commoners or nobles, to lower their heads in submission. Who instigated this? Roxy demanded. Eyes turned towards the members of the Stir family, who in turn looked at Betra, the wife of Valen. Following their gaze, Roxy approached the bloodied Betra and, fixing her with a fierce stare, asked, "Betra, were you the one who instigated this?" "Roxy, I did nothing. Do not wrongfully accuse me," Betra exclaimed, her voice rising in protest. "Why does everyone look at you?" Roxy inquired. "I merely shouted when I saw someone attempting to kill Kahir." Roxy's gaze then shifted to Kahir, assessing the bruised and battered figure before her. "Kahir, who sought to take your life?" Kahir, unable to meet Roxy's gaze, pointed towards the parents of Latai. Roxy then approached Island, Latai's father. "Island, why did you seek to harm Kahir?" Island lamented, tears welling in his eyes. "She killed my son Latai. Please, Sir Knight, Kahir has slain my child. Seek justice for my boy." Upon hearing this, Roxy began to piece together the situation. She returned to Kahir and asked, "Kahir, why did you kill Island's son Latai?" "That lowly wretch struck my child. Arlie, unconscious," Kahir responded earnestly. At that moment, Shasha, who had rushed to investigate Latai's collapse, approached Roxy. "Milady Roxy, Latai is not dead. He merely fainted." Island and his wife exchanged astonished glances, but upon meeting Roxy's gaze, they lowered their heads in shame. "Island, you have all heard it. Latai is alive," Roxy declared. Island tugged at his wife's garment, and they both knelt. Island continued, "We sincerely apologize, Lady Roxy. We heard cries of Kahir having killed Latai, and in a moment of impulse, we acted wrongly. We are prepared to accept any punishment." Shasha leaned in and whispered to Roxy, "Milady Roxy, though Latai is unharmed." During the fray, an elderly person and a child have met with misfortune. Roxy's brow furrowed at this news. She brought her face close to Shasha's ear and instructed, "Shasha, please find 2 discreet individuals to ensure their proper burial. I shall personally extend my condolences to their families later." "Understood, Milady Roxy. Is Latai awake?" "He is." "Shasha, please bring Latai over, and also summon Arlie." After a brief moment, Latai and Arlie stood before Roxy, glaring fiercely at one another. Yet both refrained from striking out due to Roxy's presence. "Latai, why did you assault Arlie?" Roxy inquired. "Sir Knight, Arlie stole my apricots." Arlie retorted, "I did not." "Latai, do you have any evidence that Arlie took your apricots?" Roxy asked. "I saw him eating my apricots with my own eyes." "I did not steal your apricots, Milady Roxy. The apricots I ate were given to me by Celis." "I don't believe you. It must be you who stole my apricots," Latai insisted. As the 2 children argued, Roxy called for Celis to be brought forward. She squatted down in front of Celis and gently asked, "Celis, did you give Arlie apricots?" Celis looked puzzled but nodded. "Did you see that, Latai? I did not steal your apricots. It must be you who stole them. Aside from you, Arlie, who else would take my apricots?" "Enough." Roxy, feeling a headache coming on, interrupted the bickering children. At that moment, Fry arrived, having gathered information about the situation. He suggested to Roxy, "Father, let us children resolve this matter ourselves, while you handle the affairs of the adults." Roxy nodded, permitting Fry to take Latai and Arlie aside. "Latai, where did you find those apricots?" Fry curiously asked. Latai pointed to the north of the camp, where a nearby apricot tree stood, discovered by Celis. "Arlie, tell me the truth. Did you steal Latai's apricots?" Fry pressed. "I swear, I did not steal his apricots." "Arlie, I believe you. You would not do such a thing." Fry smiled, fixing his gaze upon Latai. "Latai, why do you suspect Arlie stole your apricots? Can you provide a reason?" I wrapped the apricots in old clothes and hid them in my wheelbarrow, intending to eat them on the way. But when I returned from relieving myself, all that remained were the pits, and Arlie was nearby eating apricots, Latai explained. Fry chuckled. So you suspect Arlie merely because he was eating apricots nearby? I can think of no one else, Latai replied. Latai, I ask you, did you see Arlie take the apricots from your wheelbarrow? On what basis do you assert that the apricots he has belonged to you? Latai faltered under the questioning. But, enough, Latai. Regardless of whether Arlie took your apricots, your act of violence against him is wrong, and you must apologize. After a moment of hesitation, Latai finally murmured, Arlie, I am sorry. Arlie, I know you are a kind-hearted child, and you will surely forgive Latai, won't you? Fry encouraged. Arlie nodded, touching his swollen forehead with a wry smile. Latai, I truly did not steal your apricots. If you had doubts, you could have asked me directly. There was no need to resort to violence. I'm sorry, Arlie. You can hit me back. I will not retaliate. No need, Latai. Let us go together to pick apricots. With Frey's mediation, the two children reconciled and resumed their smiles, as if the misunderstanding had vanished, and they ran off together to gather apricots. Meanwhile, Roxy personally dealt punishment to the Stir family, administering 10 lashes to each, leaving them bruised and howling, while Betra fainted after the second strike. As for Latai's parents, their punishment was simply to apologize to Kahir and appeal bark for everyone until they reached the city of Barno. After arranging these penalties, Roxy publicly declared, the commoners involved in the brawl shall have their rations halved today, and the nobles are forbidden from dining. Should there be any further transgressions, each shall receive 100 lashes. As Roxy departed, the nobles began to murmur among themselves, complaining about Roxy's apparent favoritism towards the commoners. On his way to the meeting tent, Fry encountered his fellow knight, Aji, who was munching on an apricot. Fry looked at the half-eaten fruit in Aji's hand with curiosity and asked, Brother Aji, where did you get that apricot? I discovered it on a small cart. Augie retrieved another apricot from his pocket and tossed it toward Fry. Upon catching it, Fry glanced at the fruit in his hand and asked, Augie, when you found this apricot, was it wrapped in some old clothing? Indeed, Augie replied with a puzzled expression. How did you know? Fry suddenly realized that the root cause of the brawl between the commoners and the nobles was none other than Augie. A wry smile spread across his face as he said, Augie, have you not considered that these apricots might belong to someone else? Are they yours? Augie smiled. I just returned from outside, and I was so hungry that I couldn't resist. These apricots belong to Latai. Yali took the blame for you, and even received a blow from Latai for it. You should sincerely apologize to both of them later, Fry explained. Where are those two little rascals? I shall go clarify matters with them right away, Augie declared. Fry pointed to the north of the camp, saying, they went that way to pick apricots. Meanwhile, Dolly arrived at Rossi's tent to report on the reconnaissance. Rosie, there are numerous brutes approaching the camp from the south. For the moment, I have diverted them with my scent, but it won't be long before they detect it and head back this way. We must depart tonight. Rosie nodded and then inquired, have you located Lord Abney and the knights? I observed a multitude of hoof prints heading east, along with many tracks from magical beasts. They likely have not yet evaded the pursuit of these creatures and should be unable to rendezvous with us for the time being. As we depart, we will leave markers along the way to guide Lord Abney and the others to us. Chapter 19. Within the tent of the Sturt family. Representatives from the noble Kupa families gathered, harboring discontent towards Loxy. How dare he show such favoritism towards the commoners, completely disregarding our noble status. His veins run with the blood of the lowly. As the assembly erupted in a cacophony of insults directed at Loxy, the patriarch of the Sturt family, Oni Colin, turned to Lord Blig and inquired, My Lord Blig, what is Madame Perce's response to our joint letter? With this question, the chatter ceased, and all eyes turned to Blig. Blig shook his head, revealing that Perce stood with Loxy, utterly ignoring their concerns, making it clear that they could not rely on her. Are we to simply watch that lowly knight thrive? He lamented. If we allow Loxy to continue in his arrogance, we noblemen will eventually find ourselves trampled beneath the feet of the commoners. My Lord Blig, we must devise a strategy. My Lord Blig, esteemed lords, I have a proposal, interjected Oni's eldest son, Prido. The assembly shifted their attention to Prido, and Blig, intrigued, asked, What is your suggestion, Prido? In the evening, I overheard Dolly conversing with Loxy. Dolly mentioned that the beasts which previously attacked us, those resembling hyenas, are approaching our camp. What shall we do? The knights have yet to return. Panic ensued, voices overlapping in distress. Blig struck the ground with his cane several times, urging silence. Once quiet prevailed, he turned his gaze back to Prido. Continue, Prido. Loxi intends to depart at night. Should we encounter beasts on the road, Loxi will surely order us to combat them. Prido's eyes swept over the gathered nobles. I believe none of you wish to risk your lives defending those commoners. Those wretched commoners even rebelled today, hurling stones at us and injuring my head. Let those who wish to protect them do so. I certainly will not. I will not go either. I would rather be devoured by beasts than defend them. The nobles voiced their agreement. Clearing his throat, Prido urged calm before proposing. In that case, why not part ways with these commoners? They outnumber us. And those beasts have keen senses. If we set off early, the beasts will focus their attention on the commoners. That is a splendid idea. I support it. So do I. The nobles echoed their approval of Prido's plan, yet Blig remained silent, prompting the assembly to collectively gaze at him. My lord Blig, what is your opinion on my son Prido's proposal? Oni inquired. Blig expressed his doubts, asking, does anyone here know the way to Barnau City? The assembly shook their heads. While Prido's father, Oni, reassured, my lord Blig, you need not worry. If we proceed northward, we shall undoubtedly see the walls of Barnau City. Indeed, the walls of Barnau City are quite tall. If we head north, we will see them eventually. Oni's reasoning garnered agreement from the nobles. Blig pressed on. But once we part ways with the commoners, who will perform the labor? Who will transport supplies? Who will erect the camp? Who will strip bark for food? Blig's questions left the nobles exchanging glances, falling into silence. Their current rations were distributed based on labor, even if they did not separate from the commoners. Their survival depended on working or serving them. Oni glanced at the nobles, stating, compared to risking our lives against beasts, what harm is there in doing a bit of work? Oni's perspective swayed the nobles, who expressed their agreement. Since you all have no objections and support Prido's idea, I too have no qualms, but I must add 2 points, Blig stated, pausing before continuing. There are still some provisions left in Milan. We must take all remaining food, leaving not a single grain for those commoners. Additionally, upon reaching Barnau City, we will require funds. We shall take all the gold and silver coins under Wyden's watch. But Milan is aligned with Loxi. It may be challenging to persuade him, Oni remarked. Blig waved his hand dismissively. I do not intend to convince him. I will find an excuse to temporarily divert Milan, and you can seize the opportunity to empty his tent of provisions. Oni nodded and further questioned. It is said that Wyden is the key to the Kupa family's treasury. His loyalty to the Kupa family is unwavering, and he is unlikely to accompany us. I will first test Wyden's stance. If all else fails, I will detain him while you empty his tent of gold and silver, replacing it with stones. Very well. Let us proceed as my lord Blig commands. We shall depart in 15 minutes. The nobles exchanged excited glances, nodding in agreement. Before long, Blig, leaning on his cane, arrived at the entrance of Milan's tent. Upon sensing Blig's presence, Milan immediately stood and bowed respectfully. Master, what brings you here? Milan, accompany me outside for a moment. We need to converse. Milan regarded Blig with skepticism, but eventually followed him out of the tent. Meanwhile, the nobles, cloaked in the night, stealthily infiltrated Milan's tent, clearing out the scant remaining food supplies. Milan, how did I treat you when you were a child? Blig began, his tone somber. You treated me as your own child. Master, having lost my parents at a young age, were it not for your kindness in providing for me, I would have been sent to serve the gods in the temple long ago. Milan, have I ever wronged you? Never, Milan replied respectfully. Your kindness is a debt I can never repay in this life. Then why do you stand with Loxi? Milan is not only your student, but also the steward of the Kupa territory. I serve both you and Loxi. For Lord Aboni would not wish to see me in opposition to Loxi. Blig scoffed. So you choose to oppose me instead? Milan bowed deeply, performing the noble's respectful gesture. That was never my intention, master. In truth, you need not stand against Loxi. As long as you refrain from involving yourself in the affairs of the Kupa territory, no one will stand in opposition to you. And what if I insist on intervening? Milan could not dissuade Blig, nor could he prevent his actions. Yet he held his own views and choices. Master, you must understand, by aligning with the nobles and parting ways with everyone else, you not only satisfy a fleeting vanity, but also risk your very life. Blig's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening like a dagger aimed at Milan. Milan, how much do you know? Milan smiled faintly. If I were unaware of such significant matters, I would hardly be worthy of my position as steward. Blig stared at Milan for a long moment. Does Wyden know of this as well? Wyden likely remains oblivious. Milan, come with us. Milan bowed once more, master. I must respectfully decline. Milan, are you preparing to report us to Loxy? Milron shook his head, revealing a smile that was difficult for Brig to decipher. Today, the teacher visited the student merely to chat about old, familiar matters. Milron was oblivious to anything else. Very well, Brig said, patting Milron on the shoulder. You are no longer the taciturn boy you once were. From this parting onward, you need not call me teacher any longer. With that, Brig leaned on his cane and strode away, while Milron solemnly bowed to his retreating figure, saying, Farewell, teacher. After parting ways with Milron, Brig employed his old tricks to draw Wyden away from the tent. Wyden scrutinized Brig along the way and could no longer contain his curiosity. My lord Brig, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? He inquired. Wyden, what is your opinion of Lord Rossi? Lord Rossi is an exceptionally distinguished knight, Wyden replied. Brig halted, his piercing gaze fixed on Wyden's face as he spoke slowly. So, you too support Rossi's assumption of the lordship? Lady Perso wishes for Rossi to act on her behalf. Since that is her desire, I naturally lend my support. Brig studied Wyden's eyes for a considerable moment. Wyden, are you truly willing to sacrifice your life to protect the common folk? Wyden's life had been saved by Lord Yaboni, who, as the lord of the Kupa territory, bore the duty of safeguarding every subject. In Yaboni's absence, Wyden willingly took on some of that protective responsibility. Wyden, you are indeed devoted to the Kupa family. Brig had served the Kupa territory as a magistrate for over 30 years, while Wyden had only been appointed as tax officer for nearly a decade. He knew that his loyalty to the Kupa family could not compare to Brig's. Brig scoffed. I have pledged my loyalty to the Kupa family for the better part of my life, only to have my position usurped by some nameless noble from who knows where. My son's authority over life and death has been handed over to a commoner by Yaboni. Now, even Yaboni's pampered wife dares to scorn me. Wyden remained silent for a while, a look of confusion crossing his face. Is your sudden visit merely to complain about these matters? He asked. What? Do you find me tiresome, old man? Brig chuckled. Wyden scrutinized Brig for a moment and shook his head. Not at all, my lord Brig. It is my honor that you choose to share your burdens with me. Wyden, what are your plans upon reaching Banu City? Wyden's intentions aligned with those of Lord Yaboni. If Yaboni cannot reach Banu City, then the ladies' and young master's plans will become mine. Brig sighed. Yaboni has indeed found a loyal servant. It is no wonder he entrusted you with the key to the Kupa family treasury. Wyden possessed no skills comparable to Brig's, only a heart devoted to Lord Yaboni. In the distance, Brig spotted a gesture from Onabi and immediately broke into a smile of relief. My lord Brig, why do you smile? Wyden asked, perplexed. Oh, it is nothing, Brig replied, shaking his head. Wyden, we have chatted enough for tonight. It is getting late. Let us return and rest. Very well, my lord Brig. Good night. 15 minutes later, just as Rossi was about to announce the departure to the main force, the former tax officer of Kupa, old Lord Kaweno, rushed into Rossi's tent in a flurry. Rossi, something has happened, a grave matter. Rossi observed the breathless Kaweno, handing him a water skin while expressing his concern. My lord Kaweno, what has transpired to cause such alarm? Kaweno gulped down several mouthfuls of water, finally catching his breath. Brig has vanished. This is serious. Brig has disappeared? Rossi frowned. Indeed. Today, you ordered 10 lashes for each of the Stir family members. After dinner, I had nothing to do and intended to mock them in their tent, but upon arriving, I found no one there. Even the tent had vanished. I searched the camp and discovered many nobles, including those from the Stir family, were missing. The tents are gone as well. Rossi's frown deepened. At that moment, Tax Officer Wyden rushed into Rossi's tent, visibly agitated. Rossi, all the gold and silver coins in my tent have been replaced with stones. It must be that old Brig's doing. I knew he had ill intentions. Kaweno declared without hesitation. Wyden nodded vigorously. Brig came to speak with me tonight, using the excuse to draw me away. I suspect that was when his accomplices raided my tent and stole the gold and silver. I intended to confront Brig in his tent, only to find it gone. And not a single member of the Stir family in sight. This is outrageous. Rossi, you must hurry and capture Brig and his accomplices. These scoundrels deserve to have their heads severed. Kaweno exclaimed indignantly. Wyden, how long has it been since Brig spoke with you? Rossi inquired. It should have been about 15 minutes ago. If we pursue now, we might still catch up with them. Meanwhile, Briggs' eldest son, Valen, entered Rossi's tent. Upon seeing Valen, Kaweno and Wyden rushed toward him, restraining him before he could comprehend the situation. Rossi, what is the meaning of this? Valen asked, bewildered. Kaweno pinched Valen sharply at the waist, causing him to yelp in pain. Valen, tell me the truth. Where have the Stir family fled? The Stir family has fled, Valen exclaimed in disbelief. Rossi nodded. Not only the Stir family, but several other clans as well. I wondered why my wife suddenly took an interest in me tonight and urged me to return to the Stir family. It turns out they were planning to defect. Valen realized. Are you unaware of the deeds the Stir family has committed? Rossi queried, examining Valen. Ever since you demoted me to a dung collector, I have been cast out from the Stir family. I am now a member of the newly established Aesfer family, the Allen family. Valen, you truly know nothing? Kaweno pressed again. I genuinely do not know. Valen shook his head vigorously. Had I known, I would have informed Rossi immediately. Upon hearing this, Wyden and Kaweno released Valen, who dusted himself off and stood upright. Rossi, Aji asked me to inform you that the beasts are approaching. We must depart swiftly. What of Dolly and Aji? Rossi inquired. They must delay the beasts from behind. We need to leave first. They will help cover our scent and tracks to avoid being pursued by the beasts. I understand. Rossi nodded and turned to exit the tent. However, Wyden suddenly grasped Rossi's arm, saying, Rossi, the gold and silver are vital to us. Upon reaching Banu City, many things will require funding. It is not too late to pursue the Stir family now. Roxy gently patted Winter on the shoulder, reassuring him, fear not. They shall not escape. Let us first organize a retreat to the next stronghold and establish our camp. Later, I shall return with Dolly to settle the score with them. Winter nodded in understanding. I comprehend. I shall follow your lead, Roxy. With Roxy's rallying call, the camp's inhabitants swiftly dismantled all the tents within minutes. Roxy, accompanied by the remaining residents and their dwindling supplies, commenced their journey towards the new stronghold. Having learned from the painful lessons of previous encounters, the inhabitants instinctively quickened their pace during the retreat. Thus, as the crimson moon ascended, Roxy led the remaining populace, having traversed 2/3 of the distance to the new stronghold. Meanwhile, Dolly, Aji, and Esfer, tasked with covering the rear for the main group, diligently eradicated the traces and scents left by their comrades as they pressed onward. Along the way, they discerned unusual footprints. Dolly, there are tracks from another group of individuals over here, remarked the one-armed Esfer. Dolly approached Esfer and knelt down to examine the prints. These tracks are older than those of our main group. They likely do not belong to our people. Should we erase these tracks? Aji inquired. Dolly shook his head. Given their age, it appears someone has defected from the main group. This particular band could serve to divert the pursuing beasts behind us. Esfer nodded in agreement. Let us focus solely on erasing the traces and scents of our main group. We shall leave the fate of these defectors to them. They must fend for themselves. Chapter 20. Before the noble defection from the Kupa territory, Briggs' great-grandson, Ale, arrived at the tent of the Latai family. Latai. Ale called out for Latai, who was inside the tent. Latai's parents cast peculiar glances at the young noble Ale, and Latai's father, Island, shook Latai's arm, rousing him from his slumber. Father, what is it? Latai opened his bleary eyes. The boy from the Stir family is looking for you. Latai sat up and gazed outside at Ale with a look of confusion. After a moment's hesitation, he succumbed to Ale's enthusiastic beckoning and rose to join him. Ale, what do you want? Latai, come with me. Ale tugged at Latai's arm and dashed outside. Latai ran briefly with Ale, but suddenly realized they were heading towards the noble's tent, causing him to halt abruptly. Ale stopped as well, turning back with a puzzled expression. Latai, what's wrong? Come with me. That is your noble camp ahead. I won't go. Latai, we are friends. Aren't we? Ale looked at him earnestly. After a moment's hesitation, Latai nodded slightly. Latai, we must set off. Come with me. Set off? I am confused. Lord Loxy did not mention a departure. The nobles must leave first. The magical beasts are approaching. Latai, please come with me. Ale explained, pulling on Latai's arm again. But he found he could not budge him. Latai, won't you come with me? Latai shook his head. I want to stay with my father and mother. Latai, you will be in grave danger. Ale attempted once more to pull at Latai's arm, but he remained steadfast. Latai, are we not friends? My mother says nobles and commoners cannot be friends. But Lord Loxy and my uncle Aesfer are friends. Ale insisted, shaking Latai's arm. We can be good friends too. Come with me, Latai. I will not go. I cannot abandon my father and mother. After uttering those words, Latai turned and ran back to his tent. leaving Ale standing there, stunned, tears welling in his eyes. Ale, what are you doing here? Ale's mother, Kahir, came rushing over, having searched the camp frantically for her son. Mother, I was saying goodbye to my friend Latai. Kahir paused, her expression turning serious. Ale, have you forgotten how that common boy hurt you? Mother, that was just a misunderstanding. Ale, I will not allow you to be friends with that common boy. Kahir scolded sharply, grasping Ale's arm and leading him toward the Stir family's tent. The nobles, led by the Stir family, stealthily departed the camp under the cover of night, with a somber Ale trailing behind. After the defecting nobles had traveled for a quarter of an hour, they paused near a swamp to rest. As they prepared to resume their journey, Kahir rushed to Brig. Lord Brig, my son Ale is missing. Brig furrowed his brow. When did this happen? He was here when the group stopped. I went to relieve myself, and he vanished. Could he have gone to relieve himself as well? Search the vicinity and call out his name. I have searched. There is no sign of him. Brig fell into contemplation, pondering where Ale might have gone. Lord Brig, we must depart. Oni approached, urging him. Kahir, tears brimming in her eyes, implored, Lord Brig, please wait a moment. I beg you, send someone to help me find Ale. Loxi will eventually discover our defection. We must hurry to leave. If we are caught by Loxi, we will all be executed, Oni warned. Indeed, indeed. Do not concern yourself with that boy. The surrounding nobles chimed in agreement. Brig frowned, contemplating for a while before speaking slowly. I am sorry, Kahir. I cannot send anyone to help you find your child. We must depart. You will have to search for him on your own. Lord Brig, Ale is also of the Stir family. He is your great-grandson. Kahir grasped Brig's arm. Kahir, as Ale's great-grandfather, I am also deeply concerned for him. But I am the head of the Stir family and the leader of this group. I have a responsibility to ensure everyone's safety. Saying this, Brig pushed Kahir's hand away. I hope you understand. I cannot risk the safety of all for Ale. Kahir, having been pushed aside by Brig, stood there in despair, weeping. Brig turned away, coldly announcing, We shall depart. As Kahir watched the figures of the departing group fade into the darkness, despair enveloped her. Gazing into the pitch-black forest, she suddenly made a decision and turned back, her eyes brightening with newfound resolve. Ale! Ale! Kahir retraced her steps, calling out as her voice gradually turned hoarse. A howl erupted from the forest, the sound of magical beasts encircling her, sending a chill through Kahir. In her panic, she scrambled up a large tree to hide. The towering trees obscured the moonlight, plunging the ground below into darkness, rendering Kahir unable to see anything, only hearing the rustling of magical beasts below. Meanwhile, Ale followed the moonlight back, encountering the moving group along the way, spotting Latai among them. He rushed towards the group, stumbling with excitement. Latai! Latai turned upon hearing his name called, his gaze landing on the disheveled Ale, confusion etched on his face. Ale, didn't you flee with the nobles? I changed my mind at the last moment. Ale beamed. Why? Latai's expression grew more perplexed. Ale did not answer but instead asked, Latai, are we still good friends? Latai hesitated, but under Ale's hopeful gaze, he ultimately nodded. Latai, let us go together. Ale took the initiative to link arms with Latai, joining the main group as they continued onward. As dawn broke, the group reached the designated evacuation point, setting up a new camp. After resting until afternoon, Loxi summoned Aesfer and Aji to his tent. Loxi, is there something you need us to do? Aesfer inquired. Aesfer, Aji, Loxi said, patting both of their shoulders. Dali and I will search for the fleeing nobles and retrieve the gold and silver they stole. After dark, you are to lead the commoners to the new evacuation point. The commoners here will be entrusted to you. Understood, Loxi. You can rest assured, Aesfer nodded earnestly. Aji, if magical beasts attack while Dali and I are absent, you may need to lure them away alone. Do you have the resolve to sacrifice yourself for the commoners? Loxi gazed intently into Aji's eyes. I do not. Aji responded in a resounding voice, a smile breaking upon his face. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, I have no intention of sacrifice. Like you and Dali, I shall emerge as a hero, triumphant amidst the cries of the people. Loxi patted Aji on the shoulder, a look of satisfaction illuminating his features. Excellent. Before leaving the tent, Loxi turned back and solemnly instructed, the people are entrusted to you. Once outside, Loxi called upon Dali and gathered several strong men, including the burly Lorik and the village blacksmith, Elon. Under the blazing sun, Loxi and his companions retraced their steps, following the trail left by the fleeing nobles. As the sun dipped low in the sky, After passing through a marshy area, they began to discover corpses along the way. By the scattered remnants of clothing, Loxi and his companions quickly identified the bodies as belonging to the treacherous nobles. Their remains stripped bare by beasts, leaving nothing but clean white bones behind. Their movement. Dali's keen ears detected something amiss, and he raised his hand to signal the others to halt. The group came to a standstill as Dali drew a crude wooden arrow from the quiver at his waist, knocking it onto the bowstring and aiming it skyward. "It's a woman." Dali discerned the source of the sound and withdrew the arrow. "A woman?" Loxi's brow furrowed in confusion. "Hey, you there. Come down." Dali called out towards the direction of the woman. From her perch in the tree, Kashir heard the voice below, as if a savior had come, and she quickly descended, sliding down the trunk with a rustle of leaves until she appeared before Loxi and the others. Upon landing, Loxi regarded Kashir with a puzzled expression. "Kashir?" "Loxi Darren." Tears streamed down Kashir's face as she immediately collapsed to her knees before Loxi. "Loxi Darren, my child, Ollie, is missing. I beg you to help me find him." "Ollie." Elon suddenly recalled something, stepping forward to offer reassurance. "Kashir, do not panic. Ollie is safe. He is currently with my son, Latai." A wave of relief washed over Kashir, the tension of the day finally releasing its grip, and she collapsed to the ground, unresponsive to Loxi's attempts to rouse her. "Do not shout, Loxi. She is in shock and will take a while to regain consciousness," Dali warned. Seeing Kashir's inert form, Loxi had no choice but to carry her on his back, and the group continued onward, following the tracks left by the fleeing nobles. After traversing a further distance, Dali finally spotted several overturned wheelbarrows not far ahead. Nearby, a few boxes lay open, spilling golden coins across the ground. Dali halted, raising his hand to signal the others to stop. "Dali, what do you see up ahead?" Loxi inquired softly. "We've found the gold, but there's a group of Saburu napping nearby. I'll go distract them. You all can collect the coins and return them to the camp." Loxi patted Dali on the shoulder. "Dali, be careful." Dali nodded, setting off towards the camp. In a heartbeat, Dali leaped into the branches of a large tree, swiftly maneuvering until he vanished from view like a specter. Shortly after, a whistle echoed from a distance, rousing the slumbering Saburu, who looked around and bared their fangs upon spotting Dali. A howl pierced the air as Dali successfully led the nearby Saburu away. Loxi's group approached the toppled wheelbarrows, righting them and gathering the scattered coins back into their boxes before wheeling the laden cart back along the same path. As the blue moon rose, Loxi and his companions paused on a steep slope to rest. They gathered dry branches to kindle a fire and began to peel bark from nearby trees to stave off hunger. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the bushes to the east, prompting Loxi to swiftly extinguish the fire. Under Loxi's command, the group stealthily climbed the nearby trees. A mud-streaked head emerged from the underbrush, only to find a black short sword pressed against its throat, causing the individual to freeze in fear. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Loxi demanded in a low voice. "Do not harm me. I mean no ill will. My name is Mampa, a traveling merchant. My companions and I were attacked by beasts on the road, and I fled into the forest, becoming separated from them. I saw the fire from a distance and thought it was my companions, which is why I approached." "A merchant?" Loxi scrutinized the middle-aged man in the moonlight, and upon sensing no hostility, he lowered the sword and sheathed it. "It's all right. You may come down now." Following Loxi's instruction, Lorik and the others descended from the trees, rekindling the fire as Mampa, with a smile, introduced himself to each of them. Lorik approached Loxi, whispering in his ear, "Sir, that man has calloused hands. He is clearly accustomed to wielding a sword. He is lying. He is not a merchant." While unsure of his reasons for concealing his identity, it seemed he bore no malice. During their conversation, Mampa approached with a grin. "Sir Knight, are you headed to Banu City?" Loxi nodded in affirmation. "If you do not mind, may I accompany you? I also intend to go to Banu City, and I will compensate you upon our arrival." Lorik responded with a scowl. "Do we look like we are short on money?" No, my lord. That was not my intention at all." Mampa bowed in apology. Loxi eyed Mampa's hands and asked directly, "Can you wield a sword?" Mampa hesitated before nodding. "I have learned a bit. You may join us on our journey to Banu City. We have many people with us, most of whom are the elderly, women, and children. If you are willing to protect them, I would not mind taking you along." Mampa eagerly nodded, beaming. "Of course, that would be no problem, Sir Knight. Just call me Loxi." Loxi regarded Mampa with curiosity. "Where do you hail from?" I come from the city of Aranti in the Zisapal Alliance, Loxidaran. Have you heard of this city-state? Loxy nodded. I have heard some mention of it. Loxidaran, where do you come from? If you head south along this path, there is a village by the Odimblera River where an ancient stone fortress stands. We were originally the vassals of that place. Mampa's eyes widened in realization. You are from Kupa Village? Have you been to Kupa Village? Loxy inquired with intrigue. Mampa chuckled. I frequently travel between Banu City and Arani City. Our caravan often stops at Kupa Village for supplies. The roasted meat and barley wine at Dolan Tavern are irresistible. Then how come I have never seen you before? Loxy questioned with skepticism. It is only natural for someone of your high status not to have noticed me, Mampa replied. Loxy's scrutiny deepened. Not long ago, I was merely a malicious sergeant, and passing merchants were subject to my interrogation. Yet, I have no recollection of you. That must be because you were preoccupied with your noble duties and simply overlooked me. With a smile, Mampa waved at Elon, who approached with a look of curiosity. Elon, do you remember me? A few months ago, I visited your blacksmith shop to repair a sword. The brief exchange sparked a recollection in Elon, who had a fairly deep impression of this generous customer. Elon nodded. Of course, you gave me a small silver coin. It was more than necessary. See, Lord Roxy. Even the blacksmith from your village remembers me, Mampa remarked with a grin. Upon realizing Elon remembered him, Roxy's doubts were immediately dispelled. Lord Roxy, would you like some? Mampa rummaged through his satchel and produced several strips of jerky, offering them to Roxy. Roxy shook his head. You should keep it for yourself. As soon as Mampa revealed the jerky, Elon and the others cast their eager gazes upon him, salivating at the sight. Noticing their interest, Mampa promptly emptied the contents of his satchel onto the ground. Please, feel free to help yourselves. The group swallowed hard, glancing at Roxy, and upon receiving a nod of approval, they rushed forward in a frenzy to claim the jerky. Please excuse our enthusiasm. We haven't had meat in several days. Roxy explained with a wry smile. Rorik picked up a piece of jerky and took a bite, but upon tasting it, he shot a puzzled look at Mampa. What kind of jerky is this? The flavor is quite peculiar. Mampa's smile took on a playful quality. It's just ordinary jerky. I'm not quite sure what kind of meat it is. It may have developed a strange taste from being stored for too long. Chapter 21. Since parting ways with the main force, the Kupa Knight squad had journeyed westward for 2 full days and nights. Yet they had not shaken off the relentless pursuit of the formidable beast horde behind them. The knights, deprived of sleep and sustenance for 2 consecutive days, had lost all color in their faces, with dark purple bruises forming beneath their eyes, their weary gazes reflecting their exhaustion. While humans can endure hunger and fatigue, their steeds could not withstand such strain and required rest. Observing that the beast horde had momentarily vanished from sight, Abney ordered the knights to halt and recover in a secluded valley. After the knights had regained their strength, Abney rode off alone towards the rear, disappearing for nearly a quarter of an hour. When the group finally caught sight of him again, he returned dragging the lifeless body of a crimson flame Yema. In front of the gathered knights, Abney proceeded to dissect the creature, extracting its brain, lungs, heart, liver, and intestines. Holding a gruesome mass of fresh, bloody entrails, he distributed portions to 16 knights, including Sherry, Sean, and Mike. As they gazed at the warm, raw innards in their hands, a collective look of confusion washed over their faces. Consume it, Abney intoned, demonstrating by placing half of the bloody brain into his mouth, chewing with relish before swallowing. Witnessing Abney devour the sanguine brain, the knights felt waves of nausea surging from their stomachs. One young knight could no longer contain himself and began to gag. Abney approached him with a stern expression, piercing him with an intense gaze. Without uttering a word, he grasped the knight's hand and forcefully shoved the beast's liver into his mouth. The young knight's throat convulsed, and his gagging intensified. But Abney silenced him with a firm hand, preventing him from expelling the organ. Young man, if you wish to avoid starvation or collapsing from exhaustion and becoming prey to the beasts pursuing us, you had best eat now and swallow it all, Abney commanded. Struggling against their revulsion, the young knight ultimately forced the entrails down his throat. Abney then cast his scrutinizing gaze upon the other knights, who hesitated with their portions. Imagine what you hold as a succulent roast, and swallow it whole. This is an order. The knights exchanged glances, and at that moment, Sherry pinched her nose and swallowed the brain. Seeing her resolve, the others steeled themselves and followed suit, forcing the entrails into their mouths. Excellent. While we take this moment, let me share with you my past experiences, Abney declared, fixing his gaze on the eldest knight among them, Mike. Mike, have you heard of the Iron Fortress battle that transpired 21 years ago? Over 30 years ago, the Gault Empire and the Black Kingdom erupted into border conflicts, which swiftly escalated into total war. After 5 years of conflict, the Central Army, led by the Imperial Knights, faced annihilation on the front lines, marking a turning point that plunged the Empire into chaos. The Kingdom's forces rapidly seized control of the northern territories. However, as the kingdom advanced towards the imperial capital, threatening to dismantle a millennium of imperial rule, Duke Myron emerged, leading his troops to intercept the kingdom's forces at the ancient city of Dibus. With Duke Myron at the helm, Dibus transformed into an ironclad fortress, serving as the final bastion for the empire. The Duke's forces, numbering less than 10,000, held firm against an enemy whose ranks were nearly 20 times greater. For a grueling 100 days, they withstood relentless assaults, a feat heralded as a miraculous stand. It was due to the Duke's steadfastness that the Duchess of the North, Ina Lance, seized the opportunity to lead a cavalry northward, penetrating the kingdom's capital and successfully beheading the Black King, which destabilized the kingdom's morale and ultimately reversed the tide of battle in favor of the empire. Thus, the battle at Dibus became enshrined in the annals of imperial history as the Iron Fortress Battle, celebrated as the most significant engagement in a century. This monumental clash was also included in the educational texts for aspiring imperial knights, and Mike, having studied at the Imperial Knight Academy, was well acquainted with its narrative. He even idolized Duchess Ina Lance, known as the War Goddess, who hailed from the same academy. When Abney inquired if Mike had heard of the Iron Fortress Battle, it dawned on Mike, and he gazed at Abney with admiration. "My lord, did you partake in the Iron Fortress Battle?" Abney nodded. "I, along with Lord Kane, Lord Bellis, and old Lord Kawino, were all participants in that battle." The knights, intrigued, momentarily disregarded the foul taste of the beast entrails in their mouths, turning their curious gazes toward Abney. "Mike, how does the Imperial Knight Academy's textbook characterize this battle?" Abney asked. "The greatest battle in 100 years of imperial warfare. Akin to a miracle," Mike recited. "Would you like to know the true circumstances surrounding this battle?" Abney continued, eliciting fervent nods from the knights. "Mike, after the Iron Fortress Battle, there were no survivors among the residents of Dibus, save for the knights and soldiers defending the city. How does your textbook document this?" The textbook states that the residents of Dibus voluntarily offered sacrifices, giving their lives to appease the gods above, thereby securing the miraculous protection of the last line of defense for the empire. Abney scoffed. How hypocritical the chroniclers are, so eager to romanticize the war. The residents of Dibus did indeed sacrifice their lives, but none did so willingly. "My lord, what do you mean by that?" Mike asked, increasingly intrigued. "Mike, do you know what sacrificial humans are?" Abney queried. They were slaves used for live sacrifices during the era of the sorcerer tribes. They were called sacrificial humans due to the food shortages of the time, as the sorcerers would consume the sacrificed slaves and captives. On the 5th day of the siege at Dibus, when supplies ran out, Myron ordered that all slaves be turned into sacrificial humans, their flesh made into meat pies to feed the defending knights. Upon hearing this, the knights displayed expressions of horror, waves of nausea washing over them once more. Observing their reactions, Abney chuckled before continuing. By the time the siege had endured a month, all the slaves were consumed. They began to turn the women and children of the city into sacrificial humans. By the 3rd month of the siege, not a single woman or child remained, and they resorted to consuming the corpses of their comrades. The young knight who had previously gagged could no longer contain himself and retched again. Abney stepped beside him, covering his mouth with his palm, his expression impassive. "Compared to the knights and soldiers of Dibus, you are fortunate. If you wish to avoid devouring your comrades, you must obediently swallow these beast meats and digest them." "My lord, what does human flesh taste like?" Mike suddenly inquired, his curiosity piqued. Albany offered a faint smile, expressing a hope that none would ever experience such a taste in their lifetime. In ignorance, one might perceive human flesh as indistinguishable from that of other livestock. Yet, once enlightened, once one witnesses those creatures before them, shrieking in agony as they are slaughtered and dismembered into a bloody paste for meat pies, the strange, metallic stench of human flesh lingers on the tongue, an indelible memory that haunts one forever, even in dreams, where the foul taste awakens one from slumber. After recounting his experiences of cannibalism, the knights fell into a solemn silence. Noticing that Mike was gazing thoughtfully at the blue moon in the sky, Albany approached and sat beside him, gently patting Mike's shoulder with concern. "Mike, what occupies your thoughts? The provisions we carry are insufficient to reach Barno City." Mike turned to meet Albany's gaze and asked earnestly, "My lord, have you resolved to do whatever it takes to bring your people to Barno City?" Albany chuckled softly. "Mike, there is no need for such delicacy in your inquiry. I understand your concern. Are you wondering if I will command that some of our people become livestock once the food is exhausted?" Mike's expression grew serious, and he nodded. "Before making such a decision, I would, as I did today, compel our people to consume the entrails of the beasts. Fortunately, the journey to Barno City should not take more than half a month. I doubt we will encounter no beasts along the way, and thus, I hope to avoid such a grim choice." Mike's curiosity deepened. But what if the journey were to take 3 months with no beasts in sight? Would you still make that cruel decision? Albany's smile broadened. "At your age, I too struggled to comprehend why Duke Myron could make such choices. However, I now understand that to ensure the survival of those I protect, I would bear any burden of guilt. You are not merely my knights. You are children I have watched grow. Each of you holds equal importance to me as Sean." Mike knelt on one knee, placing his right fist over his heart, bowing in knightly respect. "Thank you, my lord, for treating us as family." He noticed Albany's eyes were bloodshot, his complexion suddenly pale, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Concerned, Mike asked, "My lord, are you all right?" "Why do you ask?" Albany replied, puzzled. "Your eyes are bloodshot, and your face appears ill. Do you not feel unwell?" Albany paused, his expression turning grave as he realized Mike was scrutinizing him. He forced a smile and waved dismissively. "It is merely fatigue from our relentless journey." As Mike observed Albany closely, he suddenly noticed a change in his gaze. Following Albany's line of sight, Mike beheld the figure of the Crimson Flame Yama at the mouth of the valley. "Mount up, retreat," Albany commanded, prompting the knights to swiftly mount their horses and ride towards the opposite side of the valley. Not far beyond the valley's entrance, Albany suddenly fell from his horse, prompting the knights to halt and gather around him. "Father!" Sean exclaimed in alarm. Mike leapt from his horse and knelt beside Albany, asking urgently, "My lord, are you all right?" Albany trembled violently, struggling to speak. His muscles convulsed so severely that Mike could not discern his words. Sean also dismounted to check on Albany, casting a puzzled glance at Mike. Could it be that he is poisoned from the entrails he consumed? Mike shook his head, dismissing the theory. "We all ingested those entrails. If it were poison, why are we unharmed?" Sean glanced back at the valley entrance, where the swarming Crimson Flame Yama were nearing. His eyes hardened with determination as he clapped Mike on the shoulder, issuing orders. "Mike, take my father and the brothers to safety. I will hold off the beasts." Mike grabbed Sean's arm, pleading, "Let me go. You take the Lord." Sean forcefully brushed Mike's hand aside, insisting, "You and the brothers have fought tirelessly for 2 days. I know your strength is waning. If you attempt to hold them off and your magic fails, no one will be able to save you. I refuse to lose any brother." "Young master," Mike's eyes glistened with tears. "Enough, Mike. This is my command. Take my father and the brothers to safety." Sean pushed hard against Mike's chest, his voice resolute. Seeing Sean's resolve, Mike turned and hoisted the trembling Albany onto his horse, with a firm flick of the reins. Mike, as the captain of the knights, declared, "Knights, ride with me." Shirley dismounted from a knight's mount and climbed onto Albany's horse. Before departing, she gazed into Sean's eyes, urging, "Sean, do not overexert yourself. Return alive." Sean nodded. "Shirley, please take good care of my father." With tearful eyes, the group spurred their horses eastward, glancing back at Sean, who was valiantly battling at the valley entrance. As the sounds of beastly roars echoed behind them, tears welled in the knight's eyes. As dawn broke, Mike led the knights out of the forest and into the expansive plains, where the relentless flow of the Odember River came into view. Overwhelmed with joy at the sight of the rushing waters, the knights exclaimed, "We have arrived." The Odember River stretched nearly 500 feet wide, its depths exceeding 300 feet during flood season, capable of accommodating even the mightiest 7-masted warships. Realizing that crossing the river safely would require a vessel, Mike ordered the knights to halt and rest by the riverbank. After filling his water bag, Mike approached Albany and offered him a drink. After a few sips, Albany's tremors began to ease, and his speech became clearer. Albany grasped Mike's arm tightly, urging Mike, "Mike, go find Sean. Go. Bring him back. Please, my lord, take a moment to drink." "I will fetch the young master shortly," Mike reassured him. Albany, angered, pushed away the water bag, exclaiming, "Do not worry about me. Go now." Seeing Albany in a fit of rage, Shirley knelt before him, grasping his hands and signaling Mike with her eyes. "My lord, I will care for him. Mike, you must return to find Sean and bring him back." Under Albany's fierce gaze, Mike bowed respectfully, mounted his horse, and rode back to assist Sean, who had stayed behind to face the beasts alone. After watching Mike's departing figure, Shirley turned her attention to Albany's pale face. Softly inquiring, "My lord, are you all right?" Albany clenched his jaw, trembling slightly as he fought through immense pain. He shook his head with effort, insisting, "Shirley, I am fine. Do not worry." As soon as the words left his lips, Abney's trembling intensified dramatically. Foam began to froth uncontrollably at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes swelled from excessive congestion. "Shirley, quickly, bind me." Abney, clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity, suddenly issued the command, then bit down on his arm, drawing blood to stave off unconsciousness. Seeing this, Shirley did not hesitate. She immediately signaled the two knights beside her. Understanding her intent, the knights, with looks of astonishment, unfastened their belts and temporarily restrained Abney, following his instructions. The onlookers watched in stunned silence as he writhed and struggled violently, baring his teeth like a wild beast and emitting strange, guttural roars. "Quick, hold him down," Shirley shouted. The knights promptly threw themselves before Abney, pinning him to the ground. In the turmoil, Shirley's left hand was unfortunate enough to be bitten, blood cascading down her arm. "Shirley, are you all right?" One of the knights, noticing her injury, cast a concerned glance her way. She shook her head, tearing a strip of cloth from the hem of her shirt to wrap around her wounded hand. "My lord, what has happened to him?" The knights holding Abney exchanged bewildered glances, discussing among themselves, yet none could elucidate the bizarre scene before them. They turned their eyes toward Shirley, rumored to be Abney's illegitimate daughter. At that moment, Shirley transformed from her usual approachable demeanor, adopting an air of nobility as she spoke. "He is merely unwell. Do not inquire further." Due to the absence of magical artifacts to suppress the power surging within her, Shirley exuded an instinctive aura of authority that commanded respect, further amplified by her striking appearance of white hair and crimson eyes, instilling fear in those around her. After her declaration, the knights fell silent, refraining from further speculation. "Lady Shirley, what should we do next? Shall we cross the river?" inquired a knight beside her, suddenly adopting an air of deference. After a moment's contemplation, Shirley replied, "Let us rest here for 15 minutes, then proceed north along the riverbank to the city of Banu." Chapter 22 Under the Blazing Sun. The officials of the Kupa territory convened within Loxi's tent to report on their duties. Over the past 2 days, the camp had witnessed a spate of brawls, over a dozen. To be precise, I expressed my displeasure where necessary and administered punishments, yet to no avail. The governor, with an air of helplessness, cast a pleading glance towards Loxi, urging him to devise a solution. "A dozen incidents?" exclaimed Fry, his disbelief evident. "My lord Bellies, how could so many altercations occur?" Bellies sighed. "It all stems from trivial matters. With food scarce, the morale among the populace is low. Even the slightest dispute escalates into violence. Is it merely hunger and discontent?" Fry questioned, skepticism etched on his face. "Otherwise, what do you propose?" Bellies retorted. Loxi's gaze shifted to Captain Rorik, and he instructed, "Rorik, ensure you assign more personnel to patrol the camp and maintain order." No sooner had he spoken than Charles, the governor's aide, rushed into the tent in a flurry. "My lord Bellies, trouble brews. The blacksmith's wife and Kahir are at it again." Charles looked to Bellies for assistance. "You must intervene." Sighing deeply, Bellies rose and followed his aide outside. "Father, I shall accompany you," Fry declared, curiosity piqued as he trailed behind Bellies. Loxi cast a knowing glance at the others, who promptly followed Fry out of the tent. Upon reaching the scene, Fry beheld the children, Latai and Ali, desperately attempting to separate their mothers, yet failing to restrain them as they remained entangled, each clutching the other's hair fiercely. In the midst of this chaos, Latai and Ali collided, and these erstwhile friends, ignited like a powder keg, engaged in a flurry of punches. The blacksmith, Island, rushed forward to quell the fray, but found himself unable to contain the 4 combatants. Valen, observing the commotion, stepped in to assist Kahir, while Rorik also took it upon himself to separate the squabbling children. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. During the struggle, Valen inadvertently collided with Rorik, and in an instant, Both were consumed by rage, glaring furiously at one another. Rorik struck Valen in the face, prompting Valen to retaliate by channeling his magical energy into a palm strike that sent Rorik flying into the onlookers, igniting pandemonium. The enraged bystanders began hurling stones, some of which struck Bellies, Milan, and Verdun, the officials caught in the fray, their tempers flaring as they joined the melee. The scene devolved into utter chaos. Fry, stunned by the unfolding mayhem, regained his senses just as Loxy's voice boomed through the din. Cease this at once. All of you stop. Yet, the combatants seemed deaf to Loxy's commands, their fury unabated, inciting further ire from him. An even stranger spectacle emerged before Frey's eyes when Dolly, initially attempting to pacify the brawlers, locked eyes with Loxy. In that moment, Loxy, seemingly possessed by a fierce rage, drew his black dagger and lunged towards Dolly's throat with alarming swiftness. Dolly's reflexes were sharp. He narrowly evaded Loxy's deadly thrust, retreating several paces to escape the onslaught. Undeterred, he unslung his weathered wooden bow and knocked a golden magical arrow, which burst forth with a piercing sound, shooting towards Loxy. Loxy deflected the arrow with his blade, only to be sent flying dozens of feet away by the resulting shockwave. Witnessing Loxy and Dolly's inexplicable confrontation, Fry realized something was terribly amiss. All around him, the villagers appeared as if possessed, their rationality stripped away. Ollie and Latai continued to exchange blows, their mothers still entangled in their violent struggle, while Valen relentlessly pursued Rorik. Meanwhile, Bellies, who had been embroiled in a scuffle with the commoners, was now entangled with the tax collector, Verdun. Frey's gaze wandered further afield, spotting Esfer chasing Milan with a knight's sword, and Tina, the headmaid, wielding a broom to fend off the young Squire Latai. It was as if the primal instinct for violence had been awakened within each familiar face, each individual finding their adversary in a fervent expression of aggression. As Fry scanned the chaotic scene, a chilling realization struck him. Every pair of eyes had transformed into an eerie crimson hue, regardless of their original color. Fearing for his safety amidst the fray, Fry dodged the brawling villagers and sprinted towards the camp's perimeter. Just as he thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, a flash of crimson light caught his attention. Before he could react, it struck his left shoulder, tearing through fabric and flesh with a searing pain. Gazing down, he saw a grievous wound bleeding profusely. Lifting his eyes, he beheld Feynman, wielding a practiced sword imbued with crimson energy, advancing towards him with a sinister grin. Initially believing he had escaped the turmoil, Fry now found himself in Feynman's crosshairs. Yet, instead of rage, he felt a distinct urge to flee. With determination, he dashed into the depths of the forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feynman relentlessly pursued him, unleashing waves of crimson light that struck Frey's back, leaving him bloodied and battered. Despite the madness clouding Feynman's mind, Fry noted that each of his strikes seemed calculated, deliberately avoiding any fatal blows, as if reveling in the torment he inflicted. In his flight, Fry stumbled over a branch, crashing to the ground. Feynman, closing in with his crimson sword, was relentless. Realizing he could not escape, Fry grasped a nearby stick, adopting a defensive stance. Aware of his disadvantage, he steeled himself for a last stand. "Come at me, Feynman," Fry shouted, summoning his courage. His gaze resolute. As Feynman closed the distance, he suddenly stepped back to gather strength, both hands gripping the glowing sword as he lunged at Fry. In that moment, Fry's perception slowed, allowing him to observe Feynman's every movement with startling clarity. As Feynman's sword neared his chest, Fry noticed a faint glimmer of white light emanating from the stick in his grasp, flickering subtly, as if hinting at hidden potential. The emergence of the white light allowed Fry to finally synchronize his movements with his vision. In the instant when Feynman thrust his sword, Fry deftly sidestepped, sweeping the withered branch in his hand across Feynman's arms, gliding down to his palms, causing the wooden sword to be knocked away in an instant. "Now, Fry." It felt as if Mike's teachings echoed in his ears. The moment Feynman dropped his sword, Fry retaliated by swinging the withered branch towards Feynman's head. However, just before the branch struck Feynman's cheek, the flickering white light vanished. The seemingly mundane hit landed on Feynman's face, causing no pain. Yet the expression of rage that erupted on Feynman's face hinted at a severe psychological wound inflicted by the blow. Feynman's bizarre crimson eyes fixed intently on Fry as he slowly bent down to retrieve the training sword, quickly channeling a crimson magical energy onto the blade. Feynman raised his sword, and swung it violently towards Fry's neck. Fry attempted to retreat to evade the strike, but inexplicably found himself engulfed in fatigue, his legs refusing to obey him, rendering him immobile as Feynman's wooden sword descended. The gleaming red blade showcased its lethality, and Fry understood that should he endure Feynman's attack, he would likely be severed in two. Helplessly, he could only watch. In a moment of desperation, a familiar face unexpectedly appeared behind Feynman. It was Xiaoxia, a student of Flani, who raised her glowing blue staff and struck Feynman on the back of his head. With a dull thud, Feynman fell rigidly to the ground, unconscious. Fry stared blankly at Xiaoxia, who displayed a concerned expression. "Fry, are you all right?" Fry shook his head, sizing up Xiaoxia, who was clad in the robes of a saint, casting a puzzled glance her way. "Sister Xiaoxia, why are you unaffected?" Xiaoxia paused, suddenly realizing that Fry referred to the peculiar afflictions affecting the villagers. Her face lit up with a joyful smile. "That's wonderful, Fry. You're safe too." Despite the likes of Loxi and Dolly being ensnared, only she and Xiaoxia maintained their clarity. Fry pondered deeply, yet found no answers, and could only ask Xiaoxia, "Sister Xiaoxia, why are we the only ones still awake?" Xiaoxia gestured towards her saintly robe, hypothesizing, "My teacher once told me that the enchantment on the robe can protect me. I believe I remain lucid because of the robe's safeguarding. Then what about me? Why can I remain clear-headed? Could it be that I possess an enchantment as well?" "Fry, I think it's because you have the blessings of the gods." "The blessings of the gods?" Fry was taken aback. "It must be so." Xiaoxia countered, "Fry, are you not a favored child of the gods?" Fry couldn't help but smile wryly. To conceal his knowledge as a time traveler and his intellect far beyond his peers, he often used the pretense of being favored by the gods as a shield, knowing full well that the notion of being a favored child was merely a fabricated excuse, leading to misunderstandings among the villagers. "Sister Xiaoxia, we must quickly ascertain why the villagers are afflicted." Xiaoxia nodded, then began to examine Frey's injuries, retrieving a vial of ointment from her belongings and applying it to the sword wound on Fry's body. Xiaoxia raised her palms towards Fry, and he saw the magical energy emanating from her heart converge in her hands. In the blink of an eye, her palms radiated a blue-white light. In stark contrast to the violent red energy that Feynman had conjured, the blue-white aura bestowed upon Fry a gentle sensation, akin to sunlight enveloping him in warmth. Beneath the sacred blue-white glow, Fry observed, with visible astonishment, as the wound on his left shoulder healed at an astonishing pace, and in a moment, all traces of injury vanished, revealing his unblemished skin beneath countless cuts on his shirt. Frey's expression turned to one of wonder, exclaiming, "How miraculous! It's as if time has reversed." "Sister Xiaoxia, have you finally mastered the sacred arts?" Xiaoxia nodded with a hint of pride, revealing a sweet smile unique to young maidens. "I've been diligently practicing and have finally grasped the essence of the sacred arts." "What is the essence?" Fry inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "That's a secret between my teacher and me." Xiaoxia smiled coyly. "All right," Fry shrugged, "Sister Xiaoxia, we must hurry back to investigate the cause of the villagers' affliction. We need to find a way to awaken them swiftly." Xiaoxia nodded, taking Frey's hand. The two returned to the vicinity of the camp, climbing a large tree and perching on one of its branches, gazing down at the villagers who were embroiled in mutual combat. "Fry, look over there." Following the direction of Xiaoxia's finger, Fry spotted the self-proclaimed merchant, Mampa, leisurely sitting atop a crate, drinking, seemingly oblivious to the brawls surrounding him. "Mampa is also awake?" Fry's expression betrayed his surprise. "Something is amiss." "Fry, look." No one is attacking Mampa. At Xiaoxia's prompting, Fry scanned the camp again. Nearly everyone had their own adversary, engaged in combat. The villagers were not merely fighting one-on-one. There were instances of two-on-one, such as Ratai's parents teaming up against Ali's mother, Cashel, and multiple villagers surrounding Milan, who demonstrated skills rivaling the knights of the Kupa territory. Despite being besieged by dozens, Milan managed to avoid even a single touch on his clothing, relying solely on his physical prowess against the attacking villagers. Fry's attention returned to Mampa, forming a hypothesis. Could it be that Mampa is not one of us from the Kupa territory and is unfamiliar to the villagers, which is why no one is attacking him? Fry had already sensed that the villagers' choice of targets was conditional. They did not attack indiscriminately, but rather targeted those with whom they had past conflicts. Examples included Ratai and Ali, Ratai's parents and Ali's mother, Tina and brother Aji, Bellies and Winton, and Valen and Rorik. However, Fry found it puzzling why Loxi had chosen to confront Dolly, as he saw no apparent discord between them. No. Xiaosha's expression turned grave. That fellow named Mampa seems to revel in watching the villagers slaughter one another. He must be an apostle of the demon. Apostle of the demon? Fry inquired, bewildered. My teacher once told me that some individuals are lured by demons, leading them astray and transforming them into apostles of evil, committing heinous acts everywhere. Xiaosha asserted confidently. He must be the one orchestrating this chaos behind the scenes. Even if he is an apostle of the demon, he surely wouldn't act without reason. What could be his motive for inciting the villagers to kill each other? Surely, it can't be merely for amusement? Fry, we are not apostles of the demon. We cannot speculate on his intentions, lest we lose our essence and go astray. Fry gazed at Mampa, lost in thought for a while. It seemed that only by attempting to eliminate this instigator could they restore the villagers to their senses. I share the same sentiment. Xiaosha nodded in agreement. Fry forced a wry smile, lamenting that neither of us is cut out for combat. How shall we resolve this predicament? The two exchanged knowing glances, each succumbing to a pensive state, feeling the weight of their thoughts. At that moment, a sudden crimson tempest erupted from within the folds of a robe, toppling a group of villagers. Pelsai, drawn by the commotion, directed a piercing gaze towards the towering tree where Fry and Xiaosha were concealed. Upon locking eyes with Fry, Pelsai sprang into action, racing towards them with alarming speed. We're doomed. The lady has set her sights on us. Run. Chapter 23 Locking Eyes with Persai. Fry sensed impending danger and quickly tugged at Xiaosha's hem, prompting both to descend the tree trunk without delay. As they landed, Persai abruptly materialized behind them. Fry turned to meet her gaze, noticing the peculiar crimson hue that had emerged in her eyes. Although her irises were naturally red, the frenzied glint made it unmistakably alarming. After a brief exchange of glances with Fry, Persai's focus shifted past him to Xiaosha. The moment their eyes met, Persai raised her palm, and with the surging magic radiating from her, fiery whirlwinds began to swirl around her. With a swift motion of her sleeve, the 4 whirlwinds of flame surged toward Xiaosha. In response, Xiaosha instinctively pushed Fry aside to evade the fiery onslaught. The whirlwinds coiled around her, relentlessly constricting and tearing. Yet the sacred robe enveloping Xiaosha emanated a deep azure glow, shielding her entirely. This familiar azure radiance reminded Fry of the oceanic barrier cast by Flani before her demise in front of King Jining, seemingly akin to the magic adorning Xiaosha's robe. The barrier safeguarded Xiaosha, rendering the 4 fiery whirlwinds utterly ineffective against her. Observing this, Persai waved her hand, causing the whirlwinds to dissipate instantly. Abandoning her magical assault, she enveloped her fists in crimson energy and charged forward, striking the azure barrier encasing Xiaosha with relentless force. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch sent ripples across the protective shield. Sister Xiaosha, the defensive power of your sacred robe is astonishing, Fry exclaimed, astonished by the spectacle. Fry, think of a way to bring the lady back to her senses, Xiaosha urged. An idea struck Fry. Sister Xiaosha, let's conduct an experiment together. Xiaosha looked puzzled. I'm close to the lady. I believe that even in her current madness, she wouldn't harm me. So, when I embrace her, you should make a run for it into the forest. Where should I run to? Anywhere far. Just lead her into the woods. Once I embrace her, you must exit her line of sight, causing her to lose her target. This may help her regain her sanity. All right. Xiaosha nodded and began to venture deeper into the woods. Persai relentlessly pursued her, delivering blows all the while, successfully guiding her away from the camp. Fry, is this far enough? Xiaosha inquired. Almost there. Fry nodded, lunging toward Persai and wrapping his arms around her waist. As he initiated his action, Xiaosha sprinted ahead. Yet they both underestimated Persai's tenacity. She relentlessly pursued Fry, who was still clinging to her. Realizing this was unsustainable, Fry grasped at the hem of Persai's dress, deliberately tripping her, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. In that moment of opportunity, Xiaosha slipped into the thicket, disappearing from Persai's view in mere seconds. When Persai regained her footing and looked around, Xiaosha was nowhere to be seen, now aimlessly wandering in the woods without a target. Persai paused, the eerie crimson in her eyes fading as she appeared dazed for a moment. Coming back to herself, she gazed at Fry in confusion. Fry? Fry flashed a bright smile. Sister Persai, you've finally regained your senses. Persai surveyed her surroundings with a bewildered expression. Where are we? We're outside the camp. Fry replied, recounting the events that had transpired. Upon hearing Fry's narrative, Persai suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Fry, The symptoms you described. I've seen them in a book. Freya's interest piqued. Let me think. Persai fell into contemplation, and after a moment, she slapped her forehead. I remember. It's a Wendigo. Wendigo? Fry questioned, intrigued. Persai nodded vigorously, elaborating. A Wendigo is a spirit that feeds on the hatred within people's hearts. It emits a miasma that incites rage and bloodlust, often inciting people to turn against one another. Historical records are rife with wars that bear the mark of the Wendigo. Sister Persai, do you have a way to deal with this spirit? Fry asked, eyes glimmering with hope. Persai shook her head, her brows furrowed. How long has it been since the people descended into chaos? About 15 minutes. That's fortunate. It hasn't been long. The Wendigo should not be very powerful. What do you mean? The Wendigo is not inherently strong. It derives its power from human hatred. The more hatred it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. Since our numbers are few and the infighting has not lasted long, this Wendigo should not have accumulated significant power yet. I should be able to handle it. Sister Persai, how do you plan to confront it? Fry inquired with curiosity. Persai's red eyes gleamed with determination. We must kill it. How can we kill it? This spirit is inherently weak. It must possess a host to exert its power. Once we identify its host and eliminate them, the Wendigo will lose all its strength. I have identified the host. It is the outsider who returned with Loci and the others a few days ago, the one who claims to be a traveling merchant, Mampa. As they conversed, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby bushes, prompting Persai to fixate her watchful gaze on the source of the noise, gathering crimson magical energy in her palm. Fry caught a glimpse of Xiaoxia's sacred robe amidst the thicket and gently tapped Persai's arm to signal her to halt. Sister Persai, it's our ally. Fry smiled. Calling out towards the bushes, Sister Xiaoxia, the lady has regained consciousness. Everything should be fine now. You can come out. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia emerged from the thicket, nodding respectfully to Persai before approaching them. Xiaoxia, you haven't lost your mind? Persai remarked, astonished, as she noted the divine aura emanating from Xiaoxia's robe. Realization dawned on her. I see. It is this sacred artifact that has preserved your sanity. Having said that, Persai cast a curious glance at Fry, musing, Fry, you too have retained your sanity. It seems the divine truly favors you. Fry chuckled, urging, Lady, let us swiftly deal with the Wendigo. Wendigo? Xiaoxia echoed, perplexed. Sister Xiaoxia, let us discuss as we proceed. Freya and her companions made their way back to the camp. Along the way, Freya shared the intelligence she had gathered from Persai with Xiaoxia, who expressed her astonishment. Is there truly such a malevolent spirit in this world? Her gaze hardened with resolve. It must be eradicated, lest it continue to wreak havoc upon the world. Then let us rally with vigor for the lady, Freya jested. Before long, they returned to the vicinity of the camp. The trio ascended the trees to observe the encampment, and after confirming the location of Mampa, Persai turned to Xiaoxia and instructed. Xiaoxia, protect Freya. Xiaoxia nodded earnestly, and Persai leapt down, cautiously approaching the camp. Moments later, she successfully blended into the crowd. Several civilians attempted to assault Persai, but were repelled by the crimson gale she conjured, crashing to the ground. Yet, the frenzied civilians seemed impervious to pain, quickly rising to launch another attack. Persai continued to hurl the assailants away with her crimson winds as she neared Mampa's position. Her own crimson eyes rendered her indistinguishable among the villagers with similarly blood-red gazes. As she approached Mampa, he remained unsuspecting. Persai was now merely 2 steps away from Mampa. Her crimson magic surged violently, coalescing into a brilliant spear of flame in her palm. With her back to him, she hurled the fiery spear towards the instigator of the civil unrest, the weapon slicing through the air with ferocity. A hit, Freya exclaimed from afar, excitement coursing through her. Even Persai believed she had succeeded. But just as the flame spear was about to pierce Mampa's back, he suddenly vanished, leaving the spear to strike nothing but air. He had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Freya noticed Mampa standing behind Persai, a playful smile adorning his lips. My dear, why the ambush? Mampa's voice echoed in Persai's ears. Laced with mockery, her expression shifted to one of horror as her magic surged within her, flames flickering around her, and in an instant, fiery whirlwinds spiraled around her. Mampa, with another blink, positioned himself outside the range of the swirling flames, licking his lips. My dear, you have quite the fiery temperament. I find it appealing. Wendigo perish. Persai roared, thrusting both palms towards Mampa. The swirling flames converged into a colossal whirlwind, ascending furiously towards him. As the massive whirlwind approached, Mampa casually raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. At the sound, Persei's fiery vortex dissipated into mere embers, cascading to the ground. Desperate to regain her magic, Persei found her efforts futile. Her powers remained locked away, beyond her control. Panic washed over her as she confronted Mampa, demanding, "Wendigo, what have you done? Why can I not summon my magic? My dear, since you recognize my true form, did your ancestors never inform you that the magic you wield, the powers you possess, are merely gifts from us?" Mampa's laughter echoed. "I have slumbered for a millennium, yet you still foolishly attempt to use our bestowed powers against me, your master. How absurd." Persei's disbelief was palpable. Gritting her teeth, she made another attempt to summon her magic, but to no avail. Her powers remained unresponsive. The teachings she had received throughout her life told her that magic was a divine gift to the nobility, a responsibility to protect the common folk. Yet, this audacious spirit claimed to be the master, referring to humanity as mere servants and asserting that their powers were gifts from him. The foundations of her understanding crumbled in an instant. Stripped of her magic, Persei was as powerless as an ordinary woman. Her arms hung limply by her sides. The fire of battle extinguished in her eyes. She cast a desolate glance towards Freya, silently urging her to flee. Following her gaze, Mampa's attention shifted to Freya and Xiaosha, a glimmer of interest igniting in his eyes. How intriguing. 2 more fish have slipped through the net. Realizing Mampa's focus was on Freya, Persei instinctively cried out, "Freya, run!" Just as her warning reached Freya, Mampa's form vanished once more, and his voice resonated beneath Freya's feet. "Little girl, what an abhorrent scent of Asa you carry. It makes me want to retch." Mampa had reappeared beneath the tree, scrutinizing Xiaosha above, his brow furrowing slightly. As soon as he spoke, Mampa vanished again. And in the next instant, his wicked visage loomed close to Freya's face. He extended a hand, aiming a swift strike towards Xiaosha's chest. The holy blue light of Xiaosha's sacred robe flared to life, enveloping her in a protective barrier. Mampa's strike merely sent ripples across the barrier, failing to breach it. Mampa's expression deepened in concentration as he examined Xiaosha's sacred robe. After a moment, realization dawned upon him. "Ah, now I understand. No wonder you can maintain your mind. 1,000 years have passed, yet Asa magic still repulses me. But alas, it is merely a barrier, posing no threat to me." Mampa muttered to himself. Reaching out with his right hand, Xiaosha, along with her barrier, was enveloped in a shroud of black smoke and drawn towards the ground. With a snap of Mampa's fingers, pillars of rock erupted from the earth, encasing Xiaosha and her barrier within a prison-like structure. With Xiaosha confined, Mampa's gaze shifted to Freya, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "Little one, I am quite intrigued. How do you maintain your mental fortitude?" Recognizing that Mampa had no immediate intention of attacking, Freya mustered her courage to engage in dialogue. "How should I address you? Mr. Wendigo?" Mampa nodded approvingly. "Though you are just a child, your upbringing is commendable, unlike that fiery little beauty who attempted to strike me upon our first meeting." A weak smile formed on Freya's lips as she seized the opportunity to inquire further. "Mr. Wendigo, may I ask why you have incited chaos among my fellow villagers?" Mampa's laughter chimed like silver bells. "Since you know my name, you must also be aware that I feast upon the emotions of all living beings." "Emotions?" Freya's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it not merely hatred? My name is Wendigo. All emotions are my sustenance, the source of my power. Mr. Wendigo, may I pose a question? I am omniscient." Freya could scarcely suppress an eye roll. "If Mr. Wendigo feasted upon all forms of emotion, why then incite my kin to slaughter one another, generating such negative sentiments? Why not cultivate their joy instead?" "Foolishness." Mampa emitted a piercing laugh, proclaiming that the insatiable desires of you, mere servants, could never be fulfilled. Only through carnage, violence, hatred, and fear can my power be swiftly restored. Why does Mr. Wendigo hasten to regain his strength? Because I have slumbered for a millennium, a state induced by those detestable Ases. I vowed before my slumber that the day I awaken shall herald the obliteration of the Ases. Mampa reveled in self-delusion, declaring that you, servants, should feel an unparalleled honor, for I shall bear your strength and witness the ruin of the Ases. "Mr. Wendigo, when you speak of the Ases, do you refer to the gods?" Freya inquired with curiosity. "Gods?" Mampa scoffed, incredulous that they would dare to consider themselves divine after a millennium of arrogance. "Only foolish servants like you would perceive those hypocritical beings as great entities. Mr. Wendigo, in truth." Freya smirked slightly. "You are rather arrogant yourself." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal flame lance, imbued with a terrifying aura capable of incinerating all, descended from above, hurtling towards Mampa's head. Wendigo, meet your demise. From the eye of the fiery tempest, Perse, with crimson eyes ablaze, unleashed a furious roar. Chapter 24. As Fry engaged Wendigo in conversation to divert its attention, Perse sensed the latent magic within her stirring. The moment her gaze met Frey's, she comprehended his thoughts. Closing her eyes in concentration, Perse summoned every ounce of magic from within her being. A tempest of flames whirled around her, and at its center, her garments fluttered as countless crimson sparks coalesced around her. Guided by her will, the red orbs gathered at an astonishing pace, forming the outline of a long spear forged from fire. As the intensity of the gathering sparks increased, a blazing spear culminated in a brilliant flare that shot skyward. Wendigo, meet your demise. Perse, suspended in the fiery storm, opened her blazing red eyes and roared, her voice echoing through the heavens. With the great flame spear soaring before her, she ascended like a meteor, plummeting towards Mampa with a terrifying aura capable of incinerating all in its path. Observing this, Fry swiftly retreated to Xiaosha's side, his small frame slipping through the rocky pillars that confined her. Grasping her hand with a slight tremor, he remained focused on the unfolding battle. In the face of the impending fiery spear, Mampa calmly extended his right index finger, which was shrouded in a swirling black smoke. It met the spear's tip with an unsettling clash, unleashing a torrent of flames that erupted and engulfed the surrounding forest, transforming it into an inferno in an instant. Despite Perse's fervent cries urging her magic forward, the spear could not penetrate further, halted by Mampa's finger. Foolish woman, Mampa scoffed. The black smoke surrounding his finger expanded, opening like an abyss, consuming the flame's spear in an instant. Perse's last vestiges of magic were swallowed into the endless void, and the crimson light enveloping her dissipated like mist in the wind. With a flick of his finger, Mampa sent Perse crashing to the ground before Fry, creating a deep crater and stirring up a cloud of dust. Bloodied and disheveled, Perse struggled to rise from the pit, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Gazing at her pitiful state, Mampa chuckled with disdain, taunting, "Foolish woman, since you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige." Gradually, he raised his finger, and an eerie black light shot forth from its tip. In an instant, the world lost its color, and time itself seemed to freeze. Within this stilled gray realm, Fry beheld a terrifying black light, imbued with the essence of annihilation, hurtling directly toward Perse's forehead. He envisioned the black light piercing her skull, and his body trembled with despair, releasing an anguished wail. No. In response to his cry, the frozen time surged outward from Fry. Like an unstoppable tide, a brilliant cerulean light racing toward the heavens. The world around was illuminated by Frey's released azure brilliance. Xiaosha, holding Frey's small hand, felt her own magic being violently siphoned away, channeling into this diminutive form. In the eternal chaos sealed within, in the shattered balance of the void, the great deity wandering the endless sea of stars, I call upon you, O Lord of the oceans. Please heed my plea. Bind my enemies with your might. Thwart their steps with your wisdom, and grant the blessings of countless water spirits to this place, erecting an indomitable barrier of the sea. Frey's voice resonated, uttering an ancient and sacred language. As he spoke, azure magic coalesced into ancient runes that spiraled around him. Mampa's expression shifted to one of alarm upon hearing such words. Once Fry completed the incantation for the barrier of the sea, the runes encircling him transformed into a whirlwind of blue light, swirling rapidly. A towering azure beam erupted from Frey's small form. In that moment, his gray hair transformed into a brilliant white, and his brown eyes ignited into vibrant red. Fry, with white hair and crimson eyes, regarded Mampa with indifference, radiating a holy light reminiscent of a deity's descent, exuding an aura of innate authority. As the cerulean beam ascended, the barrier of the sea took shape around Fry, surging outward like crashing waves, swiftly enveloping Perse before the black light could reach her. The black light met the barrier, creating only the faintest ripple, while the barrier continued to expand rapidly. Within mere breaths, it encapsulated the nearby camp, and the villagers ensnared within seemed to undergo a purification, their eyes returning to clarity as the unsettling crimson faded. Mampa, caught within the barrier, felt the ceaseless flow of power towards him abruptly severed. Impossible. Impossible. Impossible, he muttered, staring incredulously at Fry. You little wretch, how can you wield the language of Asa? Realization dawned upon him, and his gaze hardened with malice. Damnable Asa wretch. Mampa leapt into the air, his right hand forming a blade, shrouded in black smoke, and aimed a piercing strike at Frey's chest. Within the camp, Rashi held a black dagger against Dolly's throat, while Dolly readied a magic arrow aimed at Rashi's throat. Just as they had each seized the other's life, the cerulean barrier enveloped them. The eerie crimson in their eyes swiftly dissipated, restoring their senses. They exchanged a glance, momentarily stunned, before Rashi smiled and proposed, "Shall we call this a draw?" "Agreed," Dolly nodded. At that moment, a menacing aura approached, immobilizing Rashi's smile as he and Dolly instinctively turned towards Fry. In their view, Mampa was charging at Fry, arm wrapped in black smoke. Sensing the imminent danger, Dolly swiftly drew his bowstring, aiming at Mampa and releasing the arrow, which transformed into a golden streak, accompanied by a thunderous crack as it shot towards him. Simultaneously, Rashi's feet cracked the ground beneath him, launching him into the air. His dagger transformed into a bolt of black lightning, descending toward Mampa. As Mampa's blade struck toward Frey's chest, Dolly's arrow and Rashi's sword arrived just in time, the blinding golden light piercing Mampa's left chest, while the black blade severed his right arm. Mampa fell, blood pooling around him. "Damn, damn, damn," he cursed bitterly, as dark smoke began to swirl around him, rapidly coalescing into a mass that enveloped Fry. As Fry inhaled deeply, a torrent of black smoke surged from his mouth and nose into his body. Once the smoke was fully absorbed, Fry collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At the moment he fell, his once snow-white hair visibly darkened to a shade of gray, and the radiant white light emanating from him faded away. Xiaoxia, holding Frey's small hand, sensed the sudden disappearance of his magical aura, as if it had evaporated into thin air. The drained Xiaoxia, her face pale, weakened and fell to the ground beside him. "Fry, Xiaoxia." Roxy anxiously shook both of them, but they remained unresponsive. When Fry regained consciousness, he found himself in an endless expanse of azure sky, with a lake beneath him, its surface as smooth as glass. Each step he took sent ripples dancing across the water. Glancing down, he was startled to see that his reflection had transformed. He was no longer a child but a young man with short black hair, his original appearance. Nan Feng. "Where am I?" Fry pondered as he surveyed his surroundings. "Come." A child's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Fry looked up sharply and saw a white-haired, red-eyed boy beckoning to him from a short distance away, radiating a pure, divine light. "Come." The white-haired boy smiled at him, the same voice resounding in his ears again. Fry approached the boy with a gaze filled with suspicion. "Who are you?" he inquired, standing before the boy. "I am Fry," the boy replied with a smile. "Then who am I?" Fry fell into contemplation. "You are a traveler from another world," the boy said, gazing at him with curiosity. "What is your name?" Fry remained silent for a moment before responding. "Nan Feng. That is my original name." "Nan Feng," the boy repeated thoughtfully. "Where am I?" "You are in a dream." "A dream?" Fry's expression deepened in confusion. The boy nodded. "This is also the realm of our minds." "Are you my subconscious?" Fry asked. "You may understand it that way. We are about to merge into one." Nan Feng. "What does that mean? Were we originally independent beings?" "Yes," the boy smiled gently. "If we completely merge, what will happen to me? Will my consciousness be replaced by yours?" The boy shook his head. "No, you will only inherit my memories." "Will I still be myself?" "After the merging, we will be inseparable. I will be in you, and you will be in me." "Can I return to my original world?" Fry asked, intrigued. The boy shook his head. "But you can reshape this world into the one you envision." "What do you mean?" Fry asked, bewildered. "You can transform this world in my name." "Who are you?" "I am Fry," the boy said with a smile. "What I mean is, are you a deity named Fry?" "I do not favor the title of deity. I am Fry, the embodiment of light, the creator of countless spirits." "Why have you descended upon me? What is your mission?" "I have no mission." "What is your purpose?" "I have no purpose." "Then what is the significance of your descent?" Fry grew increasingly curious. The boy countered, "What is the significance of your existence?" Fry fell into deep thought. "I was meant to die in an accident, yet somehow, I have been reborn in this world. So, what do you believe is the significance of your rebirth?" Fry shook his head. "I am still searching." "Do you have any wishes?" "I wish to safely reach Banu City with my fellow villagers." "You will fulfill this wish. I can see it." "You can see the future?" Fry looked astonished. "I can see some of it, but not all." "What does my future hold?" Fry asked, filled with curiosity. The boy smiled. "That is for you to explore." "Why have you suddenly chosen to converse with me in a dream?" "Because I wish to grant you a gift." "A gift?" Fry's expression turned quizzical. The boy extended his right hand towards Fry, revealing a swirling mass of black mist in his open palm, within which a vague silhouette of a human form could be discerned. What is this? A magical spirit known as Wendigo. Fry took the black mist, his curiosity piqued. Why is it here? It wishes to inhabit our bodies, but I have captured it. What use is it if you give it to me? You may command it at will. The boy smiled slightly. The spirit is, in fact, a type of sprite, albeit a mutated one. How should I command it? Call its name, converse with it, seek its assistance. Will it listen to me? The boy shook his head. No? Then how can I make it obey me? Engage in a trade. A trade? Trade your emotions with it. Feed it with your feelings. It can draw boundless power from your emotions. What will happen to me after it consumes my emotions? Will I lose my feelings? No, it will only make you stronger. How do I feed it my emotions? Time is up. What? Before Fry could respond, the boy vanished before him. Hey, little one, why are you holding me? Fry looked around, searching for the source of the voice, yet all he saw was the vast sky. Hey, little one, I am in your grasp. Where are you looking? Fry lowered his head, revealing a puzzled expression. Wendigo? Indeed, it is I, the Great One. Fry poked the black mist in his hand. Hey, little one, do not touch my form recklessly. Fry chuckled and poked the mist again with more force. Little one, I am getting angry. You're so adorable. It seems Perse said it right. You truly are a very weak spirit. Nonsense. I feed on the emotions of all beings, the most powerful existence in this world. Then show me some magic. I shall not comply with your request. Fry poked the black mist again, teasing, greedy little thing. Why do you possess two souls within you? And why is your soul not a little one? I am under no obligation to answer you, little Wendy. I am the great Wendigo. I will not allow you to profane my glorious name. Fry smirked, squeezing the cotton-like black mist in his hand. I have decided, from now on, you shall be called Little Wendy. Damn you, little one. Foolish servant. Cursed Asa, will you dare to insult me again? Frere squeezed tightly, advising. You ought to recognize your current predicament. You are now but a plaything in my hands. You are my servant, while I possess the power of life and death over you. Despicable little Asa, you shall not succeed. Oh, it seems you will be deprived of sustenance today. Mark my words, there will come a day when I shall inhabit your body. You are so feeble now, and yet you dare to aspire to seize my form? Frere smirked. Do you not feed on emotions? Call me your master, and I shall provide you with nourishment. Never. Consider this well. If you neglect your meals, you shall never grow. Without growth, how can you hope to take over my body? Frere coaxed gently. I suppose there is some merit to your words. Then, what should you call me? Frere tilted his ear in anticipation. Foolish master. Excuse me, I did not quite catch that. Foolish master. And what follows foolish? Frere feigned deafness. Master. Ah, my good servant. Frere exclaimed with satisfaction, reveling in the dark mist swirling in his grasp. Ah, how infuriating. 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 Chapter 25. As Sean opened his eyes, he was met with the rugged surface of a rocky ceiling, surrounded by the cavernous expanse. He was astonished to find himself within a vast grotto. A profound weakness enveloped his body, and with effort, he propped himself up on the damp ground. As he explored the rocky walls, he discovered one side of the cave was strewn with countless fallen stones, through which beams of sunlight pierced. Gazing into the shadowy depths of the cave, he discerned a flicker of firelight accompanied by the crackling of flames. Intrigued, Sean followed the sounds and light until he arrived at a campfire, where a knight clad in silver armor was roasting fish. Upon hearing the commotion, the silver-clad knight turned to reveal the familiar face of Mike. A look of relief washed over Mike's countenance as he exclaimed, Young master, you are awake. Mike? Sean replied, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Where are we? I am uncertain of this wretched place, Mike confessed. You stayed behind in the valley while I was ordered to return after Lord Aberni awakened. Fortunately, I arrived just in time to find you unconscious from magical exhaustion. Had I been any later, you might have become a meal for those fiery demons. As Mike recounted the events, Sean gradually recalled the day's turmoil. He slowly approached Mike and sat beside him, patting his shoulder. I am grateful for your timely arrival, Mike. Are you hungry? Mike inquired, offering a freshly roasted fish. Sean accepted the fish and took a small bite. While it was quite fragrant, the absence of salt rendered it rather bland, merely allowing the natural flavor of the fish to shine through. Noticing several pieces of dried fish hanging nearby, curiosity sparked within him. Mike, where did these fish and the dried ones come from? Mike gestured in a direction. There is a hidden river below, abundant with fish. As for the dried fish, I believe they were left by the cave's owner. Is there someone living here? Sean asked, his surprise evident. Mike nodded. The cave is filled primarily with firewood and dried fish, along with some basic supplies. It remains a mystery who resides here, living in such isolation. By the way, how did the cave's entrance collapse? Sean asked. Mike chuckled softly. In that moment of peril, my steed perished, and I carried your unconscious form while being relentlessly pursued by those fiery demons. With my magical reserves nearly depleted, I took refuge in this cave, sensing a draft. I surmised there must be another exit and collapsed the cave's entrance to buy us time. Ah, I see. Let us hope the cave's owner understands our recklessness, Sean said, sharing a smile. So, where's the other exit? The other exit lies within the hidden river, Mike explained. The cave's owner has left a small boat there. I believe it will lead us out of this place. How long have I been asleep? Sean asked. 2 days, Mike replied. We must reunite with our comrades as quickly as possible. Nodding, Mike added, finish your fish, and then we shall depart. After about 10 minutes, Sean polished off the roasted fish. Mike rummaged through the cave and retrieved a linen sack, filling it with the dried fish and taking some essential supplies. Sean watched, bemused. Mike, you are rather ungracious. Is this considered theft? In response, Mike drew his knightly sword and began to etch a message into the rock wall. To the esteemed owner of this cave, I am Mike, the captain of the Knights of Kupa. My companion and I have sought refuge here while fleeing from beasts. Under the pressing circumstances, I regretfully collapsed the entrance of your cave. I sincerely apologize for any damage caused to your cherished abode. Thank you for the dried fish. It is quite delectable and will serve as sustenance on our journey. Kindly allow me to borrow these provisions, as I left without any valuables. I offer you this dagger in return, hoping you find it to your liking. I have also borrowed your small boat to reach Banu City, where my companion and I will stay temporarily. Should you require anything, please take this dagger as a token and seek me in Banu City, where I shall repay your kindness. Yours sincerely, Mike Kuno. With the note left for the cave's owner, Mike smiled with satisfaction. Now it cannot be deemed theft. Subsequently, Mike and Sean ventured deeper into the cavern, arriving at the subterranean river. Mike loaded the linen sack filled with dried fish and other useful items onto the small boat. Once everything was secured, Mike turned to Sean and asked, Young master, are you ready? Sean nodded. Let us set sail. They exchanged glances and boarded the small boat in succession. After Mike cut the tether securing the boat, it began to drift gently along the current. Mike produced a luminous stone from his belongings, infusing it with magic. The stone glowed brilliantly, illuminating the entire boat as he placed it at the bow to guide their way through the river. As the boat drifted further, the current intensified, propelling them faster. Mike, where do you think this river leads? Sean inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. It should merge with the Adumbra River, Mike speculated. Should? Sean echoed, uncertainty creeping into his voice. I am not entirely sure, but it seems there are no other rivers nearby. Where else could this underground river flow if not into Adumbra? Let us hope so. As the linen sack of dried fish began to dwindle, both Sean and Mike realized that the underground river was undoubtedly not heading towards Adumbra. With the current growing fiercer, their small vessel sped further downstream, leaving them no choice but to continue their journey along the river, for there was no turning back. Mike, how many days do you think have passed? Sean asked. Aside from the glow of the stone at the bow, the dark river offered no natural light, making it impossible for them to accurately gauge the passage of time. They could only guess. Each time hunger strikes, we have a piece of dried fish. If we consider 2 meals a day, we have consumed 16 portions, suggesting we have been adrift for about 8 days. That is far too long, Sean exclaimed, astonishment evident on his face. Where are we drifting toward? Mike shook his head, his brow furrowing. For now, we can only continue to drift. I wonder how Father and Lassie are faring. Have they reached Banu City? By now, they should have arrived. As they conversed, the current suddenly surged, causing the boat to sway violently as it rushed forward at breakneck speed. Mike and Sean clung tightly to the sides of the vessel. Mike, do you hear that sound? Sean asked, his voice tense. Whoosh, whoosh. A deafening roar of water echoed from ahead, growing louder as they sped forward. Mike's face turned pale as he shouted, Young master, it seems we are approaching a waterfall. Ahead lies a waterfall. Mike, should we jump from the boat? Sean shouted over the cacophony. Before Mike could respond, both felt the sudden halt of their small vessel beneath them, followed by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. They exchanged glances, both realizing that they had plunged over the waterfall and were plummeting rapidly downward. Boom! With a tremendous splash, the boat crashed into the water's surface, sending sprays of water soaring high into the air as both Mike and Sean, along with the boat, sank completely beneath the surface. Mike and Sean were frantically swimming upwards in the turbulent waters. After struggling against the fierce current for a considerable time, they were finally swept into a pitch-black cave. "Mike? Mike?" Sean called out, feeling along the smooth stone walls. "Young master, I am over here," Mike responded, gathering his magical energy in his palm, which emitted a soft white glow. Following the light, Sean reached Mike, noticing blood trickling down his cheek. "Mike, you're bleeding. Are you all right?" Mike shook his head, explaining that he had merely scraped himself when the current had rushed him over. He illuminated the surroundings with his glowing hand and suddenly realized that they were not in a cave, but rather in a tunnel constructed of brick and stone. "What place is this?" Sean inquired curiously. Mike surveyed the area and deduced that it was likely a drainage system, suggesting that the city above must be quite large due to the width of the channel. They exchanged glances and decided to proceed forward. After wandering through the dark drainage tunnel for an indeterminate time, they finally arrived at a fork in the path. Sean looked left and right, uncertain, and turned to Mike, asking, "Which way do you think we should go?" "Wait a moment," Mike said, closing his eyes to sense the direction of the wind within the tunnel. He eventually focused on the right path. "The wind flows this way. We should find an exit if we proceed in this direction." Sean nodded. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Continuing along the path where the wind guided them, they navigated through numerous twists and turns until they finally spotted a faint light ahead. "Mike, there's the exit," Sean exclaimed with excitement. They exchanged determined looks and quickened their pace. Upon exiting the tunnel, they were momentarily blinded by the sudden change in light. Once their vision adjusted, they found themselves surrounded by thick fog, left momentarily bewildered. "What kind of place is this? The fog is so dense." Mike frowned. "Let's explore the area," Sean suggested. Mike nodded in agreement, and the two began to venture cautiously into the fog. Visibility was limited to just a few meters as they tread carefully, suddenly noticing towering stone-like structures rising into the mist. "Mike, these pillars are enormous," Sean marveled. After observing them for a moment, Mike remarked, "Young master, I believe these are not merely pillars. They appear to be hollow structures resembling castles." "Who would construct castles to look like pillars?" Sean expressed disbelief, noting their staggering height, which seemed to reach hundreds of feet. "I suspect we have stumbled upon ancient ruins. The city of Barno, being a millennium-old city, has walls that are also 100 feet tall. Only ancient sorcerers could have mastered the magic to build such colossal edifices," Mike elaborated. As they continued forward, they encountered sights they had never seen before, feeling both astonished and vigilant. They drew their swords, ready for any potential threat. "Young master, I think I know where we are," Mike stated. Sean paused, intrigued. "This should be the Misty Land." "The Misty Land?" Sean's expression turned to one of shock. Traveling east of the Kupa territory, crossing thousands of miles of forest and towering mountains, there existed a vast basin shrouded in fog, long forgotten by the world. This region was known as the Misty Land, infamous for its dangers, rumored to be home to legendary beasts, and a habitat for many high-tier magical creatures. Thus, it was regarded as a perilous realm best avoided. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the thick fog, sending shivers down both Mike and Sean's spines, their grip on their swords tightening involuntarily. "Mike, we need to find a way out of this cursed place," Sean urged. Mike nodded, and the two pressed forward, swords raised. At a broad intersection, they encountered a group of humanoid figures made of black mist, seemingly patrolling. As their eyes met, the shadowy figures halted and unleashed a chilling, eerie roar that pierced their eardrums. With that, the 16 misty figures transformed into dark shadows, swiftly surrounding Mike and Sean. Back to back, they assumed a defensive stance. The leader of the black mist beings let out a piercing cry, and the group lunged forward simultaneously. Mike and Sean swung their gleaming swords at the approaching figures. However, to their astonishment, their swords passed through the misty forms as if cutting through air. In that moment of vulnerability, the black mist figures retaliated, striking their chests with powerful fists. The two were propelled like meteors, crashing into the surfaces of two towering pillars, creating deep impressions before sliding down and crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Sean, clutching his dented chest plate and coughing up blood, slowly rose from the pit and glanced at Mike, who was also struggling to stand. "Mike, are you all right?" he asked with concern. Mike coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. "Young master, we cannot contend with these mist beings," We must retreat." They exchanged resolute glances, and like silver streaks, they dashed away, pursued relentlessly by the black mist figures. "Mike, do you know what those creatures are?" Sean exclaimed. "Never seen or heard of them. I have no clue. Do you think our sword skills can harm them?" Sean pondered. "What are you suggesting?" "Forget it. Let us give it a try." Sean abruptly halted, turning to face the pursuing mist beings. His knightly sword began to emanate brilliant blue light, which spread across its blade, culminating in a thunderous resonance. The sword's cry erupted into the air, generating a shockwave that dispersed the fog within a 10-mile radius, revealing the scenery hidden behind the mist. As Sean channeled his magical energy into the sword, the blue light intensified, causing the temperature to plummet. Frost began to form on the ground beneath him, spreading visibly as it froze the terrain. "Huh!" Sean shouted, swinging his sword radiating with blinding blue light. A wave of luminous energy surged forth, crashing into the black mist beings. Their forms seemed to dissolve within the onslaught, their agonized cries echoing as they disintegrated into nothingness. When the luminous wave finally subsided, the 16 mist beings vanished completely. "See Goddess flow." Mike gazed at Sean, who was holding the knight's sword and breathing heavily, with an expression of disbelief. Chapter 26. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the right cheek of Yaboni, gently awakening his consciousness with the warmth that enveloped him. After a slight tremor of his eyelids, Yaboni slowly opened his eyes. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, only to find his hands and feet bound, lying sideways on the ground. Upon hearing the voices behind him, Yaboni exerted himself to turn and face the other direction. Not far from a crackling fire, Sherry and several knights were roasting the entrails of a magical beast. "Sherry?" Yaboni's parched lips parted in a whisper. Sherry and the group of knights turned at the sound, their gazes locking onto Yaboni. As they noticed the feral crimson hue in his eyes fading, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. "Lord Yaboni, you have regained consciousness," Sherry exclaimed as she and the knights swiftly surrounded him, filled with concern. "How long have I been out of my senses?" Yaboni inquired. 2 days, a nearby knight replied. "Only 2 days?" Yaboni managed a bitter smile. "Quickly, release the Lord," Sherry commanded without hesitation. Once unbound, Sherry helped Yaboni sit up. His gaze swept over the 15 knights, and he turned to Sherry with a puzzled look. "Where are Sean and Mike?" Sherry hesitated before answering. "They have not returned yet. Do not worry. They are among the finest knights in the territory and will be all right. Indeed, the young master and Mike are the strongest among us. With Mike by his side, the young master will come to no harm. Mike will protect him well." The knights chimed in agreement. Yaboni's gaze drifted along the muddy path ahead. "Where are we now? How long until we reach Barno City?" "My lord, we should arrive by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow," an older knight responded. "Have we shaken off the high-level magical beasts behind us?" "For the moment, yes. We have not seen any signs of those beasts in the past 2 days." Yaboni finally exhaled in relief, casting a grateful look at the faces of the knights. "You have all worked hard these past 2 days. My lord, it is our honor to serve you." The knights knelt on one knee, paying their respects. Yaboni nodded appreciatively, his expression turning grave as he instructed, "In these next few days, I am unwell. You all must protect Sherry in my stead." "Understood, my lord," the knights replied in unison. Yaboni's attention settled on Sherry. "What of Leah? Is she well?" "Leah is well. She has just fallen asleep." "As long as you two are safe," Yaboni sighed, gesturing for the knights to leave. "You all may rest now. I have matters to discuss privately with Sherry." Once the knights departed, Sherry looked at Yaboni with a puzzled expression. "Sherry, my time may be limited." Sherry froze, terror flashing in her eyes as she grasped Yaboni's right hand. "My lord, what are you saying?" 5 days ago, I consumed the last of the Titan's blood." Sherry's brow furrowed in confusion. "What is Titan's blood?" "It is a potion that enhances magical power, a secret elixir passed down through your family. All the Nightwalkers who have sworn allegiance to your family have willingly taken this potion. While it augments magical ability, it carries severe side effects. Should one cease consumption, they would gradually lose their sanity, descending into madness and despair. No one has ever survived beyond 7 days, hence." "Sherry, my time is running out. What exactly are Nightwalkers?" Sherry, having heard of them before, was deeply curious. "Nightwalkers are an organization founded by your father. They are the fruit of our collective labor. It cannot be easily explained in a few words, but to summarize, after years of diligent effort, the Nightwalkers have extended their reach into various cities and villages within the Empire. The Nightwalkers rooted in these places gather intelligence for your father, awaiting the opportune moment to rise and overthrow the empire, seeking to restore your family and kingdom. My lord, why are you telling me this all of a sudden? Sherry realized abruptly that Yaboni was making preparations for the future, her expression turning serious. What do you need me to do? Yaboni produced a black dagger from his cloak, its sheath adorned with intricate silver engravings, the central motif depicting a dagger concealed beneath a cloak, crowned by a crescent moon. He placed the dagger into Sherry's hands, solemnly instructing, "This dagger is a token. Its presence commands respect. All Nightwalkers will heed your call." Sherry cradled the dagger in her hands, scrutinizing it thoughtfully. "Sherry, after I have passed, you shall temporarily assume my position until your father finds a suitable successor. Take this dagger to Barno City and seek out Mizel Kirin, the head of the Quest Merchant Guild. He will assist you." Tears glistened in Sherry's eyes as they streamed down her cheeks. Clenching Yaboni's hand tightly, she choked out, "We will reach Barno City by tomorrow afternoon. You will be fine." Yaboni smiled gently, extending his calloused hand to wipe away her tears. "Sherry, it is hard to believe how much you have grown. You are now a mother of two. You must be stronger and no longer weep like a little girl when faced with challenges." Sherry bit her lip, nodding earnestly. "Do not blame your father. He bears the weight of restoring your family's kingdom and cannot accompany you as you grow." As Sherry's nose tinged with emotion, she recalled the day her father left Kupa Village, sitting beneath their home's eaves, staring blankly northward, longing for his return. Countless days and nights passed, through the changing seasons, as the girl grew amidst disappointment and solitude. On the day of her mother's burial, during her coming-of-age ceremony, on the day she wed Loxy, and the days her children were born, her father was absent from all these significant moments, leaving only cold, brief letters of congratulation. In her memories, the figure of the man she called father had long since blurred. "In truth, he loves you more than anyone else." At these words, Sherry could no longer contain herself, collapsing into Yaboni's embrace, her tears flowing freely. Yaboni felt the dampness of his cloak as he gently stroked Sherry's back. "Do not harbor hatred for your father, Sherry." The following morning, the Knights of Kupa set forth toward Barno City. Sherry noticed Yaboni's grip on the reins trembling slightly. Riding alongside him, she cast a concerned glance his way. "My lord, are you well?" Yaboni forced a smile. "I am fine, I can manage." Sherry scrutinized him for a moment, her expression laced with skepticism before she spoke slowly. "My lord, if you truly feel unwell, please do not hesitate to inform me." "Very well, thank you for your concern, Sherry." As their conversation unfolded, a series of thunderous howls echoed from the distant horizon. "What is that?" A knight in front halted his horse, turning the reins towards the back, pointing at the distant sky with a look of astonishment. The group came to a standstill, turning their attention backward. In the far-off sky, a colossal creature surged through the fiery dawn, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing howls as it bore down upon them with alarming speed. A colossal beast, measuring at least 100 meters in length, descended from the heavens, obscuring the sunlight entirely. Its immense shadow enveloped the knights below, and as the creature drew nearer, they beheld the 11 tails trailing behind it, resembling tongues of flame. The beast sported 6 enormous black horns, towering over a dozen meters, akin to black swords thrust into its crown. Fragments of shattered white bone armor clung to the edges of its visage, which appeared to be charred and festering, as if it had endured a harrowing battle. Could this monstrous entity be Jinning? Impossible. How could Jinning be so vast? The knights began to murmur amongst themselves. "It is King Jinning," exclaimed Yaboni, the first to recognize the creature, his expression morphing into one of shock and gravity as he bellowed with all his might. "Scatter! Everyone, scatter!" King Jinning plummeted like a meteor, a thunderous roar splitting the air as the ground fractured beneath it. The violent shockwave sent the knights tumbling, clouds of dust erupting into the atmosphere. Shaylee, cradling Lia in her arms, was lifted off the ground by the sudden force, but Yaboni caught her securely in his embrace, though she could feel his hands tremble slightly. From above, enormous obsidian claws descended with ferocity, targeting the knights below. The knights, quick to harness their magical powers, leapt away from the impending doom of the claws, yet their steeds were not as fortunate, caught off guard and struck directly by the massive talons. As the claws rose, the horses, along with their silver armor, were crushed into a crimson pulp, permeating the air with a nauseating scent of blood. The knights summoned their magic, their swords igniting with dazzling hues, as 15 knights launched themselves from all directions, striking at King Jinning with their blades. Fools, retreat. You cannot hope to defeat it. Do not provoke it. Yaboni cursed, witnessing the reckless assault, yet it was too late to intervene. The knights had already unleashed their enchanted swords. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of metal clashing resonated, but the 15 swords, charged with magic, failed to breach King Jianning's iron-like hide. With a deafening roar, King Jianning pivoted violently, its 11 fiery tails sweeping through the air, sending the 15 knights soaring into the sky. The beast opened its abyssal maw, and a terrifying column of flames erupted from its unfathomable throat, engulfing the airborne knights in a brilliant inferno. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of metal striking the ground echoed as the earth was marred with 15 deep craters, emanating intense heat. The knights within, their silver helmets glowing red-hot, were seared by molten metal, fusing with their flesh. The flames capable of melting knightly armor in an instant left no chance for survival for those struck directly. Yaboni surveyed the 15 craters in disbelief, and indeed, none of the knights emerged. The young knights of Kupa had been utterly annihilated in a mere heartbeat. Yaboni's anguished roar shattered the silence, his eyes bloodshot with grief. King Jianning fixed its enormous crimson gaze upon Yaboni, its chilling howl mocking him. Confronted with a beast of legend, even at his prime, Yaboni could not contend with it, especially now, weakened from the cessation of Titan's blood. He had always regarded these knights as his children, and as a father, witnessing their demise before him, he felt an irresistible urge to seek vengeance, even knowing the futility of such an endeavor. However, at this moment, he had the responsibility of safeguarding Shaylee and her daughter. Resolutely, Yaboni clenched his teeth and spurred his horse towards the forest at the roadside. Whoosh! A massive pillar of flame swept past him, instantly transforming the forest into a raging inferno, as if King Jianning were toying with ants, effortlessly severing his only escape route. Yaboni halted his horse, dismounted, and drew his silver-blue knight's sword. Shaylee, I will buy you some time. Escape on horseback with the child. With unwavering determination, he fixed his gaze upon King Jianning's enormous crimson eyes, prepared to sacrifice himself. Lord Yaboni. Shaylee wept, glancing back at him. Go, Yaboni urged, slapping the flank of his steed, which galloped away swiftly with Shaylee. As she looked back, Yaboni burst forth in a dazzling azure light, shooting like a comet directly at the center of King Jianning's forehead. Once more, King Jianning opened its abyssal maw, unleashing a terrifying column of flames that engulfed the azure comet. In the blink of an eye, the azure comet tore through the fiery curtain, cleaving the flame in two, as its azure tail blazed a path through the crimson inferno. The azure comet, undeterred, transformed into a sharp streak of azure light, hurtling towards King Jianning's brow with fierce intent. In an instant, the azure light pierced King Jianning's forehead, creating a massive gaping wound. As the comet shot out from the back of its head, the azure glow gradually dimming. Yaboni's body plummeted like a broken kite, heat radiating from him as he fell to the earth. Boom! He crashed to the ground, never to rise again. With a tremendous crash, King Jianning's colossal form toppled, sending plumes of dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, the great wound upon King Jianning's forehead sprouted fleshy growths, rapidly mending the gaping hole. As Shaylee rode away, reaching a place where the remains of King Jianning were no longer visible, the beast slowly rose from the earth, opening its abyssal maw to unleash a mournful howl. After a day and a night of relentless riding, Shaylee finally glimpsed the towering white walls that seemed to pierce the clouds under the blazing sun. Her vision blurred, and just before she lost consciousness, she thought she saw several carts approaching her. With a thud, Shaylee, clutching Leah tightly, fell from her horse. The wise old steed ambled beside her, nudging her face with its nose, attempting to rouse her with gentle licks. But Shaylee remained unresponsive, lost to the world. Boss, there's a woman who fell from her horse up ahead, called Onglet, the mercenary driving the lead cart of the quester caravan, as he peered through the wine-red curtains. Onglet, go take a look. Before long, the mercenary known as Anger raised the carriage beside Sherry. The man inside the carriage gazed at her for a considerable time, suddenly recognizing her identity. In a fluster, he leaped from the carriage to support her waist, checking her breathing with great urgency. Who is this girl? Why is the boss so anxious? Anger inquired of his companion beside him. The curly-haired man standing next to Anger slapped him on the forehead, exclaiming, How could your memory be so poor? This is Miss Sherry, Miss Sherry, Miss Sherry. Anger's eyes widened as he scrutinized Sherry anew. disbelief washing over him as he beheld her flowing white hair. How could Miss Sherry have changed so much? Fool! The curly-haired man struck Anger's head once more. Her usual appearance was merely a disguise to conceal her identity. This is her true form, and that white hair is a symbol of her noble lineage. Rubbing his head in irritation, Anger complained, "Brother Otto, can you not speak properly? Why do you keep hitting my head?" The man named Otto delivered another slap to Anger's head, declaring, "You pass through Kupa Village no less than 20 times a year, and yet you still cannot remember the lady's face? You deserve to be hit." A burly man with a scarred face lifted Sherry into his arms and returned her to the carriage, stating, "Let us return to the city first, and we shall ask the priest at the small shrine to treat the lady." Amidst the jostling of the carriage, Sherry slowly opened her eyes. Assessing the scarred man and the curly-haired man who were playfully teasing Lyra, she softly parted her lips and muttered, "Zabu? Otto." Upon hearing her voice, Zabu and Otto simultaneously lifted their gazes to her. "Miss, you are awake?" Otto inquired. Sherry nodded, parting the curtain to glance outside. "Where are we going?" "Miss, we are returning to Banu City. Please bear with us for a moment. Once we reach the city, we will immediately go to the temple to seek the priest's assistance for your treatment," Otto replied. "Miss, why were you alone near Banu City?" Zabu asked, casting a puzzled look her way. Suddenly, Sherry recalled something and trembled as she reached out her right hand to grasp Zabu's arm. "Zabu, head towards Kupa Village, quickly. We must rescue Lord Yubini." "Lord Yubini?" Zabu's expression turned perplexed. With a quivering voice, Sherry continued, "The village was attacked by a tide of magical beasts. We became separated from the main force. Lord Yubini and I encountered King Jinning on our way to Banu City." "What? King Jinning?" Both Otto and Zabu displayed astonishment simultaneously. "Zabu, don't worry about me. Hurry and rescue Lord Yubini." "Miss, please do not panic. I will lead a team to the rescue immediately." Zabu stood up, patting Sherry's shoulder, before turning his gaze to Otto. "Otto, you take the lady back to the city for treatment." Chapter 27. The camp in the Kupa Forest within the tent of Lord Loxi. A gathering of knights and officials convened. As they reported their tasks, the breathless Dolly burst into the tent, drawing the collective gaze of the assembly. Loxi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Dolly, what is the situation?" "We have spotted the Crimson Flame Yema tribe approaching, numbering around 200, Dolly replied. The room fell silent. Dread etched upon the faces of the officials, as memories of their last encounter with the Crimson Flame Yema surfaced, where they lost all their militia and became separated from the knightly squadron. The remaining elderly, women, and children were utterly defenseless against such a formidable horde of high-tier magical beasts. Loxi's brow deepened further. "How much time do we have?" "At most half a day." Dolly responded somberly. "We cannot delay any longer. We must set out immediately," the anxious Governor Bellies declared, recalling the gruesome scenes from their previous attack. "We are merely 2 days' journey from Barno City. If we leave now without rest, we shall arrive by tomorrow evening." Lord Bellies makes a valid point. I second his proposal. We should depart at once. The officials echoed Bellies' sentiment, their eyes turning to Loxi, awaiting the final decision from their acting lord. Loxi turned his gaze towards Fry. "Fry, do you have anything to add?" "There must be someone to hold back the magical beast from behind," Fry stated, his expression grave. "If we could forego some essential supplies, we could reach Barno City sooner. Dolly and I will provide the rear guard." Loxi's eyes shone with resolve as he spoke without hesitation. The officials regarded him with admiration. Fry then turned his attention to the quartermaster, Milan. "Milan, are there any supplies we can afford to discard?" Milan's gaze shifted to the tax officer, Vidin. "Currently, the most significant supplies we carry are the gold and silver coins." "I absolutely disagree," Vidin retorted, nearly jumping in agitation. "If we discard these coins, even if we reach Barno City, we shall be unable to accommodate our subjects. Food, clothing, shelter, and connections with Barno's nobility all require funds. Without money, we cannot survive in Barno City." The other officials nodded in agreement with Vidin's perspective. "That is easily resolved. Let us convert our wealth into manageable portions. We can distribute the gold coins among the subjects, and upon our arrival in Barno City, we shall reclaim them from their hands," Fry proposed. The officials regarded Fry with surprise, but after a brief moment, they began to express their support for his suggestion. Only Vidin remained obstinate, insisting, "No, absolutely not. These commoners, once they receive the coins and enter Barno City, will surely hide away. Have you all forgotten the lessons of the past? How did they previously assail us with stones? They have long harbored grievances against us nobles. If we place the coins in their hands, I guarantee they will turn their backs on us once they enter the city." A heavy silence fell over the assembly, as many officials still bore injuries from their recent conflicts with the commoners. Vidin's words struck a chord of doubt among them. Sensing the atmosphere, Fry sighed. Although the incident involving the Wendigo that incited the peasant uprising had temporarily subsided, it did not signify that the relationship between the nobles and commoners could be easily mended. "Let us distribute 2 small gold coins to each person, while the remaining treasures will be buried temporarily by Dolly and me. After we survive this winter in Barno City, we shall return to reclaim our wealth." As discussions ensued, Loxy finally reached a conclusion. His piercing gaze swept across the nobles, and he spoke with grandeur. "Do not forget your identities. You are all nobles. As nobles, it is your duty and responsibility to assist the Lord in defending the subjects. Lord Abney's decree is to leave no subject behind, whether noble or commoner. I hereby declare that from this day until we reach Barno City, we shall advance and retreat together with our kin. For every subject we sacrifice on the road to Barno City, we shall lose 2 coins meant for wintering. Prepare yourselves to share in the tribulations with our people." Once Loxy made his pronouncement, the officials ceased their objections. He then allocated tasks among them, prompting them to commence their preparations for departure. As the officials exited the tent, Loxy called to Aesfer and Aji. Both turned to Loxy with puzzled expressions, and Aesfer asked, "Loxy, do you have instructions for us?" Loxy approached them, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "Aesfer, Aji, Dolly, and I must remain behind to hold back the magical beasts. The responsibility of leading our people forward now rests on your shoulders. Do not forget the knightly oath we once swore together." Aesfer and Aji nodded solemnly. "Loxy, take care of yourself. Do not be reckless in the face of the crimson flame Yemo. Return alive. We shall await you in Barno City." Aesfer patted Loxy's shoulder with his remaining arm. After Aesfer and Aji departed the tent, Loxy knelt before Fry, ruffling his hair. "What's on your mind?" Fry asked with curiosity. "Father, is there something you wish to tell me?" Loxy smiled warmly. "There are many things I wish to express, but they can wait until I return." Fry revealed a bright smile, extending his small fist toward Loxy. "It's a promise." Loxy met Fry's fist with his own, sealing their vow. After the main force set off, Loxy and Dolly remained in the desolate camp as nightfall approached. They lay beside the campfire, resting and awaiting the arrival of the Crimson Flame Yama tribe. The rustling of footsteps grew increasingly dense, and one by one, the Crimson Flame Yama emerged from the forest, each adorned with 3 serpent heads, all bearing sharp black fangs. Hissing, the Yama flicked their forked tongues in anticipation. In an instant, hundreds of the creatures surrounded the campfire. Loxy and Dolly rose calmly, with Loxy drawing the knightly sword bestowed upon him by the old knight, Lord Cain. Dolly gazed at the sword with unexpected admiration. This was no ordinary knight's sword, but a magical blade forged from a blend of Vanir steel and dark iron. Dubbed a magical sword, it was inscribed with numerous runes designed to amplify the wielder's power, crafted by a master smith from the Temple of the Holy. While practitioners of the fire goddess sword technique could unleash formidable sword skills, each use would significantly wear down their weapons. A typical Vanir steel sword could endure only 2 or 3 uses before shattering. However, this magical sword was different. It was custom-made for Dolly by Lord Cain himself, inscribed with runes specifically for channeling energy, allowing it to withstand hundreds of uses of the fire goddess techniques. Cain had always hoped that Dolly would inherit his position as the knight commander of the Kupa territory. However, once Dolly entered his rebellious phase, Cain completely abandoned his pursuit of knightly glory and instead retreated into the forest, renaming himself as a hunter. Consequently, Cain gradually relinquished his expectations for Dolly, leading to the sword inadvertently falling into the hands of Loxy. Loxy, devoid of magical power, found the enchanted sword merely sharper than an ordinary blade, rendering him incapable of harnessing its true potential. Yet, it proved to be the most suitable weapon against the menacing red flame Yema before him. Surrounded by the red flame Yemo, Loxy and Dolly exchanged a glance before simultaneously springing into action. In the blink of an eye, 6 red flame Yema were cleaved in twain by Loxy's sharp black sword, while 17 others were reduced to ashes by Dolly's dazzling magical arrows. Loxy cast a reluctant glance at Dolly, the fire of battle igniting within his gaze. Since childhood, he had regarded Dolly as his rival, striving to match his every step. Unwilling to be outdone, Loxi transformed into a streak of black lightning, and under the weight of his dark sword's shadow, 20 more red flame Yama fell lifeless into a pool of blood. Boom, boom, boom. Dali unleashed 3 magical arrows, each soaring towards different directions, transforming into colossal golden beams of light that carried the force to move mountains and part seas. In an instant, half of the red flame Yama were obliterated in the blinding golden radiance. As the light faded, the earth bore 3 deep gashes, resembling the path of rolling boulders, where not a blade of grass remained, charred and exuding an intense heat. Faced with the terrifying onslaught from Loxi and Dali, the remaining red flame Yama retreated. Standing several paces away, they raised their serpent heads towards the blue moon in the night sky, issuing a collective, piercing hiss. Hiss! Wow! Amidst the cacophony, 2 unique red flame Yama emerged into view. One was adorned in gleaming golden scales and boasted 9 serpent heads, while the other was covered in shimmering silver scales with 6 serpent heads. These extraordinary creatures crackled with arcs of golden and silver electricity, parting the ranks of their kin as they advanced, who bowed their heads in deference. The behavior of the ordinary red flame Yama indicated that the golden 9-headed and silver 6-headed Yama were undoubtedly the leaders of their clan. The golden 9-headed Yama strode forward with regal poise, while the silver 6-headed Yama followed closely behind, signifying their roles as king and queen of the red flame Yama tribe. I shall confront the golden one, Dali declared resolutely. Loxi's gaze fixated on the silver 6-headed Yama, advising, Dali, gauge their strength first. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately. Do not linger in battle. Dali nodded in agreement, and after a brief exchange of glances, they commenced their respective actions. Dali raised his weathered wooden bow, aiming at the golden red flame Yama king. As he pulled back the bowstring, a golden magical arrow coalesced in an instant. Bang! Whoosh! With the release of the bowstring, the magical arrow shot forth like a golden streak, hurtling towards the king's foremost head. Just as the arrow approached the golden eyes of the Yama king, it vanished in a flash, leaving only a few flickering arcs of golden electricity in its wake. The arrow continued its trajectory, detonating amidst the red flame Yama, showering the area with a cascade of golden light. At that moment, the Yama king reappeared before Dali, its 9 heads revealing iron-black fangs aimed directly at him. With quick reflexes, Dali leapt back several dozen meters, yet the Yama king vanished once more, leaving only a few residual arcs of golden electricity. As Dali searched for any sign of the Yama king, Loxi caught sight of the creature, shimmering with golden arcs, materializing behind Dali, lunging with its razor-sharp claws. With a sudden jolt of pain and paralysis surging through him, Dali was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into tree after tree until, after breaking 7 trunks, he finally came to a halt. Blood poured from his back as he lay in a pool of crimson. Ensnared by golden arcs of electricity, his limbs rendered powerless. Dali, Loxi called out, rushing towards his fallen companion. Just as he did so, the Yama behind Loxi disappeared, leaving behind a few silver arcs of electricity. Remembering Dali's fate, Loxi instinctively turned and swung his sword backward. Clang! The Yama's claws clashed against Loxi's sweeping black sword, releasing a torrent of silver arcs that rapidly enveloped him. Every inch of Loxi's skin felt as though it had been pierced by needles, followed by an overwhelming wave of paralysis coursing through his body. Loxi too was sent sprawling several dozen meters away, trembling on the ground, unable to rise due to the paralysis. In a matter of moments, both Dali and Loxi had been defeated. The Red Flame Yama tribe split into 2 factions, encircling the fallen warriors. Loxi could only watch helplessly as the encroaching Yama lunged towards him, his limbs refusing to respond in his time of need. As his life hung by a thread, Loxi faintly perceived a massive golden sword light surging from the direction where Dali had fallen. The blinding golden beam brushed perilously close to Loxi's face, incinerating the approaching Red Flame Yama into ash. In the afterglow of the golden light, Dali, bloodied and enveloped in golden magic, appeared before Loxi, hoisting him over his shoulder. Shielded by the golden radiance, Dali swiftly maneuvered to a branch of a distant tree, deftly navigating the branches while carrying Loxi, and within mere moments, they had escaped to a distance of several miles. However, the haunting cries of the Red Flame Yama echoed behind them, relentless in their pursuit of the two. Dali dared not pause, sprinting with Loxi for a quarter of an hour before the cries began to fade, temporarily disappearing from earshot. Dali, I'm fine now. Put me down, Loxi declared, sensing the paralysis dissipating and regaining his ability to move. Just as he spoke, Dolly collapsed from the tree, landing among the fallen leaves, unconscious. Dolly? Dolly? Loxy gently patted Dolly's cheek, and under the faint blue moonlight, he noticed Dolly's pale complexion and lips, a clear sign of magical exhaustion. At this moment, Loxy suddenly awoke to the gravity of the situation. In a desperate bid for escape, Dolly had resorted to the long-forgotten techniques of the fire god's swordsmanship, creating a considerable commotion to divert the attention of the Crimson Flame Yama tribe. However, that single strike had evidently drained him of all his magical energy. "You reckless fool," Loxy lamented, before swiftly removing his shirt and tearing it into strips to bandage Dolly's back, staunching the relentless flow of blood from his claw wounds. Once Dolly's injuries were tended to, the piercing cries of the Crimson Flame Yama echoed from behind, prompting Loxy to act without hesitation. He hoisted Dolly onto his back and resumed their flight. Under the azure moonlight, Loxy transformed into a shadow, weaving through the forest with haste. Chapter 28. Not long ago, Luca clandestinely observed the grand baptismal ceremony for children turning 6 at the temple in the city of Barno. During the ceremony, the esteemed priest proclaimed, "From this day forth, you are free to choose your own vocation." However, upon returning home, Luca's father admonished him, "In Barno, no one is willing to teach you the skills needed for sustenance, save for your parents. Should you choose a profession other than that of a carpenter, you shall remain a mere apprentice or laborer, destined to live a life of poverty in the lower district." Born into a carpenter's family in Barno, Luca was the youngest of 5 children. His father, Anton, insisted that his future was set as a carpenter. Unlike his twin brothers, Deanie and Matthew, who consistently struggled with their woodworking assignments, Luca possessed remarkable dexterity and a talent for carpentry that rivaled that of his second brother, Oren. Consequently, his parents harbored high expectations for him, rigorously honing his woodworking skills from a young age. This relentless training, however, led Luca to develop a disdain for carpentry, much like his brother Oren, who, despite his aptitude, yearned for a different path. Oren had confided in Luca his passion for painting and desire to become a stonemason, declaring that although he was currently an apprentice carpenter, he would one day pursue his true calling. Luca envied Oren for his aspirations, feeling trapped in a life devoid of personal dreams. Due to the family's numerous children and the heavy household tax burden, they had relocated from the upper district to the lower district shortly after the birth of Luca's twin brothers. As his mother, Kunla, noted, while the lower district was less desirable, the land tax was half that of the upper district, allowing them to afford more food. Yet, Luca often found himself hungry, as his brother Matthew frequently pilfered his meals when their mother was distracted. Apart from Matthew, Luca's greatest disdain was directed towards Uru, the self-proclaimed leader of the lower district children, who, with a robust physique, would lead his gang in robbing others of the wild vegetables and fruits they gathered outside the city. Luca loathed the violence prevalent among the children of the lower district, as daily acts of bullying unfolded before him. Consequently, he often sought solace in the upper district, playing with the children there, though they had recently begun to shun him, claiming he carried an unpleasant odor. The residents of the lower district had a habit of discarding waste in the streets, and prolonged exposure resulted in a lingering stench on their clothing, leading the upper district inhabitants to derogatorily label them as stinking commoners. Despite their rough demeanor, the lower district children were resourceful, forming teams to venture beyond the city limits to gather firewood and forage for wild edibles. Luca joined these excursions from the age of 3, contributing to his family's needs. Initially, he could only scavenge discarded twigs, as attempting to compete with the older children for wild produce often resulted in severe reprimands. However, Luca soon learned to be clever. He began to venture out alone after lunch, carrying a basket to collect his bounty. "Off to the city outskirts, are you?" greeted the gatekeeper, Sergeant Hode, as Luca passed through the eastern gate. "Indeed, Uncle Hode," Luca replied with a smile. Hode, a neighbor, had received a set of furniture as a wedding gift from Luca's father the previous year, leading him to take a particular interest in Anton's children. Beyond the eastern gate lay a path to the mines, typically favored by children seeking to gather firewood. Familiar with the area, Luca knew that wild produce was quickly depleted there, prompting him to venture into the southern woods instead. The path south was more arduous, overgrown with thorns that could easily scratch his hands and feet, yet it promised rich rewards. After 6 months of exploration, Luca had gradually learned the routes deep into the southern forest. Marking trees with a small knife, a skill taught to him by a hunter named Orion during his early days of wandering. By following these markers, Luca could find his way back to the eastern gate. His diligent efforts had unwittingly formed a well-defined path through the forest. At the end of this path lay a vast peach orchard, a discovery he had made 10 days prior. Since finding the orchard, Luca had been able to return home each day laden with peaches, alleviating his hunger and earning praise from his mother, Kunla. Even Matthew, who typically bullied him, looked upon him with envy. As autumn arrived, marking the season of harvest, Luca skillfully climbed a laden peach tree, quickly filling his basket with ripe fruit. Unwilling to let the excess peaches rot on the ground, he gathered them in his shirt, cradling them against his chest. Feeling the weight of his load, Luca wore a contented smile as he cautiously retraced his steps, unaware of the setting sun filtering through the leaves, enveloping his youthful form in its warm glow. Upon glancing at the sky and the nearby markers, Luca confirmed he had traversed half the distance and should reach the city before sunset. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a rustling sound emanated from the bushes to his right, igniting a sense of fear within him. He had heard adults speak of a creature called a monster that roamed the forest, its taste for child flesh reputedly delectable. In the 2 years since he began his solitary excursions, Luca had yet to encounter such a creature and had almost convinced himself that these tales were mere fabrications meant to frighten children. But upon hearing the disturbance in the underbrush, Luca realized he might be facing the very monster spoken of by the adults. He quickly concealed himself behind a large tree. Moments later, a ragged group of individuals emerged from the brush, and Luca counted them stealthily. Over 200 people in total. Their tattered clothing was so poor that even Luca, a child of the lower district, felt their plight. He briefly wondered if they were escaped slaves from the mines, but given that the mines lay to the east, it made little sense for them to head south. Moreover, their trajectory indicated they were clearly making their way toward Barno. As Luca pondered their identities, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from behind. He turned sharply to find himself face to face with a man wielding a shield. The man, bearing black hair and wearing garments that displayed several rips, was clearly adorned in fabric that suggested a noble status, despite his disheveled appearance. After a brief moment of eye contact between the noble uncle and Luca, the former suddenly called out to the crowd, "Acefer, there's a little rascal over here." In the blink of an eye, the crowd turned their heads and swiftly surrounded Luca. Realizing there was no escape, Luca tightly clutched the wrapped peach fruits in his arms, wary of the adults whose eyes glimmered with greed at the sight of his bounty. "Do not stare at the child like that. Look how frightened you've made him." A well-dressed, middle-aged noble stepped forward from the crowd, and those around him parted to make way. He squatted before Luca, a gentle smile gracing his features. Luca took stock of the nobleman. He had a slightly plump figure and wore an exquisite ruby ring, his demeanor markedly kinder than the others. The surrounding individuals seemed to hold him in high regard. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Belis Brera, the governor of the Kupa territory." Belis extended his hand, attempting to pat Luca on the head, but Luca stepped back, evading the gesture. Belis scratched his head awkwardly and continued, "Child, we are not villains. Can you tell me if you are a resident of Banu City?" Luca hesitated, silently nodding. "We are all subjects of Sir Kupa. Our village lies south of Banu City. Recently, our village was attacked by monstrous beasts, and we are on our way to Banu City. Could you guide us there?" "Belis." There's no need to waste time with him. A nearby man wielding a spear glared at Luca, commanding, "Little rascal, lead us now." Startled by the man's fierce gaze, Luca turned pale and stumbled back, colliding with the noble uncle behind him. "Rorage, please do not frighten him." At that moment, a well-dressed young boy approached Luca with a smile, extending his right hand. "Hello, I am Fry. May I ask your name?" Luca cautiously examined the noble boy named Fry, whose eyes and smile radiated warmth and lacked any malice. After a few moments of hesitation, Luca reached out, shaking Fry's hand nervously. "Sir, I am Luca. There's no need for formalities. I believe we are of similar age. You may call me Fry." Luca nodded. "All right, Fry. Luca, could you kindly guide us?" Fry inquired with a smile. "Okay." As Luca took a few steps forward, he sensed the adults around him fixating greedily on the peach fruits in his basket. Their intentions clear. Under the pressure of their gaze, Luca halted, instinctively placing down his basket and unwrapping the peaches from his clothing, laying them on the ground before putting his shirt back on. Fry paused, looking at him with confusion. "Luca, what are you doing? These peaches, you can eat them." Luca said softly. "Thank you, Luca." Fry approached and shook Luca's hand, revealing a bright smile. We've traveled for a day and night. Everyone is hungry. Fry exchanged a glance with the overseer, Milan, who promptly stepped over to Luca, pulling a small silver coin from his pocket and offering it to him. Child, we shall purchase these peaches from you. Seeing the silver coin presented before him, Luca felt a stir of temptation. After a brief hesitation, he shook his head vigorously. Sir, these peaches are not worth so much. I cannot accept your coin. Milan paused, then gently ruffled Luca's hair. Thank you for your kindness, child. I shall accept these peaches on behalf of everyone and will express my gratitude later. Before long, Milan distributed the peaches. Due to the large number of people, he prioritized the children, giving each one a peach. The remaining fruits were sliced into several pieces and shared among the adults, who could only savor a taste of the sweet fruit. As Milan handed out the peaches, Fry took the opportunity to inquire, Luca, where did you gather these peaches? Are there peach trees nearby? Luca was evidently startled by Fry's question, freezing momentarily before pointing vaguely in a direction, stammering, It's over there, in the forest. Fry perceived Luca's reluctance to divulge the origin of the peaches, offering a slight smile and refraining from further questioning. After the peaches had been distributed, Bellies approached Luca again, stating, Child, night is approaching, please guide us. Luca nodded and led the way toward Banu City, following the marked path. After nearly a quarter of an hour, he led the group of Kupa villagers out of the forest, where they beheld a towering white cliff illuminated by the evening glow. The sight elicited gasps of awe from the Kupa villagers. The outer walls of Banu City soared 300 feet high. Confronted with such a magnificent structure, the group halted, gazing in wonder. It's been so long since I've returned. The walls of Banu City still inspire such awe, Bellies remarked. Sir, how are such towering walls constructed? Fry asked, his eyes filled with curiosity, as the crowd turned their attention to Bellies, including Luca. These walls were built by ancient sages using lost arcane magic a millennium ago. Initially, they were erected to defend against large beast attacks. However, over the centuries, such monstrous threats have nearly vanished, and the ancient magic used to create these walls has been forgotten. Today, only ancient cities like Banu, with a history of 1,000 years, can boast such magnificent walls. Gazing at the towering structure, Bellies sighed once more in reminiscence. Sir, how do you know the origin of these walls? Luca inquired, puzzled. Having grown up in Banu City, Luca had often asked adults about the wall's history, yet they only spoke of it as a gift from the gods, never providing specifics. Any child of noble birth from the Benoishu region, upon reaching the age of 9, could attend the Knight Academy in Banu City until adulthood. Those who excelled in their studies could be knighted by the Count and join his knighthood, remaining in Banu City. Bellies' eyes glimmered with memories. I studied at the Knight Academy in Banu City during my youth and lived here for a considerable time. What about those noble individuals who did not become knights? What became of them? Luca asked eagerly, his curiosity about noble life palpable. Those who did not join the knighthood either served local lords as knights, remained in Banu City to manage the city's affairs, sought financial support from their families to purchase land for cultivation, or, like me, allied with a local lord to become the governor of a village within their territory, assisting in managing the land. Hearing the term governor for the first time, Luca felt intrigued and inspired, unable to contain his curiosity. Sir, can commoners also become governors? Bellies chuckled softly, offering no response, while the crowd erupted in laughter. From the adults' ridicule, Luca gleaned the answer, his gaze inevitably dimming with disappointment. Freya gently patted Luca's shoulder and said with a smile, Luca, there has never been a decree that prohibits commoners from becoming governors. If you have a dream, pursue it with unrestrained fervor. My father also came from humble beginnings, yet through sheer determination, he ascended to the rank of knight in the Kupa territory. Therefore, what confines you to a particular destiny is not your origin, but rather your willingness to take the necessary actions to achieve it. Inspired by Freya's words, Luca turned his gaze toward Bellies, his eyes shimmering with hopeful anticipation as he inquired, My lord, can someone like me, a commoner, truly become a governor? Bellies chuckled softly. Of course, provided you encounter an enlightened lord who is willing to entrust you with the significant responsibility of governance. Are there truly such lords in the world? Luca's eyes sparkled with eagerness. The adults around them erupted into laughter once more, while Bellies wore a knowing smile. A noble with the courage to challenge the established order must indeed be rare, and such individuals often find it difficult to gain the acceptance of their peers. Bellies glanced at Freya. Luca, Standing beside you is precisely such a noble, albeit still a young lad like yourself. Luca immediately cast an envious look at Freya. Freya, will you become a lord? Freya, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, replied, no way. Being a lord comes with endless troubles. I have no desire for that. Baelish chimed in teasingly. Freya's father, Rossi, is the acting lord of our Kupa territory, and with his absence, Freya can be considered our little lord. Luca took this jest to heart, and his admiration for Freya only deepened. Chapter 29. At the eastern gate of Barno City, Guard Captain Hode spotted Luca in the distance, accompanied by a throng of ragged vagrants. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his short sword and commanded his subordinates, on alert. Zig, report to the Grand Marshal. As Hode's order echoed, the youngest guard, Zig, immediately broke from the ranks and hurried towards the city. The remaining 8 guards, clad in scale armor, raised their spears in unison, their sharp tips aimed menacingly at the approaching refugees. Leading the group, Sir Esfer, donned in knightly armor, raised his left hand to signal the halt before the eastern gate. Locking eyes with Captain Hode across the distance, Milan scrutinized the vigilant guards, a slight frown creasing his brow as he turned to the governor, Bellies. My lord, these guards do not seem particularly welcoming. Might you intervene? Bellies nodded, proceeding alongside Luca towards the guard station at the eastern gate. As Luca approached, Hode stepped forward, shielding him behind his own form. Noticing Luca's empty backpack, Hode's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Bellies. Luca, did these people steal your peaches? Hode had frequently seen Luca return laden with peaches, and upon seeing the empty backpack, he immediately suspected that the vagrants had robbed him. Luca shook his head vigorously, explaining, no, Uncle Hode, they did not take anything from me. They wish to buy my peaches with silver coins. Bellies, wearing a reassuring smile, advanced cautiously, halting just an inch from Hode's sword tip. He introduced himself. My lord, I am Bellies Brella, governor of the Kupa territory. Our village was devastated by a monster onslaught, and I have come on behalf of Lord Sir Kupa to seek refuge with Count Barnoishu. I kindly ask you to allow our people entry into the city. Hode scrutinized Bellies, responding cautiously, I apologize, my lord, but without permission from the governing hall, we cannot grant you access. Could you kindly notify Count Barnoishu? I regret to inform you that I am merely a guard and lack the authority to present myself before the lord of the city. However, I have dispatched someone to inform my superior, who will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment. Thank you for your assistance. Bellies nodded and returned to his group, briefing Persai and the other noble officials on his negotiations with the guards. In less than a quarter of an hour, Grand Marshal Krus Spore, accompanied by several hundred soldiers, arrived at the eastern gate. Guard Captain Hode immediately approached to pay his respects. Lord Krus. Krus surveyed the refugees outside the gate, casting a puzzled glance at Hode. Hode, what is the situation? Those individuals claim to be subjects of Kupa territory, stating their village was attacked by monsters. Their governor says they seek refuge with the lord of the city. Kupa territory? At that moment, Bellies stepped forward, wearing a smile as he addressed Krus. My lord, you must be the leader of these soldiers. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bellies Brella, governor of Kupa territory. Surely your subordinates have briefed you on the situation. Krus regarded Bellies with a skeptical expression, introducing himself. I am Grand Marshal Krus Pose of Barno City. I have been informed of your circumstances. You seek refuge with the Lord, correct? Indeed, I kindly request that you send word. Krus nodded, then turned his gaze to Hode, issuing instructions. Hode, please go to the governing hall and seek an audience with the Grand Minister. Understood. Hode acknowledged with a nod and departed the group. 15 minutes later, Hode arrived at the governing hall of Barno City. After navigating the intricate reporting procedures, he was finally escorted by the receptionist to the office of the Grand Minister. Guard Captain Hode, I come at the behest of Grand Marshal Krus to seek an audience with the Grand Minister. Standing before the desk of Grand Minister Gabri Clark, Hode immediately bowed before the elderly man, adorned in a resplendent red noble robe, and stated his purpose. Captain Hode, what brings you here? Gabri inquired, glancing up briefly before returning to the documents on his desk. Grand Minister, a group of individuals claiming to be from Kupa territory states that their village has suffered a monster attack and wishes to seek refuge with the Lord. Their governor requests an audience. Did this self-proclaimed governor provide his name? He identifies himself as Bellies Brella. Ah, the governor of Kupa territory indeed bears that name. Gabri nodded, then focused his gaze on Hode. What is your assessment, Captain Hode? Does he seem to be an imposter? Hode pondered for a moment before responding. My lord, His attire and demeanor suggest nobility. I believe he is not an impostor. Perhaps you may wish to visit the eastern gate to make your own judgment. No need for that. Gabri waved a hand dismissively. Very well. Return and inform them that the Lord refuses to provide assistance. However, they may temporarily camp outside the city. All but nobles are prohibited from entering without permission. Understood, Grand Minister. As Hode turned to leave, Gabri called him back. Wait, Captain Hode. Hode halted and turned back with a look of confusion. My lord, do you have further instructions? Convey to them that this is the Lord's decision, so they do not continue to trouble me. Understood, Grand Minister. After Hode's departure, the scribe, Velsaplorn, standing behind Gabri, expressed his confusion. Grand Minister, why not report this to the Lord? It is unnecessary. You are well aware of the dire financial straits Barno City currently faces. We can scarcely afford to provide compensation to the families of fallen knights, let alone assist these vagrants. Even if I were to report to Lord Bedway, the outcome would be the same. Then why not simply expel these vagrants? Velsa questioned, increasingly perplexed. Sir Kupa has a close relationship with Lord Bedway, and his wife is a member of my family. We must afford some courtesy to the nobles of Kupa territory. Ah, I see. Upon Hode's return to the eastern gate, Bellies eagerly fixed his gaze on him. Guard, what news? Does the Lord wish to assist us? I regret to inform you, my lord, that the Lord has stated you may temporarily camp outside the city. However, only nobles are permitted entry into Barno City. How is this possible? Bellies appeared incredulous. Did you forget to inform the Lord that we are subjects of Sir Kupa? My lord, I reported the truth. Please, I implore you to relay my request once more. I wish to meet the Lord in person. I am sorry, my lord, but the Lord is occupied and cannot meet you personally. Bellies' expression fell, his face ashen. His eyes devoid of hope, he returned to the gathered subjects, who surrounded him with eager eyes. The nobles observed Bellies' demeanor, their brows furrowing in concern. Bellies, what is the outcome? Persai inquired. My lady, the Lord is unwilling to assist us and will only allow nobles into the city. The rest. Bellies' gaze swept over the familiar faces of those who had endured hardships alongside him, must remain encamped outside. Upon the utterance of those words, the villagers erupted into a cacophony of discussion, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Amidst the clamor, Milan turned to Bayless and inquired, My Lord Bayless, is there any way to secure an audience with the Earl? Bayless shook his head, explaining that the Earl was resolutely unwilling to meet with them. Suddenly, Perse, the lady, interjected, Gabriel, the chief minister of Banu City, is my uncle. You may approach him on my behalf and seek his assistance in introducing you to the lord of the city. Very well, my lady, Bayless acknowledged, preparing to head towards the east gate. However, Perse tugged at his garment, saying, Wait a moment, Bayless. Turning back, he displayed a puzzled expression as Perse scanned the faces of the noble officials around her, proclaiming, Produce all the gold coins you have. Bayless cannot go empty-handed. My uncle is most motivated by wealth, and only with gold will he be inclined to assist us. Milan, along with the other officials led by Wyden, promptly retrieved their gold coins and handed them to Bayless. After securely pocketing the contributions, Bayless solemnly nodded to Perse, vowing, Rest assured, my lady, I will find a way to persuade the Earl. Fayman, Perse called to her son, Take Fayman along with you. Understood, Bayless replied, taking Fayman's hand as the two proceeded towards the eastern gate. At the gate's entrance, Hode stepped forward to intercept them, bowing to Bayless while fixating his gaze on Fayman. My lord, a routine inquiry. May I request your identity? This is Sir Kupa's youngest son, Fayman. Hode stepped aside, allowing them passage. After watching Bayless and Fayman enter the city, the common folk of Kupa were once again thrown into an uproar. Noticing the villagers' unceasing chatter, Fry gently tapped Perse's arm, signaling her to speak. Bending slightly, Perse whispered into Frey's ear, What should I say to reassure the villagers at this moment? Sister Perse, you should convey that if the lord of the city denies entry to the villagers, you and the other nobles will also refrain from entering. Standing in solidarity with the villagers, assure them that you will devise a way for them to enter the city, and urge them to trust you and be patient. Understood. Perse nodded, and then glanced at Rorig, signaling him. Upon perceiving her cue, Rorig bellowed, Silence. Everyone, please calm down. The lady has something to say. At Rorig's shout, the villagers ceased their discussions, directing their attention towards Perse. Esteemed villagers, we are still negotiating with the Lord of Banu City. Please trust us and be patient. I will ensure your entry into the city. A villager posed a question, My lady, What if the Lord refuses to accept us? Others echoed this concern. I, Purse Clark, wife of Sir Kupa, hereby declare on behalf of the nobility of Kupa that we are willing to stand together with you. If the Lord of Banu City bars your entry, we shall not set foot in the city either. With these words, the villagers' expressions of anxiety began to dissipate. Yet soon, the villagers resumed their endless discussions. Observing this, Fry hurried to Rorig and patted his thigh, advising, Uncle Rorig, find something for the villagers to do so they have no time to gossip. Rorig, realizing the wisdom of this suggestion, immediately raised his voice to issue orders. Villagers, nightfall is approaching, and it seems we cannot enter the city anytime soon. Follow me to chop wood and set up camp. After leading the villagers to gather wood, Fry convened the noble officials, forming a circle around him. Standing at the center, he commenced, esteemed colleagues, we must prepare for the worst. If Lord Bayless is unable to persuade the Lord to allow our people entry, we need to devise an alternative plan. The nobles nodded in agreement, engaging in discussions amongst themselves. After a lengthy deliberation without arriving at a definitive plan, Milan focused on Fry, asking, Fry, you surely have a strategy in mind. Please share your plan. A smile adorned Fry's face as he slowly articulated, since the lord of the city denies us entry, let us instead establish our village against the walls of Banu City. Fry, that is an excellent idea, cried Aji, his face alight with excitement. If they refuse us entry, we shall build our village alongside the city walls. Let them see how they can deal with us. Indeed, let us proceed as you suggest, building our village by Banu City. The other nobles chimed in, expressing their agreement with Fry's proposal, albeit with a hint of resentment. Fry found it amusing that his offhand suggestion garnered unanimous support, acknowledging that the notion had a certain dark charm. He explained, however, this idea is merely a temporary measure. We cannot remain here indefinitely. Milan nodded, sharing his perspective that it was the only course of action, suggesting they take it one step at a time. Fry turned his gaze towards Wyden, the tax officer, stating, My Lord Wyden, shortly you will collect all the gold coins from the villagers and, together with Lord Milan and a few aides, venture into the city to procure food and essential supplies. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted from the villagers chopping wood nearby. As they rushed towards the city gate, panic etched across their faces. The monsters are coming. Run, someone shouted, prompting a mass exodus towards the east gate. Simultaneously, the soldiers stationed at the east gate sensed the commotion among the Kupa refugees. Sergeant Crust decisively commanded, Hode, close the gate. Hode hesitated. Lord Crust, are we truly abandoning these refugees in their hour of need? That's easy for you to say. As it stands, the knightly order is away, and the combined strength of the city's soldiers is insufficient to confront the beasts. Crust shot back, glaring at Hode. Close the gate. Hode glanced back at the approaching crowd, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards the gate's mechanism, joining two other guards in turning the wheel. With a series of ominous clanks, the heavy iron gate began to descend, and just as the Kupa villagers reached the east gate, it slammed shut with a resounding crash. The frightened villagers gathered at the gate, banging on it and crying out, Let us in, please. The monsters are coming. Let us in. A woman, her eyes wide with fear, cried out before Hode, who averted his gaze, heartlessly pretending not to see her. Make way. Everyone, step aside, roared Aji, and the Kupa villagers parted to create a path. Aji, wielding a radiant knight's sword, charged towards the gate without a moment's hesitation, swinging his weapon at the barrier. Clang. The sword, enveloped in blinding light, collided with the heavy iron gate, producing a deafening sound, yet as the light faded, the formidable gate remained unmoved. Inside, Crust coldly remarked, Give it up, my knight. This iron gate is forged from Vonner steel, capable of absorbing magic. I suggest you conserve your energy for the monsters. Damn it. Furiously, Augie kicked the gate. Villagers, do not panic, do not crowd. Form a half circle against the city gate. Children, the elderly, and women, step into the inner circle. Men, stand in the outer circle. Nobles, take your positions in the outermost circle and prepare for battle. Amidst the throng, Fry raised his voice, directing the crowd. Upon hearing Frey's instructions, Rorig immediately echoed them, amplifying Frey's words several times over. Under Rorig's shouts, the villagers' initial fear began to dissipate, gradually following the directives and forming a circular formation against the city gate. On the other side of the gate, Cruz observed Fry with a hint of surprise, remarking to himself, This young lad possesses commendable decisiveness. What a pity. He then shifted his gaze towards the forest's edge. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a blood-red hue over the landscape, as the silhouettes of hyena-like creatures, sabulous, emerged from the forest in relentless waves. From a distance, they appeared as a dark tide advancing toward them. Master Fry, do not stray too far from me. Tina, the head maid, drew a dagger from beneath her skirt and stepped in front of Fry, shielding him with her presence. The other maids swiftly produced their daggers, encircling Fry protectively. Augie, you stay behind to protect the villagers. I will divert the tide of beasts. The one-armed knight, Aesfer, shouted to Augie before unsheathing his knight's sword with his left hand and charging toward the oncoming horde of monsters. Aesfer, do not let me collect your remains. Return alive. Augie called out, his voice straining as he watched Aesfer's figure recede into the distance. Meanwhile, Bellies arrived at the entrance of the governance hall with Feynman in tow. After identifying himself, the guard who reported back advised him to leave, as the elusive Gabri had chosen to remain hidden. Resolute, Bellies decided to wait at the hall's entrance for Gabri to emerge. After loitering for a while, he noticed an elderly man in a striking red robe, somewhat portly. Exiting the hall, the guard who had previously announced him pointed out Bellies and whispered a few words in the elder's ear. Bellies quickly recognized the man and approached with a smile, exclaiming, Lord Gabri. Two guards at the entrance raised their spears, crossing them to block Bellies' path. Bellies, undeterred, called out to Gabri from behind the guards, Lord Gabri, I am Bellies, the governor of the Kupa territory. I previously sent word to you. I beg a moment of your time for a pressing matter. Gabri scrutinized Bellies for a moment before raising his right hand, signaling the guards to lower their weapons. Governor Bellies, the Lord has made his decision. If you have come to persuade the Lord to assist the people of Kupa, I am unable to assist you. Please leave. Bellies promptly retrieved gold coins from his pocket and stepped forward to present them to Gabri. Lord Gabri, I understand you are busy, but I humbly request an introduction to the Count. I would be most grateful. Gabri's expression hardened as he pushed the coins back into Bellies' hands, admonishing, Governor Bellies. What do you mean by this? Bellies returned Gabri's hand, smiling gently, Lord Gabri, this is a token from Lady Kupa, your niece, Lady Percy. I was entrusted to bring you a small gift. We came in haste and could not prepare anything more elaborate. I hope you will accept this modest offering. He then gestured for Feynman to approach. When Feynman came forward, he hesitated for a moment, then performed the noble greeting and spoke. Greetings, Lord Gabri. I send my regards from my mother. Young one you are. Gabri's eyes brightened, turning his gaze toward Feynman. Lord Gabri, this is the child of Lord Cooper and Lady Percy. Feynman, your grandnephew. Bellies introduced with a smile. Gabri knelt slightly, extending his hands filled with coins toward Feynman. Here, young one, take this. It's a welcome gift from your grandfather. Feynman was taken aback, looking to Bellies for guidance. When Bellies shook his head, Feynman quickly replied, Lord Gabri, this is a welcome gift prepared by my mother for you. I hope you will accept it. Very well, since my grandnephew has asked, I shall accept it. Gabri chuckled, beginning to pocket the coins. Seeing Gabri accept the coins, Bellies seized the moment to inquire, Lord Gabri, could you kindly introduce me to the Count? Certainly. But the Lord is quite busy today. Let us arrange this for another day. Another day? Bellies was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he was about to speak, Gabri suddenly shot him a glare, interrupting, Governor Bellies, my duties for today have concluded. If there are any official matters, let us discuss them tomorrow. Bellies swallowed the words he nearly spoke, and Gabri ruffled Feynman's hair, asking, Young one, have you had dinner yet? How about joining me at my residence for a meal? Feynman looked to Bellies for confirmation, and upon receiving a nod, he replied, I would be honored, Lord Gabri. Gabri glanced at Bellies, somewhat reluctantly stating, Governor Bellies, please accompany Feynman to my home for dinner. Very well, Bellies nodded in agreement. Just as the three had taken a few steps, a soldier rushed up to Gabri, delivering urgent news. Lord Chancellor, a horde of monsters has appeared at the east gate. A horde of monsters? Bellies exclaimed, hastening toward the soldier. What of the people outside? How are they faring? The soldier assessed Bellies for a moment, then looked to Gabri, who nodded before continuing. Sir Cruz has ordered the gate closed. Those refugees are still outside, fighting valiantly against the horde. As soon as the words left the soldier's lips, Feynman dashed away, racing back toward the east gate. Young Master Feynman. Bellies called after him. But Feynman did not turn back. He swiftly turned to Gabri, saying, Lord Gabri, we shall visit your residence later. With that, bellies took off, chasing after Feynman's retreating figure. Chapter 30. 2 days before the arrival of the Kupa Village citizens in Barno City, on the morning prior to the arrival of the Kupa villagers in Barno City, Sherry, who was residing at the estate of the chairman of the Quester Commerce Guild, was awakened by a commotion emanating from the courtyard. Sensing something amiss, she gently took her sleeping daughter, Leah, into her arms and cautiously opened the door to the corridor. As she stepped into the hallway, her gaze was caught by a furtive red-haired man who was opening and closing the doors of the guest rooms, seemingly in search of something. When the man turned around, their eyes locked, and Sherry was struck by a wave of nostalgia at the sight of his handsome face. "Way, brother?" she exclaimed involuntarily. This elusive figure was none other than Bedway, a student of Sherry's father and now the lord of the entire Barno-issue region, as well as the lord of Barno City. "Sherry," Bedway exclaimed with a joyful expression, rushing forward to embrace her. Their bond was akin to that of siblings. It had been nearly 5 years since they last met at Sherry's wedding. In that heartfelt embrace, unspoken words flooded between them. As they pulled apart, Sherry scrutinized Bedway's appearance with a puzzled expression. He wore a worn linen shirt and trousers that seemed to have seen better days, appearing from a distance to be a destitute commoner. Yet, as one drew near, the regal aura he exuded became apparent, commanding respect without uttering a word. "Way, brother, what manner of attire is this?" Sherry inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I just returned from the lower city, visiting some elderly individuals who lost their children due to the war," Bedway replied with a smile, leaning closer to admire the sleeping Leah. "Sherry, this child resembles you in your youth. What is her name?" "Leah." "Leah," Bedway repeated. "That rascal, Roxy, knows how to name them. It was Fry who named her, claiming it signifies divine protection." "Fry?" Bedway's eyes lit up. "Where is he? I have yet to meet this little one since his birth. Please, bring him forth so I may be introduced." A flicker of disappointment crossed Sherry's eyes as she replied, "We became separated." "Separated?" Bedway asked, bewildered. "Way, brother, let us speak in the room." Bedway nodded and followed Sherry into her chamber, where she recounted the events of recent days. Upon hearing her tale, Bedway stood and embraced her once more, offering comfort. "Everything will pass, Sherry. Fry and Roxy will undoubtedly arrive safely in Barno City. Could I request that you dispatch the night brigade to search the forest for them?" Sherry suddenly asked, her eyes brimming with hope. Bedway's brow furrowed slightly. "Sherry, it is not that I wish to refuse assistance, but a fortnight ago, a tremendous noise emanated from the east. I dispatched the night brigade to investigate, yet they have yet to return." Sherry recalled that the beast tide from Kupa had also occurred around the same time, and she speculated, might the night brigade have encountered the beast tide? Bedway nodded gravely. "It is highly probable. However, the one leading them is Lion. I trust in his capabilities to bring the brigade back." As they conversed, the door to Sherry's room was suddenly flung open, and a group of guards from the Quester Commerce Guild burst in. "Miss Sherry, we have returned," exclaimed Anger, flashing a bright smile. Upon noticing Bedway in Sherry's room, Zabu, Otto, and Anger simultaneously displayed expressions of astonishment. After a moment of silence, Otto slapped Anger on the forehead, admonishing him, "Fool, was no one ever taught you to knock before entering a room?" Zabu studied Bedway for a moment, finding his face somewhat familiar. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he hurriedly bowed, addressing him, "My lord, the lord of the city." "The lord of the city?" Both Anger and Otto were taken aback. Otto was the first to recover and bowed to Bedway as well. Seeing Anger still frozen in place, Otto pinched his thigh, prompting Anger to awkwardly mimic their gestures of reverence. "Worry not. You need not be so formal," Bedway waved his hand. "Why have you come to visit so unexpectedly?" "I am an old friend of Sherry's. Last night, Meiselder sent word to me that Sherry had arrived in Barno City and was residing in his estate. Thus I stopped by to pay a visit." "I see." Sherry fixed her gaze upon Zabu. "Zabu, now that you have returned to the city, has Lord Yaboni been found?" "How is he?" "He has been found, but—" A hint of sorrow crossed Zabu's expression as he lowered his head. Sherry's face reflected her unease as she pressed on. "But what?" "Lord Yaboni has sacrificed himself," Otto interjected, "along with the 15 knights who accompanied him. Their bodies have been transported to the temple, and we ask that you prepare to attend the funeral, Miss Sherry." At once, Sherry's expression froze, and after a moment, tears streamed down her face. Bedway, regaining his composure, spoke up. "I too shall attend the funeral of Lord Yaboni and the knights of the Kupa territory, to honor their souls as they journey to the Hall of Heroes." In Barno City, at the Eastern Gate, Feynman arrived to witness a massive, Pitch black gate separating the interior from the exterior of the city. Through the gate, the nobles of the Kupa territory were locked in a fierce battle against the encroaching tide of beasts. Even his mother, Persai, was fighting valiantly amidst the chaos. With a fierce glare, Feynman surveyed the soldiers cowering within the city, indignantly questioning, "You scoundrels, on what grounds do you close the gates?" "It was I who ordered the gate to be shut," Klus replied, raising an eyebrow at Feynman. "Little brat, do you have an issue with that?" Feynman glared at Klus, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Open the gate." "What?" Klus feigned ignorance, tilting his neck. "I said, open the gate." Feynman bellowed with all his might. In that moment, he drew the short sword from the waist of the guard at the eastern gate, Horde, and lunged at Klus's throat with the gleaming blade. As the sword light flashed before Klus's eyes, a sharp sound echoed as Klus unsheathed his own sword. In the blink of an eye, Klus's long sword clashed with Feynman's thrust, causing sparks to fly from the point of impact. Feynman felt a searing pain in his arm, and the next moment, he was sent flying backward. He managed to twist his body mid-air and skidded several feet upon landing before coming to a stop, his gaze fixed fiercely on Klus, whose face wore a taunting smile. With a powerful push from his right leg, Feynman's figure blurred as he gathered magical energy into the short sword in his hand. As a piercing sound emanated from the blade, it suddenly radiated a brilliant red light. With the blood-red sword slicing through the air, it surged forward, aiming for Klus's throat. As it neared, Klus's smile turned to one of amusement. He casually flicked his sword upward, deflecting Feynman's fierce thrust while simultaneously dissipating its force. Klus then raised his leg, landing a precise kick to Feynman's abdomen, sending him flying once more. With a dull thud, Feynman crashed to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt, leaving behind several streaks of crimson on the stone floor. Feynman wiped the blood from the wound on his cheek with the sleeve of his garment, his fingers leaving streaks of crimson on the cobblestone floor as he slowly rose from the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Cruz, seemingly oblivious to his injuries. Meanwhile, the surrounding guards reacted. Hodder led a group of soldiers, brandishing their sharp spears to encircle Feynman. "Step aside, let the little brat come at me," Cruz commanded. Following his orders, the guards retreated, just as the breathless Baileys arrived. He saw Feynman's fierce gaze locked onto Cruz and immediately understood the situation, rushing forward to dissuade Feynman. "Young Master Feynman, what are you doing? Put away your sword." When Feynman remained unmoved, Baileys bowed repeatedly to Cruz, apologizing profusely. "I sincerely apologize, my lord. This child is reckless. Please do not hold it against him." "Get out of the way, Baileys," Feynman shouted in a fit of rage, shoving Baileys aside. "I will kill him." As soon as the words left his lips, Feynman gathered his magical energy into the blade of his sword and charged at Cruz. "You insufferable brat." Cruz's smile widened. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, Cruz stepped forward to engage. In an instant, Feynman and Cruz were entangled in a fierce clash. The sounds of their blades colliding ringing sharply, sparks flying as they struggled for dominance. "Ah, ah, ah." With each shout from Feynman, his attacks grew more ferocious. Each clash sent waves of searing pain through Cruz's hands. "Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. Truly exhilarating." Cruz laughed heartily, his movements becoming increasingly swift and precise. Initially in the Ascendant, Feynman began to be overwhelmed by Cruz, and as he lunged fiercely towards Cruz's throat, Cruz seized the opportunity to exploit a flaw in Feynman's defense. He sidestepped Feynman's thrust, delivering a merciless punch to Feynman's cheek, sending him spiraling through the air. With a resounding crash, Feynman hit the ground hard, pain coursing through his body and a momentary numbness causing him to drop his sword. "You are still too inexperienced, brat. Your gaze alone betrays your intentions," Cruz taunted, pointing his sword at Feynman. Gritting his teeth, Feynman slammed his fist into the ground, blood oozing from his knuckles. "Damn it!" Ignoring the pain radiating through his body, Feynman struggled to his feet, but as he reached for the short sword nearby, Baileys rushed in and kicked it away, crouching beside him. "Young Master Feynman, this must end. You cannot defeat him." With a huff, Feynman shoved Baileys away, sending him sprawling. Seeing this, Cruz swiftly closed the distance, placing the cold blade of his sword against Feynman's neck. "You can only bully your own vassals. I despise brats like you who flaunt their parents' power with such arrogance." Baileys scrambled to his feet, smiling nervously as he grasped Cruz's arm. "My lord, please do not act impulsively. This child is still young and does not understand." "I apologize on his behalf." Baileys bowed deeply 3 times. Someone, throw this brat into the dungeon. Cruz commanded, and immediately, the surrounding soldiers approached, weapons drawn, attempting to seize Feynman. However, Feynman pushed one soldier to the ground. Seeing Feynman gathering magical energy for a last stand, Cruz shouted furiously, "Brat, behave yourself." With that, Cruz struck Feynman's temple with a powerful punch, the dull thud echoing as Feynman collapsed to the ground. The fallen soldiers rose again, dragging the unconscious Feynman away towards the dungeon. My lord, there is no need for this." A panicked Baileys clutched Cruz's leg, kneeling and pleading for Feynman's release. "I care not for the status of that lord's son. Banu City is no place for his tyranny," Cruz retorted, shaking off Baileys' grasp and turning to leave. With no other choice, Baileys glanced at the nobles outside the city battling the beasts and then at Feynman being dragged away, sighed deeply, and hurried to follow the soldiers. Outside the east gate, where mere moments ago the tranquil grassland lay, now pooled with blood, mingling with the crimson glow of the setting sun, a heavy scent of blood and the shrill cries of beasts assaulted the senses. The nobles fighting on the front lines were not like knights. Each fought alone, unable to form a cohesive line to withstand the onslaught of beasts. With isolated Cerberus charging into the crowd and stirring a storm of blood, amidst the cacophony of beastly howls in this hellish realm, a flower of crimson flame bloomed in the rain of blood. At the center of the bloom stood Purcell, wielding a flame-forged spear, battling amidst the tide of beasts. Her form surrounded by flames, resembling a peony flourishing in blood. The air was thick with the scent of burnt fur and flesh. As Purcell danced barefoot on the blood-soaked ground, creating ripples of crimson beneath her feet, the red twilight, the surging flames, the sanguine rain, and the woman wielding the spear merged into a stunning tableau. As Purcell brandished her flaming spear, images of her fierce form struck Fry's eyes, and in that moment, it felt as if the entire world had been stained a shocking red. Purcell was no professional warrior, though she had received training in her youth. Those skills had long slipped away with time, and now she fought almost purely on instinct. Besides her remarkable magical prowess, she possessed no further advantages in combat, making her vulnerable even to the weaker Cerberus, which could easily close in on her and tear at her snow-white skin with claws and fangs. As the lady of the Lord of Kupa, Purcell fought at the very forefront against the beastly tide, inspiring the nobles with her bloodied silhouette. Her back, marred with numerous wounds, glistened with both her blood and that of the beasts. She continued to wield her flaming spear, each sweep igniting the flames anew, shining brilliantly on the desolate battlefield, leaving an indelible impression on the commoners who cowered behind their noble protectors. Awoo! With a chilling howl from the beasts, shadows lunged toward Purcell. The spear, engulfed in flames, traced brilliant arcs of red light, dazzling against the backdrop of the setting sun, as the sharp blade danced through the air with Purcell's fierce cries. The torrential rain of blood struck Purcell, staining her once black gown a dark crimson, while beneath the red shadows of her spear, the bodies of Cerberus fell one after another. As darkness fell, the spear of flame in Purcell's grasp began to dim, the flames flickering as if on the brink of extinguishment. "My lady, you are gravely injured. Retreat and tend to your wounds. We will handle this." Tina, rushing to Purcell's side with the maidservants, gazed at her increasingly pale face, recognizing the signs of magical exhaustion. "Tina, I leave it to you." After offering a brief statement, Percy stepped back into the crowd gathered at the city gate, where Fry and Xiaosha immediately approached her. A faint white glow emanated from Xiaosha's palm, healing the wounds on Percy's body. Fry cast a concerned glance at her. "My lady, are you well?" Percy gasped for breath, sweat and blood mingling on her skin. Yet she mustered a smile and affectionately ruffled Frey's hair with her blood-stained hand. "It has been a long time since I fought so freely." Under the illumination of the holy white light from Xiaosha's palm, the injuries on Percy healed at an astonishing rate, just as the last of her wounds faded. Xiaosha's complexion turned pale, her lips losing color, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead and cheeks. Suddenly feeling weak all over, Xiaosha stumbled backward. But quick-witted Percy swiftly caught her waist. Fry leaned in close, inquiring, "Sister Xiaosha, are you all right?" Xiaosha shook her head. "I merely exhausted my magic." Percy glanced back at the citizens Xiaosha had healed. Thanks to her efforts, several individuals who had been attacked by beasts had miraculously survived. "Xiaosha, you have done remarkably well." Percy retrieved a clean handkerchief from her bosom and wiped the sweat from Xiaosha's face. "My lady, do you think the gods are watching us?" Xiaoxia gazed up at the blue moon rising in the sky. Why do the gods not come to save us? Percy paused, then comforted her. Child, this is a trial bestowed upon us by the gods. But why must the gods test us? Percy found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to Xiaoxia's inquiry. Meanwhile, sensing that humanity was gradually exhausting their strength, a long howl erupted from the rear of the Sebrew. Beneath that mournful cry, the Sebrew tribe launched a more ferocious assault, surging toward their position. In the blink of an eye, the noblemen who had erected a flesh-and-blood defense line ahead were engulfed by the flood of Sebrew, their anguished screams echoing as they were torn apart, their bodies mangled. Witnessing this horrific scene, the crowd fell into silence, their faces ashen as they realized that they would soon share the fate of these nobles, becoming fodder for the beasts. A wave of sorrow crossed Xiaoxia's eyes as she shifted her gaze from the blue moon in the sky to Frey's face. Fry, have we been forsaken by the gods? Chapter 31. Under the dim glow of the azure moonlight, in a narrow canyon where arms could not be fully extended, knights clad in crimson armor leaned against the rocky walls, their expressions devoid of vitality. These knights hailed from the city of Barno. 5 days prior, the young lord, Leon Barnois, had been commanded by his father, Bedwi, to lead the Blaze Knights to the eastern mountains to investigate peculiar sounds emanating from that direction. A formidable contingent of 100 knights set forth, riding griffins in grand procession from Barno. However, they soon encountered a mid-tier beast, a group of Jinning, which launched a sudden attack. After a brief skirmish, the Blaze Knights dwindled to fewer than 80. To prevent further sacrifices among his comrades, Leon made the heart-wrenching decision to use their mounts, the griffins, to divert the Jinning, while the knights themselves were forced to descend into the forest and flee on foot. Yet, scarcely half a day after evading the Jinning, they were beset by an even larger horde of beasts within the forest. After a brutal battle, more than half of the knights perished, leaving them with no option but to retreat into the cramped canyon, sealing off its entrances as a desperate measure for survival against the monstrous tide. They remained ensconced within the canyon for 5 long days, the nearby beasts not dispersing, their howls echoing ominously from beyond the canyon walls. Their provisions were scant. Despite tightening their belts to endure 5 days, only enough rations remained for 2 more. Thus, they faced a dire dilemma. Should they pay a grievous price to break free from the beastly onslaught, or remain huddled in the canyon, at risk of starving to death? The time for decision was upon them, and their fate rested in the hands of their young commander, Leon. Young lord, we must break free, suggested the deputy, Gregory Derrick. So many of our brothers have fallen, I can no longer bear to face my father. Lord, none could have anticipated such a beastly wave. Do not be too hard on yourself, Gregory reassured, patting Leon on the shoulder. Our immediate concern is to lead the survivors to safety. You are right, Gregory, Leon replied, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. I will lead the remaining brothers back to Barno. Just as Leon stood to announce their intention to break free, a sudden rustling emanated from a nearby thicket, the sound of branches scraping together. The knights instinctively drew their swords, their gazes fixed upon the source of the disturbance. To their astonishment, a figure emerged from the underbrush, illuminated by the faint blue moonlight, a man clad in animal skins, with a mane of thick curls and a dark beard. He bore a long wooden bow on his back and a leather quiver filled with rudimentary wooden arrows at his waist. Upon rising, he surveyed the armored knights with a look of mild astonishment, and after a moment of silence, Leon broke the tension. Who are you? I am a hunter, Orion, the man in animal skins replied. Leon scrutinized the self-identified hunter with a skeptical gaze, then inquired, From where do you come? Orion gestured toward the thicket behind him. There is a cave here. Leon exchanged a meaningful glance with Gregory, who understood the unspoken communication and cautiously approached Orion, crouching to inspect the thicket. A moment later, Gregory's face lit up with joy. My lord, there is indeed a cave here. We are saved. Leon's heavy countenance finally relaxed as he fixed his gaze on Orion, continuing to interrogate him. Sir, from whence do you hail, and why do you find yourself here? I have traveled from the east, seeking refuge from the beastly tide, following the underground river. I just emerged from below and stumbled upon you, Orion explained. Below lies an underground river? Leon's expression grew increasingly puzzled. Orion nodded, glancing at the boulders that blocked the canyon entrances. It appears you have collapsed the exits. That route is no longer viable. Where does the underground river lead? Can it take us to Barno? Gregory asked eagerly. You seek to reach Barno? Orion inquired curiously. Leon affirmed, "We are the Blaze Knights of Barno. If you know the way to Barno, I implore you to guide us. Upon our return, I shall reward you with gold." "I require no reward. It is unnecessary." Orion waved his hand dismissively. "As it happens, I too must return to Barno. Follow me." With that, Orion began to navigate into the cave hidden beneath the thicket. "Brothers, follow," Leon commanded, and he too followed Orion into the cavern. Under the blue moonlight, the knights filed into the pitch-black tunnel. After crawling through the cave for some time, Leon called out, "Are you still up ahead?" "I am," came Orion's voice from the front. "How much longer must we crawl?" "Almost there," Orion replied, but fell silent thereafter. Leon pressed on, and after a while, he heard the sound of flowing water ahead. Clack, clack. The sound of flint striking echoed, and Orion emerged at the cave's exit, holding a torch aloft to guide the knights as they continued their ascent. One by one, the knights crawled out of the cave. The last to emerge, Gregory, grumbled, "Damn it, how could this cave be so long?" "Follow me," Orion instructed, leading the way with the torch. A splash echoed as Gregory, drenched, swam to the surface. Orion, noticing, cautioned, "Stay close to the riverbank. Beneath the water lies a chasm. Do not sink." Cautiously, they followed Orion through the water, and at a fork in the tunnel, Leon heard a powerful rush of water. Upon exiting the fork, he found the current beneath him suddenly swift, nearly knocking him off balance, and he noticed the river widened significantly on either side. Orion turned back to the knights, advising, "Be careful to follow my steps. The waters here are treacherous. A slip could sweep you away." The knights trudged through the waist-deep, surging current for a quarter of an hour when Leon suddenly noticed Orion had halted. Upon reaching Orion's side, he questioned, "Why have we stopped?" Orion scanned the surroundings. "The boat is gone." "A boat?" Leon asked, perplexed. "I had moored a small boat here." Orion knelt to pick up a length of rope, examining its cleanly severed end. "It appears the rope was cut. Someone has taken my boat." Orion gazed downstream, muttering, "What a fool." Leon, bewildered, pressed, "What do you mean?" "I had intended to use the boat to explore the tributary, but it seems the fool who took it has drifted down the main current." "What lies downstream?" "Can't the boat navigate through?" "A waterfall hundreds of feet high." "Oh, what misfortune." "Follow me. The exit is just ahead." Upon concluding his remarks, Orion brandished a torch and advanced towards the cavern at the water's edge, followed closely by Leon and his fellow knights. Before long, they reached the cave's entrance, only to be confronted by a heap of rubble, with sunlight filtering through the crevices. The entrance had collapsed. Were there no alternative routes? Leon cast a questioning glance at Orion. "There is," Orion affirmed with a nod. "Look, there are inscriptions on the rock face," Gregory pointed out. Orion raised the torch to inspect the writings, his expression one of confusion as he turned to Leon for assistance, sheepishly admitting, I cannot read. Could you tell me what it says?" Leon glanced upward and began to recite the text on the stone wall, "To the esteemed master of this cave. I am Sir Mike, the knight commander of Kupa, and my companions and I have been pursued by beasts. In our desperate flight, I was compelled to collapse the entrance to this cave to save our lives. I sincerely apologize for inadvertently damaging your sacred ground. Your dried fish are delightful. We are in need of provisions for our journey, and I humbly request your permission to take some along with a few miscellaneous items. In my haste, I brought no valuables, but I offer you this dagger as a token of goodwill, hoping it pleases you. I have also borrowed your small boat. My companions and I shall take temporary refuge in Banu City. Should you require anything, please come to find me in Banu City with this dagger as a token, and I will repay your kindness. Yours sincerely, Mike Kuno." Leon retrieved the dagger left by the side and handed it to Orion, remarking that it seemed to be a note of gratitude from the foolish thieves who had absconded with his boat. Orion accepted the dagger and lightly thumped his forehead, exclaiming, "What a bothersome bunch." Subsequently, Orion led Leon and the knights through a concealed tunnel, emerging into the sunlight. Leon stretched and sighed. "At last, we are free." Orion gestured northward, stating, "Continue in that direction, and you will see the walls of Banu City." Leon paused, perplexed. "Are you not returning to Banu City with us?" Orion shook his head, replying, "I must return to find those fools who stole my boat. I believe they have gone to that place." "That place?" Leon's curiosity piqued. "It is perilous and easy to become lost. I must bring those fools back. Then let us bid farewell here." Leon patted Orion's shoulder and added, I haven't introduced myself. I am Leon, the patrol captain of Banu City." You saved our lives today, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you require assistance in the future, seek me out at the government hall." Orion nodded. "Very well." Gregory extended his hand to Orion, introducing himself as Gregory, the vice captain of the Crimson Flame Knights. "Should you encounter any troubles in Banu City, feel free to come to the Knights Order." Orion grasped Gregory's hand warmly, displaying a sincere smile. "By the way, allow me to offer you a piece of advice." Orion surveyed the crimson armor worn by Leon and his knights. "On your way back to Banu City, you may encounter beasts. If you wish to avoid their relentless pursuit, I suggest you remove your red armor." "Why?" Leon and Gregory exchanged puzzled glances. "Your armor is too conspicuous. The beasts are highly sensitive to that color, which will provoke them to attack you with greater ferocity." "Oh, I see," Gregory exclaimed, realizing the connection to their previous encounters with the beast horde. "Thank you for your warning, Sir Orion." Gregory smiled. "Farewell." Orion patted Gregory's shoulder and turned to depart. At Gregory's command, the knights promptly removed their crimson armor. After a brief respite, Leon and Gregory led their comrades onward in the direction Orion had indicated. The setting sun cast a crimson hue over the landscape, and the famished members of the Crimson Flame Knights were drawn by an enticing aroma wafting through the trees, prompting them to follow the scent. Navigating through the thickets, Leon and his companions finally discovered the source of the fragrance, a man clad in black knight's armor, accompanied by his archer squire, grilling the entrails of an unidentifiable creature over a fire. The black-armored knight and his squire also took note of Leon's party, exchanging wary glances as their right hands instinctively reached for their sword hilts. After scrutinizing the Black Knight's features for a considerable time, Leon cautiously ventured, "Uncle, is that you?" "Losai?" Losai appeared momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with Dolly before shaking his head, then fixating his gaze back on Leon's face for an extended period. Still unable to recognize him. With a smile, Leon stepped closer to Losai. "Uncle Losai, it's me, Leon, son of Bedwi. I attended your wedding to Aunt Sherry." Upon hearing this, Losai's expression brightened as he recalled the memory, rising to embrace Leon warmly. "Leon, you have matured considerably. I almost failed to recognize you." "Uncle Losai, it seems you didn't recognize me at all," Leon chuckled. "It's been nearly 5 years since we last met. How is Aunt Sherry?" At the mention of her name, Losai's brow furrowed slightly. Sensing something amiss, Leon inquired, "What has happened to Aunt Sherry?" Losai shook his head. "We became separated, and I have no news of her now." "Separated?" Leon's expression grew increasingly perplexed. "Our village was besieged by a horde of beasts, and the Lord led us through the chaos to Banu City. During our flight, Sherry, along with the Lord and the knights, became separated from us. Do not worry too much, Uncle Losai. Since Aunt Sherry was with the knights, she should be fine." Leon attempted to reassure him. "Let us hope so," Losai replied, shifting his gaze to the knights behind Leon, his curiosity piqued. "Leon, what brings you all here?" "These are my brothers in arms. We were dispatched from the city to investigate strange sounds to the east. Along the way, we encountered a beast attack and narrowly escaped the horde." "Did you happen to see the Crimson Flame Yemo?" Dolly interjected. "The Crimson Flame Yemo?" Gregory's eyes widened in disbelief. "You encountered such high-ranking beasts. How on earth did you survive?" The mere encounter with mid-tier beasts had decimated half of their order. They could scarcely fathom how Dolly and Losai had managed to endure an encounter with the Crimson Flame Yemo. "You must have been quite fortunate," Losai remarked, patting Leon on the shoulder. "Uncle Losai, did you encounter the Crimson Flame Yemo?" Leon asked with keen interest. Losai nodded. "Indeed. We came across a horde of Crimson Flame Yemos, several hundred, along with 2 particularly formidable ones. It was a close call that nearly cost us our lives." Excitedly, Leon and the members of the Crimson Flame Knights gathered around the fire, eager to hear Losai and Dolly recount their encounters with the Crimson Flame Yemo. As they feasted on the roasted entrails, they listened intently to Losai's tales of the past few days. After listening, the members of the Crimson Flame Knight Order cast adoring glances at Loxy and Dolly. Even Leon was no exception. Only the Vice Captain Gregory extolled the exquisite flavors of the entrails prepared by Loxy and Dolly, inquiring eagerly, "My Lord Loxy, what animal's entrails did you serve us? They are truly delectable." Dolly immediately rose and dragged forth the disemboweled carcass of a Crimson Flame Yemo from the nearby underbrush, proclaiming, "Behold, it is the entrails of this creature." Gregory merely glanced at the beast's lifeless form on the ground and instantly recognized it as a Crimson Flame Yemo. His expression one of sheer disbelief as he exclaimed, "Incredible! We just feasted upon the entrails of a crimson flame Yemo. With Gregory's exclamation, the members of the Crimson Flame Knight Order swiftly surrounded the carcass, gesticulating and discussing animatedly. My dear Uncle Loxy, you truly are, Leon remarked, torn between laughter and exasperation. Loxy cast a puzzled glance. Leon cautiously rummaged through his vocabulary, complimenting, Uncle Loxy, you are indeed extraordinarily brave. By the way, is the meat of the Crimson Flame Yema palatable? Gregory licked his lips, clearly eager. Dolly, with considerable culinary experience, interjected, the scales are far too tough to handle. While the meat's flavor is rather average, it's just too fibrous and difficult to chew. As the two exchanged culinary insights, Leon turned to Loxy and asked, Uncle Loxy, where are your companions? Why are only the two of you here? We discovered the tracks of the Crimson Flame Yema yesterday. Dolly and I were tasked with holding the rear to divert their attention. Our main force should be en route to Barna City by now. I see, Leon nodded, suddenly recalling something, and continued, by the way, Uncle Loxy, do you know a knight named Mike Kuno? Mike? Loxy's eyes lit up. Have you encountered Mike? Leon shook his head. We were rescued by a hunter, and in his cave, we found a letter of gratitude left by Sir Mike. Then where is Mike now? Uncertain. It seems he and your companions traveled far along the underground river in a small boat. The hunter who saved us has already set off to find them. Overhearing their conversation, Dolly approached and interjected, the hunter you speak of, is he named Orion? Indeed, indeed. Gregory nodded repeatedly, casting a curious glance at Dolly. Sir Dolly, do you also know Sir Orion? Dolly nodded, while Loxy regarded him with curiosity. Dolly, who is Orion? I previously mentioned a formidable hunter. I have spent these years training in the forest under his guidance. Since Orion is seeking Mike, we need not concern ourselves with that fellow anymore. Is he the one renowned for hunting legendary beasts? Dolly nodded, and Gregory's expression transformed into one of incredulity. Could it be that Sir Orion is the legendary dragon hunter? What is a dragon hunter? Curious gazes turned towards Gregory. Clearing his throat, Gregory began to recount the rumors he had heard. This tale begins with a dragon-toothed dagger that surfaced from the Quest Merchant Association 5 years ago. According to the hostess of the Quest Merchant Association, a mysterious figure claiming to be a hunter once hunted a dragon in the Misty Lands. Chapter 32. Outside the eastern gate of Barno City, the prairie was strewn with countless corpses of magical beasts, pools of blood coalescing into crimson lakes, reflecting the cold, ethereal blue of the moon above. At the juncture of the grassland and the forest, the thunderous sound of hooves approached like crashing waves, causing the earth to tremble. A black torrent, composed of the small magical beasts known as sea brew, surged relentlessly from the southern woods, engulfing the noble figures fighting on the front lines in an instant. Amidst the chilling and desperate howls of the beasts, countless fangs and claws glimmered in the moonlight, tearing the noble bodies into shreds as they were overwhelmed by the sea brew. Wherever the black tide flowed, blood splattered, bones shattered, and bright crimson geysers erupted from the fallen forms, each droplet of blood reflecting the cold, blue moon above. The blood rain, illuminated by the moon's glow, drifted gently through the air. In the blink of an eye, the dark, beastly wave reached the shadow of the city walls, and the terrified citizens of the Kupa territory, driven by the instinct to survive, frantically surged towards the gate. They cried out in anguish, pleading desperately as they battered against the heavy black gate, but the guards inside merely cast pitying glances, unmoved by their plight. The approaching roars of the beasts pierced through Frey's eardrums, the sharp fangs and claws perilously close. In a protective embrace, Purse held Fry tightly, planting gentle kisses upon his forehead, her voice soothing as she sang lullabies to him. Fry, do not fear, I shall protect you. Beneath the cold, blue moon, countless claws tore into Purse's snow-white skin, while fangs sank into her tender flesh with a dull thud, the anguished howls of the beasts echoing through the night. Purse's limbs, back, and side were simultaneously pierced by the vicious teeth, painting Frey's vision a deep crimson. Purse's hands and feet were shattered, her side ripped open, blood and entrails spilling forth. Regardless of the relentless gnashing and tearing by the beasts surrounding them, Purse remained steadfast, clutching Fry tightly, using her own body as a shield. Fry felt warmth enveloping him, yet as he realized the blood flowing from Purse, his disbelief morphed into sheer terror. With the loss of blood, he sensed Purse's body growing colder, her once warm skin losing its vitality. The chilling sensation brought upon her a heavy drowsiness, her consciousness blurring as she slipped into an endless void. Memories surged forth, her life flashing before her eyes in a whirlwind of images. In her brief 30 years, the majority of her existence had been a monotonous gray, but everything changed the day she encountered Fry. The most vivid memory was that fateful day. It was a dim dawn when Perse, seizing the twilight hours before her maids awakened, stealthily slipped out of the stone fortress. She longed to escape. Having had enough of this place, of living as Lady Kupa, she yearned for a location where neither the Clark family nor the Kupa family could find her. This desire was not new. It had first emerged on her very first day in the Kupa territory, the day before her wedding to Yaboni. She had acted on it then, but tragically, Yaboni had discovered her escape route, pursuing her on his griffin, binding her hands and feet, forcefully bringing her back. It was in that bound state that she had completed her wedding with Yaboni, an experience that shattered the pure-hearted dreams of love that a naive girl once held. Since then, she had attempted to flee countless times, each ending in failure as Yaboni always captured her. One particularly memorable attempt occurred when she had just given birth to Feynman. His cries kept her awake all night, and she found herself on the brink of a mental breakdown at the thought of enduring such sleepless nights indefinitely. Thus, she abandoned her duties as a mother and fled the stone fortress, but as she reached the village edge, her dress became thoroughly soaked with urine. Loathing the sticky sensation, she returned to change her clothes, only to be met with the scornful gazes of passing villagers, who whispered and pointed at her. She had never before endured such humiliation, and the shame crushed her spirit. This humiliation extinguished any lingering hopes of escape, leading her to retreat into the stone fortress, unwilling to see anyone, harboring a deep-seated hatred for every individual in the Kupa territory. Every memory of her time there was painful, devoid of fondness, which fueled her incessant desire to flee, with even the smallest incident igniting thoughts of escape. This particular attempt to flee stemmed from her unbearable distaste for sharing a bed with Yaboni. The old man's snoring and flatulence shattered her dreams of culinary delight, waking her from her slumber with a foul odor. Enough was enough. She could not bear to remain in the Kupa territory for even a moment longer. With this determination, Perse lifted her skirts, traversing a muddy path, watching helplessly as her cherished dress and boots became soiled with grass and dirt. "Madam, good morning. Where are you off to?" A sudden voice called out from above, and Perse looked around to find a small boy with gray hair and brown eyes smiling at her from the eaves of a stone house. Perse turned her face away, weary and unresponsive, continuing on her way. Once outside Kupa Village, she strode directly toward the eastern forest, having learned from her previous failed escape. She knew heading south toward the open prairie was futile. As soon as Yaboni pursued her on his griffin, she would be utterly exposed, destined to be captured once more. However, just a few steps into the forest, she stumbled over a rock, falling to the ground, gritting her teeth against the pain and numbness radiating from her backside. "Madam, are you all right?" The gray-haired boy approached, and Perse realized he had been following her all along. The child crouched down, attempting to massage her injured ankle, but she shoved him away, casting a fierce glare at his innocent face, signaling him to mind his own business. Unfazed, the boy smiled and sat across from her, tilting his head to gaze into her crimson eyes. After a moment of silence, Perse could no longer contain her frustration and demanded, "Hey, why are you following me?" The boy beamed again. "I'm just curious about where you're headed. And by the way, I'm not Hay. My name is Fry, the son of Sergeant Loxy." Perse recognized Loxy as one of Yaboni's subordinates, a man in cahoots with him, and thus Fry was undoubtedly not of good character, harboring ill intentions. With this suspicion, Perse shot Fry a look of disdain, huffing in response. Once the pain in her ankle subsided, she rose unsteadily and continued on her way, while Fry trailed behind at a distance, humming a tune she had never heard before. What an annoying little brat. Perse turned around and glared at him fiercely, but Fry merely flashed a toothy grin, beaming at her radiantly. With a vexed expression, Perse turned away once more and continued her uneven gait. After a few steps, she twisted her other ankle, stumbling and crashing to the ground. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as pain surged through her, tears welling up in her eyes. Enduring the agony, Perse suddenly hugged her knees and wept like a small child, her sobs echoing through the woods and startling the birds into flight. As her cries gradually subsided, Fry approached cautiously, extending his small hand to gently nudge her shoulder. Faced with Perse's tear-streaked visage, he pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and pressed it into her palm. After a brief moment of surprise, Perse wiped her nose with the offered cloth. "Madam, Where are you intending to go? Fry inquired. Perk wiped her tear-stained eyes. I detest that title. Do not call me madam. Then how should I address you? He asked. Perk Clark, she replied, sniffling. That is my name. Then, Miss Perk? Fry ventured, observing her lack of resistance to the title. He continued, Miss Perk. Where do you wish to go? I want to run away, Perk declared, her swollen eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Run away? Fry scrutinized her. Where do you plan to escape to? Perk hesitated. Aren't you going to ask why I wish to flee? I see you have not given up despite twisting an ankle, so there must be a special reason. My curiosity lies not in your motive for fleeing, but in your ultimate destination. Perk shook her head. I do not know where to go, as long as it is a place where neither the Ebony nor the Clark family can find me. Your ankles are both injured, making movement difficult. Perhaps it would be best to postpone your escape? I am determined to flee today. No one can stop me, Perk declared defiantly, gritting her teeth as she struggled to rise. The sharp pain in her ankle made even standing a formidable challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Fry smiled and proposed. Miss Perk, seeing your struggle to walk, why don't I assist you in your escape? Perk looked up at him, puzzled. Before she could respond, Fry turned and dashed into the woods. After a short while, he turned back, waving and calling out, Miss Perk, wait here for a moment. I will return shortly. As she watched Fry's figure vanish among the trees, Perk fell into deep thought. She waited for what felt like an eternity, yet Fry did not reappear. A flicker of disappointment crossing her face as her gaze fell upon the pale, yellow handkerchief in her hand. Perk, how foolish you are. Relying on a little boy to help you escape, she muttered to herself. Just then, a gust of wind swept overhead, sending her golden hair swirling. A golden griffin spread its massive wings, parting the branches as it descended gracefully. In that instant, fear flooded Perk's crimson eyes. She recognized this griffin as Ebony's steed, the creature that had brought her back countless times during her attempts to flee. The mere sight of it resurrected a torrent of terrible memories. As the griffin landed, Ebony was not present. Instead, it was Frey's radiant smile that greeted her. Miss Perk, I apologize for the wait. I have returned, he exclaimed as he jumped down from the griffin's back. With his help, they climbed onto the beast together. The griffin unfolded its vast golden wings, and the wind howled around them as it soared into the sky. In an instant, amidst their excited shouts, they broke through the clouds, floating above a sea of billowing mist, heading toward the horizon where the sun began to rise, shrouded in crimson hues. Fry, Perk cried, her hair cascading like a golden waterfall, her youthful smile illuminating her face as she reached out toward the magnificent golden dawn. Where are we going? Fry shouted back toward the radiant sun. Miss Perk, where do you wish to go? Let us travel, Perk exclaimed, embracing the morning light and relishing the passionate breeze that kissed her skin. Absolutely. I want to see the sun rise from the sea to the west, and visit the grand imperial palace and the sacred temple in the capital. Plus, I wish to behold the majestic snow-capped mountains to the north. Finally, we shall cross the endless desert to the east and arrive at the boundless fields of flowers. Fry, Perk called his name again, and, to his astonishment, she pulled him into an embrace, kissing his forehead tenderly. Fry, thank you, she declared. Fry, true to his name, embodied light. Since the day they met, his presence had illuminated the once dim world of Perk, filling it with vibrant colors. Fry was the beacon of hope in Perk's life, the most cherished existence she held dear. To protect this fragile light, she would sacrifice her own life without hesitation. Under the cold blue moonlight, a horde of sea brew attacked, tearing at Perk's battered body. Though her form was a bloody mess, she fought to shield Fry with her own. Feeling the chill radiating from Perk's skin, tears streamed down Frey's cheeks. Perk was the first friend he could open his heart to since arriving in this world. Witnessing the death of his dear friend, Fry let out a heart-wrenching wail. Perk. As his cries echoed through the night sky, Fry felt a surge of warmth flowing from Perk, converging upon his right hand. Feeling this intense magic, his eyes turned a vivid red as his once gray hair transformed to pure white in an instant. Fry gazed at his burning right hand. As waves of pain surged through him, countless red beams of light coalesced on the back of his hand, forming a vivid totem. A lifelike nine-tailed firebird emerged. At the moment the firebird materialized, its cry resonated like thunder, and a pillar of crimson flame erupted from Frey's hand, illuminating the night sky over the southern borders of the Galt Empire. As the dazzling flame ascended, the surrounding sea brew were engulfed in the inferno, reduced to ashes scattered by the wind. Amidst the fiery chaos, the nine-tailed phoenix, born from the flames, circled around the boy with white hair and red eyes. Fry cradled Perk's bloodied form in his tender hands, as a pure golden light emanated continuously from his arms, enveloping her body. Within this golden embrace, Perk's shattered body began to heal at an astonishing rate, until, in an instant, the unblemished form of Perk appeared before Fry's eyes. The magical energy emanating from Fry restored Persei's body, yet it could not revive the warmth of her flesh, compelling him to confront the cruel and sorrowful truth once more. Persei's visage would forever remain frozen in this moment. In an instant, the golden radiance transformed into crimson flames, and Persei's form, her beauty, was consumed by the fire, disintegrating into sparks that ascended towards the swirling nine-tailed phoenix encircling Fry, merging into a singular entity. The nine-tailed phoenix let out a piercing cry that echoed across the night sky, unfurling its vast fiery wings and soaring upwards, momentarily obscuring the blue moon before diving towards the torrent of beasts on the ground. Wherever the flame-wreathed phoenix flew, countless Hebrew were reduced to ash amidst their wails. And in the blink of an eye, the endless black tide had transformed into a blazing sea of fire. At the heart of this inferno, the white-haired youth with crimson eyes gazed upwards at the phoenix above, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. "The gods have come to save us." A villager, perhaps the first to voice it, proclaimed, and all who survived to witness this marvel bowed in reverence towards Fry. "Asa!" The villagers chanted in unison, offering their homage. Simultaneously, in the forest, Loxy, Dolly, Leon, and the Crimson Flame Knights, who faced their own assault from the Sebrew, beheld the fiery birds soaring above them. The descending scarlet flames enveloped the Sebrew, instantly igniting them into clouds of ash, while those bathed in the rain of fire emerged unscathed, enveloped in a comforting warmth that healed their wounds at a visible pace, banishing their fatigue. They could not comprehend the nature of this miracle, accepting it as divine intervention. Asa, Loxy, and his companions looked towards the receding firebird, joining their palms in gratitude for the blessings of the nameless deity. The nine-tailed phoenix, wrapped in flames, returned to circle Fry, and after a time, it descended before him, gently pecking at his forehead as if bestowing a kiss. In Frey's astonished gaze, the phoenix's form shattered into countless red specks, coalescing back into his right hand, transforming into a vivid totem of the phoenix. Tears welled up anew, cascading down his cheeks like glistening jewels. "For the feast you provided me, I shall reveal this to you," a voice echoed in Frey's ear. It was Wendigo, the foolish woman with golden hair and crimson eyes. In her final moments, her soul had been seized by Ace's spirit within him, willingly offering herself to become his guardian spirit. Fry paused, slowly lifting his hand to behold the lifelike phoenix upon his skin, feeling its warmth radiate through him. Overwhelmed, he felt a rush of emotion, and tears streamed down his face once more. Chapter 33, the final chapter of Perse. In the endless abyss of darkness, a familiar voice stirred Perse from her slumber. As she regained consciousness, she was abruptly struck by the realization that she was surrounded by an infinite expanse of azure sky. Compelled by the direction of the voice, she ventured forth, her feet gliding over a lake that mirrored her form. With each step she took, ripples cascaded outward. The blinding orb of white light before her became less glaring as she approached. When she drew sufficiently near, within the luminous glow, a diminutive figure emerged, a boy with white hair and crimson eyes, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Fry. However, the boy's gaze exuded an air of aloof authority, a stark contrast to Frey's demeanor. Perse regarded the white-haired youth warily, questioning, "Who are you?" "I am Fry, the embodiment of light, the creator of countless spirits across the world," the boy replied, his voice gentle and imbued with warmth. Perse scrutinized the boy who claimed to be Fry. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings anew. "Am I not dead? Is this heaven? Are you a deity?" The white-haired boy smiled faintly. "Your physical form has indeed perished. However, before your soul dissipated, it was summoned by me. Thus, in this moment, you exist in a different manner. Why resurrect me?" Perse asked, her expression one of bewilderment. "The Fry you know cannot bear witness to your demise, and I wish for you to guard him always," the boy answered, extending his right hand towards her. "Perse, do you pledge to protect Fry in this lifetime?" Without hesitation, Perse stepped forward, clasping the boy's outstretched hand. "I do." "Then, please commence your oath." The boy lifted his finger, and with a radiant glow, he touched Perse's forehead, causing the sacred vow of the guardian spirit to materialize within her mind. Kneeling on one knee, Perse gently kissed the boy's extended hand. In the name of the embodiment of light, creator of countless spirits, I, Perse Clark, hereby swear, I shall offer my soul to become Frey's guardian spirit. From this moment forth, I shall coexist with his fate and remain by his side for eternity. As her vow concluded, crimson flames encircled Perse, her soul gradually disintegrating within the fiery embrace. In its stead, a magnificent firebird began to take shape amidst the blaze. A pillar of red light surged skyward as the reborn nine-tailed phoenix unfurled its scarlet wings, its roar echoing like thunder. Ascending through the flames, Perse, now transformed into the phoenix, soared into the heavens. After circling above for a brief moment, the nine-tailed phoenix dove toward the white-haired boy below. He extended his right hand, and at the instant their hands met, the phoenix transformed into countless crimson sparks, coalescing upon the boy's hand to form a vivid depiction of a phoenix totem. Chapter 34. Beneath the chilly blue moonlight, Losai, Dolly, and Leon, accompanied by the Crimson Flame Knights, arrived at the eastern gate of Barno City. Along the way, they were met with the countless corpses of Saburu and the harrowing remains of the Kupa citizens, each realization echoing the brutality of a fierce battle that had transpired here. As Losai emerged, clad in black knightly armor, the surviving Kupa citizens turned their fervent gazes upon him and gathered, collectively greeting Lord Losai. Losai acknowledged the enthusiastic crowd with a nod, his eyes sweeping over their tattered garments, eventually resting on the claw marks upon Aesfer's breastplate, and he furrowed his brow. "Why do you not enter the city?" Aesfer stepped forward, his expression grave as he explained, "The Lord has forbidden citizens other than the nobles from entering the city. The lady has resolved to lead all the citizens in solidarity. Why has the Lord prohibited citizens outside the nobility from entering?" Leon, following closely behind Losai, interjected with an incredulous expression. Losai then introduced Leon, stating, "This is Leon, the son of Count Barno Ishi, and behind him are the Knights of Barno City." The crowd cast hostile glances at Leon, who paused momentarily before clarifying, "Gentlemen, I believe this is not my father's intention." With that, Leon approached the lowered gate, but was halted by a knight. Aji glared at Leon with malice, gritting his teeth. "If it were not for your people blocking our entry and abandoning us in our time of need, our people would not have perished. I apologize. Once I ascertain the reasons behind this, I shall provide you with an explanation," Leon replied, bowing his head in apology. Under the weight of Losai's gaze, Aji finally stepped aside, and the citizens gathered at the gate also made way for Leon. With all eyes upon him, Leon reached the gate and called out, "I'm Leon, guard within, please open the gate." On the other side, the guard Hode approached with a torch and upon recognizing Leon's face, immediately commanded his subordinates to raise the gate. With a series of clicks, the heavy gate began to ascend slowly. Leon stood outside, glaring at Hode, demanding, "Guard, tell me, who ordered the gate to be lowered?" Hode respectfully bowed to Leon, "Young master, it was Grand Knight Klus who gave the order." Leon frowned slightly. "Where's Klus? Summon him to me." Hode turned, signaling his subordinate Zig to find Klus. Understanding Hode's gesture, Zig sprinted away. Leon then inquired, "Secondly, did the Lord personally order the prohibition against Kupa nobles entering the city?" Hode hesitated, his expression troubled. Seeing this, Leon gently urged, "Guard, share what you know without reservation." After a moment's contemplation, Hode finally replied, "Young master, it was indeed the Chancellor's order, but he instructed me to state it was the Lord's command. I was merely following orders. Guard, I appreciate your honesty in revealing the truth. Otherwise, from this day forth, those who serve my father would consider him a ruler indifferent to the lives of his vassals," Leon said, stepping closer and patting Hode's shoulder. "Guard, may I know your name?" Hode, visibly anxious, responded, "I am Hode, the Sergeant of the Eastern Gate." "Sergeant Hode, rest assured, I will not hold you accountable. Please bring Gabri over." Hode sighed in relief and turned to signal another subordinate to inform Gabri. Having uncovered the truth, Leon turned to the assembled Kupa citizens and declared, "Esteemed citizens, I, Leon Barnoishi, vow to severely punish those who falsely claim to represent the Lord's intentions. I am deeply pained by the injustices and misfortunes you have suffered. From this moment forth, you are free to enter and exit Barno City. Any obstruction, you may invoke my name." After Leon spoke, the Kupa citizens outside remained unmoved, their gazes fixed on Losai, awaiting his words. "Enter the city first. I believe Lord Leon will provide us with a satisfactory explanation," Losai urged, prompting the crowd to finally step forward. Hode, lead them to the old racetrack for accommodation. Then visit the military supplies depot. On my authority, procure some tents for their use, Leon instructed. Hode bowed in acknowledgement, understood. Under Hode's guidance, the Kupa citizens were taken to the dilapidated racetrack abandoned by the knights, while Losai remained behind with Leon, awaiting Gabriel's arrival. The white-haired, red-eyed Fry approached Losai and halted beside him. Losai turned his gaze, and after a moment of surprise, exclaimed, Fry, what happened to your appearance? Father, I have awakened my magical power, Fry replied with a somber expression. Losai tousled Frey's hair, asking, what transpired? The lady has sacrificed herself, Fry said, a hint of sorrow flickering in his crimson eyes. Losai fell silent, gently patting Frey's back. Fry, is it? Leon smiled, squatting before Fry and ruffling his hair. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am your cousin Leon. Hello, cousin Leon, Fry greeted expressionlessly. I apologize. I am not in a good mood tonight. Forgive my rudeness. It is quite all right. The timing of our first meeting is unfortunate, Leon replied with a smile. Fry gazed intently into Leon's eyes and straightforwardly asked, Cousin Leon, how do you intend to address the innocent Kupa citizens who perished today? Fry, what kind of resolution do you seek? Leon inquired with confusion. Any resolution will not restore the lives of the deceased. I am sorry, Fry. Leon lowered his head in shame. Cousin Leon, you were not present when the incident occurred. It is not your fault, so you need not apologize. As a member of the Barno-Ishii family and the Lord's eldest son, I have the duty to represent the Barno-Ishii family and offer my apologies to you and the unfortunate Kupa citizens, Leon stated, bowing deeply to Fry. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Just then, Klus hurried over, adjusting his disheveled attire, clearly having been disturbed during his evening respite. Klus tidied his clothes, glanced at Fry and Losai, and then turned to Leon with a puzzled expression. Young master, why the urgency in summoning me? What has happened? Klus, did you give the order to lower the gate, abandoning the Kupa citizens outside? Klus suddenly realized, yes. Provide me with a reason. The knights were dispatched, and I knew my subordinates were no match for those beasts. I have a duty to protect my men and the residents of the city, Klus stated, his demeanor resolute. In that urgent situation, I could not attend to the plight of the citizens outside. I do not believe ordering the gate to be lowered was a mistake. So you chose to abandon them in their time of need? Furious, Leon seized Cruz's arm and dragged him outside the city, forcefully kicking him onto the corpse of a woman from the Kupa territory. Look at these bodies, Cruz. You were once a knight. Have you forgotten the knightly oath you swore before the statue of Lord Heimdall? Cruz rose from the ground, unflinching as he met Leon's gaze. Young master, you may strip me of my title or even behead me if that will quell your anger. I bear no resentment. But I maintain that my judgment at that moment was sound. As soon as he finished speaking, Leon's fist struck Cruz's cheek, knocking him to the ground. Coward, Cruz replied. Young master, you may chastise me, yet I must assert that if given another chance to choose, I would not alter my decision, for it spared my men from loss. Leon was momentarily at a loss for words, his fury rendering him speechless. At that moment, Gabriel strolled over leisurely. Oh, I wondered why Master Leon summoned me at such an hour. It appears you seek to hold me accountable. Loxy and Fry turned to see an elderly man clad in a crimson robe, his gray hair contrasting with the resolute features and piercing gaze he bore. Despite his portly figure, Gabriel, why do you misuse my father's name to bar the citizens of Kupa from entering the city? Leon demanded, his eyes narrowing in anger. Gabriel feigned innocence. Master Leon, are you accusing me? With a stern expression, Leon insisted, Gabriel, please clarify your actions. Gabriel shrugged nonchalantly. Though you are the Lord's son, your position is but that of a patrol captain, while I hold the esteemed title of chief counselor, the highest among the officials of Banu City. I owe you no explanation. Should you desire one, it is best that the Lord himself inquire. At this, Gregory, standing behind Leon, drew his sword and pointed it at Gabriel. Gabriel, you dare show such disrespect to the young master? Gabriel tilted his head, exposing his neck to the blade, a mocking smile on his lips. Come now, Leon, behead me and present my head to your father. Let him witness the foolish deeds of his good son. Gregory, sheath your sword, Leon commanded, shooting Gregory a fierce glance. After a moment of hesitation, Gregory reluctantly returned his sword to its scabbard. Must I demand your father's presence for you to provide an explanation? Gabriel taunted. Perhaps if your demeanor were more agreeable, I might consider it. Leon adopted a more respectful tone. Lord Gabriel, I kindly ask for your clarification. Now that sounds appropriate, Gabri said with a grin. But before I explain, let me pose a question. Do you know how many gold coins remain in the treasury of Banu City? Leon shook his head. The answer is, not a single one. What does that have to do with your prohibition of Kupa citizens from entering the city? Leon questioned, bewildered. It has everything to do with it. Do you comprehend the expense of aiding those refugees? Leon fell silent. Master Leon, please temper your overflowing compassion. The current financial state of Banu City is woefully inadequate to support your efforts to rescue those unworthy individuals, Gabri scoffed. Even if the Lord himself stood before me seeking an explanation, I would deliver the same message. Gabri stepped closer, patting Leon on the shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Crimson Flame Knights. It seems, young Master Leon, that your recent expedition has cost a considerable number of knights their lives. Are you aware of how many coins it would take to comfort their families? You cannot alleviate your father's burdens, yet you continuously add to our troubles, can you? Leon found himself rendered speechless by Gabri's scorn. Will you still hold me accountable, Master Leon? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I have a multitude of matters awaiting my attention tomorrow. With that, Gabri grasped Cruce's arm and turned to depart. Lord Gabri, please wait. Gabri turned his head slightly, impatience creeping into his expression. What is it? Have you resolved to hold me accountable? He added, if it comes to that. You may as well behead this old man to spare me the burden of your father's mess. Lord Gabri, I apologize for my earlier rashness. Leon replied with a slight bow. I understand your predicament, yet I cannot stand by while the citizens of Kupa perish. I have permitted their entry into the city. I implore you to assist me in providing for them. Master Leon, I possess no magic to turn stone into gold. What assistance can I offer? Gabri retorted with a smile, raising an eyebrow. However, you might consider seeking counsel from Chief Treasurer Moore. With that, Gabri turned and strode away. Thank you, Lord Gabri, for your guidance. As Gabri swaggered off with Cruce in tow, Loxy and Fry exchanged glances, their disappointment in Leon palpable. He, the supposed lord of Banu City, seemed more of a figurehead than a true leader. Leon, I appreciate your allowing us to enter the city. Forgive me, Uncle Loxy, Leon murmured, his head hanging in shame. Loxy patted Leon's shoulder. I must depart. There is much to attend to. Fry followed suit, patting Leon's thigh. Cousin Leon, thank you for your kindness. It appears we must handle this matter ourselves. Watching Loxy and Fry recede into the distance, Leon called out, I am truly sorry. I have let you down. Upon reaching the abandoned racetrack, under Loxy's diligent leadership, the people of Kupa managed to establish their camp before dawn, while the townsfolk settled down for rest. The noble officials of Kupa gathered in Loxy's tent to discuss their next steps. Loxy scanned the familiar faces of the officials, his expression turning to one of surprise. Where's Lord Bellies? Has he fallen as well? We pooled our coins to send Bellies to seek an audience with the chief counselor. After he entered the city with Feynman, we have not seen him since, Milan explained. Could it be that Bellies absconded with a fortune? Valen expressed his suspicions. Impossible. Bellies is not that kind of person. Loxy firmly rejected the notion. Father, speaking of the chief counselor, that would be Gabri. He clearly holds no regard for Leon. And the coins Bellies brought to meet him have likely gone to waste, Fry added. Loxy furrowed his brow and turned to Rorik. How many of us remain? 127, Rorik reported, his expression grave. At this revelation, silence fell among the group as they glanced at one another, the toll of their journey from Kupa to Banu City weighing heavily on them. After a prolonged silence, Loxy turned to Wyden, breaking the stillness. Lord Wyden, how many coins do we have left? 460 small gold coins, of which 30 belong to the taxes of Kupa. The remainder is from the Kupa treasury. Understood. Lord Wyden, I will exercise caution in the use of these coins. Rahi's gaze settled upon Milan. Milan, tomorrow you shall withdraw 20 small coins to procure provisions for the winter at the market. With the remaining funds, assess what else we may need and purchase accordingly. Should there be any shortfall, report back to me. Understood, Milan nodded. Father, I have an idea, Fry interjected, drawing the attention of the assembly. I propose we establish a temporary dining hall to provide unified meals for everyone. This approach would not only conserve food, but also cater to the elderly and children. Let it be as you suggest. Everyone should assist Fry in setting up the dining hall, Rahi instructed, prompting nods of agreement from the crowd. Moreover, with our group exceeding 100 individuals, if we reside separately, we will require a substantial amount of firewood and charcoal for heating during the winter. I recommend constructing a temporary shelter that can accommodate us all, thereby enabling centralized heating, which would significantly reduce our expenses for warmth. Additionally, sharing meals and living quarters will enhance our cohesion. What is cohesion? Rahi inquired, intrigued, as curious glances were exchanged among the group. Isn't it essential for knights to collaborate during battle? Cohesion is a force that enhances a team's cooperative ability, uniting everyone to collectively face challenges, Fry elucidated, prompting a collective epiphany among the attendees. Rahi nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the necessity of fostering cohesion. Fry, will constructing a temporary shelter for all of us be a monumental task? Can we truly complete it before winter sets in? Milan posed a question filled with concern. We can build a circular earthen building. The primary materials will be rammed earth and timber. The process of creating rammed earth is not overly complex, and it should be feasible to finish before winter arrives. What does a circular earthen building look like? Milan asked, increasingly curious. It is challenging to explain succinctly. I shall prepare construction plans later, Rahi replied, turning his attention to Rorik. Rorik, you will be responsible for rallying our fellow villagers to assist Fry in the construction of this earthen structure. Understood, Captain, Rorik affirmed. By the way, Rorik, Rahi suddenly stood and approached Rorik, patting him on the shoulder. From today onward, you shall serve as the militia captain of the Kupa territory. Congratulations. Uncle Rorik, Fry exclaimed, applauding, and the crowd followed suit in their applause. Rorik stood momentarily stunned before rising to bow respectfully to Rahi. Thank you, Lord Rahi, for your trust. I shall not fail in my duty. Rahi nodded and continued. Rorik, first organize the remaining men and ensure proper patrolling of the camp each day. Understood. Rorik replied. Rahi's gaze swept over the gathered nobles and officials, his expression serious. We must vigilantly oversee our people, ensuring they do not clash with the townsfolk. Any conflict could provide Gabri with an excuse to expel us from the city, so this is of utmost importance. The assembly nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Rahi, I notice you share a close rapport with the young lord of Barno City. Could you find a way to facilitate an introduction to the city lord? Milan suggested. Ideally, we would secure a public declaration of our residency rights in Barno City, thus removing Gabri's pretext for expulsion. Very well, I shall devise a means to accomplish this. Rahi replied, shifting his focus back to Rorik. Rorik, this afternoon, gather a team to respectfully handle the remains of our fallen compatriots from last night, ensuring they are buried properly. Understood, Rorik affirmed. Following this, Rahi meticulously assigned various tasks to the individuals present. Once everyone's responsibilities were delineated, he solemnly addressed them. Throughout our journey, we have lost many of our fellow villagers. While our days of living in fear of magical beasts may conclude upon reaching Barno City, this does not imply that life here will be devoid of challenges. We must unite in our efforts to settle our people and fulfill the mission entrusted to us by Lord Abney.